along with Dell here with you for the next. What are you doing? What? No one stole your headphones. First of all, they're not your headphones. You found them in here. And secondly, you just leave them laying around, and they end up over on a chair, okay? And most people get their headphones together before the show starts, not when the show starts. All right. Biggest thing for the city of Houston over the weekend. Rockets winning their 5th straight. Cougs getting destroyed, but still getting the number 1 seed. Which was bigger this weekend?
I think Cougs were in the tournament in the 1 seed and conference championship. I mean, the Rockets are just playing for,
Well, they're 3 games out of the play-in.
They're playing it out. I know. It's still a pretty long ways to go, although they haven't lost since Alpe's gone. I guess Alpe was the jinx.
No.
You know what I've learned from this stretch?
That's not the case.
Alpe gone, max extension Jalen. That's what these last 5 games has taught me.
There is something, and listen, Alpe is their best player and needs to be on the floor. Well, a lot of people think Tari is their best player, but that's neither here nor there. But they still got a chance. There's still a bunch of games left. They can pick up 3 games.
Wrong. Tari can't even stay on a court.
No, he can't stay on the court. They absolutely have a chance to make the play-in.
They have an outside shot.
And by the way, they're fun to watch now. They're actually playing better defensively than they have been with Alpe on the floor. And then maybe that's one of the reasons why
they've been playing some softer teams now.
Yeah, they have. Well,
I mean,
Cleveland was not a soft team.
Not Cleveland, but Portland,
Sacramento. They went to Sacramento.
And Sacramento was a good. I mean, they've won road games.
Right, road games.
Even winning in Portland, I mean, it's still a road game.
Yep. They are playing really, really good basketball.
San Antonio, still a road game. So winning road games is, it's. I mean, for them, it's really impressive.
It's different.
Yeah, so that's good. But I think the Cougars getting, it's crazy because on Friday the Cougs. Oh, who did they play? They smashed. They went TCU, and then who'd they smash in the second round?
They lost to Iowa State in the second round. They beat Tech.
Yeah, smashed Tech.
Yeah,
and then got smashed. Like it felt like the Cougars were on this crazy roll headed. And I mean, you want to talk about putting the brakes on? Boy, that was a scary game to watch. You got a team shooting lights out against the Cougs. The Cougs, of course, well, it's exactly what we talk about every time. If the Cougs don't play defense well, if a team gets hot on them, they have 0 chance of winning.
Well,
because the rebounding totals were the same, and they were they shot terribly.
Yeah.
And Iowa State was shooting lights out. And I was listening to a bracket show yesterday on the way back from Alabama, and I took my son. That is a short drive. Whew.
No.
And the talk was, Iowa State is one of the real dangerous teams in this tournament.
They really are. Momcilovic gets go off. I'm telling you, I love that. That's a freshman. He doesn't even start for him.
No,
but he comes in off the bench and he lights it up.
They're
now
tough
he had
too.
struggled for shooting for a little while, but man, I ain't taking him off the floor if I'm them. And they can fill it up from outside. They don't need much room. They hit threes and they play the stifling defense that they play. They're just short of the Cougs as far as defensively. Actually, I think they're actually higher rated than the Cougs are defensively. So they are a real tough team. And they got to go through Connecticut, and that ain't going to be easy. I don't get how Iowa State is the number 8 team. If Connecticut was the number 1 overall, I just don't get Iowa State.
No, I mean the show I was going to say the show I was listening to, they've got Iowa State beating Connecticut.
Yeah,
they just said Iowa State is.
That's one team.
Like Connecticut did not get a great draw.
Yeah, no.
Connecticut did not get a great draw.
Cougs got a pretty good draw. They got to get through Marquette. There's a lot of the committee has a sense of humor, that's for sure. A&M in the second round for the Cougs. They've got
good for A&M getting in too.
Pardon me?
Good for A&M getting in.
Yeah,
they won their way in. They were not. Remember, we were talking about this. They were considered pretty much out, and they got to conference championship, and they earned their way in. Had they not won in the semifinal round, I don't know that they get in.
They didn't get to the conference championship. They got to the semifinal.
Oh wait, was it semifinal?
Yeah.
You talk about
they lost.
Oh no, yeah, because Auburn won last. Yeah.
Auburn and Florida got there.
You talk
and
about
then they got the business put on them.
Yeah.
You talk about sense of humor. Didn't the committee in both tournaments put A&M against Nebraska when Trev Alberts just left Nebraska to be the AD at A&M? So he left his alma mater to go be the AD and A&M, and both tournaments have those two teams facing in the first round.
What about
and
Texas
and people in
possibly
Nebraska-
playing Rick Barnes in the second
People
round?
in Nebraska are really mad at Trev Albert, because he just signed a new this is what I'm talking about. Contracts mean
They mean
nothing
nothing.
in college. Until contracts mean something in college athletics, of course you're going to have this stuff getting out of control.
Yeah.
And now they can just say, well, players have portals, so our guys can portal too. Well, this is dumb. So Nebraska's super pissed at A&M.
Hey, listen, A&M's got a lot of stuff going on over there with their coaches being arrested for potential murder. Okay, holy crap! That story? Wow, this was a wild week. There was all kinds of stuff going on, in the world of sports this weekend, including Rockets win, Cougs lose, but they get the number 1 seed. They're playing Longwood. I was there yesterday at the watch party.
Well,
for the
let's
Cougs.
clean it up. It's the son of the football coach, not the actual son of Texas A&M football coach charged with 2 counts of murder.
He is a football coach. He's a football coach at A&M.
They say son of. I'm looking at
Yeah, well,
Sans
Trooper
Express.
is his dad, who's also a football coach, but he's a coach too. He worked for A&M.
I'm just reading the headline from San Antonio.
Oh wait, what's his last
He's
name?
Taylor. Trooper Taylor's son. Blaze Taylor.
New
Yeah,
A&M
Blaze
assistant.
is not coaching at A&M. He's coaching somewhere else.
No, looks like they might have just hired him.
Yeah,
Blaze Taylor.
Blazer's at A&M.
Oh, so he hasn't coached at all.
Yeah, he's
Because where did he come from?
He just got there, I guess.
Yeah, he's accused of basically poisoning
Arkansas State.
the mother. Yeah, Arkansas State. Oh yeah, he was a star football player at Arkansas State.
He was at A&M.
Because that's how he was mostly. How I saw him throughout the story was former Arkansas State star player. You can't put that on A&M. That man never coached a snap. Did he?
He was at it. He was
never
employed
coached
by
a
A&M.
snap. Aggies like, don't put that on us. He never even coached a snap.
He
with us.
was employed at Texas A&M when he was pulled out
Remember
of
Bill O'Brien's best years
out of the
at Ohio?
building.
You mean Ohio State's Bill O'Brien?
Well,
he was employed there too.
I guess Wally Backman didn't work for the Diamondbacks when he got a cocaine arrest. Yes, he
if
worked
you
for the
don't
Diamondbacks.
coach, you can't. A&M said if he doesn't coach here, he doesn't count.
He's
here.
just an analyst anyway, right? He's not even a coach. He's an
He's
analyst.
an analyst.
Yeah.
The only good analysts are
Really? We're gonna
Alabama with Nick
analyze-
Saban.
We're going to analyze murders? Is that what we're doing?
No,
Alleged
it really
murders.
looked like he's accused of murdering the unborn child.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
he's accused
the mom
of
and the
wouldn't get an abortion, so bing bang boom poison.
Allegedly.
Poison.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
All right, so we've got a lot to do. Let's hear. I was there yesterday, and the first thing Kelvin Sampson wanted to tell everybody was how hard, how difficult this is. And listen, a couple of number 1 seeds 2 years in a row. The Cougs are becoming the Cougs are one of the best programs in college basketball. We're going to hear from Jamal Shedd a little bit later. I'm going to tell you, you've mentioned this before, how impressive that kid is. He says the right things. He is just a fantastic. I mean, you want your kids to grow up and be like Jamal Shedd.
Well, he's got leadership qualities.
As talented as he is, as unselfish as he is, as the well-mannered as he is, and how hard coached. This, I'm going to tell you what, the Cougs better make a long run because it is going to be awfully difficult. Of all the guys that Kelvin Sampson has had to replace over the years, this is probably the toughest.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like, you want to talk about the heart and soul of a team. I don't know that this is going to be a very easy replacement. When he's gone, I don't think there's any guarantee that things just stay status quo and Kelvin Sampson stays in the top 2 or 3 seeds every year. Like it is Kelvin Sampson that's doing this. It's not like these are just phenomenal. These aren't NBA players that he's not for the most part. He's not coaching NBA players. No. That's not what Houston is. They're winning at a high level without. This is not the Kentucky model or the Calipari model or the old Patino model. This doesn't fill it up with 5 first-round guys. That's not what this is at all. No. Jamal Shedd would have been like a 3-star guy.
Yeah, but he's going to be a pro player.
I don't know.
He'll be a pro player.
I don't know. I don't know if he's. I mean, he's not. I don't think he's considered a first rounder. And if you're not a first rounder, then I don't know.
He'll be an NBA player.
He'll be an executive.
We'll see. We'll see. And you know what? The way that guy plays and how hard he plays, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he isn't a player in the league. Here's Kelvin Sampson though about that Iowa State game, and boy, you want to talk about tough. Here he is talking about that loss.
They were unbelievable today. They played hard. They played connected. They played shot the ball extremely well. I don't know what they from the three, especially Silovic. He had some. When we were defending him tough, he still made it. That's what good players do. So, hats off to Iowa State. I think for all the teams now, it's just a matter of seeing if you can get as healthy as you can and get ready for the tournament next week. Tomorrow's Selection Sunday. Yeah. We'll pick ourselves up. We've had a great year. Obviously, 40 minutes is not going to define 3 months, but we'll give some guys treatment and healthy and get back at it.
That was on Saturday, not yesterday. But he did talk about, listen, that was a home game for Iowa State. Iowa State travels. They're going to Omaha now in the first round. Holy crap. Omaha is going to be overrun by Iowa State fans. That is a home game. Take you some Iowa getting to the Sweet 16 because they are an awfully tough team when they've got a crowd behind them. They had a huge crowd behind them. Those are good fans. Kelvin Sampson mentioned it a couple of times, how good those fans are and how they traveled. The Cougs are heading to Memphis, and then Dallas. Dallas should have a huge contingent of Cougs fans, but Memphis maybe not so much. I don't know. We'll see if you can get there this weekend. Cougs play on Friday against Longwood, and then possibly Texas A&M. So that'll be fun. They played them here, and the Cougs won, but you never know what's going to happen in a rematch. And by the way, they were up big, and Texas A&M came back and made it a good game. So that's going to be a scary game. Whoever they play, they may play Nebraska or Texas A&M. We'll see what happens. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Daspit is what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, and John Daspit is, he's a proud supporter of the Cougar basketball team and Texas basketball team also. But Cougs, this is the tournament team we're talking about right here. This is a team that has an opportunity to go a long way and not just on the court, but also in life. You talk about Jamal Shead. John Daspit already does some things with Jamal Shead off the court as well because he's so impressed with him, and he is a very impressive person. And John Daspit understands that, look, there's all kinds of people in Houston that need help, different types of help and different considerations. And for you, if you're listening out there, if you've been hit or you know somebody who's been hit in an accident, in a car wreck, or injured at the job and severely injured, I mean, he's the guy that's going to step up and really do a great job for you. I heard a commercial for this guy, and he basically at the end of the commercial told people, it's a personal injury lawyer who told people they need to get hit and become millionaires. And that's not how this thing works. If you think that's how it works and you go with someone like that, what you're going to find out is they are not working for you. They're working to get a deal done as quickly as possible, get a check cut, and move on to the next case. John Daspit and his lawyers, they are working with you and going through every fine-tooth comb over every bill you have, every consideration you may have, whether it's surgery, physical therapy in the future, your pain and suffering, obviously, any time missed from work. They want to make sure you're compensated for all of that so they can get you the big settlement when you've been badly injured, but one that's fair and one that makes sense and one that is going to be for anyone who is going up against an insurance company that is looking to squeeze you. It's John Daspit and Daspit Law Firm. They are the personal injury lawyers who are considered the tops in the states and the biggest here in Houston. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
Hey, time to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. That's my people. That's Robin. That's just the best. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Love what Robin does for the city of Houston. She was named, and I heard one of the spots this morning, and all of the different Nico's has used them. The San Luis down in Galveston, the Woodlands using them. They did the Texans benches. They do it all. You could see Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. It just tells you when all these big businesses, Tillman used them for the big Ferris wheel at the downtown. And when people are using this, and I know Westside Tennis Club, Linda McInvale uses them all the time. I've seen it. I've seen the chairs that she put there. When she bought new chairs and immediately had Houston Powder Coaters coat them. This is something that you need to do as well. When you need your anything powder coated, when you need to save that steel, you got a place to do it. The best. 5-star ratings. They're just awesome. At HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780. I was working my ass. While you were just playing around this weekend, I was working my ass off. I was at the Cougs watch party getting sound to bring to the show. I don't see any of it.
Where was the watch party?
The watch party was at the Post Oak Hotel.
Oh, Tillman set it up?
Yeah.
Does he still own University of Houston basketball team?
Well, not he owns the university. He doesn't own just the basketball team.
Okay.
It's Tillman Tillman U.
That is University of Tillman. It's not UT. It's University of
TU.
Tillman's Cougars.
Tillman University.
Yeah, UTC. University of Tillman's Cougars. No, I was just traveling the world. I was traveling the world. I took a vacation.
No, you went to Alabama. That's
I
not traveling the world.
Well, I went through some states.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Mississippi for a while. I was in Louisiana. I was in Baton Rouge for a while. I got to be up that long. I got to sit in traffic on the way to Louisiana like you always do. You hit random patches of traffic.
Yep.
I got to be on traffic in the middle on a Saturday in the middle of Saturday afternoon.
Why'd you go? You went through New Orleans?
No, you go to Baton Rouge
12,
and then you hook a thing at
12.
Hammond-ish. Yeah, 12. And so I was cross country. Multiple states visited. Mississippi's beautiful, good people, a lot of really great public education there.
Wow.
The schooling systems.
Wow.
No,
Why
what did I
is
say?
Mississippi catching this?
What did I say? I said good things.
Yeah.
And I
No,
meant
it's beautiful
everything I
country.
Then
Beautiful
I got
swamp
to
country.
Tuscaloosa, then watched TV, then immediately just went and bought my son a bunch of groceries, and then just got in a plane and flew back because he just got his first car, so we had to drive the car back.
That's you.
Well, my wife was acting like she was going to do it, and then all of a sudden it became me that my weekend had to get burned to hell.
Well, that's fun. You spent a lot of good time with your son, not talking to him on the way.
Not that inaccurate. I was writing. I had tape in the back of the car I'm like, still got to work.
So apparently they were working on getting Blake Snell to come to the Houston Astros.
He wants 33, John. What do you think about 33 million?
66 is actually what he wants, but he also wants an out.
Yeah, that's why it's 33, because he'd opt out after the first year, I guess.
I can't. No.
They say the Astros have balked at that.
Yeah, well, I would too. Listen, Blake Snell would be really, really nice. Boy, you want to talk about going for it.
That's Blake's value, though. His value is what people will pay.
Yes, that's exactly right. You notice he's not signed.
Yeah, but how is that possible when Blake, you notice this in football and baseball, but especially baseball, there's a little bit of a reckoning here.
There is, absolutely.
There's a reckoning from a salary standpoint where there's still guys who are going to get crazy money. But Blake Snell he's a legitimately good pitcher right now. And he can't get $33 million is not insane for a top level pitcher. He's a top level lefty, and he can't even get it.
Yeah, no, still available. I mean, there are still some good players.
Montgomery's available.
Yeah.
Snell's available. These two guys just alone are available. I'm like, man, I feel like, wouldn't it be great? And now you got Urquidy, by the way, with arm stiffness. He got sent back to Houston with. We lead the league in forearm tightness. It is the worst thing in the world when you hear about forearm. So if you got Garcia, who won't be back until summer. You got Lance McCullers, TBA, and now Garcia. Maybe the Astros will start to pick around on a 2-year deal with somebody.
Well, I don't know because they're going to be over the next threshold. I'm not sure. I think they just go with what they got.
Deal somebody.
So you're going to start JP France. You're going to start probably Ronel Blanco. And you're going to go Hunter Brown has better to continue to pitch well. You got Justin Verlander coming back after a couple of weeks. The whole Blake Snell thing, I thought it was yelling fire in a theater. I mean, honestly, just because there were rumors out there, and all of these Astros people that follow are like, this is happening, it's going to happen, and they're really talking. Yeah, well, guess what? They were talking to him about numbers that he's not interested in. That's what they were talking to him about. That's crazy, but there's a chance. Is there a chance that Blake Snell doesn't pitch?
I mean, this is the league ERA leader last year with a 2.25. He was 14-9 with a 2.25, 160 innings pitched, 115 hits against. Now, his walks were 99. He led the league in walks, but he had 234 strikeouts. 11.7 strikeouts per. He's averaged 11 strikeouts per 9 for 6 straight years. I mean, the walk stuff really became an issue. It's his highest number of walks per 9 since his rookie season, where he's 6-8. He's led the league in wins once. He led the league in ERA twice. He was a Cy Young Award winner last year. How
many times do we see the Cy Young Award winner not have a job?
Never.
Right.
Never.
And they're probably looking at some. There's going to be talk of collusion here.
Yeah, they're going to be. You know what he made last year? He made $16 million last year. He's looking to double his salary at age 31. Like, I don't know if that's now. It can't be collusion if he's outpriced himself.
That's.
I mean, ask for 25 and see what happens.
Yeah. Well, right. Exactly. He's going to have to come way down. I mean, it sure would have been nice if he was in the 25 range. He probably would be an Astro right now. Just 1-year deal, $25 million, or an out. Give him 2 years. But he absolutely is outpricing himself.
There's no chance, right? There's no chance a Cy Young Award winner, a talented pitcher. The only way he doesn't start the season on a roster is if he refuses to. And we're getting to a point now, John, where, like, is he going to be ready to pitch? If he joins the team, is his arm going to be ready, you think?
Yeah,
still?
I would think so. I would think he's
okay.
Now, is he going to be off to a hot? It would certainly be. A lot of people would be going, you see? Look, no preseason. He hasn't faced any live batting. He is not going to be the same guy. Or he comes out, he just deals, and because he's really
that's
good.
Always possible too. But I feel like he's going to be on a roster before the season starts. And the only way he doesn't is if he refuses to budge off his. No one is doubling up his salary.
Yeah,
they're just not. He doesn't have a long enough run of consistent greatness. Like, this isn't a Verlander deal. This isn't even Garrett Cole. You go look at his numbers. I mean, he's got some good seasons. But it's not like those guys. I mean, I know Blake Snell's coming off Cy Young, but if you look at his last 4 years, you can't get to $33 million there. You're paying him off a year. And granted, the Astros did that with Christian Javier, kind of off of 1 year, really a year and a half. But he also didn't get $33 million.
No, he got 64 over 5, so that was reasonable, except for the fact that he sucked since then. So that I just never believed that it was going to happen. I just can't believe that they're going to hit that second threshold.
You think it could happen though if the number comes down? And what if they dealt somebody?
Now you're getting to a point, like you said. When is he going to be ready? First of all, is he going to be ready for the start of the season if he joins the team even right now?
Get 3 starters. 3 of your pitchers have arm considerations: Garcia, Urquidy, McCullers,
and Verlander.
Yeah, and Verlander. That's 4.
Yeah,
that's not great.
No,
that's not because age is going to get Verlander eventually, and he's at a point where age will get you. It's hard to keep doing what you're doing at this age. Urquidy has had issues in the past, and then I guess it's a matter of time before Garcia gets back, and then you just can't count on McCullers anymore. So you can't move McCullers' contract. That's impossible. Garcia doesn't make anything. And Urquidy, like, I suppose you could move Urquidy, but not with an injury now. So, yeah, I don't think you could avoid the tax threshold unless you traded a position player.
Yeah.
Or you could move Montero's contract, which is impossible.
I just don't believe that it's gonna. I just don't believe it's gonna happen. I think they go with what they've got right now. Rennell has thrown really well in the preseason. France got a late start, but he's going to be fine. Hunter Brown has thrown well this preseason. You're going to have to depend on Framber and Javier to lead this staff until Justin comes back. And when Justin comes back, you still got one of the best rotations in baseball. You're still, without Blake Snell, you still got one of the best rotations, and you got to count on the offense to actually carry you for a little bit here. So that'll, I think they'll be fine. We'll see. But and then the back end of the bullpen, and if Seth Martinez throws really, really well, with Blanco going to the rotation because of Urquidy, more than likely, that is definitely going to deplete your bullpen again. Montero better be decent this year. He has got to step up with that contract. He has got to be much better.
I just want him to be average.
I
just want him to be average.
Not suck.
Just be average.
That would be great.
You know what? Check in with a 3.8, and I'll be super happy.
Time to talk about my peeps over at Home Bank. You're looking for a place to get your money working for you? That's Home Bank. Home Bank has got an annual percentage yield of 5.15% on a 7-month CD. The minimum balance is only $2,500, okay? Now, you want to put it in for longer, a 14-month CD, you get 4.75% APY. But, again, you got to put in at least $2,500. It's what you want to do anyway. I mean, you make your money work for you. If you got money that's just sitting around, you're not going to use it for 7 months or whatever, you're not going to need it, then put it into this CD and let it work for you. Home Bank's been around, business and personal banking solutions for all of your needs. Local bankers ready to help you with your financial goals. River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, Friendswood. You can go and talk to one of the local bankers at any Houston area location. Visit home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, guys, plumbing needs can come in all shapes and sizes. It can be big needs like, whenever I had a clogged sink, a sink that was having a hard time draining, and it was happening over and over, and the experts at Aqueduct came in and said, okay, the issue here, and they ran the cameras down and dug up my part of my yard because they had to cut the line to find out, okay, the problem is your line, we're hoping that something's clogged in there, but there's a good chance that it's bellying, which is it's basically flat and it wasn't tilted properly, or the land, the earth has changed it to where it's not really moving the water towards the sewer line. And so they went in there, cut it, looked, and like, yep, sure enough. And they showed it to me as it was happening, complete transparency. And so I had to have a complete repipe job done. And it's not fun to have it done, but it's extraordinarily necessary, because if you don't, major issues. For people who have cast iron pipes underneath their home, their slab, it's just a matter of time before you're going to have to replace those. They will corrode and they will start to leak. So make sure that the experts at Aqueduct are on your side, because they're fair, they're honest, and they get the job done the right way the first time. Minor things like plumbing issues and your leaky faucets, they handle that too. Hydrostatic test to make sure you don't have a leak. Everything you can imagine, Aqueduct Plumbing does, and they do it with integrity, and they do it on time. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Justin Fields, a Steeler. I mean, this whole thing is now getting weird. First of all, they couldn't get anything that they wanted. They ended up trading him, Justin Fields, to the Steelers for what was it, a fourth?
Conditional 6 that will turn into a fourth if he plays 51% of the snaps. But
he ain't playing 51%.
Well, you don't think so?
No.
I think there's a great chance he could, because they already came out and said, all right, we're starting Russell Wilson. Who do you actually – I don't know the answer to this. Who gives you a better chance to win?
Well, they're going to give Russell Wilson an extension.
Kenny Pickett, well –
they feel if they're going to give Russell Wilson an extension, then why would they start Justin Fields?
But what are they giving him an extension for?
I don't know.
Did they give him one
I'm
yet?
not running that organization.
Did they give him one
I got
yet?
Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
But did they give him an extension
No,
yet?
the talk is that they're talking to him.
That's a talk, but he's still signed a 1-year deal at minimum, club minimum.
I know, and they're talking about giving him an extension.
I'll bet you the extension is the backup number. $8 million is the backup number.
Yeah, well, that's probably in the neighborhood of him as a starter anyway. I mean,
well,
the way
starters get 20. You start at 20 million and up. Backups get 8. If you pay him 8, guess what Justin's salary is next year? It'll be in the 20s as a fifth year option.
Well, it depends on how both of them play, right? And if I'm Russell Wilson, I ain't taking no $8 million deal.
You have to pick up the option on Justin Fields like this year. You have to figure out if you're going to pick up fifth-year option. You don't get to wait until next year. You have to pick it up a year early. So it's going to be some interesting wrangling by Omar Khan and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it's a 6 that turns into a fourth if he plays 51% of the snaps. Now, there's going to be a quarterback controversy in Pittsburgh. This is not a great deal here with Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin has had issues with diva receivers. It started with Le'Veon Bell, who was the diva running back, but you kind of get it. He didn't want to be a tag player and all that stuff. But then Antonio Brown just bonkers. And then you've had issues since then with Chase Claypool, Juju Smith-Schuster, Deontay Johnson, George Pickens. And then now you're going to have to deal with what is almost assuredly going to be a quarterback controversy of Russell Wilson versus Fields. Because I can promise you there are Steeler Fields who automatically right now will be furious if Fields doesn't start. And I've never seen so many people so emotionally invested in a quarterback from a fan standpoint and a media standpoint and a former player standpoint and a network standpoint as Justin Fields. I've never seen this before. The emotional investment on a guy who, frankly, you can't find it in winning percentage. You can't find it in consistency. By all accounts, this is a very, very average NFL quarterback. And yet the love affair for Justin Fields and people who just think he's just on the cusp of becoming this truly gifted elite quarterback, if he can just, if people would just stop screwing him up, if the organization would just stop screwing him up. I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah.
Never. I've never seen this much. Like, people can't even be objective about Justin Fields. The emotional attachment is insane. And I say that to say Russell Wilson has no chance over there with the fan base because fans and media and people on ESPN and everywhere, the narrative, because John, you got Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. ESPN is salivating over the content they're going to, the gossipy content.
Every 3 and out, every incompletion, every interception.
Ooh.
No, it's going to be the cameras pointed at either Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, depending on who's on the field.
Or depending on who's not.
That's what I'm saying. Depending on who's on the field, the other guy's going to get the camera. The other guy is getting all of the camera. You got two guys that are most teams have a clear-cut guy, right? Who's the clear-cut guy?
Well,
here?
Russell is the bridge guy, and then you've got, this is rare, where I've never seen this before, where you got a bridge guy followed by a guy who might be your quarterback of the future. You got to give him, but the potential quarterback of the future, you got to see him play.
Yeah.
You got to have, how do you know if Justin isn't playing with all these starters? This really made no sense. I mean, it makes sense except for the fact of how it's constructed. Russell Wilson, the minimum dollar quarterback, should be the backup. Russell should 100% be the backup to Justin Fields and find out if Justin, look, I think Justin's going to be a below average starter in the NFL who will be a rotational guy and who eventually may become a backup. But I don't know until he finishes out this contract. You got him on a different team. Everyone wanted him off of that organization. Let's see what he can do at Pittsburgh. Why would you be playing Russell Wilson right now?
Well, I'll tell you what. We're going to talk to Darnell Mooney this week, as a matter of fact. Yep, we
That's
are.
That's a random get.
I saw Willie Fritz yesterday, and I asked him. He said Darnell's in town, and I said, hey, will you ask him to come on the show? And he said, absolutely. He probably will. He's a good kid. He said so. Willie Fritz is going to help us out there. We can ask him about Justin Fields because DJ Moore loved him some Justin Fields. Mm-hmm. He did not want Caleb Williams coming in here. He wanted Justin Fields to stay there. Of course, DJ had himself a nice little year with Justin Fields. And we'll ask Darnell about the whole situation and what it was like to play in that atmosphere. We'll see whether or not Justin Fields can actually play on a team that's going to be better than the Bears were offensively. That offensive line was crap. That offensive line.
Remember now, the Steelers were bad offensively.
Yeah, except at the end of the season, they dominated. They were bullying people
with
the run game.
And also with Mason, your boy Mason Rudolph.
That's right. Well, they ran the ball down people's throats at the end of the year. So maybe they take that and they continue to run the football. And you know who can run the football? That guy, Justin Fields.
Oh, no. Justin needs a very specific type of offense. Quit trying to jackhammer him into a certain type of passing game. He's not a reader. He's not an anticipator. Okay, well then don't have him do that stuff. And instead of saying, well, this isn't what he does, and quarterbacks have to do that. Well, what does he do well?
Right.
Well, he runs and he puts pressure on the team out of it. Then let's do that. I don't care if it's not the standard offense that we're used to with NFL teams, and this isn't. I'm trying to win games. You know what a college team would do? They would do whatever it takes to win a game, and they don't care about the next level. I don't care if Justin Fields is going to be a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro, or you're trying to make him whatever. I don't care. What does he do well? And I want to use what he does well to make me win games if I'm Mike Tomlin.
The other big news out of the NFL this weekend was Aaron Donald retiring. Holy crap.
I can't say it's he's kind of been hinting at this.
He has been. But it wasn't a huge surprise, but it is a big loss for that team, that organization. You see, he's got the FDM picks ain't part of the Rams anymore. I think they got 11 picks in this draft. They are not about FDM picks anymore. You know what? They're in a kind of a rebuild, although they were a playoff team last year. And Aaron Donald going away is a huge loss for that organization. He has been the better career here, JJ.
It's hard.
He had fewer injuries. Probably Donald.
They both have. Well,
he won a Super Bowl.
I would go with it. Yeah, but that's beyond.
And he was a big part of that Super Bowl win.
Yeah, but you also had. I mean, JJ never had. He didn't have. I mean, in his prime, he had Matt
2012, 11 and 12, where they were pretty good.
TJ Yates.
Yeah, right.
And JJ was defensive. 12. JJ was Defensive Player of the Year his second year. I think they're pretty even, except what puts Donald over the top for me is he was healthier than JJ.
True.
JJ just had seasons like JJ had 3 Defensive Player of the Years in a 5-year span. I think it was 6 at most, but
5.
I think it was 5. I mean, that was incredible. People forget how dominant JJ was, but Aaron Donald's been available. Aaron Donald's been dominant, and he's smaller. He's very small for his position. Like, JJ's a freak physically.
Aaron Donald is the best defensive player of this generation.
Yeah, I think he probably – and I love JJ.
Yeah.
But Aaron Donald is under 200 – he's like 288 pounds
And,
of raw, complete twisted steel and sex appeal.
did you hear him? Did you see he was on a podcast with 3 other guys, and they asked him how he prepares? Talk about that dude is a worker. That dude.
Oh, but JJ flips tires, and everyone's mad that he's working out, listening to not Linkin Park. Who is it? Dun, 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 dun. Remember when? God, what was the song, Del? 20% power, 50% pain. It was the guy Mike Shinoda from Linkin Park, and I can't remember the name of the group. And they were playing this when JJ was on Hard Knocks, and he's in a farm in Wisconsin working out. Do I feel like that was made for TV? Okay, yes. Do I feel like JJ always works out in a barn? I mean, maybe not. Do I think he worked out in a barn for Hard Knocks? Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
He works out in a barn. He's got
I don't know if he's barn training.
a ranch up in Wisconsin or something, a farm. He's got a farm, and he had all the guys up there too.
Remember the name.
Why are you saying JJ's a phony?
I'm not saying he's a phony. I think he recognized that it was good TV.
Yeah.
For him to be the milk-fed, corn-fed Wisconsin kid, and he's, working out in a barn. I think he liked that. But all of a sudden, Aaron Donald works out, and he's the best. And JJ works out, and people are like, this guy knows where the camera's on.
Aaron Donald talked about.
I kind of just did, actually.
Aaron Donald just talked about how much film work he did.
Oh,
And
I thought you meant
Sunday
working
night,
out.
he got home, and he was on the phone with his D-line coach trying to figure out ways that he could free himself because he got doubled all the time. And they just went over and over, trying to figure out ways to get himself freed up. And he did. Boy, that dude, holy crap. We got to break it because we got, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? It's coming your way next. 713-780-3776. It's what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's next. You got to give us a call, and let's go. The spring break's over, right? So let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
spring
fill it
break's
up.
over.
713-7. I know you learned something. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything. It could be about your wife. It could be about your job. It could be about the politicians, the potential presidents, whatever it is that you learned this weekend. 713-780-3776. My bookie is what I learned about this weekend. How about this? If you go right now, because the NCAA tournament is here this week, you want to get in. You got all kinds of games that you're going to bet on. If you go this week and you deposit, let's say you deposit $1,000. Now you've got $1,500 to play with. That's right. They are giving you a bonus of 50% up to $1,000 right now at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. It's wonderful. Put in $200 and you got $300 to play with. It's the best play. You're not getting that from your local bookie. You're just not. It ain't happening. Guess what your local bookie ain't doing? What they're doing in mybookie.ag, they're doing that. And you, my friends, can benefit. Plus, you want to play online poker with a real dealer? Yes. You want to play online blackjack with a real dealer? Yes. Roulette? Yes. All of those things. And then anything that you want to bet on. It's not just the NCAA tournament, but boy, it is big this week. You're looking for a best way to play, win, and get paid. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
So I got to say, having old windows, I was driving in a neighborhood. I was dropping my son off at his friend's house, and there was a couple of houses with, you could tell they're original windows. And man, does it look bad. It just looks old. I know it, and they're single pane windows. They've got the aluminum, the metal looking, edges around them. It just doesn't look good. Not only does I focus on the most important thing, which is new windows from Allstate Windows and Siding give you energy savings that can be up to 40%. I mean, this is not unusual for your energy efficiency to go up by 40% and have your bills go down by 40%. That is not unusual. But what is really incredible to me is how it just upgrades the look of your home, how it becomes, just such a better looking, a quality product can really brighten up the face of your home and make you feel better about the home that you have. You can turn your house into a home with these great windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. They also give you, obviously, protection against the elements. They give you greater safety in your home, and they also are going to reduce noise. This is all possible with windows from Allstate Windows and Siding, and you get deep discounts when you mention you heard about it from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. Time to play What'd You Learn This Weekend in one sentence. We got a full board. As soon as somebody gets off, you get in. I'm going to start it real quick. One sentence, and I'm just going to leave it there. For whatever reason, Bloomberg is trying to destroy Tyson Foods, and it looks like they may succeed. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. 713-780-3776. Who was first, Dr.
Oh,
Craig?
I'm first.
Who was?
I'm first.
Okay.
I've learned that John knows nothing about Premier League soccer.
That's not, no, one sentence.
That's it. Well, that's stupid, but okay. My favorite team, Tottenham, got their ass kicked, but okay. I just love Tottenham, and unfortunately, they got beat by some team 3-3.
I mean, I'd add context, but I only learned
We only have
in
6
one
minutes.
sentence.
One sentence. I can comment on it. Dr. Trey, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, Double Rock fellas, I
Double Rock.
wanted to say a big F you to that janky son bitch named Drake. Everybody take UH off your boards for winning the championship, and I'm out.
He did show up at that.
Trey, he is.
God,
He's a
dang.
bit of a
jinxy.
jinx.
He's
Was Drake
jinxy, isn't he?
and Ted Cruz there together at the
Well, Drake
12
and Tillman
championship?
are good friends. Drake and Tillman are good friends.
probably
Good
more
friends.
Drake
And
than
Tillman
Patrick.
gave him a jersey yesterday, or yeah.
Good
Drake
friend.
is going to be good friends with rich people.
Good friends
He's
are like
not good friends
rich
with poor
friends.
people.
Is he
Pardon
good
me?
friends or
Rich friends.
Rich friends.
Yeah, well,
Rich
they're
friends.
friends now. No, they're actually friends now. He was at the game the other
Do
night.
you think he's friends with any
he
poor
was-
people?
Who, Tillman?
No, Drake.
Oh, Drake? Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah,
No.
probably not. But I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know. He's probably people he grew up with. He's still friends with.
Yeah, but they're not
mean-
poor. He brings them along.
Well, no, he didn't. He doesn't bring everybody along. Let's get Chris.
No new friends, John.
Chris in here. Chris, what'd you learn this weekend?
It is a song.
Yeah, hey, good morning, guys. I learned that when Calvin Sampson puts the white guy in the game is really over.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
No,
got
when
lots of playing time a game. I mean,
Whenever
relatively
Elvin gets
speaking.
in, it's over.
In
It's
game
true.
2,
It's
yeah.
true. Isaac, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I learned this weekend that Amen Thompson will bless your game if you get in his way in the lane.
Wow. Did you? Holy crap. Ahmed Thompson was going up. I think every basket was a dunk. He was hurting people. He has got tremendous hops. He is awesome. Anthony, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that the Hotel Wyndham has the quickest check-in and check-out on 18.
On what?
Did you say 18?
I don't know. The
8th
Wyndham?
Street?
Okay, I don't know.
Quickest check-in and check-out. It sounds like some business was happening
Yeah,
over
it
there.
sounds
Is
like
what he
it's
made it
it's
sound
a
like
quickie.
to me.
Sounds like it's a quickie. 713-780-3776. What'd you learn this weekend? You got one sentence to say it. Micah, you're next. What's up?
Yeah. Anyway, Cougs better luck next year anyway. Up next.
That was a good Gilbert. I thought that was a good
It
Gilbert.
was a
he
really
did.
good Gilbert.
That was a good. He had the warble to it, and then he hit you with a roughnecks.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
That was actually pretty good. Why Cougs better luck next year? That's terrible,
Drake.
Gilbert.
Yeah,
Other
Drake,
Eric.
man, Drake is such a, and he is here officially. You're right. At the rodeo, Bun said, I
Yeah.
talked to Bun the other day. Well, Bun came in here to record something for
he's got a
Daspit,
house here.
and he said when he announced it, I didn't hear him say this, but he goes, Houston's newest resident.
Yeah.
Because Drake wanted to come here and play. He called Bun. He said,
I told
I
you.
want to play as my official. Now, he's not officially here yet. He's on
But
He's
got
on
a house
tour.
here. I told you.
He's on tour.
You
But
don't
yeah.
ever listen to me. Other
No, he's got an apartment. He's got an apartment off of Gessner.
other
No, he doesn't.
he doesn't
No
have an
poor
apartment.
friends.
You think Drake's going up
No poor
Apartment?
friends.
walking up the stairs at an apartment building?
He doesn't like poor people. Come on.
Other Eric. Eric, what up? What'd you learn this weekend?
Between the Wyndham Clark puck at the players and the Kyrie Irving shot at the buzzer, you truly experienced the agony and ecstasy of sports.
Oh, that's what he's talking about. Wyndham check in, check out. Was he talking about that on the 18th? He said.
Oh, that's what he's talking. Wyndham Clark had a putt to tie and go to extra holes that went down and came around and out.
I was watching.
That
some
wasn't
of it.
a choke. That was a. Oh my god!
I would have made that.
No.
There's
Oh
some.
my god!
I was watching it with this this guy was watching on this college student was watching on his computer when I was at the airport, and so I'm like standing over him where he
Airports
can't
don't
see.
have TVs to watch the.
Not Birmingham.
Really?
Birmingham's the most janky. Like they're just barely an airport. They have rocking chairs in there for you to rock, and it looks outside of the window, and you can sit and look at the tarmac in a rocking chair. Like, what is this?
All right. Wyndham Clark and then Kyrie with the left hand. Here's the thing about Kyrie's left-handed game winner. If he misses it, everybody's like, what are you doing?
Well, couldn't get it off. Jokic was guarding him. He couldn't switch. Look, that dude is a great shot maker, and
that was great,
amazing. Yeah.
Great shot. JTAG.
Whispering Pines Golf Club is the Augusta National of Texas. Great track.
Beautiful track.
Speaking of no poor friends,
Whispering Pines is year in, year out the number one golf course in the state of Texas. 713. Oh, and he's got a lot of friends. Okay.
who?
JT, AG.
Oh, okay.
Okay. A lot of friends.
I
If
said-
you're playing Whispering Pines, you got friends.
I said no poor friends. I didn't say anything about not
poor
having friends.
Yeah.
Oh, he's probably got poor. Why? Why?
That's
Because
not
you
tr-
played Whispering Pines. You don't have any
Which
poor
is your
friends?
course?
I got poor friends. All kinds of poor
All I
friends.
hear
which
about
is your-
business
are
Oh,
owners.
no, my friends have a poor friend. Me.
That's no poor
Wait,
friends.
which is your? Is that where you're a member of?
No, Highland Pines.
Highland Pines. Yeah.
Whispering Pines is up there. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Highland Pines right there, too. So is Wildcat.
I wouldn't know. Too
my
poor to play
peeps.
it.
Woods, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Man, I learned when your partner's Puerto Rican, every children's party can turn into a liquor fest real quick.
Well, if your partner was Italian, that would happen, too.
Or Irish.
Or Irish.
Particularly
or,
yesterday.
That
Liquor
ain't a
fest.
Puerto Rican thing.
Yeah, kids'
Every
parties.
kid's party is an alcohol event.
Not all, but they have. But
Oh.
there's every.
Whenever we had a kid's party,
Well,
a
you-
birthday party or whatever at my house,
Well, of course.
it turned into an all-night
John,
poker
you talk
game.
about you can't eat a plate of spaghetti unless you get drunk.
Well, that's true, too. Ryan, what'd you learn this weekend?
Hey, sports fellas.
Sports.
I learned that you could still be in your late 30s and still have wet dreaming.
Oh,
my
no,
God.
no, that's not what you learn. No,
Ryan.
no.
If he learned it, he learned it.
Well, yeah. Who am I to say he didn't learn it?
He might have learned
That's,
it.
is that
That's not something I talk about on
no,
the
you just
radio.
broke out in a sweat. That wasn't wet dream. You broke out in a
Well,
sweat.
sweating in
Wow.
the wrong spot or the
You
right
don't-
spot,
You
depending
don't
on how
have
you
to
feel.
bring that to the
Well, he
radio.
learned it. You didn't put a guardrail as far as what they can
Yeah,
and
you're
can't
like,
say.
tell us about presidential candidates.
Yeah, or what did you learn about your wife or your girlfriend?
Well, not
Let
about
that
your
man-
wet dream.
Who
Well-
cares?
Keith, what'd you
did-
learn this
he did
weekend in
learn
one
it.
sentence?
I learned that Xander Schauffele now has 13 runner-up finishes. He is not that guy on a Sunday afternoon.
No, he's not. He's not. My buddy, we were watching. He's like, every time Xander took every shot, he's putting his hand around his throat because Xander just he chokes. He does. He cannot finish
backup
on
quarterback
Sunday.
money's good too.
No. Xander's doing okay. We ain't worried about Xander's money. Greg, what'd you learn? This is our final one. What'd you learn this week in one sentence?
I learned that nobody wants Scotty Scheffler smoke.
Scotty Scheffler is
This turned into a lot of golf. Didn't
So
it, Dallas?
much
This is
golf.
set
It was
up?
a great
Whispering
tournament.
Pines is the Augusta. Xander Schauffele.
Wyndham Clark.
Scotty
This is
Scheffler.
unbelievable how much golf this. What did you learn about golf this weekend?
was
Is what
about-
we should have called it.
It was a big tournament. It was the
80
players.
if you
the
say
fifth
so.
major.
Didn't watch a shot. What, 80% at least of the calls?
Yeah,
Were
That's
golf stuff?
great.
how the hell did this happen?
That is great.
Let's get Seth or
I mean,
Gary.
this is the best one ever.
Is there anyone else we can end this on, or
No,
do you
we
think it'll
got-
turn into a golf?
We didn't get Tom talking about. We did have a wet dream.
Yeah, we didn't.
We did have a wet dream. I
That
mean,
wasn't about golf.
See, which is better,
Unless
golf
he had his
or
wet dream on a golf course.
All right. Scotty Scheffler.
I mean, I don't know where he was.
Tiger Woods
In his dream.
dominance over the field. This is
No.
Scott. Listen, I mean, stop. Tiger Woods dominance over the field. This is the best dominance over the field since Tiger.
Come on.
Yes, and Rahm wasn't this dominant over the field. Nobody since Tiger. I mean, Tiger was the best. This is since Tiger. He's the most dominant over the field.
Didn't Spieth have a run like this?
He
He did
wasn't
like.
this.
Oh, it's been about.
Spieth
would
wasn't
have been
this.
about 6 years.
Yeah, Spieth wasn't this. Listen, Scotty Scheffler is playing. He is so much better than everybody out there right now, and has been for a few years now. All right, 713-780-3776. Of course, it helps that Rahm isn't out there anymore. That certainly helps, and Cam Smith left as well. But he still is so much better than everybody. Time for me to talk about, speaking of golf, oh my gosh, what a great segment. The Chevron Championship is coming. All right, April 18th through the 21st, if you're looking for the best women golfer in the world. That's right. The best women are coming here. Listen, I was out there 3 days last year. It's awesome. They are really great players. They really, really are. Guys, take your daughters out there. Take your sons out there. If you're a golf fan, you need to be up at Carlton Woods, the Nicklaus course, and you need to be out there and watching and enjoying some of the best golf that you'll see. When they're shooting 13, 14, 15 under for the 4 days, 16 under, you know they're playing. They're playing great. And, you know, we've got the obviously we got the Houston Open coming as well, but this is the women, and they can play. They just are so good. The Chevron Championship is the first major of the year. You're going to love, I'm telling you, you're going to love the course, and you're going to love the play because they're really, really, really good. You're looking for something and a great golf right now, go to thechevronchampionship.com, thechevronchampionship.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 90. There's too much stuff going on. Did you see this Chance Comanche? This video? He was a Kings. Apparently, he was a Kings prospect, and Sacramento Kings. He was with the Stockton Kings, an NBA G League team. He and his girlfriend killed another girl, allegedly.
Oh, that was him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Followed her into her car and strangled her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Can't we just get along? Why are we doing stuff like
Can
this?
you just not kill
Can we just
so
not?
much?
Yeah.
Can we stop killing guys?
That's just is. Come on. Let's stop it. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big stories. Cougs number 1 seed. They play Longwood and then either Nebraska or Texas A&M. And down the line in the Sweet
Aggies could be a
16, they're
tougher
going to
game.
have Duke or Wisconsin. And then potentially Marquette.
Who the Aggies have?
The Aggies got Nebraska.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Aggies will win that one.
Aggies are playing good.
Aggies are playing good. Aggies scare me a little bit for Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, after the Iowa State game, I've got a little PTSD because it is weird to see a team like Houston win shooting as poorly as they do, to win at the level that they do. But now that you've lost one of your top players, your best young player, and then you don't shoot well, and now you're going to the tournament. God, the Iowa State game, I mean, they shot lights out from 3. Absolute lights out, which really concerns me because if somebody gets hot from 3, I don't know how Houston wins.
You just got to. But here's the deal: what scares me is a team that's dominant inside, and nobody. I stood next, and his name is Jaywan, by the way, Jaywan Roberts. We learned yesterday. I was with him, and I was kind of. He's not all that tall. He's really not that tall. His physicality and what he's done here at the University of Houston and the guys that he has to guard and that he's up against night in and night out, he's doing an incredible job. They really, really are going to. I think they're going to suffer with somebody with the team because they've been getting beat badly on the boards. They got beat. They got beat in every game on the defensive board side. Too many offensive rebounds by the opposing teams. Some of them are balls that are hitting the rim and bouncing up and outside. So the offensive team is getting them, but they have a real problem with size right now because they got all the injuries that they've got. I talked to Jamal. I asked Jamal Shed yesterday how his teammates responded on the plane home and yesterday before they got to the selection of the number 1 seed, and what's the aftermath of the Iowa State loss?
We put it behind us, and we've been focused on what's next. We had a team meeting today just about the selection show and what it means and what's next from us. And I think we just started to lock in and mentally prepare already.
I'm going to tell you this. I don't think it's a bad thing what happened to him. I really don't. I think it's a huge wake-up call. If they had lost a close game, it would have been awfully different. This was an embarrassment, and this was where we got to get back to work, guys. And you know what? They're going to pay attention to Kelvin this week because this is it. This is the legacy of these guys. They've got 6 games possibly to play. Every single one of them now is going to define their legacy, whether or not they get to the Sweet 16, whether or not they get to the Final Four. And they got a wake-up call on Saturday, a big wake-up call. If they would have cruised through it, dominating Iowa State like they dominated Tech and TCU, then it would have been like, oh, look how good we – now they're getting back to work. And Jaywan is going to practice. Kelvin said, no, he's going to practice. But Sampson also said the hardest thing about all these injuries, first of all, Ramon Walker might come back. But the hardest thing about all these injuries is practice. They've got nobody to practice against with size. Sed Loth is the only guy. Sed Loth has to guard Roberts and Francis if they're going to play the starters against the second team. The only guy with size is Sed Loth.
Do we not have any former NBA players who can just come in and just give some bodies? Somebody who lives here in Houston, some former NBA players do.
That's not a bad idea. I was imagining.
It really isn't. Just to kind of give them a little run through. Doesn't even have to be hard. Just somebody with some size. Is Tyson Chandler playing basketball he's done, right? Could he live here just randomly? Basketball players live in Houston randomly.
Yes.
You see them at golf courses.
Well, I see.
That's how you used to see
Nick Gerald Green on my TV. Get out there, Gerald, and help the team.
What about Nick Van Exel? Remember when you used to see him?
He doesn't have size, though.
No, but that's an example.
He's got a bowling alley.
But that's an example of a random NBA player who lived in Houston.
Right. He had a bowling alley at, oh my God, Royal Oaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
He owned it?
He owned the house on the
bowling alley at the house.
At his
he didn't have an apartment off of like Fountain View or something?
No, he actually had a beautiful, beautiful home with a bowling alley.
If Drake, can you imagine? You're going to have to save your money. This isn't going to last forever, Drake. You need to stop buying these big, expensive houses and get something more sensible. Maybe a furnished apartment.
Well, I think Drake is going to be okay. We'll see.
No, the Cougs,
right.
that is a real. That is a real issue when the Cougs' whole game is built on intensity, and you can't have intense practices because people are hurt. And you don't want anyone else hurt. So if you're playing through pain, if you're playing through, I don't want to say an injury, but you're playing with pain, you're not. Kelvin has to be very careful about practice. Has to be very careful, and yet your whole game is. Let's face it, the team's entire game is trying to turn you over, play with intensity, play in your face, and that's hard to. It's hard to practice with that level of intensity throughout the year, I think.
Right, but they are going to this week, especially after what happened. There's no question about that. 713-780-3776. Martin wants to get in here and talk some sports. What do you say, Martin?
Excuse me, but I thought this show was an ally, and y'all haven't talked women's basketball at all. So what's up with that, fellas?
Excuse me.
Texas gets a number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, the women's tournament, if you go back and look at the Final Four, there might be 1-2 in there, 1-2 seed.
It's mostly ones.
It is chalk.
Occasional twos, and that's it.
It's chalk.
Yeah.
That's basically the women's tournament, which is, yeah. Well, good luck to Texas. They're a number 1 seed. Congratulations. Maybe LSU is going to get there. We'll see whether or not LSU can get there because they're more talented, I think, than they played this year. But South Carolina is so dominant. Holy crap. That is a good basketball team. That is a really good, dominant. But yeah.
Do you think LSU will have a fist fight with South Carolina at any point during the tournament?
Gosh, would that be fun?
Like not even with teams. Like maybe if they just see each other or regional and just start scrapping in the stands. Kim Mulkey is out there kicking, pulling hair. Is there any? I feel like there's a chance that they could fight somebody on site. I feel like Kim Mulkey. Do you think Kim Mulkey has ever used the phrase on site, Del?
No.
You don't?
I don't think no, that's a little bit beyond her prime.
She's heard her teammates say it's on site.
But
if I see
country.
her.
I don't know if she's saying on site. I think she would say something else.
Okay.
She'd be polite, but it's fake politeness because that feels like Kim Mulkey's bag. And then she would say something very southern and down home, but all it means is I'm going to punch you in the face if you don't back up.
What does on site mean?
It's pretty much as soon as I see you, we're going to fight. It's pretty much what it means.
It's on site. Means as soon as you see somebody, they're going to fight.
That's Saquon and Tiki?
Well, he didn't go that far.
He did say, said, don't be.
But he didn't say it's on site.
Give me that fake smile, he told him.
Right. But on site is a very, our man Tony, our guy Concept Mayhem, he already said it's on site with somebody that you and I both know if he ever sees this person.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's what me.
I don't know if it's still on site, but it was on site. He did put it in on site designation.
How long ago?
And this was several years ago. He's I don't want to give too much away. I'll tell you guys during the break.
That's me and Yanni on site. As soon as I see his ass.
You guys are in a group.
Yanni?
You guys are in a group where one
we'll
guy
go.
buys another guy jeans. So you guys aren't fighting.
We'll go. No, we'll go. 713-780-3776.
It's on site with Dell and a spicy chicken sandwich.
I'm not gonna
with
fight
Ryan
it.
Lashane. Lashane sees Dell.
Yeah, it's on site with him.
It's on site with him.
Yeah, all that slander. You're talking about something he doesn't even have.
Well, he
been
tried it.
reckless
He
with his
tried it, and
chicken
he realized he was doing a bad
Chicken
job.
sandwich during the pandemic when people were doing drive-throughs. Say, hey, tell that bozo that I don't have chicken sandwiches anymore.
Yeah, because he tried it, and it was
Wrong.
Wow.
And you never even had it.
Wow.
all I know. Well,
Wow.
if he's using some spicy chipotle aioli for it, then I know it's terrible.
Egregious. Time to talk about Craig
Step up, infuse
Day.
that thing.
Surf.
Craig de Surf of the serfdom. I don't know exactly what the last name means. I think it means car experience because he has been experienced in the car industry. The great thing about him is when he worked at David Taylor, where he was I actually spent a lot of time, my son Alec and I, when Alec was going shopping for his first car, he just got a new Buick Envision, and I've been telling you guys about this deal, and it was phenomenal. I mean, the lease option we got for 39 months was absolutely incredible, but it's available to everyone right now, so you should check it out. But I was talking to Craig about his experience. He was a really good bodybuilder, and he was living in California, hanging out with Lee Labrada, and he'd see Schwarzenegger in gyms and stuff like that. He's got some amazing stories. But he came back, and David Taylor, Mr. Taylor, wanted him to come sell cars, and right off the bat, Craig was incredible. And what made him incredible, it's not being a pushy person. It's being someone who cares about what the car buyer wants, because that's ultimately what people want is they want to get a new car, but they don't want you in their business. They don't want you always pressuring them. And so when he has people sell cars for him at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton right now, it is always going to be the same thing. You are going to care about what the car buyer wants. You're going to look for deals that they want, whether it's lease or purchase. You don't push anything that you want to push on them. This is about their experience. And that's what's really, truly made the difference. Why their customer service satisfaction is always top of the food chart. Like, it's the very best in car buying year in and year out, and all the dealerships in and around the city of Houston. Experience it for yourself. You can start the experience online at lantzcars.com, but more trade-in value, better incentives, and the selection and the service that you have come to expect from a top-end dealership like Gulf Coast Chevy, GMC, and Buick. They will take care of you. Make sure that your next vehicle comes from the Angleton store at lantzcars.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Time for me to talk, not talk to you, Lance. It's time for me to talk to the people about
Jordan
Houston
Spieth.
Safe and Lock.
Oh.
Houston Safe and Lock is the place to go get your safe on. It's the place to go if you've got any lock issues. If you got a lock issue at your house, then you got some kind of a problem. If you need to change the locks, that's okay. I mean, you got to get it done. You got to get it done. And people to do it are Houston Safe and Lock. They'll come to your home and they'll change them all. And they'll get you the Medico. It's probably the most trusted brand in locks in that nobody can make a replacement key. Nobody can just go and get a key made, okay? They just can't do it. You have to do it, okay? And you have to do it through Houston Safe and Lock. Rekeying, master key systems, access control systems, smart lock installation. All this stuff is when you have a business and you want to use fobs, fine. You want to use cell phones, fine. You can do it all, and Houston Safe and Lock is going to tell you the best way. Derek DeSola is an expert in all of this stuff in safes and locks, and he is going to walk you through this stuff, exactly what you need for your business or your residence. 713-522-5555, 713-522-5555, or 975safe.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. What a big weekend. The Cougs, I mean, I'm going to tell you what. Cougs, great. I mean, it wasn't great with Iowa State. But the Rockets are playing great. And you know what? It does beg the question, and people are asking it now. Why are they playing so well without Alpy?
Yeah, but, well, one of the reasons is because
I'm not saying that they're a better team without Alpy, but they're just playing better.
Because you take shots off of you change everyone's role a little bit. The problem is I don't think it's the right collection of players. So, and I don't think this team is better subtracting Alperen Şengün, not in the long run. So I just think that when you think about it, okay, Jalen Green takes on a little different role now, right? Because the ball doesn't go to Alperen as much. So do you want to tell me you want to stick with Jalen Green ball and just move on from Alperen Şengün? Because can you truly – you could do this, but you're done. Okay, you're done. You're locked in. If you have two max dollar guys, those are your two superstars you're building around. You don't have a lot of freedom after that. So are you good with Alperen and Jalen as your two superstars at max dollar deals?
Listen, doing it against Washington is one thing. Doing it against the Cavs is another. They played great basketball against the Cavs.
Yeah, they did.
There is a reason that it's more free-flowing right now. And maybe it's because Amen is on the court more. I don't know.
I think Jalen is just playing really good ball.
Jalen's playing great.
Jalen's playing really good ball. And
but you know what? Jabari was filling it up as well. Amen was filling it up as well. Van Vliet, 16 assists, 1 turnover.
Dude, go look.
The game before was even better.
Go look at Amen Thompson's rebounds every game.
Yeah.
Rebounds, steals.
Well, not only his, but Jalen's too. Because and that was the conversation at halftime between Vanessa and one of the assistant coaches is why is Jalen so and look at the rebounds that Jalen's getting. And the coach said, we know that Jalen is playing well when he's rebounding. He's more focused because he seems to be in the right positions. We know that he is on his game at his best when he's rebounding. And he had 11 boards against the Cavs. 11 led the team in rebounds. Jalen, a guard. Amen with 8. Those were the top two. The top 2 rebounders.
But Amen's box score every game, blocks, steals, rebounds. The hustle plays, all the hustle plays. You go look at his game log, and I guarantee you just see numbers that say hustle plays, and it facilitates transition plays. It facilitates second shots. Like when you have Amen Thompson is a plus player. Like he's going to be a plus. When he's on the court, good things are going to happen more than when he's not on the court. This is going to end up being a great pick by Rafael Stone. A great pick.
I think it helps to have Fred VanVleet because here's the deal. Amen had zero assists the other day. He had so many gimmies with Fred VanVleet running the offense. And, maybe Alpi not being there has opened up the inside. Do you know how many dunks they had? Do you know how many chippies they had because the lane wasn't clogged? It really did. Amen, he had 18 points on 8 of 11 shooting. It was because everything was around the basket. He didn't even take a three.
I want to balance out how great this is and how fun it is. What I don't want is people to start making dumb assumptions that, maybe they just don't need any big and just play a free flow. It's going to lose. That's what.
Yeah.
It's going to be losing football. Losing basketball. You've got to have Alperen Şengün, and you either have to find the right way. I just think it's going to be hard to have Whitmore, VanVleet, Amen, Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Jabari, Dylan Brooks. Like, you subtract one of those players out, and everyone gets a little bit more of everything.
Well, Whitmore hasn't been there. Alpi hasn't
Which
been
is
there.
a good thing, right? And that's giving these guys more of a chance to get. Like, I just think that it's like having 3 running backs, but none of them can get enough carries to get into a rhythm.
Yep.
I think that's part of the problem, and I don't think the solution is subtracting Alperen Şengün in the long term. That guy has MVP caliber
that's
talent.
not going to happen. That's not happening. It's just interesting to see how well they're playing right now.
It is, and,
really
and Jalen has just been terrific. And I look at Jalen as, look, he's either really helping really helping the Rockets' trade value, or he is potentially giving Ime something to think about in terms of how he wants this team to look moving forward. Because maybe it is with Jalen Green being the number 2 guy, the clear-cut number 2 guy. And Fred VanVleet's not going to be here for less. Look, the Rockets can get away from Fred VanVleet after next year. Amen Thompson. So all of a sudden now you got Amen Thompson, Jalen Green. Now, is Amen a guy that can I watch a lot of reels, John, and I watch a lot of Dale, you watch reels sometimes, right?
I don't.
And TikToks.
It's not my thing.
I tell you who this team could use, who really sets people up, is White Chocolate Jason Williams.
What?
If you could get White Chocolate out of retirement, the way that he sets people up for easy baskets, I saw a lot of
unlikely
greatest hits from him and a lot of highlight reel stuff. Maybe they need to go after, on a minimum deal, White Chocolate.
You think this team needs a 40-something-year-old point guard? Is that what you think would help the team?
Or Steve Nash was a good distributor too.
Yeah, they could use Steve Nash now to coach him.
This version of Steve Nash, or you mean like MVP Steve Nash?
Probably more like an MVP Steve Nash. And really, actually, I never wanted to have White Chocolate on my team because it was hard to win at the highest
NBA
level
champion,
with White Chocolate.
the NBA champion Jason Williams.
Wait. Who did he win an NBA championship with?
He was on the 2006 Miami Heat team that beat Dallas.
Oh, he was on that team. Did he start or come off the bench?
I believe he was the starting point guard.
Everyone has to rescue Dwayne Wade for him to win championships.
Yes, Jason. Yes.
Let's get Shaq and White Chocolate in.
You mean the MVP of that final series, Dwayne Wade?
Because he had Shaq and White Chocolate. Let's get Chris Bosh. What a fake top 50 player Dwayne Wade was.
Yeah, I know you love Harden. We understand. Jason Williams made news most recently for telling Brian Windhorst he couldn't talk about Ja Morant in any way because of how fat Windhorst's neck was. He said, if your neck is as fat as that, you can't talk about basketball.
No, I never heard that.
Look at his neck. He can't criticize anyone.
I never heard look at his neck.
That's what he said.
That is true.
That man is Wendy. His name is Wendy. You're doing podcasts. That's Wendy. He's over there. Used to be best friends with LeBron.
What do we got for Ship Talk this week?
We got a lot of angry coaches.
Angry coaches.
Tom Crean about coaching, about actual coaches.
Yeah. He was mad about the NIT.
We've got Kim English talking about analytics. We've got Jurgen Klopp, the Liverpool manager, upset about a question. He criticizes how a reporter looks at one point in his 40 seconds ranting.
Why are all the media taking bullets now?
I don't know. The Rock does a song in Memphis and insults John Morant.
Oh, I watched it.
Oh,
I watched it. My son Snacks and Marty had it on for Raw.
And we've got someone who probably went to the John Granado School of Talking to Women.
Oh,
nice. He's going to be really nice to him.
Well, that's one approach.
Well, we'll get to that on the other side, but first we got Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy is, hey, listen, I know the tournament is coming up. It's coming up this week. Did you know that you could have been playing every single game during the conference tournaments? You could have been playing Underdog with high or low on the Pick'em Challenge. On the Pick'em Challenge, first thing you do is you download the app at Underdog Fantasy. Download the app, and then you use promo code Lance, and you are going to use that promo code to sign up and make your first deposit. Your first deposit with promo code Lance is going to get you double the amount that you put in there, as low as $10 and goes up to $100. So if you put $100 in, you're going to have $200 sitting there for you to play with. You're not going to be able to just take it out. You got to play it. But I mean, that's free money they're giving you. And why don't you use it to win even more? You can win 100 times your original play, and it's actually not that hard to get to the 100 times multiplier. You just have to get some of those boosters in there. You go with double-doubles. Is this player going to have a double-double? Is this player going to make a three-pointer? Is this player going to have, over 12.5 rebounds? And you go higher on those, and you hit those boosters, and you can get up to 100 times your original play, which is amazing. Make sure that you are playing along with your tournament games and your NBA games with our friends over at Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 years or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for Ship Talk. Talking ship.
Yep, as we talked about before we went to break, a lot of coaches upset. Some of it has to do with the NCAA tournament. We'll hear from a couple guys on that, but we're going to start with Jurgen Klopp. He is the manager for Liverpool. They were in the FA Cup, and I say they were in it because they lost to Manchester United in a really great match. Went to extra time. Man, you won it 4-3, I believe, was the final on that.
Liverpool sucks.
you're an Everton fan, so of course you hate them. But this is Jurgen Klopp, their manager. Liverpool's going to try to win like 4 or 5 titles. Well, they missed out on this one, and this is a reporter who was relatively reasonable asking him questions, and Jurgen Klopp didn't like it.
Normally,
You're
porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
He just random, and the guy's not really out of shape, maybe compared to a soccer player, maybe, but
you're not in the and I don't have time for you.
I don't think.
Why are you so provoked?
I don't think any question he asked was out of line.
No.
For Liverpool,
obviously he's got some kind. He knows that guy. He doesn't
it's
like
a bit
him.
of a stupid question.
I don't like. I was like, wow. Relax.
But you thought it was good, but it is bad.
But obviously you thought
that
was good, and look at
porky.
you flawed ass, fat ass, porky.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
If y'all hear that and you wonder where it came from, it's a self-help guru who was telling this to a child.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
It was just a reporter.
It was a reporter?
It was on a morning show.
It was like a talk show or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
talk
it's a
show.
morning show host. That's right.
The kid's sitting there. And he said, "What did the kids on the playground call
and
you?"
And the kid said, "I don't know, chubby and that's porky." And he just
and the guy just added on.
Porky,
he's like, "Do they call
hog,
you these things?"
Fat ass, double wide, butterball.
And apparently, if you're a reporter asking Klopp a question after a tough loss,
you better be fit, as they say.
Yes.
Well, don't accuse
your fitness level better be high if you're going to ask a question.
Don't accuse his team of not being fit in the final stages of a match. We're going to move on to another coach. Kim English is the coach of Providence, a new coach. I think he took over Red Cooley.
You want to talk about Black Twitter now, Dell? You introduced me to Kim English, and you and I did some stuff.
Yes, we can get to that later if we so choose, but this is actually about basketball. Kim English was asked about the Big East only getting like 3 teams in the tournament,
which is a ripoff.
Which is certainly Big East people think so, as compared to other conferences. Here's Kim English being very matter of fact.
Right? I think you could schedule bad teams in your non-league and beat the snot out of them and beat them by 50 and 60. And I think coaching for so long has been a gentleman agreement. I mean, you have a large lead at the end of the game. You know, for health reasons, you take guys out to get some other guys opportunities to play. You take guys out. But right now, it might be a change in college basketball, where beating teams by scheduling to beat teams by 40 and 50 might be a thing to do. But when you get into this league, the analytics aren't going to look very good in league.
So St. John's, Providence, Seton Hall, all didn't make it, and the Big East is quite upset. They think their conference is really good.
Well, Ken Palm has it as the second best conference in the country.
And this is what they're complaining about. How can
and they only got 3 teams, and all 3 are top 3 or better seeds.
This is what we're saying. The top 3 are really great, and you thought, who else are they playing?
Are you telling me that 13-7 Seton Hall? I read a piece. Indiana State got ripped off because they are the highest
net rating ever.
Net rating ever that didn't make the
29,
tournament.
I think.
28.
28, okay.
But Seton Hall was thought to be the most egregious.
Yes.
So I mean, I can certainly see he's a bit pissed.
Yes.
Yeah. He's gonna light people up next year.
Probably. Now we go to Tom Crean. Tom Crean no longer coaching, but he is active on ESPN. So he was on the shows yesterday, and he's calling out coaches who didn't make the NCAA tournament but are opting out of the NIT. Oklahoma did that. I think St. John's told, hey, don't invite us. Oklahoma did it as well. Here's Tom Crean on that subject.
There's no question about it. I would want to coach. I would want to develop my team. You've got bigger staffs than you've ever had. There's plenty of time for the portal. There's plenty of time to talk to recruits. There's plenty of time to negotiate NIL deals. There's not plenty of time to play. There's not plenty of time to get your players on the floor and give them a chance to get better. There's not plenty of time for guys to continue to play that may never get to play again. And that, to me, is absolutely ridiculous. It's each coach's choice. I get it. But if you take away a chance to play the games, to put your team on the floor, let them opt out. All right, the bowl season has it all the time. Let it happen. Who cares? Give your players and coaches a chance to keep coaching and playing, and don't shortchange. If a guy doesn't want to play, go sit down. If a coach doesn't want to coach, go recruit. But there's got to be enough people to put 5, 6, 7 people on the floor and go play. Makes absolutely zero sense to me.
I agree with him. There's a lot of coaches that'll accept bowls to lower bowls, and they're beneath them. But you know what? You get all that practice time, as opposed to everybody just going away and not getting any better. You're going to get better if you're in the NIT. I mean, and especially I feel bad for the guys that are the seniors that are like, oh, wait, we could go and I could play some more and I get to play, but I'm done now. Is it because you don't feel like playing, Coach?
Why don't you give your players a vote? This is player empowerment era. Just say, do you guys want to go or not?
No, if you don't want to go, listen, we're going to accept. And if you don't want, just like Tom Crean said, you don't want to play, then go. If we got 5, 6, 7 guys, we'll go play.
But what if people opt out later, too? They say, you know what, I don't want to. Because remember that happened with Florida State in the bowl game, that a bunch of people, more and more players started opting out later and later, and then they got beat by 50 or whatever by Georgia.
Yeah, 60 or whatever it was, whatever.
What if you opt out later and later and later,
Well,
and all
this
of a
is
sudden
basketball,
you go from
so that's different. Because
9
they had
players.
enough players. Whether or not you'd have enough players is a
Now,
question.
you start the NIT pretty
But
fast.
if the kid tells you, yeah, I want to play, then he's going to play. I mean,
yeah, the NIT starts before the tournament starts.
Yeah, it starts pretty fast. So
it starts
not that
Tuesday,
same-
right?
I think it might start the same day as the first 4 stuff.
Tuesday.
Oh, I think it starts Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, and it's a home game or a road
Yeah,
game.
no one cares about the NIT.
I mean, you know what? No, but he's right. You're not getting better as a program by not playing. You're just not. You're not getting
But
better.
in this day and age of so much portal stuff, is this kind of going to become an old argument? Like, you need these extra practice for. It's like having an additional spring practice where we start making that argument for bowls. We're having the portal numbers are astonishing for these.
Well,
teams.
Regardless, the kid's getting better. Whether he's going to be at your school or somewhere else, the kid's getting better. The coaches getting. And if you're a head coach and don't want to coach, let your assistant coach. You know what? I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with
But
you.
how many teams have opted out of the NIT? Is it a bunch?
Oklahoma, St. John's, they just said, hey, don't even invite us.
Yeah, because they're not trying to play in the NIT.
Why
the
not?
Players probably we want time off. We're trying to get back to class.
Well, we don't know that. We just know that they decided not to.
They're trying to get back to class.
Sure.
Yeah, you're probably
that's how it
right.
goes.
Student athletes. I'm sorry, they're not student athletes.
You know what? Those kids are probably like, man, I got so much to do right now.
Well, look at this. They've
So
been
much-
jammed up because the conference tournament. They got papers that are due.
Yes,
You're coming up on the end of the
sure.
semester. They're like, well, Coach, we're not going
Are
to
we
go
at
play
midterms?
again.
Are we getting close to midterms?
I have
No,
no
we're
idea.
past midterms.
We got a couple more here. We're going to go with The Rock. The Rock was in Memphis, and depending on what city he's in, he'll play to the crowd. But apparently he's in a heel phase because he's going after Seth Rollins. I don't really know. I know who that is, but I don't know the context of this. He's going after Seth Rollins, and he somehow turns it into a John Morant insult.
No wonder that your wife's more popular
This is
than
about Seth
you.
Rollins.
You're so damn desperate to make them all cheer, but The Rock is gonna take that title, disappear. You're simply an embarrassment, son. Just like John Morant when he's waving a gun. I love you, John.
He's in Memphis, and they
He
flash
says, "I love you, John."
after he drops it.
because he doesn't want to get shot by
Somebody
his
else
boys.
wrote that.
Well-
That's why. He
Well,
had to
they
sing it.
they put up on the big screen Ja with the gun.
It's a picture of
They
John.
did?
Yeah.
Yes.
I saw. Yeah, he's doing this.
Uh-huh.
It's just a picture of John. The fans started to kind of
I
laugh,
think-
but then some of them were kind of booing him a
Hey,
little
wait a
bit.
minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's hard
And they
cut.
had a guy with a guitar and he had
A
two young guys with a
harmonica?
guitar and a harmonica. They're playing next to him. Yeah, he went after John Morant.
And our final one here is, like I said, this might remind you of John if he was a representative. This is Republican. I gotta find this guy's name. They're at it like just maybe Jean Dormick. He is a representative, and he's talking to. Well, she'll tell you what she does, and then you'll hear him respond as if he didn't hear a word she said.
My name is Laura Hayner, and I'm a Minnesota resident and a Minneapolis-based pilot for Delta Airlines.
Miss Hayner, is that correct?
Yes.
So can you tell me what a typical work week looks like for you as a stewardess? How does
I'm a first officer for Delta.
Pardon me?
I'm a pilot for Delta.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I
don't know why I said that. I'm so sorry.
We know why you said it.
Wow.
We know why you said it.
She just told you pilot right in your face. By the way, they're not called stewardesses
Well,
anymore?
this is why it's almost
I don't
a
find
representative
it,
of John, because he does that too.
Yeah.
I could see where he'd, make that
Of
mistake.
course
calls
you
them
would.
sky waitresses.
Well, he's done that in the past, but stewardess is his go-to.
Yeah.
Well, he wanted to know, how do you make the sandwiches first before the
She's
flight?
a pilot. She told you.
Well, if she was, a waitress.
But she's not a waitress. Listen, it's pretty clear.
My name is Laura Hayner, and I'm a Minnesota resident and a Minneapolis-based pilot for Delta Airlines.
Miss Hayner, is that correct?
Yes.
So can you tell me what a typical work week looks like for you as a stewardess?
What are we doing? John, that's you.
I guess not paying attention
Not at all. He barely
didn't pay attention
Did
to
he
her
break
name.
out the sandwich plan?
He barely knew.
How did you make these?
Point to
at
the
what-
bread.
Yes. At what point? What
What
in
is
what
your week
order
like? Yeah.
did you
Do you decide multigrain,
mayonnaise on first?
sourdough?
What's a typical
Can you
work
tell
week?
me do you like to put on your condiments one at a time, take them out of the refrigerator? Do you get everything
right.
out at the side?
What happens?
I'm sorry, I'm a pilot?
What happens? What happens when you
Okay,
get a
yeah.
seam in your stocking? Do you carry extras in your pantyhose? What happens?
I'm sorry, I'm a pilot.
Oh,
Okay, and this is still, even as a pilot, what do you like?
but you're not the first pilot, right? You're
like, do you have time to take the kids to school, or you have a
Well, that
nanny?
is a legitimate question as a pilot or as a stewardess.
Yeah, but when the man when the man's flying the plane, do you help out the flight attendants just because when they need help? Because I know you're not
Right.
actually flying.
Right, you're a co-pilot, right?
Co-pilot, right?
Okay.
Like if he needs to take a nap, maybe you take control, right?
No, I'm the primary. I am one of the primary pilots.
Couldn't possibly be.
Well, but did you work your way up from being a stewardess, or
I don't think that's how
what's that? Do you start at the lowest? Do you do baggage first and then stewardess?
I don't
And
think
then,
that's how that
How
works.
does that work? No, you don't
What's
actually.
this?
It's not an inter aerospace program where you work your way up from flight handler. Did you ever have to work where they say, okay, in flight 275, we're going to board 1K passengers and military personnel? Did you ever do that?
I've always wondered, how did you keep those towels so fresh and hot? I fly the plane.
All right.
Why do I not have the ability to connect through internet on all of my flights? Like, what's the cutoff? And when do you serve first class food? I've noticed that 2 hour and 20-minute flights, I'm not getting my food. It's just those snacks. And can you guys improve? I'm a pilot. Well, can you tell the stewardesses that I'd like better snacks then?
We
at
don't
least?
call them stewardesses, sir. That's not a name we use anymore.
Stewards. I'll be gender neutral. Stewards.
All right, we got to break it here. 713-780-3776 to get in here with us. Right now, I'm talking about HR&P. Those are my peeps over at HR&P. They're, listen, they're here for you. They know their business. You know your business. You know what's making you successful. You know what's growing your business. Whatever you're growing. Your business is not payroll, okay? You don't know payroll as well as they do. You know your business, and you have grown it, and you have grown into 15, 25, 30, 40, 80 employees, whatever it is, and your business has grown. And, well, maybe you do have a payroll company. Maybe you're not completely satisfied with them. Maybe you think, maybe we should look at this thing to see whether or not this payroll company is as good and as economical as we think. Let HR&P come in, take a look at your business, and tell you how they can save you money, okay? And listen, they're going to do payroll. They're going to do HR. They're going to help you with your taxes, but they ain't doing 401ks. They're giving you choices on that stuff. You know what? You still got the administrative stuff that they'll take care of, but they're not selling 401ks or insurance plans. That's not their business. Their business is making sure that you get your payroll and HR at the best cost they can possibly give you. This is happening every single day. Take a look at your business and see if you can save money. Oh, it all goes to the bottom line at hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
My daughter is listening.
Oh, I bet she's proud.
Yeah. She said, you know what my favorite part of this bit is? You're the one that picked us up from school. You made us snacks, and you cooked our dinner.
I know. So why do you act like a tough guy when you were the steward?
I was the steward. Yeah,
You're the flight
I was
attendant.
the steward of the family. Yeah.
With a cute little kerchief on. And
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I made the sandwiches in our house, and I still do.
Why don't you be real? John, why don't you just be real?
I am being real.
Why don't you be
it's
real?
not an insult to me if you're the sandwich maker in the house. It's not an insult.
Well, maybe
I'm the sandwich maker in our house.
Well, maybe change the tone when you say sandwich maker. In fact, I don't know if a sandwich maker can sound positive at all.
It doesn't sound
Why?
positive.
Maybe
I'm the sandwich maker.
Maybe call
in our
yourself
house
a caregiver
and proud of it.
a homemaker.
I
Maybe,
am.
How about that?
I am a homemaker. You're damn right. I made a wonderful home for our family.
There it is.
I cooked steaks for our family last night. I'm a wonderful homemaker. Yeah, that's right. And I don't think that it's an insult. So whenever I say it about a woman, I'm complimenting her.
No, the way you say it.
No.
It doesn't sound positive when you say it.
So Keenan Allen said this at his press conference with the Bears as his acceptance speech. I only had like two teams that had interest, Jets and Houston. So they would have had to pay him $18.1 million this season in the final year of a 4-year, $80 million contract. The Texans looked like they were willing to do that. They have I think it's like $19 million left, but they want to keep some. I can see why this trade with Keenan Allen didn't work out. I could, however, see something else happen. Or, at the very least, wide receiver is going to be a target in the draft.
For the Chargers or for the Texans? Oh, because for the Chargers, it has to be.
It has to be.
For the Texans, yeah, they know they need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
They don't have a third wide receiver. They don't have an outside guy. Even if you're on tank outside, which you're not going to do full time, who's the slot? Like, who's your third guy? Is it really Robert Woods? Is it Noah Brown? I feel like those are wide receiver 4 and 5. Robert Woods is a wide receiver 4 who right now would be forced into a 3. Noah Brown is a 5 who'd be forced into a 4. Like, yeah, it's not done. They're not done.
Yeah.
They're not done. They're going to draft a wide receiver. When? I don't know. Would you draft a running back now?
Yeah, later.
You'd still draft one?
Yeah.
Joe Mixon, were you surprised that they gave him an extension?
Yeah.
That came Friday, too, when we were off.
No, we talked
Or was
about
it Thursday? Did we talk about it?
Yeah, we talked
okay,
about it.
okay.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised by the extension.
That was very surprising. Very surprising.
You still have Damian Pierce on a rookie contract. That's fine. But you clearly had no confidence in him last year. You are going to have to get now I think they're going to get a veteran. I think they'll get a cheap veteran.
There will be somebody on the street.
There'll be a
that's
cheap
okay.
veteran, yeah, who they get. So I think they'll do that. They could draft running back, but I think they really need to focus on adding to their safety spot. I don't think they're done at cornerback because you've got guys like I would hate to believe that they think that they have that Mike Ford and Jeff Okudah, one of those two are going to be starters at cornerback. That doesn't feel like we're done. Those guys should compete
at
for playing time.
$4.5 million though.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, aren't they both getting in that neighborhood?
I don't know the Ford's. I forget what.
I know Okudah is, but I wanted to say Mike Ford had something similar to that.
Whatever. Jeff Okudah getting $4.5 million tells me he's probably going to be a starter.
So it's a 4.5 2-year deal.
They're not spending a lot of money in their secondary right now. Petrie, rookie scale. Stingley, rookie scale. Okudah at 4.5 is not
still cheap.
a lot.
No, they could absolutely make cornerback.
No, Steven Nelson made more than that last year.
They could absolutely make cornerback. One of their priorities.
Yeah. They still need a tackle.
But by getting out of
defensive
pick
tackle.
Well, by getting out of pick 23, did that happen while we were on the air?
Yeah. Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. By getting out of pick 23 and moving out of the first round. So at pick 23, there wasn't really a defensive tackle there. Like, it didn't really line up. There wasn't a wide receiver there because Brian Thomas is going to get off the board. There are guys you could have reached on a little bit. They actually in more of a position to draft the players of need. Like, a defensive tackle makes more sense with Minnesota's first pick of the second round. It actually makes more sense for and Minnesota clearly is going to package, I think, and I talked to a quarterback coach over the weekend. Dude, he loves J.J. McCarthy. He thinks, and his team does not need a quarterback. And we went through all the quarterbacks, and he said, look, NFL people who are coordinators and position coaches, they're going to see things that he does that fans are not going to see in terms of, and he said this. I said, what is it specifically? I said, because I look at McCarthy and I see good. I don't see great. A lot of fans don't see it. Media. He goes, here's what I see. He goes, he'll go through his progressions and he knows you can tell he knows he has a high-low on the back side. And if he doesn't like the look he has on the front side with his first two, he'll go immediately to look 3. And he said, that's a veteran move. When he was going through all this, and this stuff I never would have known. I never would have known any of this. He said he will get to check downs, and he said most people don't like it if you check down. Like, people look at it negatively. But when the coverage, when your play call against the coverage is not going to give you a look, it's better to get to the check down quicker so Blake Corum or Donovan Edwards can have some room to run against there. He said he'll get to a check down with a running back who's actually still in motion. Like, he started running through all these things, and then he talked about Bo Nix. He goes, Bo Nix had the best tape in Jaden Daniels without question, but Bo Nix is a good player. He's smart, doesn't have the juice in the arm, blah, blah, blah. He's going to be a good. Now, here's the difference. Here's what he said, and this is what you say when you're a team guy. He's going to be a good rotational starter who will eventually become a really good backup in the league. That's just an honest assessment. That's not trying to jackhammer a guy into the first round because that's how he sees that quarterback. And you know what? If you think about it, that's how these guys are. Look at the 2021 draft. Look at the 2000 and 22 draft with Malik Willis and Matt Corral and Kenny Pickett. A disaster. 21 turning into a disaster.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of backups.
Yeah.
And we've got a gap because of the 22 draft and the 21 draft. We're now because all these are misses, we're starting to have a bigger gap again about, hey, it's a lot more teams need quarterbacks than we thought they were going to. We thought a lot of guys had all right, well, New England's got to figure it out. They got Mac Jones. We said that at one time. Okay, Justin Fields is there. Trey Lance is there. Zach Wilson's in New York. We'll see what happens. Trevor Lawrence, no problem. It looked like all these teams had solved their quarterback problems. Not even
none
close.
of them. I don't even think Jaguars have solved their problem. Who is that? It's on there. Gilbert?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Well, because I was out there and Lexi goes, "Hi, Gilbert."
Oh,
It's
yeah.
when she's answering phones, and I just looked at her, and she just kind of smiled and looked at me knowingly as somebody who has taken many, many calls from Gilbert.
Time to talk about QC of Kinetics.
QC Kinetics. You hear a lot of the recorded spots from former athletes, Bobby Carpenter, Ezekiel Elliott. When it comes to QC Kinetics, what they do is they work for and with people who have chronic joint pain, the arthritis that sets in. I mean, when you're waking up in the middle of the night because you really can't get much sleep because you're so, you're in so much pain, you're woken up by your pain in your, in your knee or in your wrist or in your back, your shoulder, your hip, it's no good. The first thing you're going to look for is a new bed to make sure you get the comfort and support that you need. And then you're saying it's still not making any difference and it's hurting throughout the day. The chances are you would really benefit with QC Kinetics. What they do is they take the body's healing power, they extract it, they concentrate it, they put it back into your joints, and the difference is astonishing. The inflammation begins to subside. You start to regrow and regenerate damaged or lost tissue in that joint. That's what causes so much of the pain. And once your pain has subsided, and that happens after a single treatment, you could get better after two. Many people are all the way better to where their pain has reduced substantially and their mobility improves and they're doing things that they love to do outdoors. Make sure that you have my friends from QC Kinetics on your side. Go to QCkinetics.com. Find one of the 4 locations near you. It's QCkinetics.com.
All right. I got to talk about free reign right now. Matter of fact, you're getting some. You are getting some free reign.
Nice.
I mean, is it not great? It really, really.
It was excellent.
It's a difference maker. It really is. You are going to wake up every single day, slow roasted, small batches, unbeatably smooth coffee. It's got that deep, rich flavor. I love the Texas pecan. You want to start your day, and they love first responders. They love country. They love community. I mean, it's in San Angelo. It's Rip Kohlhauser from Yellowstone. Get up and get after it. It will start it's a great way to start your day. It is free reign. 975coffee.com. Put in promo code ESPN20 and you're going to get 20% off. I'm telling you, this is the best coffee that I've ever had. I've just put in my order for more. I'm getting more Texas pecan. You will too. I'm telling you, this is going to be your coffee, be it with coffee grounds or Keurig, however you want it. You want the beans and roasted, grind it yourself. You can do that as well. It's all at 975coffee.com. But make sure you put in ESPN20 for 20% off.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, 904 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Is that Gilbert up there? Let's get Gilbert in here. It's his thoughts on the Cougs. What do you say, Gilbert?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good. We thought you called a little bit earlier, but that wasn't you. Somebody sounded like you a little bit.
I got bad news to tell you anyway.
Oh, no. What happened?
What happened, I don't think the Cougars going to make it to the Final Four. They're going to be exiting earlier anyway.
You don't think they're going to make it to the Final
Gilbert?
You don't think they're going to make it to the Final Four?
He said he had bad news for you.
I know.
What's
ESPN Futurecast anyway.
ESPN Future.
They're out of it after the second week before they go to Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay, we got it. This is a live Gilbert now.
Yeah.
He's fully awake. He's fully lucid. I want to dig into this. Now, what were you talking about? ESPN Futurecast?
I got that channel anyway. ESPN Futurecast.
ESPN Futurecast channel.
You don't
okay.
get it, but I get it anyway.
Okay, yeah, I don't get it.
So you can see the future on this?
What?
You can see the future?
Yeah, I see the future from here. I think the Cougars going to make it all the way out anyway.
How far do they make it?
What's your opinion?
Well, I mean, I don't have a future. You even said you don't have a future cast.
You have the future cast. We don't. You tell us.
Well, I tell you, they fall about 10 points below par anyway. They didn't make it to the Final Four in Houston last year,
No, it's it's right.
How you gonna do that anyway? Tell me that.
No, I can't. That's a good point. I can't tell you any. No, you made a good point. Do you have a feel? Can you look at Futurecast and tell me who's going to? I'd love to know, like, who's going to win. Like, does Futurecast say who's going to win?
Yeah.
Well, can I know? Like, who's going to win it all?
Well, Alexa knows probably.
Who?
Alexa.
Oh, well, can you ask Alexa?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
A long time ago, last week.
No, but ask Alexa right now who's going to win the national championship in basketball.
Well, anyway, so you would call and tell you about that anyway.
No, hold on. I need to know about Futurecast. What do you find out from ESPN Futurecast?
What'd you say?
What do you find out when you're looking at your channel that only you have and I don't have, ESPN Futurecast? What do you learn from it?
Well, I just get different channels on cable.
This is deteriorated. Yeah. This call has gone downhill.
Well, Gilbert, you knew Houston's not going to go forward from Futurecast, but I asked you who is going to win.
You go to the Final Four last year. And,
I know
they did not.
You made a fair point. Yeah. I know you keep making that point, and it's a valid one. I can't I can't counter that point. They didn't, and it was right here in Houston, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yep. That's it. That's pretty good.
How do you feel, Lance? Do you feel like a
Hey,
lawyer?
John, I want to ask you a question, John.
Yeah, go ahead,
Here we go.
Gilbert.
You shut up, Gilbert. I mean, not Gilbert.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm
Gilbert.
sorry, Dell. I meant Dell.
Wendy,
What's
is she a good cook?
Wendy? Is she a good cook?
She's a good cook.
Yeah, she's a good cook.
Is she a good cooker?
Pardon me?
Wendy, is she a good cook?
She is a good cook. She makes great
hold on.
etouffee and gumbo, but that's about all
Let
she
him-
cooks.
let him
I do
ask-
the rest of the cooking.
Let him ask his next question.
Why do you want to know?
I might put her on the cooking channel probably.
You're going to put her on the cooking channel?
Yeah.
You have that type of power?
He is on one today.
Yeah.
Are you an executive at the Food Network?
I think
Probably, yeah.
Probably.
Food Network, probably.
Probably.
you want her on your future channel?
Cooking
Future
channel.
cast. Can she cook?
I like,
Yes.
I like the cooking channel anyway. The food
Cooking
channel,
channel.
that's good.
Yeah, she knows how to make a great gumbo.
What would you want Wendy to cook for you, Gilbert?
Chicken fried steak.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
she's
good
not
choice.
really doing that. She doesn't really. How about etouffee?
Shrimp etouffee. It's a little spicy, Gilbert.
Your crawfish etouffee, yeah.
Or crawfish, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
All
want?
right, yeah, well, talk to you later.
Okay, we'll see.
Apparently
buddy.
not. Apparently
Take
doesn't want the etouffee.
It's over. That's that.
Oh.
I figured Wendy'd have to go shrimp etouffee since we don't have crawfish anymore.
Yeah. No, we have crawfish now. Oh, by the way, we went to it. Well, the crawfish is starting to get pretty good now.
We're back out?
Yeah, it's
Crawfish?
expensive. It's more expensive than ever. But
What
it's
is it
out
per
there.
pound?
10 and a half.
Wow, that is the most
Yeah.
expensive I've heard of.
Yes. That's what it is now. I don't know, like Marcus, I haven't seen. He's got a couple of places. I don't know what he's charging. I think he's charging a little bit less. But now the norm is $10. $10 to $10.50. Yeah. We went and got some yesterday. For the first time this year, we had crawfish. And we never waited this long before. But it's been such a bad year.
That was different kind of Gilbert call. It's a channel that you don't
I
have
don't
it.
think
I have
that's
it.
what he said. I think you created that.
Created what? He said Futurecast. He goes, you don't have that channel. I have that on my cable. He told me I didn't have it. I swear we can go back and listen to it. Ask Dell heard it.
I did hear a channel that he has that we don't have.
I'm not sure if it was Futurecast.
Pull it back and listen.
Because he wasn't making.
He said ESPN Futurecast.
Are you questioning the coherence of Gilbert, John?
Yeah.
I understood
I
him today.
speak fluent Gilbert, but
I understood him.
But he was a little
Tell during
excitable
segment,
today.
Can we run it back so we can hear some of it?
He was
Because-
a little excitable today.
Yeah, he was sassy.
Yeah, he
I
was
would say
sassy.
borderline sassy.
wanted-
Can Wendy cook? I may put her on the food channel. I may put her on my
the
food
cooking
channel,
channel,
next if she
apparently.
can cook.
Yeah.
Apparently he's a TV
What do you want
exec.
her to wear, Gilbert?
Oh, you don't want
That's
that
a question I
answered.
wasn't going to ask.
You don't want that question answered. There's certain questions you don't want the answer to, John. I like when Dell tries to jump in and he just says, "Yeah, I got a question for John."
He
anyway.
goes, "What do you want her to wear, Gilbert? Who said anything about clothes? Why do you think
It's Gilbert's new show?
Yeah, why do you think Gilbert's going to be? Well, I haven't really thought about the clothes
Okay,
aspect
do you
of it,
think
John.
if Gilbert started an OnlyFans with women cooking in the nude that he would make money? Yes, he would. Yes, he would.
Anyone would.
Why is this not happening anywhere?
I'm sure it does exist.
It's
someplace.
a great idea for me that I came up with.
I don't know that you'd want that in a lot of instances, but yeah.
Men are going to watch it? What are you talking about?
You just hire models to
I said
cook.
OnlyFans, not the Food Network.
You don't have to hire actual chefs. Just hire
Oh,
models.
yeah.
Well, but what about the hairy armpit ones or
No, I
fart
don't.
in
Well,
a jar ones?
they get paid too.
Those get money into the
They
the
get
bank
paid
account.
too.
Yeah. I don't
All
know.
you need is a real hot model.
Well,
And
so did
actually,
I-
they don't even have to be that hot. Just stir in a pot. Shucking corn. Getting the silt off of corn. I've seen that Rachel Ray video.
I haven't.
Listen.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
It's
Google
like
it.
what you do with the
Google
mic.
it.
I don't want to Google Rachel
You've seen
Wade
it, haven't you, John?
shucking corn.
I haven't seen
Where
that.
she puts the rubber.
I've seen
She
that.
puts the rubber band on it and runs it up and down.
Yeah.
To get the silt off, and then they slow the video down and put music underneath it because the internet's terrible. Yeah, let me tell you, that OnlyFans would make so much money. God, I just invented something that would make so much money. I can't do
I'm
anything about
telling
it.
you, you did not invent that. if I look it up right now, I bet you there's a naked cooking
Okay,
thing on
I'm just telling you right
Yeah.
now. I would never do this. I would never do this. But if I was a true entrepreneur, I could go out and hire and pay models, prospective models, Instagram models, to do an OnlyFans to cook and bake and do stuff like that. And I could say, look, we will share this profits, 50-50 profit share. And I will give you this base salary. I would make so much money if I was a true entrepreneur. But I'm not. I'm a dedicated family man. There it is. There's the corn one. Yep. You're seeing it now. You're seeing it now, aren't you?
That's my favorite cooking video ever now.
Yeah.
9:14.
Imagine it slowed down.
It is slowed down.
Yeah, you see that? I told you. You see what the internet does? You can't even try to get the silt off of corn.
A nice, wholesome corn show.
But if I had girls taking the silt off of corn on OnlyFans, I'll make so much money.
Uh-oh.
Yes?
We got confirmation on Jose Urquidy. He has a forearm strain, according to Channel Rome, and he will begin the season on the injured list.
Of course he will.
Espada asked about Urquidy's UCL. Espada said the only information he has is that it's a forearm strain.
Yeah.
There's never been a good forearm strain in baseball
that's
history.
It. Done.
He's done.
Done. Forearm strain. You know what that
He'll wait
means.
out. He'll wait for 2 months. Then we'll hear he's going to go to rehab. Then we're going to hear,
Yeah,
he's had a setback. And then we're going to hear surgery in June.
Yeah.
And then he's going to be out till next
And
year.
then we
or the
wanted
year
to
after.
wait because we wanted to see if he
it
gets
got
through
better.
it. Then he'll
Just
be
like
out. He's out.
Justin, just like Lance.
Well, you know what? If he waits till June, he's out all of next year too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there it is. We just
There
predicted it.
There it is. That's the Astros. Oh, forearm strain. We're gonna wait. Okay. All right. I want to talk right now about Kent Jones. This dude, I'm telling you, are you buying a house or do you want to buy a house? This is the guy to contact because he can tell you how much your mortgage is going to be. He does this all the time. How much you got down? How much are you going to spend on your home? What's your ballpark? What's your neighborhood? This is about what you're going to be. This is it. A scenario quote, which he will give you, where other places won't give you a scenario quote unless you there's all kinds of rigmarole that you got to go through. Kent is awesome. He loves this stuff. He's a broker. And you're going to get a more experienced, and you're going to get somebody who's going to work for you harder when they're brokering for you, as opposed to some big bank that is just doing this and don't care. They don't care. Kent cares. He is only so big. He doesn't have the overhead that they do. He is going to save you money at signing and over the life of the mortgage as well. 75% of the public is doing this wrong. They're not using brokers. You need a broker. He's been doing this for 29 years. He's got all the moves. He's the ultimate mortgage hookup. Dream Rate. Kent Jones, Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626. You're thinking about buying a house or you're going to buy a house, you need Kent on your side. 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
Vanderford Air is my air conditioning company, and I want it to be yours as well. I'm going to give you the phone number right now, and then we'll do it again at the end. 281-557-COOL, COOL. And the reason's simple. They are trustworthy, and that's a lead for this show and has been for years. We don't speak for companies unless we use them, unless we trust them, unless we know that our reputations, because they're on the line, are going to be upheld by these great companies. And with Vanderford Air, no question about it. Years of experience. But not just that. Robert, he came out to my home along with Will, and they did heat loads on all that. They wanted to give me a full checkup because this is what the average customer gets, the Vanderford experience. Went through everything, found out I had a tremendous amount of slime and algae in my AC line that they had to flush out of the home. That should be done once a year. I did it last 3 or 4 years ago. So it was just a mess getting that stuff out of there. They showed me some things that were loose inside the air conditioner, a line that was exposed that my yard guy cut up with a weed eater, and that was seconds away from shorting out at any point. All that they go through, but the best thing is they can get your house cool. And if you need help with AC, they're the ones to call, because within 24 hours, they've got 24-hour service. So they will be there. There is no emergency charge or weekend charges, nothing like that. They get you cool, whether it's fixing your AC unit or getting you a new one that is built and designed specifically for the size of your home and the cooling capacity your home needs. Make sure that you have a company that you're working with that is trustworthy and that will get you cool, keep you cool throughout the summer months. And we know it's longer and longer summers here. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Who's on the women's selection committee? They dumb. Do you know Iowa's got to get through LSU? By the way, LSU plays Rice in the first round. How about that for Rice? They get LSU. Angel Reese.
A lot of attention on the program, at least for a day.
Yeah.
People are going to be locked in on that one.
Iowa's got to get through LSU in the Elite Eight, and then UCLA in the to get to the Final Four. Well, Sweet 16, and then Well, no, 3 and 2. No.
They wouldn't.
3 and 2 would play each other.
Regional semifinal.
Either LSU or UCLA to get to the Final Four.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah. Caitlin Clark needs to be in the Final Four.
What do you think they should have done?
If they're smart, they put Caitlin Clark in the Final Four.
So
give them Rice, Sam Houston State.
So you're saying they don't play any good teams?
Look at this. Iowa, LSU, if they get to the Elite Eight, I mean, that's going to be good stuff.
Yeah, no, that would be must-watch game.
Mm-hmm.
That probably would be the best game.
I'm not lying.
South Carolina's dominating everybody.
I'm not lying. I want to see Iowa and LSU play, and if Iowa wins, great. Get to see more Caitlin Clark. If LSU wins, great. At some point, they'll get a fight with South Carolina, and we'll get to see another fight.
They would meet in the championship, I think.
That's right. That's fine. I will be cheering for LSU so I can see Kim Mulkey say the
I
words.
want Caitlin Clark in the final.
Well, that's great. I think she'd be great to watch in the finals. But if she doesn't get there, I'm going to cheer for LSU, because LSU and South Carolina, it was a bloodbath throughout the game. Like, this wasn't just one girl knocking somebody down. This was like they were banging in there. It was physical.
Yeah. 6'7", Camila Cardosa.
Mm-hmm.
Pick
on somebody your own size, because next time we're going to see, I wish she would have tried that with Angel Reese. These are things that Kim Mulkey literally said. I wish she would have tried that with Angel Reese. She got her ass kicked, smooth, stomped out. It's on site next time we see him.
She didn't say.
She did not say.
I think. Well, we didn't have. I think I got to see if that was in a transcript somewhere.
It wasn't.
I didn't have audio.
She never said it's on site.
She never said.
Maybe in the locker room she did it.
She never said any
I hate
of that.
to use this, Dell, but you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
No, I know she didn't say it after the game where people were interviewing her.
And I tell y'all this, we ain't soft in this locker room, are we? No, ma'am. And next time we see them, it's on site. And that's whether it's at the hotel, and you can't get suspended if you beat someone's ass at a hotel. They can't suspend you for that. And there's a code that we have where we don't talk about it. If you get your ass whooped at a Wyndham, at a Red Roof Inn, you just take that Red Roof ass kicking and you keep it moving.
You think they're putting LSU in a Red Roof Inn?
I don't think so, but I just don't know if the women's game has as much money as, I don't know what they're doing. Everyone's NIL's money's going to all the men's players. The men's player, the men's players and all the accommodations. Remember we got to see the women's side had, was it at the Olympics? Where was it that they had no weight room?
A couple years ago at the Final Four. I think it was
Final Four. What do you think?
San Antonio, was it?
They had these small things like you get at Academy.
Well, here's
those small 4-pound dumbbells at a Red Roof Inn.
Well, here's how you know they don't respect the women's game. The Final Four is in Cleveland. Who wants to go to Cleveland?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Basically, that's it.
Haven't they put a men's Final Four in San Antonio before?
San Antonio is greater than Cleveland.
Are you sure?
Yes, greater.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. No question.
San Antonio. Who wants to travel there in late April or early April?
I'm not a huge San Antonio guy myself.
No, I'm not a huge San Antonio guy. No,
nothing's nicer than the Riverwalk.
But Cleveland is.
The Riverwalk with a lot of where you can't get across, and then you got mosquitoes on you. Oh, in a humid night in June. Beautiful.
Yeah. No. 925 ESPN 97.5 and 92. And Charles thinks a lot of the women there. Yeah, we've heard him talk about that. That's 713-780-3776. Can we read what Tony said?
Nope.
About the pilot?
Nope. Yeah.
It was Art Vandelay.
You can't read what Tony said about arm tightness in pitchers. Did you see that one earlier?
No.
Nope. Don't even just
do
look
it.
back at it later. You'll laugh by yourself. But that's not one I would read on the air.
So we have the pilot, the woman pilot, right? Who was before Congress? Was it before Congress?
Can you play that again, Del?
Sure.
She was a pilot, but the congressman didn't really hear that.
I don't even think he.
What was the
He
purpose
just
of this?
assumed, I guess, that she was a.
Were they asking why Boeing's flights were all?
No, I don't know.
Someone said made of their planes were made of peanut butter. Somebody said that over the weekend.
He thought she was an air waitress.
Well, no, that's not even a real term. You made that up for yourself. He thought she was a stewardess, which is something we don't use anymore either.
We call them what now?
Flight attendants.
Oh.
We don't call them actresses either. Most people call them actors. Is a term for female and male actors, or a lot of people use the term actors, and yet the Oscars are Best Actress.
Yeah,
he's a state senator from Minnesota, and she came before him, and so they're trying to something about whatever the sick and safe time law is in Minnesota, and she gave testimony, and this is their interaction.
My name is Laura Hayner, and I'm a Minnesota resident and a Minneapolis-based pilot for Delta Airlines.
Miss Hayner, is that correct?
Yes.
So can you tell me what a typical work week looks like for you as a stewardess? How does...
I'm a first officer for Delta.
Pardon me?
I'm a pilot for...
I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't know why I said that. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so what do you have now, John?
Well, Art says she's just there to warn the male pilot that people 2 miles ahead are putting on their brakes.
Did you have to read that?
He did.
He didn't have to.
It was coming.
For why?
Why? Whether you liked it or not, that was getting read.
Why did it have
and then
to be
there were going
read?
to be jokes made on top of it, like,
"Jeez,
does she grab? Why are you using Waze instead of Apple Maps?" I get that one personally.
John, what did you just do?
He did his hand up, but that's usually me as a driver. Like if I'm coming to a hard stop,
that.
She does that. Or
she's flying the plane.
She flying?
No, he does that with her.
The real,
she ever
the quote unquote
say,
real
"Slow
pilot.
down"?
The quote unquote real pilot does
the
that
real
to her.
Pilot puts out, if they have to stop suddenly, he puts his arm out.
Does
so
she
she
say
doesn't-
in the
slow
air?
down?
In the
When they're
air?
up in the air?
Do they have to stop suddenly in the
Why
air?
are you driving so fast?
Does she look over at the gauges and say, "You're going way too fast"?
Why are you adding to this?
Because that's what you have to do.
You have to.
If
You don't
John
have
set
to.
it up on a tee, Yeah, it's part of the show, Del. We
Are you,
build on
though?
things.
Yeah,
Are
you're,
you, though?
you're not an ally.
They're just jokes, Del, but
You're-
we build on things through life experiences. That's how comedy works. Okay? Because there's a bit of reality in every joke that you have.
Not for a pilot.
Well, no, not for a pilot necessarily.
If you want to talk about women Katie drivers,
Hey,
go ahead.
I want to mention, I just retweeted this. Fred, the Falcon Fowler fundraiser, they're trying to raise $10,000 to help Fred with the expenses for his funeral. So I'm going to donate. If you guys can donate, please do so. I just retweeted it. So if you go to my Twitter, @LanceZerline, you can go find it. Please consider donating. It doesn't matter how big or how small. And then consider also retweeting that so we can get Fred taken care of. He's at $7,200 of a $10,000 goal. I can tell you they are expensive. Burials are, funerals are, and this is all going to that. So if you have a chance to donate, please do so.
Please do. I did over the weekend. So donate. Give something if you can to help Fred and his family out. I'm talking right now. I made my appointment this Friday with Access Vascular Health with Doc Manavis, and it's not just about prostate. I'm going to go have her take a look at my knee too, because there's arthritic knees or whatever. She can really help that. If it's structural, it's not so much, but if it's arthritic, she can alleviate that pain for you. Veins, are you having some vein problem? And your circulation may have to do with, or if you're really having a hard time, if you're not walking really well, it could be your veins. So let Doc Manavis look at that as well. But guys out there, if you have an enlarged prostate, if you're getting up way too much in the middle of the night or peeing all day long, every couple of hours, whatever it is, if you are having too many, you're having to go to the bathroom too often, it could well be that you have an enlarged prostate. If it's not cancerous, then you, my friends, can be helped by Doc Manavis. You do not want to get surgery. Period. Do not get surgery. Not that you don't want to. Do not do it. Go see Doc Manavis. She has an IV that's going to take care of it in about 45 minutes, as opposed to the anguish that you'll go through if you get surgery. It's way better. It's the only way to do it. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance here with you at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. You got to get in now. Did we miss anything? There was a lot of stuff this weekend. We talked Justin Fields. We talked about Keenan Allen. We talked Rockets. We talked Cougs.
Aaron Donald retired.
Aaron Donald. We talked about that. We talked about Kyrie's shot. We talked about Scotty Scheffler.
You said Rockets, right? Winning 5 straight.
Rockets have won 5 straight.
Scheffler.
What have we missed? Is there anything, Del? We
covered
stewardesses.
everything that's happening in the world, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, the regime it took a turn last night.
Oh, it's a new episode is out?
Every Sunday, took a little bit of a turn.
Okay. Shogun comes out tonight, I believe.
Isn't he still the same nudity? It's just
what
the episode.
You're not even on it yet?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Oh,
just one episode. I think I'm in 2.
Well, yeah, just a little bit. Why does it have to be gratuitous?
Because season 1 is always when they do. Because I thought I was watching Banshee or Warrior.
No.
And they're not doing any of this stuff.
You're not watching Banshee or Warrior.
That was the good stuff.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. That's just... It just is sad that you have to have gratuitous sex in your shows.
Who are they called? What are they called? I can't remember their names, but man, are they fussy.
Who?
Just not the Shoguns, the leaders, those little 6 tribal guys or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Man, they just get their feelings hurt so bad. It's like they are just ready to cut your head off quick.
Yeah, no.
It's like, why are we... how did we get to this point?
If you stand up and insult them, you got to kill yourself and your kid.
The guy took 1 foot on the mat. And then I thought he was just sending his kid off there. I didn't know it was both of them.
Yeah.
Man, they just... And you wonder how... Yeah. This is... No.
Just a shame. We're losing all these people. And they said it. There's just too much killing going on. There's just way too much killing.
Well, a guy's just sitting there in the middle of the road talking something. All of a sudden, his head gets whacked off. And episode 1, I'm like, wow, this is going to be a long... They don't put up with much. I mean, can't we just talk? Can't we talk it out?
Boy,
least?
Can you imagine in this country?
If we had open carry with those blades?
We had these people that are protesting about vegans. Oh, my gosh.
We wouldn't have any more.
No, that wouldn't happen. Not in Japan. Chop off your head. Get out the way. Get out the road.
Oh, laying in the road for because they think they're bringing awareness to climate change. I mean, you would be beheaded immediately on this, and then there would be no more protests.
Yeah.
Ever. By anyone for anything.
They don't protest there because you get your head chopped off. That's what happens. Okay?
Yeah.
That's a great country.
Now I don't know what the time frame was supposed to be for that, but it's not now, obviously.
No, it's the 1500s. When is this based in the 15s or 15 or 16?
I just know feudal Japan. I'm not sure on the actual.
It is feudal Japan,
no,
but
it did say at the beginning.
I don't
it was
remember.
15 or 1600, whatever. One of them. It's the same thing. How about there were swords from zero? There were swords. Genghis Khan, all the way up to all of a sudden we went from swords to nukes in about 10 years. Okay. We had guns. Don't get me wrong. There were plenty of guns, but actually they were very inefficient for a while.
Swords
where you
to
had
nukes.
Yeah. Well,
in 10 years,
we had basically 1,800 years or more of swords. Right. That's how we fought.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden, when guns came along, we went boop immediately to nukes.
You mean kind of like corded telephones
to
forever, and ever, and then we went and then we went cordless, but you still had to be plugged in, and now it's hand computers.
Right, exactly. Now we got we went from black and white in 1960 to we can watch television on our phone wherever we are. I mean,
in color, in high definition.
Yes. So I mean the how we've advanced. I mean, forever it was just we're just going to fight with swords. Right? And it's hand to hand.
Look at this. And in 1990s.
Now let's just kill everybody. We never see them. Now we're drones. Let's just kill them that way.
In 1990, you had plumbers playing basketball.
Right.
And then now you have streamers and podcasters playing basketball. So it's like from a technological standpoint, it's gone from manual labor to more of the digital commerce economy of streamers and podcast people. Paul George is a professional podcaster who also plays some basketball from time to time when he's not hurt. Pat Beverly is a podcaster and streamer who also plays basketball. It's an incredible era that we live in. And back then, what I found out, which I didn't know watching basketball at that time, was it was all plumbers.
They're all plumbers.
Playing, which Jordan was playing against plumbers. And now you have a high percentage
Karl
of
Malone and
streamers.
John Stockton.
Draymond Green is this, I don't know if you've heard of him. He's one of the more famous streamers that are out there. I don't know if he's on Twitch or on Kick or which platform he's on, but he also plays basketball. And he's a I would say he's a popular streamer. He's unpopular. He's like Aiden Ross. Like a lot of people don't like him. But then he makes a lot of money also, and there are people who do like him. So this generation has weird, like it's the streaming technology and the podcast technology and how it's drifted into basketball.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting for me hearing that come from someone who is also makes his living doing stuff in podcasts and doing stuff online.
And has played sports and could get 3 catches for 26
just so happens to do this radio thing. When you get introduced to people, are you NFL.com's Lance Zierlein? Is that how you're introduced?
I usually say you can find me on YouTube, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube.
No,
I used to say Sports Maps Lance Zierlein.
That's a lie.
And now I don't say Sports Maps Lance Zierlein
See,
anymore.
because I go through, I'll see you. Oh, Lance is on a podcast. I won't listen because why would I want to hear you some more? But I'll see how they like list you as a guest. It's always NFL.com.
Oh no! When I bring me on radio, they read directly from the Twitter bio. He's longtime sports radio host at ESPN 97.5.
No,
and they used to
because you're in the podcast space quite a bit, and you're generally NFL.com's Lance Zierlein.
That's what people choose to. They don't choose to. No, when I talk about the Rockets or Astros or Texans, I'm ESPN 97.5. If they're talking NFL draft, that's who I am.
I just find
that's fair.
You're going after like streamers who happen to play basketball when you are now a draft analyst who happens to do radio.
No, that's not true.
John,
I'm a radio guy who does draft stuff 6 months of the
How
year.
did you introduce yourself to Bobby Slowick?
I said Bobby Slowick. I do actually true story. I said I do. I led with local sports radio host, and you may also know me. And he goes,
you may also.
And
know
I said,
me.
but also NFL draft. He goes, oh,
no,
yeah,
he didn't know you.
Yeah,
you
he
use your.
He acted like he knew me.
You use your NFL.com draft status to get certified because you don't think the radio is enough. So you will use I'm a draft guy.
Well, I think it is, but everyone makes fun of like
radio show.
Media guys. Now we've already seen the media get splattered multiple times just today. Why would I say I'm a radio host? So then I could have who went after Brian Windhorst, Jason Chocolate Williams.
Yeah, he was.
Or you had Jurgen Klopp. I mean, everyone's going after media guys. We're good people. The media is everyone's friend.
Oh, yeah. No. That's all we do is help people. That's all we do is help
We're the good people. We're looking to.
You're the sorry people,
How
apparently.
about ESPN literally is just nothing but a gossip channel now? And they try to start stuff. And so is The Pivot. The Pivot waits for there to be a fight a beef on social media between two guys, and they immediately have one of the guys on and then the other guy on.
Yeah.
Or Cam Newton. I actually watched you know what's actually an interesting watch? Cam Newton versus Warren Sapp, where Warren Sapp went after Cam Newton when Cam Newton made his comments about game managers, and Cam had Warren on, and Warren didn't really back down, and they went after everything. But it was actually very interesting because twofold. Cam Newton calling guys game managers was meant as a slight, but he also wasn't incorrect in what he was saying. Now, Cam also, this is what I find hypocritical. There's all this talk about don't pocket watch people and everyone, they want to get the bag. But when Kirk Cousins got the bag, it literally hurt Cam Newton's feelings. He got upset that Kirk Cousins got paid and that he wasn't playing. I'm like, Kirk Cousins has been a steady player. What's going on?
Whitey can't get paid. No.
Can't get paid?
He ain't getting paid.
Well, he did.
According to Cam's like, oh, no, Whitey ain't getting paid.
It bothers people that Kirk Cousins is going to make $300 million. It bothers nobody that an NBA player will get it, but a Kirk Cousins, it really irritates people.
Did you hear
that Kirk Cousins is going to make over $300 million for his career?
Someone put together a supercut of Kirk Cousins talking about wanting to retire at all three of his stops. Listen, this is someone just found clips of him talking about his time on different teams.
If you could say draw it up, I'd be a Redskin the rest of my career. I would like to retire as a Viking. I want to retire a Falcon. That would really be my goal, would be to finish so strong that maybe this isn't even my last contract.
That's the Kirk Cousins part of it. When before taking a snap in practice, he's already talking about, next contract. All right, hopefully I get another contract here. He's always working.
That's good for him. Good for him.
Kirk.
I want to retire here. What's that? When's this one up?
Maybe it's not even my last contract.
9:45 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 News of the Weird coming your way next, and then Mo B.
Okay. 3 more years of this. I can't believe I got to wait 3 more years for this contract to be over.
Time for me to talk about Doc Linville. I'm heading there in 15 minutes, as a matter of fact, to get my final PRP. It's 3 sessions where Kelly is going to take care of making sure that your hair is going to grow. They're going to take some blood. They're going to re-inject it back on the top of your head, and it really, really does make a difference. It really, really does. I've got little hairs sprouting up on the top of my head, and that is wonderful. Doc was looking at it last week, as a matter of fact, and Kelly's going to do it again. The process is simple. It's easy. It's painless. It's wonderful. The neo-grafting as well. Doc will tell you which one. I did the neo-grafting first, and now I'm doing the PRP, and it's awesome. The process is awesome. You will love it. And if you're somebody that's follically challenged, you need Doc Linville. Don't, especially if you're 20, 30, 40 years old and you're losing your hair. No, gosh, you got a long way to go. Get that hair, bruh. 975hair.com, 975hair.com. All right, welcome back here. I didn't know that they had this. At Harvard, they have an honesty researcher. Have you ever heard of this, Del? Never heard of this, right? Francesca Gino. Well, it seems that maybe she wasn't all that honest. Maybe, allegedly. They found that she committed research misconduct intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. that she lied. She falsified data in 4 publications. Of course, she's suing them now for $25 million.
What's she suing them for?
They're-
Slander?
For libel.
Well, okay. But did she do what they're accusing her of?
Well, that's this thing that she's going to have to prove in court. Yeah. Del, let me ask you a question. Elizabeth Hurley, she filmed a sex scene, and her son was the director.
Oh, trust me, Mopey and Mapes has talked about this. We're going to talk about it later today. It's everything that we think is weird about Hollywood. You got a Nepo kid directing it. He's like 20-somethings directing movies. The only reason he probably got it funded is because his mom's in it. And he decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put my mom in sex scenes.
Mom's in sex scenes. Let me ask Lance. Lance, would you like to direct a film that your mom was in a sex scene?
Nope. Who answers yes?
Well, Elizabeth Hurley's son?
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that.
If your
Elizabeth
mom
Hurley's
was
son.
Elizabeth Hurley, would you?
No, it's still his
He's
mom.
trying to make money.
I know, but still.
He's pimping his mom
I don't
out.
know. My mom didn't
So
look like
sad.
Elizabeth Hurley, so my answer is no.
But I don't care what my mom looked like.
I know.
I'm not
Sounds
doing
like,
that.
Well, it depends. Doesn't
No,
it?
it doesn't depend.
Did you guys see the name of the new Dodgers minor league team?
No.
The Chaquetas. You know what Chaqueta is?
Yeah, it's a jacket.
It's a jacket.
Yeah.
And it's something else.
Chaqueta is?
Yeah. In slang, it's, how do I put this? Pleasuring yourself.
Chaqueta?
Chaqueta.
How?
Well, I don't know, Lance. Let's ask the public. Apparently, unfortunately.
Okay, in the mafia, if you
However, chaquetas does literally translate to jackets in English. The word has a second and less appropriate meaning for some Spanish speakers.
Okay, so if you get killed, if somebody inside the mafia they kill someone else, what's that called? They got what?
Whacked.
And if you're
Right.
doing something,
I don't know.
But why would the Dodgers name a minor league team the Jackets?
I don't know.
It's not even Yellow Jackets, just Jackets?
It's just jacket, chaquetas, yeah.
Why?
I
What
don't-
kind of name is this?
I don't.
Why didn't they just name them bolsas?
What? Huevos.
Sacapuntos.
Jeez.
Excuse me? No, we'll keep going down the slippery slope until
yeah.
somebody cusses.
Dancing a
That's
fine
done.
line. A fine line you guys are jumping over.
So anyway, good luck, chaquetas.
What about where?
Good luck with your chaquetas.
What about just the ways? Like way, GUE Y
way.
The ways.
Way. An Indian YouTuber, Elvish Yadav, was arrested for allegedly supplying snake venom as his party drug. Do you want to go to a party in which instead of doing the drug of choice, you're doing
Always
snake venom?
Looking for clout.
I know, right?
Always looking for clout.
I wonder if anybody ended up really, really, really sick or dead. That's something. Wild turkeys are moving into Montreal. Do you want wild turkeys? And listen, here's a guide of how you live with them. Apparently, wild turkeys are not easy to live with. Do you want wild turkeys in Houston?
No. For what?
For who?
I don't want feral or wild anything.
You don't want any?
We already deal with enough.
Missouri Museum is taking the world record for wearing underwear as hats.
It's not a world record. That's just stupid.
No, it's here. Look, they got the world record for a number of people wearing underwear for hats.
Those are a bunch of tidy whities. That means they bought them and put them on. No respect for that.
That's dumb.
Okay, you want respect? Wear the
Take 'em
hats,
off and
take
put 'em
them
on
off
your
and
head.
put them on. No, don't go buy a new package.
Yeah,
They're
put
like,
on.
Look at us. We got some tidy whities on.
Set a record for most underwear that's been worn for 3 days.
Yeah,
on your head.
put your panties on your head that come
Right.
from your
Most bacon
hamper.
strips on your head.
Ooh, gross.
A court has ruled that a man has to compensate his ex-wife $96,000 for housework over their 26 years of
I
marriage.
don't like where this one's going to go.
$96,000 for 26 years of
How
work.
did they get to that number?
I don't know how they
and
got to that number. Doesn't seem like a big one.
Yeah, and why did they decide that he should pay her? What did he do to prompt this?
Well, apparently,
Well, she probably was.
she was a housewife and she never got paid for it.
Well, then every woman who does that would be able to
Well,
say,
they
Thank
were
you. They
probably
set a
getting divorced.
precedent here for women's rights. You're not an ally.
I'm not disputing it. I'm just trying to figure out what said that's okay, and then what's going to keep someone else from doing it or making it not okay. I'm just trying to figure out the logic behind
You
it.
don't like
now,
that this
every
is setting a
divorce, I
precedent.
want my money for all the housework I did.
You don't like that this is
No,
setting
I
a
don't care about
precedent.
precedent because I'm not never getting married, so I don't care about that stuff. I'm just trying to figure out what led to it, and then who's next.
Right. Well, the next divorce. Guess
Okay.
what?
All it
She's
takes-
getting paid.
all it takes-
You stop pocket watching
No,
housewives.
All it takes is a divorce, and then you get to sue.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
for all
why
the
I ain't never
housework.
getting divorced.
For all the housework.
Well, John, you do all the housework. Oh, Luz does all the housework. Never mind.
No,
No.
Luz doesn't. Luz
She's
doesn't.
long gone.
Well, she
Long
used to
gone.
do all the housework.
Yeah, no, we don't. I don't do the house. Well, no.
Oh.
I don't do the housework. I cook.
That's housework.
Yeah, that's how it works.
No, that's housework. Cooking.
Oh, cooking? Oh, no, it's not. Cooking is cooking. Housework is housework.
John's like,
I
I draw a line.
ain't cleaning, I'll tell you that. A man who hasn't worn shoes for 3 years is selling his pictures of dirty feet online. Do you want to buy pictures of this man's dirty feet? You like pretty feet.
No. I don't
What about
like
dirty
pictures.
feet?
I like
No,
pretty feet. No.
Look
Dirty
at-
feet are the worst.
Look at those feet.
And a man selling that?
Yeah, he's selling them.
I like pretty
Horrible.
feet. What are we
He
doing?
hasn't worn shoes for 3 years.
What are we doing?
Well, dirty, filthy.
He should be arrested.
What do you mean he should be arrested? He's got dirty feet and he wants to show you them. He wants to
Well,
make money.
dirty, filthy.
If you could fart in a jar, if women can fart in a jar or make money off their armpit hair, he can sell pictures of his dirty
He
feet.
can try. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's buying it, but
Yeah.
try, I guess.
A woman took her dead hamster Spud on tour of Europe because he loved traveling. Do you feel like maybe Spud should have gone while he was still alive?
I mean, if she wanted to maximize Spud's enjoyment, maybe take him when he's alive.
How weird are you? How weird are
Is
you?
it weirder than taking Ashes on
Yeah, well,
tour?
first of all, it's weird to be traveling with a dead hamster
Yeah.
or a live hamster.
What about
either of them?
What about ashes in an urn? Is it weird to do that? Travel around with those?
Of a hamster?
No, of a human being.
Of a human? If
'Cause
you
that's
want to
what-
drop
that's
a
what
human
people-
off somewhere in the Alps, okay, I
So
get
what
it.
if I want to drop my dead hamster off in the Alps?
Yeah, it just
No.
seems different.
No. She just took him around because he liked to travel.
So she's not going to leave him in a place
No.
where he can enjoy as a dead hamster?
She decided to take his ashes along in death.
Oh, ashes. See,
Right,
it's not
but she
the
didn't
act-
leave him anywhere.
It's not the actual body, though. I thought it was the actual body.
I did too.
It's
Oh,
ashes.
that's
It's-
nothing.
It's different then.
That's nothing.
No, it's a hamster.
So what?
Sir, but it's the ashes. You made it seem like she was taking the dead
Yeah,
body of a
you
hamster
were-
around.
That was a bait and switch story.
Misleading.
You're a classic clickbaiter.
Yeah,
That's why
that's
you'll
what you
never
are.
get a blue check.
Was he along for the ride? Yeah.
Yeah, but you made it seem
How
like
stupid is it?
a hamster dead.
It's a hamster.
Yeah, whatever. The ashes of a hamster. Let her do what she wants. She probably spread it around in some.
Whatever. Hey, it's truck month still at Chastang Ford. It's the best time to buy your truck. 2023's on the lot. They got to go. Got to go. They will be gone. And if you didn't take advantage of it, then that's on you. I had a buddy who called me and said, hey, this truck, that's a great deal. 1.9% financing, all 2023 trucks, up to $12,000 off. Right now, brand new trucks, okay? They are 2023s, but they're still brand new. Who cares? They're brand new. And if you need either a fleet or whatever you need, be it your personal use or business, this is the time. 2023 Bronco Sports, right now, 0% financing. You're going to get your best deal at Chastang Ford. It's not even arguable. They love to take as much as they possibly can off. They want you to get the best deal that you possibly can. They're never holding back on the rebates. They're never adding on. They're never marking up. They're not. No, there's a lot of. In these hard times, we're gonna have to mark that up $5,000. What? Are you kidding me? That's not the way you do business. The reason that Chastangs are in business for over 80 years in this city is because they do it right. They've been doing it right forever, and they're going to continue to do it right. If you're looking for the best way to get into that truck right now, Truck Month continues at Chastang Ford. 1.9% financing, up to $12,000 off. They got to get them off the lot. ChastangFord.com and 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Welcome into the show. Hope everyone had a relatively relaxed weekend. I mean, if you're watching sports and your favorite teams are winning or losing, how relaxed can you be? But other than that, hope you all had a nice time and we're back. And it was good for the agendas, Sean. Like, we have an agenda. The Rockets are in the playoff push. That's our agenda. We'll talk about what the Rockets did over the weekend. We've got the Are the Rockets better without Şengün agenda for all the Jalen Green stands. You have more evidence, if you want to call it that Alperen Şengün may have been holding Jalen Green back. We can get into some of the numbers regarding the Rockets and what they look like when Şengün doesn't play. If you are a proponent of saying the conference tournaments don't matter, I know that kind of was building as the Cougs suffered another injury as far as a player getting banged up in the semifinals of the conference tournament. Then they get blown out in the Big 12 tournament final. And, they still have the number one seed. Maybe they're not the number one seed overall because of the loss, or maybe that wasn't even up for debate anyway. Maybe UConn was always going to get that. But the Cougs do get beat by Iowa State soundly. Not a great shooting night for their backcourt, but it does not matter. They're a one seed, and they're in the South region. So agendas can be pushed if you so choose because of those results. The other thing that happened this weekend was the teasing and the back and forth of whether Blake Snell would be an Astro. That kind of built Friday morning. Chandler Rome put it out there. Bob Nightingale jumped on as well. The Astros were in it. Then they're out of it. Then they're back in it. And this all stemmed from the fact that Jose Urquidy has a forearm strain. That broke Friday, and then the Snell stuff became a bigger deal as the weekend went on. And according to Brian McTaggart, as far as Jose Urquidy is concerned, a forearm strain, and that's all they're really giving us right now. Now, if we're pessimists, we just assume the forearm strain will eventually lead to a significant absence from him. But Urquidy has been diagnosed with the forearm muscle strain and won't throw for a few days. Manager Joe Espada said this is from earlier this morning. He's likely to start the season on the IL, which means the Astros, let's just say two out of their top four guys in the rotation are on their IL. Verlander first, Urquidy next. You might think Hunter Brown or J.P. France is above Urquidy, but still, another member of the rotation won't be ready to go. Sean, were you locked in on the Blake Snell stuff as it was going back and forth, as it was vacillating between the Astros are going to get him? They were never close to getting him because of money. Then they're back in it with possibly a short deal. Were you following that? Because not only did we have like legacy media talking about it, all of a sudden a crop of Astro insiders were giving us information about it.
A little bit. I think on Friday and Saturday, I was following the snip snap of Blake Snell, future Astro. It's happening, folks. Expect it tonight. Like you said, with the non-legacy media who go play a little fast and loose with their scoops, where everything is either it is happening or it was never close.
I love a screenshot of a text that they received.
I know.
I love it.
I know. And maybe no, I don't actually want to do it. I was going to say I should keep score of do they actually get these things right ever? Or is it a 1 in 10 shot and you can always just dine out on the one that you made? But I don't actually want to follow these people and to have to keep track of what they're quote unquote reporting.
Yeah, I don't follow them. It's the For You page will get me, and I'll see them come up, and they'll be talking about the Blake Snell stuff. And we like college sports. We're both big college football fans, so we're used to the insider game. But mostly it's on message boards from anonymous people who in some way, shape, or form have some connection with the program. It could be, hey, they're big donors, so they go out to practice. They get to see the practices that are closed. Maybe they know a member of the staff, and by staff, they might know an analyst or a grad assistant, but they tell us it's staff, like they're talking to the cornerbacks coach or whatever. Maybe they know someone in the recruiting department, so they give the message board people information. I didn't know this was a thing in pro sports where people somehow know that Blake Snell, who had no previous real connection with the Astros other than not liking them that much, have insider information about him possibly becoming an Astro. Is that new for pro sports, Sean, that we have pro sports insiders. I always thought that was a college sports thing.
I mean, I don't think it's brand new, but it does seem like it's something where we give it more credence now, where it's just before it felt like, well, if it's not one of the 3 beat reporters for the team, then I don't, or the Woj or Shams or Jeff Passan or whoever, Adam Schefter of the of the sport, then you don't put a lot of credence in. But now it does feel like just every little morsel that anyone can, again, screenshot a text or screenshot a DM and be like, folks, it's happening. Buy your Blake Snell jerseys.
And then there's always the pullback. Well,
it's a fluid situation.
There it is. It's a fluid situation tells you that
it's always a fluid
I can't be wrong because things change.
It's a fluid situation up until he's holding up the jersey next to Jim Crane.
Exactly. and then it's confirmed. And then they'll tell us I had you guys updated throughout, and the Astros came in and finally made it happen. Now there's a lot of people, even before their Katie thing today, this morning, we found out he wouldn't be ready to go, that they were saying, get Blake Snell. Jim Crane has to get Blake Snell. It has to get done. Well, the money, as always, has become a bit of a barrier where Snell's camp is asking for $60 million guaranteed over 2 years. Bob Nightingale, Legacy Media, is reporting that the Astros have balked at that asking price from Snell's camp, and particularly because it puts them right up and over the additional luxury tax threshold. So they don't want to do that. We know that from previous deals and just information we know about the Astros. That is not something they're interested in, even though Blake Snell would be a big boost, at least in some people's eyes, to the rotation, particularly one that's banged up, where you have guys like Garcia and obviously McCullers and now Urquidy along with Verlander who aren't available to start the year. So Blake Snell is a name. People would be excited about it, but the money appears to be something that will prevent it from happening unless you're the San Francisco Giants. They are now the new front runner, according to reports, for Blake Snell. But the Giants are waiting for the price to drop. So Blake Snell might be out there for a while. So are the Astros. So everyone's waiting for Blake Snell to realize we don't want to pay you that much money.
Hey, Blake Snell, maybe the fact that you're not signed after St. Patrick's Day means lower your price.
There's a clue. I don't know if you're too focused on basement gaming to know, but there's a clue that people don't want to pay you what you're asking for.
You hit him with base. Wow, lives in his mom's basement.
I didn't say it could be his own basement.
Oh, okay.
It didn't have to be his mom's basement.
I mean, he's holding out for a lot of money. Maybe he needs to move out.
Yeah, I don't think Blake Snell has to worry about it. I'm sure he's made. I'm not sure that was even a basement. I just remember when he was talking about the Astros on maybe Twitch, and it looked like a gaming room. Probably not a basement at all. He was in Tampa. I don't think you don't put basements in Florida. So I think that was just his giant gaming room where he was having a great time.
Yeah, I have gone from on Friday. I was pretty confident that the Astros would sign Blake Snell just because of when Legacy Media member Chandler Rome puts something out. I mean, literally, we only had to go back a few months for when he puts out a report saying, "Hey, you know this free agent pitcher from San Diego that no one thought the Astros were in on? Actually, they're in on." And then 72 hours later, he's a signed Houston Astro member with Josh Hader. And it felt like it was kind of part 2 of that. It was just that happening again. And with all the Josh Hader signing was kind of in response to Kendall Graveman being out for the year. And then now it was Justin Verlander starting the year on the IL, and now Jose Urquidy getting hurt. So it felt like it was the same script that we saw from earlier, but with all the financials and all the just penalties that you get for spending a lot of money in baseball, which we all know is a huge problem, how much teams are splurging in free agency. Again, that's why Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery are unsigned 10 days before opening day, is because there's too much spending in baseball.
What is the comparison in other sports? Like,
nothing. Literally nothing.
Frontline starters in other sports at that level who contenders would want who can't get a job.
Yeah, it would be Kirk Cousins not signing until 10 days before week 1.
I'm trying to think of a recent free agent.
Daniil Hunter just not signed.
Yes, because no one's willing
For
to pay
6
the
months.
price. Yeah, he's waiting until between the final preseason game and the opening weekend. That's where baseball is, and it's kind of trended that way the last couple of years, where you see these guys sign later and later, and it's much different from the other sports because we just went through it with NFL free agency. Guys were signing. Well, they even have a legal tampering period to get stuff out of the way, so deals can be agreed to.
In football, I mean, we just lived it last week. If you don't sign someone day one, your fan base is like, "What the hell are you doing?
What are we doing?"
And same thing in the NBA, where if you don't sign, I mean, shoot, if you don't sign anyone by dinner time, the first day of free agency, it's oh my god, the GM's asleep at the wheel. No one will take our money.
Yeah, and you start to question how bad your franchise is when stuff like that happens.
Does anyone want to play with Alperen Şengün? I always loved that storyline in the NBA where you go one off season without getting a star player, and it's like, does anyone want to play with LeBron anymore?
You start to question the guys on your roster because reasons that you don't even really know. A guy chose someplace else. You have really no idea why a guy chose another place.
The best is when it's like a trade situation where a superstar's getting traded, and it's like, well, yeah, they just didn't offer 4 unprotected first-round picks. Like, that no one chose anything. It was between the GMs.
Yeah. Or an owner got involved and said, we're not making this move. An owner got involved and said, we are. Matt Ishbia from Phoenix gets involved and deals get done. And sometimes other owners won't do that. So he will get involved, and that's why they have Bradley Beal, and that's why they have Kevin Durant, because he really wanted those guys on the roster. And Phoenix was willing to give up. Well, for Bradley Beal, he had a no trade, so they didn't have to give up much.
And
but
look at them now.
Yeah, look how great they
They're
are.
like 5 games ahead of the Rockets.
Yeah, and Kevin Durant chose Phoenix, and Matt Ishbia made it happen. Sean mentions the Rockets. We'll get to them on the other side. Had a big win over the weekend, and our agenda continues. The Rockets going for the play-in spot. Still a lot of ground to make up, and we kind of went through it on Friday, but they're not out of it, and they continue to win ball games. And the question is, are they better without Alperen Şengün? And what does it mean? And we can get into small sample size theater, but the Rockets, with Şengün and without, the winning streak continues, and that's good news all around. But before we get to that, I want to tell you about MyBookie. We'll get to NCAA tournament talk in a bit because there's sound from across the country. People are upset. Embarrassing things are happening on the court. But if you want to take advantage of some of those embarrassing things, go to MyBookie. Go to mybookie.ag specifically, because if you sign up now and take advantage of the generous welcome bonus on your first deposit, all the way up to $1,000. If you put in $200, you get $300 back, ready to play instantly using promo code BET975. And the fun doesn't stop there. You'll get up to the minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide where to put your money. There's so much college basketball, women's, men's. Why not go to MyBookie and take advantage of their experts to help you win money and maybe win big money? The best part about MyBookie, you can bet on anything, anytime, anywhere. And of course, if you're not big into the betting aspect of it, as far as college basketball is concerned, try the NBA. NBA is going, hockey as well, and they also have their online games, which you've heard me talk about. The live in-person dealers help you out if you're on the baccarat, the roulette, the poker table. They'll get you squared away. But remember, go to mybookie.ag for all those options, mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today, only with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
If you were focused on other things over the weekend, and you very well might have been, the Houston Rockets beat the Cleveland Cavaliers at home and did it handily. Handle the Cavs pretty much from start to finish. No Alpy, as you well know, and no update since the last time we talked about his prognosis, as you might imagine. And it didn't matter. The Rockets continue winning games. That's now a 5-game winning streak. And it's a Cavs team who didn't have Evan Mobley, but they did have Donovan Mitchell. But Donovan Mitchell's now telling the world that his knee isn't right, so he's going to be out for a little while. So that'll shake up the East race as they try to get the 2 seed, battling back and forth with Milwaukee. But the Rockets, with, let's say, a smaller lineup, although Jabari Smith now is your maybe your stretch 5, is still 6'10", but he doesn't have the bulk that Şengün does. The floor is spread out, more open, and the discussion has been, how do your two, if you're going to point to Jalen Green as a potential star, how does he make it work with Alperen Şengün, who has solidified himself as one of the better young players in the NBA? We know all the hype about him. Is he getting in the way of Jalen Green? Is a system revolving around Şengün and more of a, let's say, deliberate approach to the game hampering Jalen Green, who was thought to be certainly the better talent? Draft status will tell you that. Jalen Green, good game yesterday on Saturday, 9 of 20, 4 of 9 from 3, 26 points, led the team in scoring in only 33 minutes, as the Rockets really didn't play anyone in the fourth quarter. They were outscored by 11. It didn't matter. They still won that game by 14. I don't know what it means, really, because they're not going to dump Şengün just because Jalen Green is having a hot stretch, because he always has a hot stretch after the All-Star break. Now, what it means as far as this team's potential going forward, how does Jabari Smith thrive in a role where he's the 5-man? Does it elevate his game, playing against slower centers and extending them beyond the arc? I don't think it's just about your shooting guard. I think it's about all the other young players. Is Amen Thompson better as a 4 right now when you have Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks playing as many minutes as they do? So I don't think it's simply about one. It's about the 5. And I really don't think it matters, because once Şengün comes back, he'll be back as your starting 5. But I do think it adds versatility if you can go to Jabari Smith as your backup 5 when you don't play him and Şengün together. Maybe that unlocks something. And you expect Şengün to be part of your closing lineup because he is one of your best players. But sometimes maybe the Rockets see themselves as a team who, I'm not going to say they have a depth lineup. That's reserved for Golden State. That would be a bit too far. But the lineup of Brooks, Green, Thompson, VanVleet, and Smith, you have athleticism pretty much everywhere. Fred VanVleet's probably your least athletic player. You have guys who, if they're committed to, can defend. When it comes to Jalen Green, is the one I'm focusing on because he has the ability to do it, and he certainly has been a focus of his. At least we've heard him talk about it. I just think it's a chance for the Rockets to figure some things out, and hopefully you see guys thriving in their new roles. And I'll get to some of the numbers with Şengün off the floor, at least these last couple games. But let's listen to Jalen Green talk about the playoff push, which is mine and Sean's agenda for this Rockets team. Because, hey, meaningful basketball in April is what we're hoping for, and certainly what the Rockets are hoping for.
Are you looking at where you guys are in the standings right now?
Yeah, for sure. We trying to make this push.
Is this exciting, especially compared to where you guys were the last couple of years?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously you see we got a lot more wins in the last 2 years, so it's good to see, the progress and, what we could do. So we're just going to keep trying to get better each day and try to make this run.
That's Jalen Green. And did you ask him whether it's more exciting to be playing meaningful basketball as opposed to limping to a 28, 25-win season? Is that what he was asking?
Yeah. Hey, is this more fun than being the worst team in basketball?
Yeah, to being a top 3 pick, top 3 team as far as draft positioning for the last couple of years. Sometimes I get why athletes hate us. Like, if I'm Jalen Green, yes, you answer the question. He's very polite about it. But if he rolled his eyes, if there was that's a Twitter video, so I saw what he did. He didn't do anything as I'm suggesting. But if he had rolled his eyes and go, What do you think? I'm like, he's well within his rights.
Yeah, I mean, I could not be an analyst. I would just be like, yeah, it's more fun to win.
Yes, it's fun winning and not being miserable. And the Rockets are far from that. This 5-game winning streak's been really, really good. As far as the numbers are concerned, Bordeaux NBA has these numbers for the Rockets. Their new starting lineup has a plus 14.8 net rating, which ranks in the 99th percentile. That means it's really, really good. And their 136 points per 100 offense possessions ranks in the 100th percentile, which is great. So outstanding, actually. So the Rockets, without their best player, has played better. And we see this from teams from time to time when a player goes out, the guys around them coalesce and perform. The Rockets are going to have an extended chance to show what they are without Şengün. And I'm sure if you're part of the Jalen Green hive and you have the Jalen Green agenda, you're going to say, look, it wasn't him, it's the lineup. And immediately under these numbers, there's a guy with the profile name Jalen Greenstan. If I say what I want to say, I'm in big trouble. And then he's alluding to other things, pretty much that they're better without Şengün. I'm gonna say no. I just think it's a young team who it's found a really good stretch of basketball. Because by the way, they were winning games with Şengün. They were on the verge of blowing out Sacramento before they got a little tight down the stretch, and that's why he was even still in the game and got hurt. But they were playing well with them, and now they're continuing that. And let's be honest, some of that includes playing San Antonio and Washington.
Thank you for saying that. the entire time, I'm like, this is a 3-game sample where 2 of them is Washington and San Antonio, 2 teams that combined don't have the amount of wins that the Rockets
They were
have.
playing some really bad teams. You get excited because you watch them play the Cavs at home, and that's a good basketball team.
Yeah,
and you
that's
beat
one
them.
game.
Yes, but it's the one game.
game.
They played a really good team who's a little banged up one time at home, and they're a confirmed really good home team, the Rockets are, and they dominated them, which is great. But yeah, it was the Spurs and the Wizards. What are we doing?
They scored 135 points against the Wizards. You know what that's called? Playing the
Wizards.
That's like, and then you know who they have next? The Wizards.
Yeah. So this recent run should continue because the bad teams have been a part of it. That's been part of the stretch. There's nothing else you can say. But you take heart when they can beat a Cavs team up like that. And you just take it as a one-game thing. The Rockets beat Denver earlier this year at home. It didn't translate to a giant winning streak.
Yeah, they beat the Nuggets in Denver.
Yeah,
with their starting lineup.
It didn't mean that the Rockets are now one of the best teams in basketball, and they did that with Şengün. So it's the ebbs and flow of a season. But all you can do right now is say they're winning, and you hope that continues. Here's Fred VanVleet. He talked about it as well. He was asked directly about why they're playing so well without Şengün, and this is what he said.
Yeah, I mean, there's no quit in this group. It's a resilient group. It's a tough group. And when one guy goes down, it's opportunities across the board for guys to step up. Jalen's really hitting his stride as of late. That's helping us. But, I mean, down the line, guys are ready to step up for that opportunity. And also, coming down the stretch here, we understand what's at stake. If we want to have a real shot, we kind of got to play our best these last couple of weeks. And I think that the group has found that swag and that energy as we make a little push here.
So you heard him talk about the push. Jalen Green talked about the push as well. Certainly a focus of theirs. They won 5 in a row. They still remain 3.5 out. The Lakers and Golden State played over the weekend. So either way, the Rockets were going to gain ground on the 9 and 10. And with Golden State winning, they're now 3.5 behind both. And the Rockets, I believe, have one more game with the Warriors. I don't think they play the Lakers again, so they can't find. They don't have a game there to gain ground. So they're still in it, still fighting, and the schedule allows, at least when it comes to playing the Wizards, another chance to gain some more ground. So our agenda remains. Let's make sure the Rockets are playing meaningful basketball in April. There will be meaningful basketball played in April by hopefully by a team here in Houston. The Cougs didn't fare all that well in the conference tournament final. But they're 1 seed. We'll talk about them. We'll hear from Kelvin Sampson. Jamal Shead has some things to say as well. But the Cougs, we kind of knew what they were, but it was a far more interesting weekend in college basketball when you have what happened between Akron and Kent State. I'm not sure if you know this, but that's a heated rivalry. They're both teams from Ohio. They both play in the same conference. But I did not know it got as deep as it got that deep until I heard some audio. It's from a couple years ago. But considering how it went viral again this weekend, and then what happened in that game, I think it's interesting. We'll talk about that. We'll hear from a couple coaches discussing coaching decisions and tournament committee decisions. So a lot of college basketball get to. We'll also get more into the NFL. Although the Texans aren't making a big move currently, we know they've been involved in trying to get a deal done. So we'll discuss that as well. We got plenty to discuss on the show. We're just in an hour one. Remember, you can text me at Delvey2. You can text Sean at Sean A. Mapes. And if you want to call the show about the Astros' pursuit of Blake Snell or the Texans trying to secure a big-time wide receiver, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the Cougs here shortly, but I forgot to get to this in the last segment. We talked a lot of Rockets, which was going to lead me to talking about another NBA topic. Now, there isn't really a reason for anyone here to care about an Orlando Magic-Toronto Raptors game. I mean, the Magic are surprisingly a good basketball team this year, currently the 5 seed in the Eastern Conference, and they handled Toronto team who dumped stars, like if you want to call Siakam a star, and Anunoby. So their team tanking, getting young players looks, all the things you do when you're not trying to win basketball games. One of the young players is named Grady Dick. Grady Dick's a shooting guard from Kansas. If people in the area are fans of some of the Texas teams, you saw him last year play against your favorite team in the Big 12. Well, he was drafted. He's a rookie. And the Orlando Magic have a rookie named Anthony Black. And in an era of players exchanging jerseys, those two did something very, very funny yesterday. Anthony Black, Grady Dick. What, Sean, on the back of a jersey, is it the first name or the last name?
It's the last name, Dell.
Yes. So if you take a picture, those two with the jersey swap, what do you think the order would be? Would it be Anthony Black and Grady Dick, or Grady Dick and Anthony Black? Who would be the first in that order? Which order would those two go in?
Well, alphabetically, it would be Anthony Black
and then
Grady Dick.
Yes. So just picture it in your head, because I'm not going to put it together. You guys can figure it out.
Picture that in your head.
Well, picture the jersey swap picture in your head. It's out there on the internet. You can find it. It was Anthony Black with the Orlando Magic switching his jersey with Grady Dick, and Grady Dick doing the same thing. And then someone very funny on the internet said, "Hey, don't the Orlando Magic have a player named Jalen Suggs?"
Okay, well, my man Grady only has one jersey. He needs some more jerseys.
No, you just put Suggs at the
my!
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
It's a three-way swap.
Yeah, they just put. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you do it. You make a point, but Suggs would have to be involved as well.
You'd have to do the thing that happens like on college football sidelines and NFL sidelines too, where guys are sitting next to each other and their last names spell something.
Yes.
You would have to do that where it's like a free throw or something. They're all standing at the top of the line.
With a three-man picture, it would have to be, they all have to be wearing their own jerseys, and it would have to just take a picture of them with their jerseys on. And the Orlando Magic official account initially tweeted out the jersey swap until they realized, wait a minute, we can't have that out, and then they had to delete it.
This isn't just rookies showing love to each other.
Yeah, and there's video of them convincing Grady Dick to do it. Like, he was like, oh, okay, F it. Okay, I guess we'll do this.
And you could see in the video the Anthony Black running over to get the Orlando Magic social media guy.
Yeah.
And then running back, and then them switching jerseys and then switching spots so it spells it correct.
Yes. So the phrase is correct
order.
Because there's no real reason. Neither one. Like, Anthony Black played like a minute, and Grady Dick, he's a starter now.
Well,
but
they're both rookies.
Yeah, but Anthony Black played 3 minutes, scored 2 points, so he was in garbage time. Grady Dick played 20. He was a starter. He didn't do a lot, but it was supposed to be. Oh, look, these 2023 rookies.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have any other connection beyond that.
Oh, they probably worked out together during the summer.
I feel like it's just
draft prep together.
I feel like it's just. I feel like Anthony Black went over there at the behest of his veterans and went over there and said, hey, let's do this. And the Orlando Magic official count fell for it.
You're pinning this on Cole Anthony?
I'm pinning it on Jalen. I think people said Jalen Suggs was involved. I think they said Jalen Suggs told him to go over there and do it.
Oh, well, it's Suggs. Get involved.
But he didn't take a picture. He didn't want to be in the picture. He just wanted a picture taken. And fortunately for us, but unfortunately for the Orlando Magic official account, they got. But it's a picture that will last forever on the internet.
I hope this becomes like a running bit with Grady Dick.
Well, and then somebody made a list of all the people who should take a picture with him, like Harden,
Kevin Love.
Yeah, everyone put a list together after this happened.
Oh man, I wish Rudy Gay was still in the league.
Yeah, he's out. Yeah, he can't. He retired 1 year too early.
10-day contract for Rudy Gay. Come on.
Yeah, let's see who the Raptors are playing coming up here and get him on the roster. I think the Raptors play the Heat twice at the end of the year. Get him on the Heat. Let him take a picture. They like signing veterans for a couple days.
Yeah, they had Udonis Haslem on their roster.
Yeah, they could have Rudy Gay for a couple days. He doesn't have to play. Just exchange their Rudy Gay is like, what am I? A joke? I'm not doing that. But yeah, it's out there. You get it. You can find it everywhere on the internet. Anthony Black and Grady Dick took a picture together. Grady Dick's going to have that thing follow him. Have this particular meme follow him around forever. Everyone's going to want to take a picture with him. He better be a really great player, or we don't remember him only for jersey swaps and that last name.
Yeah, if he has as good of an NBA career as like Kyle Korver, is that enough?
I think so, because Kyle Korver was an important part of good basketball teams.
Yeah, or like a JJ Redick type. I should stop comparing him to other white guys.
Yeah. Sean.
Trevor Ariza.
Maybe a Lou Williams type. I don't know. Something. Who knows? But what he's known for now is that picture and a last name that's always going to be memeable. I did say I wanted to get to the Cougs, and we'll do that here. They lose a game badly at Iowa State. Not at Iowa State. It should have been at Iowa State considering the crowd that the Cyclones had in the arena. But they lose the conference tournament final. Doesn't affect their number one seeding. Might have affected their overall seeding. Who knows? Maybe UConn was going to get that anyway. But the Cougs get blown out. And Kelvin Sampson was asked about Iowa State's performance and what it might mean for his team. And here's what he said.
They were unbelievable today. They played hard. They played connected. They played shot the ball extremely well. I don't know what they from the three, especially Silovic. He had some. When we were defending him tough, he still made it. That's what good players do. So, hats off to Iowa State. I think for all the teams now, it's just a matter of seeing if you can get as healthy as you can and get ready for the tournament next week. Tomorrow's Selection Sunday. We'll pick ourselves up. We've had a great year. Obviously, 40 minutes is not going to define 3 months, but we'll give some guys treatment and healthy and get back at it.
Iowa State, 50% from the floor, over 40% from three. The Cougs weren't playing well in the first half, but they were still in it. And you might think, well, they'll get it together in the second half. They did not. Iowa State got even better. The Cougs got even worse. And when your backcourt combines for 6 for 29, not going to win a lot of basketball games. Even with the Cougs defense, normally, this was an outlier as far as how their defense performs. Iowa State made shots. You heard Kelvin Sampson talk about even when they played well defensively. The shots are still going in. So it's a setback as far as trying to do the double, winning the regular season title and the Big 12 title in your first year. But the more important thing is hopefully to get healthy and then go on a run in the tournament. And it's something we're going to say, we've said all year, and we'll probably say throughout as we get closer and closer to the games over the weekend. Can the Cougs avoid a cold stretch, and can their defense be something that carries them through when they do find those spots in games and maybe a whole game where they don't shoot the ball well? I mean, if they shoot the ball in the 30% against any team that isn't the 16 seed, then they're probably going to lose. But so you hope they got that out of their system, scoring 41 points and shooting under 27% from the floor in the Big 12 title game. Jamal Shead, their best player, possibly a player of the year candidate. He was asked about getting over the loss and what's next for them. And here's Jamal Shead after the game.
I mean, that's just a testament to all the guys that's been around me. We've had good teams. We've had a great coaching staff for the past 2 years, but for the past 10 years since Coach has been here. So it's a testament to all the work they put in, all the people that came before us, and we've just been elevating the program.
That was actually him responding to a question about having the number one seed again. They had the number one seed last year, lost in disappointing fashion in the Sweet 16. I mean, getting to the Sweet 16 is great, but the Cougs had higher aspirations, and it didn't go their way. Now they have a number one seed again. I won't say the path is clear because it never really is, but they're expected to go deep in the tournament. That's their goal, and hopefully they close the deal, make a Final Four. We've talked about this before, where the accomplishment is making the Final Four, and then if you get there, then we start talking about a national title. But this has been the goal all year, and Kelvin Sampson talked about possibly getting a player back that may help their cause, and certainly avoiding another major injury. And Jaywan, we found out yesterday, that's how you say his name, Jaywan, as opposed to Jawan Roberts. Jaywan Roberts, a little banged up. You hopefully heal. These couple days off will help him heal and recover, so they're good to go as they start what hopefully is a deep tournament run. Because Jamal Shead, making a Final Four, the way he's been kind of the stalwart for the program, is really what we all want to see. I don't say deserve. I know a lot of people say people deserve things. I don't say that when it comes to sports. Why would the Cougs deserve it more than the team they're playing? But it would just be nice to see this Cougs team make a Final Four after all the success they've had the last couple seasons. And really, you heard Jamal Shead talk about it. It began before him. So we'll see how that goes. There's some sound on the other side I want to get to. I don't know how to put it other than, let's just say, less cordial than what we heard from the Cougs. Kent State and Akron are rivals in the MAC. They played in a conference title game, which resulted in a blunder that led to one team winning and the other team losing. But a couple years ago, because of how big the rivalry is, a song was leaked. And I say leaked, the guy put it on the social media, and then it got then it got grabbed by people. We'll hear that song, or at least we'll hear the player singing over the song. And trust me, I don't know how many bleeps I put in a 30-second time frame, but probably more than I've ever done, because the song is called F. Akron. That's actually the name of the song. It's a real song called F. Akron. And then the Kent State players took it to heart and started talking about some of the players on Akron. And then that song got brought up again on Saturday, and then we had what happened on Saturday night. So we'll discuss that and more as we continue on the show. Sean and I here till 12. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Before we went to break, I discussed, or at least I told you, about some sound I wanted to get to. Kent State and Akron are in the MAC. They are in-state rivals, so all the stuff that comes with that, you might imagine, things get a little testy on occasion. A couple years ago, in the 21-22 season, a video leaked of multiple Kent State players talking about how much they dislike Akron. It resulted in suspensions before the MAC title game. Kent State went on to lose, partly because those guys were not available for either the entire game or the first half. Julius Rollins was on the Kent State team who lost that title game, and he was in this video that we're about to play. He's also one of the main protagonists in what happened in this weekend's conference title game, which Kent State also lost, and they lost it in remarkable fashion. Here's the video. I believe I got everything because I had to beep a lot, but remember, the song is an actual song titled F Akron, and these are the Kent State players a couple years ago singing along.
Akron, Akron.
Word to his mother. You heard him. You don't like him. That is the star of the video is DJ Johnson. He was the one player who was suspended for the entire game of the title game a couple years ago. He was suspended indefinitely and didn't return to Akron. I don't know where he went, but I looked up his stats, and the last time he played for Kent State, was the semifinal. He didn't play in the final, and he's been gone, I believe. Rollins, who I mentioned, was in the video, was suspended for a half, and him being absent along with others led to them losing the title game a couple years ago. Julius Rollins is as I said, the protagonist in this play that led to Kent State losing again to Akron.
Bollinger then on Cameron Davis. Number 1 in goal to the man with the ball.
10 to shoot. Sullinger in the lane. No. Hornby puts it up and in. 6 seconds to go. Kent State a 1-point lead. And a foul on Rollins. And it'll be a 1-and-1 free throw for Akron. No. Why is Rollins fouling?
Julius Rollins did not know time and score. And fouled on the play. Reached out and fouled.
Wow. What a miscue.
So you heard, Kent State took a late lead, and they just had to play defense. They're up by 1. He commits a foul he should not have committed. Akron makes a couple free throws. Kent State loses. So Julius Rollins and his experiences with Akron in tournament finals it's got to be misery. I'm like, his coach defended him, but I don't know how you defend him in that situation. It has happened. He's not the first guy to do that, but he was the one guy this weekend who did it, and it cost his team a chance to go to the tournament. And they were like, they finished 8th in the MAC, so they weren't good this year but they were on a miracle run, much like NC State. NC State, by the way, made a miracle run, won 5 games in 5 days, beat North Carolina in the final, and they're back in the NCAA tournament. They won the ACC tournament for the first time since like 1987, I think. So Kent State was on a similar run, and a last-second foul, which was unnecessary, loses his team the chance to make the tournament. It's not the F Akron video, but if I'm him, I don't ever want to see Akron again, because all he gets is misery playing that team.
Just transfer out?
Yeah, stop playing. Leave Kent State. Your legacy at Kent State is that video, being suspended for a half, and then that. And he's a good player, but he just made an awful mistake.
Yeah, it does feel like we've seen that mistake happen a couple times in college basketball this year, where a guy either doesn't know that they're tied or up 1 and starts fouling and then loses his team the game. I don't know why. It just I seem to remember a couple of incidences like that pretty recently. B, I lost all sympathy for Kent State when I saw that they are 17-16.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You don't deserve to make the tournament.
Yeah, that was.
I can't feel that bad that this team that's 500, this 500 MAC team. You're telling me they made a dumb mistake to lose the game? Did they do that 16 other times
Very
this
true.
season?
How many dumb mistakes did they make through the year that cost them games? It's probably just par for the course. This one is exacerbated because of the situation and what it would have meant. But do we want to see a 500? Well, they're 500 now. They would have been a game or 2 games over. Did we want to see an 18-16 team in the tournament? Probably not. So
I'm good.
We're good. I mean, it's unfortunate for him and the program, but they were fodder for. They would have been an automatic 13-14. So sometimes those teams are a little saucy and they can upset a team, but not this team. This team stunk, and they would have just had a really good weekend and found their way in. But maybe he saved himself and us from a 35-point ass whooping or something.
And maybe part of it is because it's Kent State and Akron. And at the start of this segment, I did not know that they had a rivalry. And so it's hard, if you made this Ohio State Michigan, maybe I'd take it a little bit more seriously.
Well, if it was that, we would have known about the video, I think.
That too.
Yeah, if one of Jawan Howard's players was, formerly one of his players, now that he's gone now, but one of his players had been screaming F Ohio State, then we probably would have seen it long before.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I'm guessing this team has had a lot of lack of discipline throughout the year.
It's true.
And so it coming up in the biggest moment of their season.
And look, Akron finished second in the MAC. They are pretty good. They were 13-5, and Toledo was the number 1 overall seed because of their regular season record. So Akron, the 2 seed, probably a better bet to challenge a team in the tournament.
And Toledo's got to be looking at themselves like, we lost to this Kent State joke of a team.
Toledo got beat in the first round by Kent State, 67-59. You were right. It was the 1 versus the 8, maybe, and they got dominated really. So as far as I can tell, so Toledo clearly didn't deserve it, and Kent State didn't deserve it. So Akron gets in, and I don't know if Akron made a return song or a response song. F Kent State probably in some way. They probably have sung that in some way, shape, or form. But Kent State doesn't make the tournament. Akron does, and their long storied rivalry will continue.
I'm sure there's been some Instagram lives where
yes,
where there's been. I don't know if anyone's put it on wax yet, but I'm sure that there's.
Yeah, I mean, they beat them they beat them when the song came out, so I'm sure there was a response, and now they've got the better of Kent State one more time. So the tournament is right around the corner. I mean, the first 4 games start on Tuesday in Dayton, so that'll be something to pay attention to. True TV all of a sudden will become something people remember they have, and they'll watch it. We'll have the TNT guys in the studio pretend like they know anything about college basketball, because that's generally how it goes every year.
Credit to Charles Barkley for not even pretending.
That's true.
That's just credit. Unironically, credit to him.
Outside of talking about Auburn, you're right. He doesn't know and he doesn't pretend to. He'll look at the game and then decide what is what. But
he knows basketball. He can just
he'll watch the game and make a determination. Or I hope he gets really bad games. So because the best is when Charles Barkley responds to awful basketball games. And he'll pretty much say, "When is this on our air?" It'll be something along those lines. But I'm sure he'll be a great partner for the NCAA and sell the product, unless it's an awful basketball game.
Yeah.
And because it's the first 4, there's always a chance.
Yeah. Well, the first TNT game is Akron but Akron versus Creighton.
So is Akron the home
14 seed?
Does Akron have home court because it's in Ohio?
Oh no, this is just the.
Okay.
This is their actual first. Round match.
Oh yeah, because that's 11s versus 11s, 12 versus 12. What am I talking about?
No, I think both first 5 games or first 4 games are on True TV. Shout out to True TV.
Yeah, well,
right in between. I think they're lead-in and they're leading into Impractical Jokers both nights.
It seems like they always are.
I think it's
because every time we watch those games, Impractical Jokers is what's up next.
I like to imagine a person who No disrespect, but Impractical Jokers is just their favorite show, and they don't follow sports whatsoever. And so, for 2 weeks every year, they're like, "What the hell is this? What? Why is there no Impractical Jokers on my TV on Friday at 2 p.m.? Why am I watching Oakland versus Kentucky?"
And because of all the upsets, like a lot of bid stealers, we're having 10 seeds play on the first four, which we don't get.
Normally they're like 12.
Yeah, normally the 10s are at large teams who've earned their way in. It's usually 16 and 12. Sometimes there's been 11s. There's been 11s in the past, but 10 seeds. I don't remember that ever happening. And that's the 4 10 seeds that are playing, Colorado State, Virginia. Everyone hates that Virginia's in. People are furious. They got to watch that slop.
Big mad. And because of that, I think they're going to win. And then they play Texas. I think they're going to beat Texas.
They play a style of basketball that is infuriating.
It sets
it's
the
boring.
game of basketball back.
It's such slop. It is
terrible.
such slop.
Terrible basketball.
And no one wants to see them play for multiple reasons. They didn't really earn their way in, if we're going to use that as a criteria. And then when you watch them, it's not aesthetically pleasing. We all remember those Virginia teams who are good. It was still ugly basketball, but at least they were a good basketball team.
Yeah, now they're bad.
This is a bad basketball team who's playing ugly basketball, but they're in the tournament, and no one wants them in. Colorado State is in, and Colorado and Boise are the other 10 matchup.
I respect that from the committee. Just being like, Colorado, both of you Colorado schools,
yeah,
play your way in.
We'll throw you in the first four. And Colorado's probably in the first four matchup because they lost to Oregon, another bid stealer. So if you're upset about the Big East, I don't know why you would be here, but that's the reason. Oregon's winning games, and you've got other bid stealers around the country. NC State was a bid stealer, and yet they couldn't keep Virginia out of it.
You think Coach Prime's going to be at the
in
first
Dayton,
four game?
There's
in
not
Dayton,
a chance.
Colorado.
He won't show up unless they make the Sweet 16. If they make a Sweet 16, we'll probably see him there. You think he's showing up opening weekend?
Sweet 16, and I think it depends on the place. Like, I think if the Sweet 16 and Elite 8 are in, like, Des Moines.
He's not making it. It better be an easy flight. He'll have a private jet, but it better be an airport in the city he wants to fly into. That's a good question, Sean. There's no chance he makes Des Moines.
Yeah, Indianapolis. Sick.
I didn't like going there when I was a football player.
Yeah.
I'm going to go there as a coach? No chance. That wraps up hour one here on the show. We'll get into some Astro stuff. If you missed it, there's some updates on Jose Urquidy, the Blake Snell pursuit we talked about early on in the show. So we'll get to that as well. The Texans, they tried to make a move for a big-time wide receiver. Didn't happen. We'll discuss that as well. A full hour to go on the show. We'll be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. Over the weekend, it came out, maybe Friday leading into Saturday, it came out that the Texans were in on Keenan Allen. At his press conference after being traded to the Bears, he talked about he had interest with and from two teams, the Jets and the Texans. I went through his press conference to find where he mentioned the Texans, and the line was I had interest in two teams, and then I didn't hear the Texans or the Jets. I was trying to figure out where that was. I'm almost of the opinion that in the recorded version, did the Bears cut out his mention of the other two teams? Because I couldn't find it anywhere.
That's probably what happened.
Yeah, I found the line, but the initial line about having interest, but I didn't hear him say the other two teams. And he talked about how the agent was on the phone and they figured out where they were going to go and, departing the Chargers and all the kind words you say about your former team, but nothing about the two teams who had interest. So I feel like there's a deeper, darker conspiracy.
I think it's just they're like, hey, let's not
mention them.
Yeah.
You always want to be a Bear. Hey, can you do that over and say you always wanted to be a Bear?
You always dreamed of playing in December.
Yeah, he did ask
the Windy City as a wide receiver.
He did get asked about that because he's always been either a San Diego Charger or a Los Angeles Charger. He was asked about playing in cold weather. You give the right answer. I'm a football player. Blah blah. It doesn't matter. All that stuff. We'll see.
He also went to Cal too.
Yeah.
So he literally has not played outside of California.
Yeah, and now he has to go spend his winters in Chicago. So we'll see how that plays out. Now the Texans were involved, which means they're not set at wide receiver, whether it be through the draft or trying to acquire a big name. Now, Tank Dell is working out now. The news came out that he's going to be ready for OTA, so that's good news for the Texans as their star young wide receiver will be back and ready once they get back to practicing. But there's a hole there. They don't have a legitimate number 3, and Keenan Allen's salary is one where it says the Texans don't mind paying. And considering what they did with Joe Mixon, you would imagine an extension would be following because now Keenan Allen's a little older than Joe Mixon, but if they're not going to trade draft capital for a high salary guy for just a year. I wouldn't think so. And those guys generally don't agree to that. Wide receivers generally when they get traded, particularly of Keenan Allen's caliber, they get a new deal. And now some of it is funny money, they're outs, but I don't think that it would have just been a 1-year deal for Keenan Allen. I think that they would have extended him to maybe not the same extent as Joe Mixon, but I think there would have been some new money involved, which makes me think, why stop at Keenan Allen? In fact, Dream Shake tweeted us earlier in the show. He says, what about Stephon Diggs? And everybody, I saw multiple edits of Stephon Diggs in a Texans uniform. I would say, hold off. They're getting new uniforms. That edit's going to be obsolete in a matter of a month and a half or so.
Yeah, I saw that Antonio Brown, CT ESPN is reporting that. So
that Stephon Diggs will be a Texan.
Yes,
there is a spot if they're willing to pay Keenan Allen. I mean, why wouldn't they be willing to pay Stephon Diggs other than he's a bit of a. I'm not in Buffalo. I don't know, but all the reports suggest that he's a bit of an issue. He's a bit of a problem, quote unquote, or is he just a wide receiver?
He's passionate, and it's not always.
He cares.
It's not always channeled in the way that you'd want.
This is why you would be great for athlete PR. It's not always channeled in the best direction, but he just cares about winning. That's all he cares about. He wants to win so bad that sometimes it comes out wrong. You remember
scream at Josh Allen
because he wants to win. He's screaming at Josh Allen about not getting targets because he really wants to win and win a lot. We all saw him standing watching the Chiefs celebrate. We've all seen that picture. We know he wants to win.
4 years ago,
yeah. I love how people put him in everything. Every time the Bills lose, they use that picture and put him in a different spot. Stephon Diggs still waiting for a big win for the Bills. And the Bills have had some departures in their secondary. They did keep Deion Dawkins, the noted Jet hater. And maybe Stephon Diggs is on the move. Possibly. But the Texans are on the lookout for another wide receiver. We know T. Higgins is still floating around there. Would be the younger option. It would also be more expensive. It'd be a longer-term deal. But being in on Keenan Allen says they're not against paying a wide receiver a lot of money. The question will be for how long And how much will the compensation be? Because T. Higgins is younger, which means you're probably going to have to give up more than what the Bears gave up for Keenan Allen. And maybe the Texans don't value T. Higgins in that way. We'll see going forward what they do. But there is a hole there. And maybe this offseason they'll fill it with a veteran. And, of course, the draft is full of good wide receivers. But they don't have a first-round pick anymore, so they would be taking one later on. Eric wants to talk about the Texans and probably other stuff. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Since the Cowboys released Michael Gallup, would that be an option for the Texans? And, what do you think of Greg Olson's rap when he was a Miami Hurricane? The seventh floor, you know what? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, they were just called the Seventh Floor Crew. You don't have to what the crew. That's a name you can say. That's a word you can say, Eric. Seventh Floor Crew was the name of the rap group. And G-Reg, as he was called, Greg the Third Leg was another nickname of his. Greg was aggressive. I mean, I can't say any of the things he said, really.
I think all the guys were aggressive in the
yes.
7th floor
Yeah,
crew.
but Greg is the one who's now got a job where if it ever came up again, he'd have to answer to it. Like if for whatever reason people cared about what he did in 2004 as a college football player, he would probably have to talk about why that's not him anymore. I'm a family man, blah, 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 all the stuff. But because he's the one probably in the most prominent position. I don't think Brandon Merriweather's calling games at any point.
Yeah, no, probably not. Do you think that it would be good PR if that had a resurgence? I mean, we're coming up on the
20-year anniversary. Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be a day on X where that has like 20,000 retweets of happy anniversary to the 7th Floor Crew.
Because you can find the video. It's on
out
YouTube.
It was
out there.
It was in the Part 2 documentary.
Yeah. It's out there. Good publicity, not for Greg Olsen, I don't think.
I think it is. I think it makes him cool.
People kind of love him already right now in a different way.
But right now, especially if you're a younger football fan, you know him maybe with the Carolina Panthers and then being a guy in a suit talking about games. Very, very good, polished broadcaster.
So if
I think the kids would be surprised to know that he was
G-Reg?
Yeah, that he was G-Reg.
So we're going to get to the Texan stuff. No, Michael Gallup wouldn't be of interest. Who wants Michael Gallup?
Yeah.
No.
We got Robert Woods at home.
Yeah, we already have that here. What do we want Michael Gallup for?
Dude with a banged up leg.
So here is the Greg Olsen or G-Reg lyrics.
Oh, yeah. Can I put an asterisk? I don't think, depending on how bad these lyrics are, maybe that's not good PR. But
yeah.
Just
do you know the lyrics?
From the first 2 lines I remember.
Okay, here it is.
It was good PR.
What's your name? G-Reg. What do you do? What rhymes with G-Reg?
What part of your body?
Is that good publicity? I'm only 4 words in.
I think that's good publicity. So far.
How do you do it? Drop my drawers. Let her see my third leg. Chilling on the 7th floor. I gotta let these chickens know Big Greg is in the house, and I'm gonna make these. Nah, I'm done here. I'm done. No, I'm done.
I think it's good PR.
No, it's not. Well,
I think it's good.
I think it's funny, but I don't know if the Fox executives are going to be great with it.
Okay, yes, the Fox exec. I think amongst the people, it's good PR.
To your point, for the Twitter streets, people are going to love this from Greg Olsen.
For the 25 and unders that don't know about this?
But for other people, sponsors, possibly the uptight execs, they're probably not going to want their golden fair-haired boy, and I say that because that's what he is. Golden hair and the perfect analyst to be G-Reg with a third leg. I think they just want Greg Olsen.
What does he do, though?
He's already losing his top spot to Tom Brady.
Exactly. So he's not the golden boy. There's a more golden boy taking his job.
That's true. But he doesn't want to be behind
Tom Brady doesn't have raps.
Does he want to be the guy who's doing Panthers-Falcons games?
That's like the L team.
Well,
he would be the number 2 team
at
worst.
If this comes out, it'll be at least 3.
No. Moose Johnson doesn't want us going through his past.
I think he'll be fine. I don't think there's any third leg stuff from Moose Johnston. I mean, he played.
Mark Sanchez is also on the Fox broadcast team.
He played in Moose played in college before YouTube.
Rap.
Yeah.
Before rap was invented.
That's up for debate, but certainly before YouTube. Certainly before. So yeah. I don't think that's
I think
great.
it'd be good PR. I think it'd be good. I think the people would love it. And he's already getting demoted no matter what.
That's true.
At Fox. So, why not?
Yeah.
That's what I say. Why not?
Why not? Yeah, I'm sure Greg Olson's thrilled with your.
I don't think he loves it.
You're great. You're great for some people's PR, not for Greg Olson's. He can't listen to you when it comes to trying to get himself into a level where he can, take over and get ahead of Tom Brady. You're asking him to drop to, well, not the Texans of this current phase, but like 2020 Texans when they host an NFC team when the Commanders come to town. That's the type of game you want. Davis Mills versus whoever was quarterbacking the Commanders in 2020.
Or maybe like on the McAfee side broadcast.
Yeah.
Where it's like, here's G-Reg.
You got him Washington football team Texans circa 2020.
No.
I like Greg Olson.
So do I.
I like this song, but not for Greg Olson. Not now.
I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree.
You should proposition them and say, hey, do you want to go by G-Reg again? Would you rather go by G-Reg than Greg?
G-Reg.
And see how it goes. Very clever.
Yeah.
Just put a hyphen between G and Reg, and now you have G-Reg instead of Greg. Very clever.
What you
name.
do? G-Reg?
Got a third leg, apparently.
How do you do it?
Nope. Not reading the rest of that. I'm done here. G-Reg. Great tight end for the Panthers. For the Bears. Little known fact, he transferred to Miami after 1 year at Notre Dame. Notre Dame knows how to pick them. They know how to get great tight ends.
I don't think Notre Dame had a 7th floor crew.
No. I don't know. How do you rhyme touchdown Jesus with whatever is in the rest of those lyrics?
Give me the commercial break. I'll think of it.
Okay. I want to see.
It might have to be a sideways rhyme.
Probably.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to invoke Jesus in the 7th floor crew. That feels like sacrilege. Not sure that's what we want to do.
We don't know what floor the Last Supper was on. I'll just say that.
I felt like that was it wasn't a walk up in a brownstone. It had to have been on the first floor.
I don't know. Maybe it was in the penthouse. 7th floor.
I feel like the whole point of Jesus and the apostles was they were very meek and humble.
If Judas only knew,
Well, that those 30 coins didn't go very far for him. So look, he's a cheap buy apparently, a cheap trader. It didn't take very much. So I'm gonna.
So are the ladies G-Reg was talking about.
Well, yeah, he didn't have great names for him. Chickens was the most complimentary thing he said about him.
It's the only one you could say.
Yeah, the rest of the stuff, I just got here. I ain't got Greg Olson's money. I got to keep this job for at least a little bit. We're way beyond the break, but shout out to G-Reg and the 3rd Floor Crew. 20-year anniversary of one of the best college rap songs of all time, back when Miami was relevant, unlike what they are now. We'll get into some more Astro stuff. Blake Snell, the updates. If you aren't aware, I'll get you some news on that. And the status of Jose Urquidy. Not so great. And maybe why the Blake Snell stuff is of more importance. We've got a couple more segments here on the show, and we're going to give you an update on Elizabeth Hurley and her son. Sean found this story over the weekend. We have an update on what you can only say is some weird Hollywood-ish. It's really the only way you can describe it. We'll have some information on that. But before that, Jose Urquidy and Blake Snell on the other side. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. And in some news that fits this show, because, you know, we'll talk sports, entertainment, movies, television, nerd culture. The Acolyte. The trailer for the newest Star Wars series drops tomorrow. It's supposed to be set back during the High Republic era, so it's an era that's never been covered in Star Wars history as far as TV or movies. That'll be on YouTube and other places tomorrow. The Acolyte. I don't even know who's going to be in it. I would have to look it up. I think X-23. If you remember the Logan movie, the young girl who's now like in her 20s now, I think, considering how long Logan was ago, she's in it. But other than that, I don't know. I'll have to look up the cast. But the Acolyte, if you are big into Star Wars or just being up on pop culture, the first trailer for that series comes out tomorrow. I did mention I wanted to get into some of the Astros stuff. Blake Snell, that was the news starting Friday, really Friday morning. That news broke that the Astros are interested. We went from no chance because of the salary demands to the Astros are in on Blake Snell and there's a real shot to get him. Back to being out, back to being in, and now, as of this morning, the Astros are considered a long shot. According to Bob Nightingale of USA Today, they're considered a long shot to ultimately land him. Reports are the Astros balked at the asking price, which right now stands at $60 million guaranteed over 2 years, which would include an opt-out for Blake Snell after the 2024 season. And the Astros are currently conscious of being pushed over an additional luxury tax threshold by the Snell deal, which would average, the annual average would be $30 million a year. Now, before spring training, the thought of adding Blake Snell seemed preposterous because the Astros had Justin Verlander ready to go. They had Urquidy ready to go. They felt like they had a deep rotation. That's not even taking into account guys like Garcia and McCullers who could come back later in the year, possibly June or July. Well, we know Verlander won't be available to go. That doesn't really bother Sean and I. We think he should be on the Roger Clemens plan where he doesn't pitch till June or July anyway. We'd like a fresh Verlander for the playoffs. But the latest news with Urquidy makes the possibility of a Blake Snell acquisition maybe even more important. Jose Urquidy will go on the IL. He will not be available for the start of the year. He's diagnosed with the right forearm muscle strain. And every time you hear forearm, particularly early on in the process, you start to get concerned about what it could mean for the long-term health of Jose Urquidy. That's all we know right now. He just won't be, he'll likely start the season on the IL, won't be available to go. This all happened in the last 72 hours as far as the concern, the diagnosis, and now the projected time period that he's out. So you went from what you thought was a strength and being very deep to one where now you got questions to get answered. And my money. I was, hey, go get Blake Snell, but I know the financial ramifications. But that's pretty much how everyone's reacting, at least for people who aren't taking into account the billionaire's money. Sign them. And I can't blame you. Why do I care if you reach a tax threshold? I want a good baseball team. I want a really, really good baseball team. But Jim Crane operates in a different way, and we know that to be the case, despite all the money he spends. And if you're going to defend Jim Crane, you're going to talk about how much the Astros spend it already. But we know there is a line that the organization, does not want to jump over, and Blake Snell would push them over it as opposed to just taking a step. They'd be far over it, and it's not something they want to do. Hopefully that means that they believe Verlander will be back shortly. That's the thought. And hopefully Urquidy isn't one where we're thinking about him missing an entire year, because that was the doom predictions from the morning show. As soon as I heard forearm strain, I was like, well, what we know is going to happen is he's going to wait 60 days or so to see if he can recover. They're going to realize it's worse than they thought. Eventually he'll have surgery, and he won't be back for a year. It went downhill really quickly. They went from whatever to immediately he's going to be out for an entire year, which kind of how the baseball stuff works for pitchers. If they're not back and ready to go, it feels like it's a slow descent into, we'll see you in a year and a half, buddy, and then we'll see where you are when you come back. So if you were hoping for good Urquidy news, all I can give you is still up in the air, but the forearm strain is the diagnosis, and we have to wait. And what that means for how the Astros attack adding to the rotation, the Blake Snell number better come down, because the Giants are the team that is now thought of as a favorite, and even they don't want to pay him the money.
And, I mean, the Giants had all offseason to meet Blake Snell's price.
That's true.
The Giants aren't in a position like the Astros where they have one player on the IL and then now Jose Urquidy, a second player, a second starting pitcher that's going to go on the IL. Like San Francisco for the last 2 years, 3 years really, has been begging players to take their money, and no one's done it. So except for, I guess now, Matt Chapman, which would be very funny if they just get both guys like on a discount. They're like Matt Chapman and Blake Snell are like, all right, we'll sign with San Francisco so we're not unemployed. But I don't know if teams are gonna meet Blake Snell's ask. And now that we have like actual numbers on it, where he wants like 2 years, $66 million, I'm gonna be very interested to see, does anyone actually go up and meet that? Because we've already had reporting that that the Yankees, after Garrett Cole's injury, they still for some reason aren't interested in Montgomery or Snell. And so at a certain point, I mean, maybe Blake Snell can do the Roger Clemens, even though he's like 31 instead of 41. But maybe he can. Maybe that's his plan, is to wait until May and until teams get really desperate. But even then, I doubt you're gonna make $30 million for 60% of a season.
Yeah, Blake Snell's pulling the old NFL thing, veteran thing, where they wait for a major injury to happen and see their value jump up, and where teams become desperate for a quarterback, particularly.
Joe Flacco.
Well, Joe, like the Browns were super desperate. They that happened late in the year, but like when Sam Bradford, he was still on the roster, but that's what teams will do. And that people were talking about the Bears. Why didn't you just wait to see if an injury would occur before you dump Justin Fields for practically nothing? Some of that might have to do with their line that they threw out there as this process started. They were going to do right by Justin. I guess doing right by Justin doesn't include waiting for a major injury closer to the season. You get him on a new team very early. So maybe that's where some of this stems from. But Blake Snell's just out there waiting for a major injury. And, the Astros had maybe not a major one for Verlander, but the Urquidy one still to be determined. And he saw that's a spot where I can go and I'll negotiate. But even on possibly desperate team like the Astros said, nah, not you. Well, you, but not at that price. And Michael Schwab tweeted, these are the Astros pitching issues right now. Justin Verlander, ETA mid-April. For Urquidy, no ETA, because that just occurred. Lance McCullers Jr., ETA end of July. Luis Garcia, ETA end of July. So that is 4 starting pitchers, which would be part of one of the deeper rotations in baseball. In fact, probably would have necessitated a trade. If those guys were all healthy, maybe a guy or two gets sent someplace else, because you can't keep them all in the rotation.
Thanks for the memories, JP France.
Yeah. Well, or it could have been Luis Garcia. I'm not sure who would have gone, but that was a rotation probably too deep for its own good as far as keeping all of them around. But instead, JP France, who just came back, by the way, and actually there's some JP France sound we can hear from. He was asked about picking up the slack for Jose Urquidy not being around. And this was before the news broke today, but certainly there were questions regarding Urquidy's health. And this is JP France talking about picking up the slack.
I mean, it's already being a starter at this level. It's already hard enough with the pressure and all that, right? So I mean, if you go, at least for me, if you go in there thinking, I got to pick up more slack, then that's just going to put more unneeded pressure on you. Like I said, just from my standpoint, I'm just going to go out there and just do what I can do every start, give the guys my all. I mean, I hope he's back for the season. I'm not sure really what happened, but as far as having to pick up the slack for another starter, I don't know if that's kind of realistic talk, because you have to kind of handle your own stuff first. So, yeah.
He made his debut on Saturday, struck out 4, allowed 1 run on 4 hits, and a walk over 2 of the 3rd innings against the Mets. So a nice first outing for JP France, recovering from his shoulder issues. So while they get one guy back, they've lost a guy for what potentially can be an extended amount of time. So this should be a really good baseball team, and really the only thing that could keep that from happening is health, and they're suffering some issues currently. And, the Verlander thinks you're saying mid-April, but that's what they say as of now. Who knows what he will be? He's an older player, but they expect with no setbacks for him to ramp it up and be ready by mid-April, which is good news. And you just hopefully he sticks to that timeline. The Urquidy thing, who knows? So France, Brown, Fromber, and Javier certainly will be counted on quite a bit until they get some of those guys back. And hopefully Verlander is the first guy who does come back. I don't think you can bet on injuries. I'm not sure my bookie allows that, but you can bet on a lot of other stuff, including the NCAA tournament. The games begin on Tuesday. Hey, maybe you have a line on the NIT. Maybe you feel like you have something there. You can bet there too. It's not just restricted to college basketball. We know the NBA is going on, NHL as well. Hell, the MLS. They had a free weekend that I was watching. Didn't bet. Maybe I should have. Inter Miami had a nice game over the weekend as well. But MyBookie is your one-stop shop for all your sports betting and casino needs, complete with a real-life Vegas experience from the comfort of your phone. You can take your viewing experience to the next level with real-time live betting that lets you stream and bet the games right from mybookie.ag. Sign up now and take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit, all the way up to $1,000. Put in $200, get $300 ready to play instantly using promo code BET975, and the fun does not stop there. You'll get up to the minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide what to put your money on. The best part about MyBookie, you can bet on anything, anytime, from anywhere. Just use promo code BET975 to secure your welcome bonus today, only with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
That's right, Michael. Thanks for reminding me. You can go to ESPN Houston on YouTube and watch the show, and you can do it the more traditional ways that you've always done it by listening on ESPN975.com or downloading the app, and, of course, the radio if you're out and about. But yes, ESPN Houston is the YouTube channel that you can watch us at. So there's something going on the internet. Remember, we talked about earlier in the show, we talked about this. Grady Dick and Anthony Black, two players one for the Raptors, one for the Magic, did a jersey swap. And if you think about their last names, you can guess where this might have gone. Now, people are using a LinkedIn job posting by the Magic a couple days ago to suggest that the person who was responsible, oh, by the way, the Magic socials, particularly the official Twitter or X account, put up a picture of the jersey swap. And because the way the two players were positioned, it reads Anthony Black, then Grady Dick. And of course, because last names are the only thing that goes on the back of jerseys, you can guess what that might say when you read it across. Now, this was from 2 days ago, though, and the game happened last night. So once again, social media and Twitter wrong, because if they made the posting 2 days ago, this was before the incident occurred. Unless the guy said, I'm losing my job, so I'm just going to post this. I'm going to do this anyway, which I guess could be possible, but the timelines don't line up.
Or if it was, no, it wouldn't make sense if it was like seasonal.
And the season is still still has ongoing. It's still ongoing.
They're gonna make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Huh.
So
this ruins a fun story.
And the position doesn't even open up until August 26th. So before next season.
Okay, so it probably is a seasonal thing.
Yes, but it doesn't affect the guy or the woman who's working now. And I don't even know if a graduate associate is the one handling that anyway. Who knows? I don't know their hierarchy, but I know the internet believes that this person's getting fired.
It's more fun to believe it.
Yes, but if you do a little research like I did, it turns out that this job posting was made before last night's fun and frivolity, and it was something for next year anyway. So that I've debunked something, unfortunately.
It's more fun if he died for our sins. And he got fired before noon on the next day.
The next day, and the posting was up immediately. Sean, this is somewhat personal, so
okay, great,
but not really. How do you do your taxes? Like, do you have someone do it? Do you have TurboTax do it? How do you do it?
TurboTax.
Well, you should. If you do, you should be in line for some cash. Did you see an email that I just received? Because I've used TurboTax for a while now. Very simple. W-2, throw it in there. They calculate everything, and you're good. I'm not a homeowner, and I don't pay a lot of taxes in really any other way. So it's a very simple way. But apparently, TurboTax was screwing us a little bit. So I just got a smooth $28.68 in my account due to a settlement. So if you use TurboTax, people, be on the lookout. I don't know if you had to reply to something. I don't remember if I replied to something that made me viable for this, but a nice $28.68.
No, the last one I have from them is from an hour ago. But it's reminder, confirm your info for an easy start.
Ah, okay. Maybe they're doling this out in pieces. Maybe not everyone gets it at the same time.
I want my tax reparations.
Thank you. This is what I'm saying. So a little lunch money, which I appreciate.
It's like
it is a lunch.
2 lunches. Yeah.
It depends. It depends.
Oh, I don't know where you're going.
I went to Velvet Taco over the weekend, and you get a couple tacos and you throw in a tip. I'm already drained from my nice little settlement
your
from TurboTax.
TurboTax money.
Yeah. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna order 5 tacos. Wow, big spender. Hey, I got that TurboTax
Balling
settlement.
out.
Yeah, I got my TurboTax settlement. I'm balling at Velvet Taco.
You throw a $20 bill at the waiter.
Throwing it balled up and throw it at him. I don't need this money. Pick it up. But yeah, so be on the lookout, people. If you're using TurboTax, they might have screwed you, they owe you money.
I'm not doing my taxes until they give me my $28.
You're taking a stand, huh?
Yeah,
taking a stand.
It's like Blake Snell. Give me my money.
You want nearly $29. He wants $33 million per year.
Hey.
Completely the same.
I'll also pitch for the Astros for way less than
Speaking of that, someone said, "Hey, Giants, I'll take your money," because you were talking about how the Giants can't give away their money.
Every offseason, they're linked to every free agent.
And no one wants to go there.
They don't sign any of them.
No. But if the Giants are looking for a guy who's never pitched a game in the major leagues and they want to give him money, we have Ice-Gelski, who's willing to take their money right now. Surprisingly enough, you'll take millions from a Major League Baseball team. That's an odd choice by you.
I'll take the minimum.
The minimum's pretty good. You know how many tacos I could buy with the minimum? So many.
Like 4 in San Francisco. Am I right, folks?
Yeah. Another joke about how the cost of living there, because everyone who doesn't live there talks about it. And I guess some of the people, hey, did you know how much crap people put on the street? And you know how much a job like that pays you? 100 grand to pick up crap, human crap. That story pops up all the time.
And you know the saying, you don't want to be the main character of Twitter? Like every day you wake up not wanting to be the main character of Twitter.
Exactly.
I feel like San Francisco is like the main character city for America right now, where everyone who doesn't live in San Francisco gets like daily updates about what's going on in San Francisco.
And it always begins with it used to be a great place to live, and now it's like this. Even Charles Barkley went after San Francisco during the All-Star game, and Draymond's like, "Hey, it's a great place. It's a great place." He goes, "Not if you," and then Barkley ripped them to shreds. So it reached the point where Charles Barkley's taking shots at San Francisco. I don't know anything about the place. I just know every time I hear something, it's how crappy it is, and literally crap, because that's part of the tagline for San Francisco. People crap all over their streets. Okay, oh sure. I mean, I've been in downtown Houston. It looks like The Walking Dead sometimes at night. So I don't know. Everybody has an issue.
Wait, The Walking Dead, like with the zombies?
With the zombies.
Oh.
Yes, like zombies are skittering around in the area on occasion. And I'm like, every city has a problem, but San Francisco apparently is a whipping boy. Maybe that's why they can't get any free agents.
Yeah.
Bad PR.
Yeah. That could be it.
But I'm taking your money, San Francisco. Crap on the streets or not.
Deal with it.
I'll deal with it. I have my own personal picker-upper.
To like 300x my no, more than that. What am I talking about?
Yeah. We got
so
one
much more money.
We got one more segment to go. If you hate San Francisco, you're not alone, because apparently a lot of people do. But I did want to get to the story. We talked about it. We talked about it before, and I mentioned it earlier in the show. Elizabeth Hurley, not really an A-list actor anymore, but still a model, still an actor, and she did a movie that, at least the choice is peculiar considering who the director is. She did like a sex thriller with her son as the director and the creator of the story. We won't hear, but I'll read some quotes from her about her experience regarding the movie and why apparently it was a very fulfilling experience. We got that to get to, a couple other things before we wrap it up here on the show. Gallant and George are up next, but one more segment from us. We'll be back.
This is Ron Insana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, tech giant Apple is reportedly ramping up its push for AI technology after reportedly acquiring Darwin AI, which is a Canadian-based AI startup. A Bloomberg report says that the move is part of Apple's efforts to advance into generative artificial intelligence this year. Darwin AI is mostly known for its vision-based technology that enhances manufacturing efficiency, and the move is Apple's latest addition to its growing portfolio of AI companies that it's acquired over recent years. Meanwhile, another Bloomberg report says that Apple is in talks with Google to license its Gemini AI technology as an AI improvement for Siri. The report also says that Apple has held recent discussions with OpenAI. And President Biden says he's urging Congress to pass a foreign aid package that includes funding for Ukraine and Israel. The legislation, though, still hasn't come up for a vote in the House yet. In a statement, Biden says that the House must do its part to pass the $95 billion aid package that's been passed in the Senate. And oil prices are higher again this morning amid tightening supply concerns. Brent crude trading at around $86 a barrel, while WTI crude is around $81 a barrel.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the Elizabeth Hurley sex movie that her son is directing in a bit here. But I do want to talk about this because it just speaks to how even if you're at the same network, reporting is so fleeting. If we remember earlier this year, and really even just weeks ago, we heard from Stephen A. Smith about how fat Zion Williamson is. He went on a rant after the in-season tournament saying Zion was breathing heavy and he didn't look in shape, and it's ridiculous that this man is playing at this level when he should be a superstar, and partly has to do with him not being able to stay off food. And Stephen A. Smith has stayed with this particular line of reporting about Zion. I don't even know if you want to call it reporting when he keeps referencing the chefs in New Orleans and Zion in that regard. And now we got Brian Windhorst today talking about how Zion's lost 25 pounds since the in-season tournament. I've got people in New Orleans telling me that since December, when the in-season tournament happened, that Zion has lost 25 pounds or more, and his performance has been excellent. 2 weeks ago, he's too fat. He needs to lose weight. And of course, Zion's actually had a really good year. He's played more games than people expected, particularly when you have one prominent voice telling us how fat he is. But Ryan Windhorst, speaking of that, Jason Williams, white chocolate. That there's so many Jason Williams. I have to differentiate, and that's the best way I can do it. I guess I could have said former Miami Heat point guard or former Sacramento King point guard, but white chocolate was talking about Brian Windhorst on a podcast. I think it's the OG podcast. It has Mike Miller and Udonis Haslam on it. And this topic of Ja Morant came up. And Brian Windhorst was criticizing Ja Morant. And Jason Williams responded with, how can anyone with that size of a neck criticize anyone when it comes to basketball? This is where we're at when it comes to responding to criticism. You immediately go to how thick Brian Windhorst's neck is. And by thick, I mean fat. Can Brian Windhorst credibly criticize Ja Morant without being fat shamed? I would think so. But when you're an ex-athlete on a podcast, I guess having someone you consider overweight discuss a basketball player insults you. And that's how Jason Williams responded. And I make that tie-in because all Stephen A. has done is fat shame Zion Williamson. And we've got a report now that Zion is in really good shape, and the Pelicans have been playing really good basketball. And when they're healthy, that's a dangerous basketball team. But they've had issues. McCollum's missed time. Brandon Ingram has missed time. But that's one of those teams that I don't know if they're next up, but I wouldn't want to see them in the first round. They have a lot of talent. And we know Jonas Valanciunas is kind of a bully. He did that to Şengün in a couple games. So that's a pretty strong ball club, and just speaks out the strength of the West when no one really talks about them. And they're a team. They're a team that's going to give anyone, if particularly a top seed, an issue if they have to see them in the playoffs. Let's get to this story. Sean and I have talked about this before. Elizabeth Hurley, she is a model and an actress, more model than actress if we're talking about where she got most of her fame from. But she's in a new movie. It's called, let me make sure I get the title right.
I got it.
Strictly Confidential.
Yeah. Strictly Confidential.
We've talked about this before. The trailer would suggest this would be one of those straight to old school Cinemax movies. We've got Elizabeth Hurley making out with a woman, another sex scene, and that's not such a big deal. We're not prudes here. But the interesting part of the story is her son is the director and the writer, which not only, he didn't just get the role of filming it or directing the movie, he wrote a script specifically for his mother to be in sex scenes, which you might say odd, strange.
You might also say ew.
Or yuck. you might use that terminology, disgusting, yuck. But it's very weird, nepo Hollywood nonsense. So because it's Hollywood, you kind of overlook it, and you're like, whatever. That's disgusting. I wouldn't want to be involved in it, but you almost like that's weird Hollywood crap. So we almost kind of expect stuff like that to happen. Well, they're now doing their press tour about this movie, and their mother and son are sitting there discussing the movie, the scenes, and here's just a little snippet. I think they're with Access Hollywood or whoever Mario Lopez works for now, and he's asking questions about how this came about, why she's more comfortable doing it, and these are some of the responses.
Hold on, the video's not playing.
And of course, damn TMZ. Sean was hesitant about clicking on a TMZ video for ad blocking issues, but it's
relaxing knowing someone's behind the camera who looks out for you, which was the same on this movie in a way, because, you know, the things that his script needed me to do in this weren't necessarily things I'd always done in movies.
Having sex with women?
But having him there meant that I felt safe and looked after, and I knew in the production, in the post, I knew he'd look after me. So actually, it's kind of liberating to work with your family. I may do it again. Watch it.
Oh, I like that.
First of many. First of many.
Yeah, and how was it directing your mom? Was there any particular scenes that you were maybe a little nervous about?
You know, we kind of felt in our comfort zone. It's very strange. I think also, you know, when you're on an independent film, when you have 18 days to shoot, every single second counts. You know, you can't sit around mulling over scenes thinking, oh, what if, maybe, da, da, da. You just have to go for it and do as much as you physically can, as fast as you physically can, hopefully as well as you physically can.
Yeah.
So,
what Mario Lopez was asking is, was it uncomfortable telling your mom to groan and moan in different ways during a scene? Was that comfortable for you? He didn't ask it that way, but that's what he was asking. I don't know if I do know. Strictly Confidential will be a terrible movie. It lines up to be an awful movie, and the only reason I or anyone is talking about it is because son wrote a script for his mom to have sex scenes, and then he directed it, and he's on set telling her what to do. I don't know, man. There's just a line. There's a line. I think they have a particular relationship where they're very free with I don't know, because there's a picture of them from years ago when he's a young guy, but even younger, I think he was a teenager, where she's in what you consider not a mom bikini, and they're frolicking on the beach in some exotic location. So there was a precedent for this, but to write a script and film a movie and direct it where you're just saying, hey, mom, get to it, go at it, in multiple scenes is something I couldn't imagine doing.
It's got to be weird when your mom is like a famous model.
Yeah, sex object for plenty of people.
Yeah, that has to shape you in ways that we were not shaped. But,
certainly.
I don't know if the end result would be or should be. I'm making a movie. I'm writing and directing a movie, and there's a woman who has sex scenes, and it should be my mom. I'm just not sure that's the healthy way to channel that.
The directing thing is a step that I wouldn't take, but that could be, we want the buzz of having Elizabeth Hurley and her son direct the movie, but he created the story. That means he wrote it for her, so it's at a whole different level than just I'm just the director on the movie. I had a thought and I put it on paper, and it's my mom in sexual situations.
Also, it's like, yeah, we want to cast your mom for like the buzz of, isn't this weird how a son is directing his mom's sex scenes? And if I'm the director, I'm like, why does that have to be the buzz?
Yeah, I don't want that to be the buzz.
That's easy for you to say. You're not the one that's going to be called a pervert on ESPN 97.5.
Well, I didn't use that word. You used that word.
We talked around it.
Yeah, I don't want to call him a pervert. I just think it's an odd choice. A very odd. It's one I wouldn't make.
I'm not the one. Okay, I'm not the one that's going to get psychoanalyzed for 2 weeks.
True.
on ESPN 97.5.
It is a continuing story for us. It is. I don't know if it's.
Are we going to have to watch this movie?
Honestly, I think we have to.
I don't know how much there will be to gain from watching it, other than wow, he really did watch his mom pretend to have sex with his mom.
Or maybe the trailer's very misleading and it's none of what we expect it to be. But the trailer suggests, or maybe it's worse. But the trailer suggests this young man decided, I'm going to write a movie for my mother where she gets into multiple sexual situations with, I don't know if I saw a dude in there, but at least there is a woman involved, and maybe there's more scenes. I don't know. But Strictly Confidential is the name of the movie. It might be like Shogun's the show TV show. This might be the show's movie that we eventually, when it comes out, I'm not going to pay for it, but if there's a way for me to watch it, there may be a review.
Man,
it can't be a good movie.
Why does this have to be the movie of
What
the
do you?
show?
Well, if you would have picked a different movie, we could have gone there.
I wish Kong x Godzilla was directed
By Kong's dad.
Yeah.
Godzilla's dad directed. Well, if that happened, we would talk about that too. But we don't have that here. We have this, and I can't. And until you find something weirder and different, this is a movie.
It's gonna be tough to find something more weird than this. Different, easy.
Yes, weirder.
Different, I can find. Boom.
No.
Any movie's different.
No. Hey, they've done their job. I'm talking about it, and they got an interview on Access Hollywood about it.
You just said you're not gonna pay for it. That's not doing their job.
Fair. That's fair. Because it can't be a good movie. It's just gonna be a weird one. So I'm not gonna pay for it. We're done. Gallant and George are up next here on ESPN 97.5, and then they'll be followed by the Killer Bees. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Welcome in to Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Happy Monday. Hope you all had a very green and maybe slightly or more than slightly intoxicated St. Patrick's Day weekend. March Madness is here. The Cougs, snubbed. Snubbed from the number one seed, Paul.
Outrageous.
Outrageous.
Only the number one seed.
Yep, only the number one seed.
East Coast bias.
East Coast bias is real. Let's see. What else happened this weekend? Oh, I don't know. The Texans almost traded for Keenan Allen.
They did.
We thought Blake Snell was going to be an Astro for most of the weekend.
We did.
And he's not. He's not. He's not an Astro. Keenan Allen is not a Texan. And, you know, it brings us this question of when you walk away from a big move, Because Blake Snell's asking for what? 2 years, $66 million per Bob Nightingale. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
No one's giving it to him either. I mean, it's a 2-year contract, and you would think that there would be one team out there that would say, screw it. This guy's really good. We'll eat that for 2 years. No one's doing it. So I wonder if there's still some negotiating going on between the Astros and his people. And then with Keenan Allen, I mean, it seemed like the Texans had this one in the bag. I don't really know what happened because it seemed like they offered more to LA and they were willing to pay Keenan Allen more. And yet he is a Chicago Bear for less than supposedly what the Texans offered.
Yeah, this definitely feels like one of those Chargers don't want him to be in the AFC. That even though they lost Mike Williams and Keenan Allen, yes, they kept Bosa and Mack, so their defense is good. Quentin Johnston, who can't catch, who was their first-round pick from TCU last year, is, I guess, the number one wide receiver for Justin Herbert. Good luck this season, but they clearly just didn't want Keenan Allen in the division.
What
That's
a dumb thing.
That's the only logical explanation.
But they're not even in the division, in the conference.
I know.
This team, the Chargers are a joke. This is just dumb. This is what the Bears did in trading Justin Fields to a team that wasn't going to give as much for Fields as others because they wanted him to go somewhere where he wanted to go. What are these people doing?
What's worse? What the Bears did by doing that, by getting less capital because they are helping a player that they want to, I don't know, just get rid of? Or at least in the Chargers' mind, in theory, they're helping themselves. In theory.
Yeah, they are, I guess, making it less competitive in the AFC by making Keenan Allen leave. But, I mean, if you're willing to move on from him, if you're not willing to pay him, then get the most that you possibly can for him. It's dumb. What, we think the Chargers are really that confident in themselves in the next season after, getting rid of Brandon Staley, that year one with Jim Harbaugh, everything is going to go according to plan and they're going to be competing with the Texans for a playoff spot or something like that.
Yeah.
No, this is dumb. I mean, take the better draft pick. I don't understand what they were doing. And I think what the Bears is doing too. I mean, it's just another reflection of an embarrassing organization. And I know you root for him, but oh wow, they did good by the player. Oh, so yeah, I'm sure there's going to be so many free agent players that see that and they're going to be like, you know what? I'm going to take less to go here because the Bears, they take care of their own. No, they don't care about that stuff.
Yeah, can't wait for 115 when what triggered Joe Moore, that or a Cardinals quote from the weekend. Plus, we're going to talk about the Houston TV wars that are apparently about to start to go down then as well. So we got a bunch of fun stuff on the show. And then you have Blake Snell. All this stuff. So both these stories are just kind of happening at the same time where we're watching the Blake Snell stuff play out in front of us on Twitter. The Keenan Allen was a more of a surprise report that came out. So Blake Snell, I think that situation is more confusing than what the Chargers did with Keenan Allen and the Texans.
Why is
Because
that?
Blake Snell, we're 10 days away from opening day. I know he threw 4 innings in front of scouts, including the Astros and Giants on Friday last week. But don't you want to pitch to start the season? Don't you want to be out there on opening day or in that first series? Because even if he signed with the Astros today, I don't think he's pitching the first week of the season.
What's wrong with that? Baseball's boring. He's like Anthony Rendon. He understands. The season's too long. He gets an extra week off.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe.
And then you get to do the ramp-up period, too.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's a week.
It could be a month. Could be 2 months.
Because, we always see it. We've seen this before with pitchers, right? They are working out on their own, and they claim to be ready.
Especially with the Astros.
And then all of a sudden, they get to camp, and it's like, oh, they're not ready.
Right.
They're not ready. And if you missed the news, Jose Urquidy is going to start the season officially on the injured list with a forearm strain. Joe Espada was asked about his UCL, so about Tommy John. And he said at this point, all he knows is the forearm strain.
Well, I mean, given
that
there was a moment on Friday where we thought Yordan Alvarez left the game because he hit a ball off of his foot, and it turns out actually he left the game because he had an allergic reaction. You never really know what the Astros are dealing with from an injury perspective or, I guess, allergy perspective at any moment in time. I guess, Joe, more than anything, given how quickly after Kendall Graveman got hurt, the Astros swooped on Josh Hader, I suppose we could say, well, Jim Crane's operating with a little bit more restraint here. because I thought that Urquidy injury and then all of these breadcrumbs, very large breadcrumbs that Chandler Rome seemed to be leaving.
Yep.
How Urquidy and Snell share Scott Boras as an agent, and that the Astros are at least engaged in conversations with Snell. I figured that that would be the final push for Jim Crane to actually just sign Blake Snell. But he is continuing to play hardball. And I think for those who want Snell to come here, I don't know if it's likely, but from at least what I've seen today, it doesn't really feel like anyone is that close to potentially landing him.
Yeah, it does seem the Astros are much farther away than it appeared this weekend, like you said, from Chandler Rome, Ken Rosenthal, all these reports that it felt like a done deal at one point. It really felt like, oh, Blake Snell's going to be an Astro by the time our show starts on Monday. And then it's gotten farther and farther away. But it's not like the reports have come in that the Giants or the Yankees are swooping in.
Right. I think the Giants are the favorites to get him, but
Yeah.
I don't think that there's been anything out there that's saying, oh, the Giants are really, really thinking hard about giving him what he wants.
Yeah.
Two with 33 each for 66.
And he wants the opt-out after the first year. So I do like the contract, honestly, for Blake Snell. If you're the Astros, it's not my money. It's Jim Crane's money. That's going to push him into luxury tax areas that he might not be comfortable with or whatever. But I do like the deal of if you're going to do it. Why are you laughing at me, Paul?
There's a funny comment from Cornbread Fred, and it's about on the Twitch, essentially like, hey, if you just do it. And it says Lance McCullers is making almost $20 million a year to walk dogs.
Oh, and shovel their poop.
He says, "F it, just do it." I'm kind of there.
Agreed.
Just do it.
Okay. They have to do it. They have to do something.
Have to do something, and this is it.
They really. I think this is the kind of movie.
Starting
Jose
rotation-
Urquidy's going to have Tommy John. Calling my shot right now.
Dr. Joe George here.
Forearm strain, a lot of times, is the precursor to Tommy John. And we know how the Astros work. Remember this with Justin Verlander? I'm pretty confident Justin Verlander had a forearm strain in 2020. And then they waited, and then 6 months later, he had Tommy John. So
But they tried their best.
They tried their best. And that's what they're going to do here with Jose Urquidy, is they're going to hope that rehab and everything works out and he'll be okay. But you're starting the season without 4 of your starting pitchers.
That's true. You have options, though. Chandler Rome's highlighted that Jordan Montgomery is somebody who has less of a walking issue, and on top of that is a guy who can pitch deeper into games because of that, and that would help you with your middle relief, which is probably the biggest question right now. So I don't know that they necessarily need to be all in on Snell versus Montgomery, but I do think that they need somebody else.
Yeah. So when do you walk away from a big move? Like if you're the Texans and you're talking to the Chargers about Keenan Allen, or you're the Astros and you're talking to Scott Boras about bringing in Blake Snell, what's your walk away point? When do you say, you know what, too rich for my blood, not worth the headache, just I'm good?
Honestly, probably for more than what Snell's asking. I feel like if it was $40 million or something like that per year, that's a little rich. Even if it was a 1-year deal where he could walk away at the end of it. I mean, it would help in the short term. But for Keenan Allen, I've been big of the belief that they just don't need another weapon. I feel like they're fine on that front. It's not, I mean, is it the greatest weaponry that any quarterback has? No, but Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, Joe Mixon, it's a pretty damn good quadrant of weapons to have to work with. So with Keenan Allen, what's confusing is they did seem to offer a pretty substantial amount. But I suppose if you have your convictions, you got to stick to them. You can't settle in life. If you have standards, you have to stick to the standards. And a lot of the people online that I'm seeing that are like demanding that the Astros do something or the Texans do something, it reminds me a lot of like all the married people that are telling me all the things that I need to do
so
that I can find a significant other. It's just generally like bad, outdated advice because most of these people have been out of the game for a long period of time.
What kind of advice is that?
Just bad. It's
all
always
bad?
like, you need to go to the grocery store. You need to go and do a club. And it's like, no, people don't meet anymore in person.
Yeah, I feel like the grocery store thing, that's not real.
No, people don't want to be approached anymore.
Yeah, I'm not Like when I was single, I'm not trying to spit game while I'm looking for.
I mean, I would
steaks.
love to. If you see somebody at the grocery store, I'm
No.
like, oh, look at those plums. Oh, that's you. What?
Plums is an interesting choice. Just saying, it's an interesting choice of fruit that you chose there. Sean, you look like you have thoughts.
I can see why Paul doesn't pick anyone up at the grocery store.
What?
If it's all plum related.
Wow, those melons. Oh, and you.
I would never do it. You couldn't have paid me to try to pick some up at the grocery store. No one wants to be there. No one wants to be at the grocery store.
Generally not.
It's not an enjoyable
It's
experience.
An errand. I don't think you should approach or not approach.
But what if I look
when they're
hot?
running an errand, but you shouldn't proposition them when they're running an errand.
Why not?
Because no one's like, man, love this.
But that's what the married people are telling me to do.
Well, they're wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Because also, find a married person that met someone at the grocery store. They're a liar.
Yeah.
If you know someone that's married and they say they met at the grocery store, I would bet you a good wager they actually met on Tinder.
Or they're 65 years old.
Good point. Touche.
Tinder doesn't work.
It worked for me.
It doesn't work for me.
Yeah, it's changed a lot.
I can't. I haven't
Back
gotten a
in
match
my
on
day.
that happen
Joe
forever.
George here for Tinder.
Back in my day, Tinder worked a lot better for other purposes. 9062. Can we all agree that Justin Verlander just needs to do what Roger Clemens did and start in mid-June or July? No.
That's what Dell and I have been saying. It's like, hey, take as much time as you
Why?
Because he's 41 years old.
Who's going to pitch for the Astros until July? No Verlander, no Garcia, no McCullers?
Sign someone.
Well, that's fair.
the same plan that we need right now.
Yeah,
Sign someone.
That's fair. He's Paul Gallant. I'm Joe George. You can find us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes. So if Blake Snell's off the table, what's the pivot for the Astros? Do they have to? Honestly, we saw Spencer Arrighetti pitch very well.
And again,
in his last spring training start. So maybe the Astros don't need to do anything. We'll discuss that next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So Jose Urquidy starting the season on the injured list with a forearm strain. When Joe Espada was asked about, his UCL, he said he did not know at this time that all he knew about was the forearm strain. So at least for now, the expectation is that Jose Urquidy will come back this season. I have my doubts, but we'll see. Hopefully he can. The Astros have so many injuries to start the season in the rotation. Lance McCullers, obviously, Luis Garcia, both out till June or July. Justin Verlander will likely face hitters for the first time this spring training today or tomorrow. And then you have the Jose Urquidy news that comes down today. So we're discussing Blake Snell and just it seemed like the Astros were close. Now it seems like they're far away. And the door's not shut yet, obviously, because he's still not on a team. But you mentioned Jordan Montgomery. Is that your pivot now to him right away? Or are you open to other ideas or just stand put?
I don't really know what the other ideas are. I guess Michael Lorenzen, too.
Yeah, that's really the only other one.
So there are options. I saw from Ken Rosenthal, he tweeted this an hour ago. Free agent Michael Lorenzen threw 70 pitches yesterday, getting up and down 4 times, hitting 94 to 96 with his fastball, according to a report viewed by The Athletic. And his agent sent Rosenthal a video. I'm wondering if the fact that these 3 are still available has something just to do with the way that baseball's been a little finicky about spending big money. We've seen a couple of off seasons, maybe not this one, but of just not a lot of action at all. But I also wonder too, if you are a pitcher and you're thinking about earning money and you feel like you have value, you can just sit there and wait, because why would you want to pitch a full season when I think everybody looks at workload that pitchers get these days and says that we want to minimize it as best we can? Sort of like what we used to have with Brett Favre when he was threatening retirement every offseason.
Yes.
But he just didn't want to go to training camp.
He just didn't want to participate.
Who'd want to go to April or May? But again, I agree with Anthony Rendon. Baseball season's way too long. Baseball's not that fun. If you're a pitcher, you're only there like one of every 5 days.
You're not
doing
working
something.
a lot.
You're just sitting around. Yeah, take 2 months off.
Yeah.
What's the worst thing that's going to happen?
Yeah,
Someone's going to want you eventually.
If you don't like your teammates, because you're really just like hanging out with the boys most days if you're a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
Hopefully you like the guys in the bullpen and the rotation.
But if you're new, what's the incentive? You're going to have to make new friends and,
at least Josh Hader's
yourself.
here.
True.
He's got at least one friend in the clubhouse.
But he's going to be here for 5 years, so he's got an incentive. If you're a hired gun, a Hessian, a mercenary, you're coming in for 1 year, 2 years, or something like that. Yeah, do you really want to go through the process of meeting all sorts of new people? Some people are introverts, and pitchers are strange people.
Most of the time in the offseason now, or how it's been recently and going forward, to your point about the contracts, I just think what we're seeing is only a couple big, like 1 or 2 big contracts. That's it. These teams have money to spend, and they're not spending it. Matt Chapman, Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, Cody Bellinger, when the season ended last year, you would have said are all big ticket items. They're all guys that could get massive contracts. Now, 2 of them are free agents. 2 of them signed 3-year contracts where they had to put opt-outs in after each year, so that way they can hit free agency once again. That's why I don't think Alex Bregman's going to get this deal that everyone is talking about with him. He's not. Juan Soto's going to be the big ticket item next year. Everyone's going to focus on him. And I think Alex Bregman's going to be closer to Matt Chapman and Cody Bellinger.
I don't know. Matt Chapman's not good. I don't get this Matt Chapman thing. He hasn't been good since 2018.
Yeah, it's not a great contract, but it's 3 years, $54 million. Bellinger was 3 years, $80. I just don't think Bregman's I think Bregman's somewhere in the middle.
But both of those guys, I mean, I guess you got to ask yourself the question: do you think that the years that Bregman has had since looking like an MVP candidate in 2019 have they been like the droughts that those two have been through? Because those two have had some very low lows since then. Bellinger less so last year. It seemed like he finally figured it out again. But yeah, Chapman, we haven't seen A's Matt Chapman in a while.
No, we haven't. Fred here on the Twitch says 2-time left-handed Cy Young Award winner not finding a job is odd. Seems like he's getting keikled. sometimes where I wonder if the nerds have gotten too far with baseball. And even though, yes, 2-time Cy Young Award winner, the walks with Blake Snell specifically, I wonder if these super nerdy teams look at his analytics and they say, nah, it's not really worth it.
Is that even analytics? I mean, to a degree, if you're just walking a ton of guys, then
True.
How trustworthy are you?
But he gets him out. He's really good at like getting the grounded ball and the double plays. He won a Cy Young with all these walks, so it's clearly worked for him. I guess is it the question maybe more of, is it sustainable? I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, you look at that and you're like, at some point he's gonna get hit if he's just putting that many guys on base.
He's gonna have a bad inning.
He's gonna have a bad game. I imagine that's a part of it, and it's funny. This is actually just old school baseball. You don't want a guy who's walking everybody.
Yeah.
Unless he's throwing like Johan Santana no hitters back in the day, where he had like that 6-walk no hitter.
I forgot about that. Well, that's when pitchers were men and they threw like 150,
yeah.
150 pitches
Horses.
a game.
Now they ain't
Kids
horses
these days. I'm looking at Blake Snell's year last year. He led MLB in ERA, in total walks, and then hits per 9 innings.
Not great.
Like, so he there's a ton of people on base all the time, and none of them score.
Yeah, and the math would tell you that's not going to happen again. But I'd still do the deal.
So most hits per 9 in that he's allowing the most hits,
Yep.
and he's walking the most people. What? That makes no sense.
Oh wait, hold on.
If he's allowing like the fewest hits per 9 innings, that would make.
I think it's actually both Cy Young years. He's had the fewest hits and the most walks.
Yeah.
Okay. So he has just
he just walks you. He won't give you anything to hit.
That's not bad.
And that's what his strategy clearly is like he's going to try to paint the corners or just a little outside the corners.
Just nibble
Just-
on the edges.
Yeah, and just maybe a little outside of a nibble, whatever is after a nibble, like a very small bite, and try to get you to chase a little bit, or he might just walk you, and that's okay too. Like, but
I do kind of think this is unsustainable. To have the most walks in the league.
But that's why if it's
This
only
is
a
crazy.
2-year deal, oh well.
I guess, but a 2-year deal, doesn't that cost you extending Alex Bregman? Isn't that it?
Well, no, it's also the luxury tax stuff.
Yeah.
It's the
You're already
competitive
in there.
You're gonna lose 2 draft picks.
Yeah.
Because you lose the draft pick, or you don't lose it. It goes down 10 spots when you go into the. I think that would be in the 3rd bracket. So your pick goes down 10 spots, and then if you sign Blake Snell because he already has the qualifying offer, you lose a draft pick. And they've already signed Josh Hader, who had the qualifying offer. So they're gonna lose. They've already lost that draft pick. And now you're signing up to lose another one, and then have another draft pick down 10 spots.
Just draft from the Caribbean. You're fine. Just take advantage of them. Just do that. It works.
It does work.
The Astros have proven it
It
works.
does work.
They should do it and just charge like an extra $1 for every drink.
How much-
sold at,
Yeah.
sold at Minute Maid Park? Boom, we just made our money back.
Paul's gonna be broke.
Oh no, I found an alternative. No,
he's
I
not
found
gonna be broke. He's gonna be subsidizing the Blake Snell contract.
No, well, no, not anymore. Not anymore. I found an alternative. I am no longer going to be a Minute Maid Park El Tiempo guy. No, I'm out. I found the solution.
Do you believe him?
Flasks?
No, I'm not kidding. No, there's a place across the street that I went to on Friday called Highway Cantina on St. Emmanuel. No, I am now going there before every single game. Get my one in there, boom, done.
I just don't know if I believe you.
What?
I feel like it's a good. Yeah, I think it's like you have a good plan.
Yeah, no, there's definitely gonna be some games where you're running late.
Yeah,
that is true.
Yeah,
that's guaranteed.
That is true.
A Wednesday night at 6 p.m., you're gonna be running late.
Yeah, the plan on paper sounds great.
Well, this
Paul.
is the Highway Cantina is my new exception, and this I swear to God, this place is amazing. So now I'm changing it up. So I will not be subsidizing the money for Blake Snell.
So you just don't want to win.
Yeah.
Wow.
Paul's not a winner.
I guess not.
Paul's not
You'd
a
rather
contributor.
save money than have that.
I would rather save money. I mean, they say this about people that have got a little Scottish blood in them, and I do. There's like this, basically, like basically is that there used to be these Buffalo nickels, and per people talking about the Scots back in the day. A Scottish person's so cheap that they'll squeeze the Buffalo nickel until it bleeps everywhere.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Thanks for the history
What a
lesson.
long
Another
walk. What a
marginalized group of people who's just been kept down by the.
What a long walk to relay a racist joke.
What? It's about my people. I can say it. You
No,
can't.
I know, but
You can't.
you had to tell us what a Buffalo nickel was. First.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you probably didn't know.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the term.
You could just said Scottish people are cheap.
Yeah, but that's the term that's used about Scottish people.
5044. Play with Snell or against him. That's what Jim Crane should be looking at right now.
I mean, I guess the Rangers could potentially sign him, given that they haven't signed Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah.
So that is definitely something to consider. But, are you going to be defensive? Like, clearly the Astros have drawn a line in the sand over what he's asking for. And do you just sit there and wait? Because that's what the Astros are doing right now.
Is hoping that he's going to bring it down to what? 25?
The number specifically, I'm not 100% sure, but I imagine that they are a little bit flexible, given at least what I was reading rumor-wise over the weekend. It does feel like Snell's taken it back a little bit,
yeah,
but not enough, clearly.
Blake Snell just needs one more Astros pitcher to wake up with like
Hey,
a hangover.
get out
and,
of here.
and then he's getting $30 million a year.
Yeah.
Just what Christian Javier needs to
Okay,
go
if
out
that
too
happens,
long at
you're
one night.
banned from talking about the Astros.
Frommer had an
They're
allergic
gonna- They're going
reaction.
to torch you if another Astros pitchers get
I
hurt.
said
now.
get a hangover.
Yeah.
I just said he just needs to, skip a start and then let's skip Blake Snell.
Hangover, allergic reaction.
Yeah.
Usual things.
Jordan. I mean, this guy.
One day, like a piano.
Jeremy's going to call him so soft today. I can already hear it. 305, Jordan Alvarez soft. I mean, this is a guy who he had to miss a game because he had a stiff neck from a flight. He had to leave a game early because of smoke in Atlanta.
Well, I get the smoke thing.
Yeah, I do too, actually.
Yeah, but if he seems to have allergies.
He does have allergies.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
There's just going to be a new Jordan rule, right?
Yeah, there's going to be a new Jordan rule. Take allergy medication, buddy.
Zyrtec.
Take Zyrtec
Oh, the
before
stuff I
every
take.
game.
Yeah, the stuff I take, it works. It works.
It does work. It's been making me feel a little bit better.
Good. So you're actually on it.
Yeah.
You're not coughing everywhere with your emphysema.
I'm still a little bit, but it's much better than it was.
You've been coughing for like a week straight.
It's
and
brutal,
every time
dude.
saying I'm not sick.
You're not sick?
Yeah. I went to the doctor this weekend to like verify. And they have them like jab my brain basically. Still. The
What?
worst thing ever.
They don't jab your brain with
It
that.
feels like it.
But they're not.
I know, but it feels like they're tickling my brain.
It's a little bit farther than anything goes up your nose.
Exactly. It's uncomfortable.
Let's be honest. None of our brains are that big.
No, it's not. But
It's
like
not going
they're
into our
not.
effing nose.
It would have to go past your eyes.
Yeah.
I know.
That would be insane.
It still feels awful though. Would you be okay if just Spencer Arrighetti is just in the rotation? Does that make you feel nervous?
I don't know. The odds of you finding like the next JP France again seem low, but the idea of a guy named Arrighetti every day, so that I can be borderline racist against Italian names and just go, hey, gabagool. I mean, I like that.
I guess it makes me nervous if we're gonna be borderline racist every fifth day.
Well, I
on the
mean,
show.
they would say that, but what? They're going to send the Knights of Columbus after me? What? This isn't the North End. This isn't Providence.
It's true. It's true. All right, he's Paul Gallant. I'm Joe George. Sean Mapes with us as well. Coming up next, the Rockets. Are they making a push to the play-in game? We'll talk about that. Before we go to break, though, I want to tell you guys about the Sportsbook at LaBerge Lake Charles. It's your go-to spot for betting and watching all your favorite Texas teams, plus March Madness. In fact, on Saturday from 12 to 3, myself, Sean Mapes, Brian McDonald do a special edition of the Bullpen live from the Sportsbook at LaBerge in Lake Charles. So come on, hang out with us. So they have College Hoop Madness. Starts now, continues through April 8th. They've got everything you need. A 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks, 3 over-the-counter terminals, 22 slot machines, food, drinks, including Trainwreck nachos, catfish sliders, po' boys. They have it all, including Carbox, Crawford Box. So go on out to Lake Charles, go to the LaBerge, and when you go, if you're not a member, you should sign up. Join the app. When you do, download the Penn Play app. You can unlock all the fun. You've got a chance to win up $2,000 in Penn Cash. Become a Penn Play Reward member. Get your rewards for stay and enjoy the perks while you play. Check out the LaBerge in Lake Charles.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Rockets are playing pretty good basketball these days.
Yeah.
Paul, no Alperen Şengün, but they're playing pretty good. All of a sudden, they're 7-1 in March.
3 wins post Alpi. They just smoked the Cavs on Saturday. And Cavs have a pretty good defense. They didn't have Evan Mobley. Yeah, they're playing well. And Jalen Green, another pretty good night. 4 of 9 from outside. I think the Rockets shot 35% from 3 as a team, and whatever that number is north of 30%, you're feeling pretty good because these guys cannot shoot very well. Yeah, they're playing well. Pretty surprising, and I think now with 5 of their next 6 games against teams with losing records and just 3 games out of the 10 seed, there's a chance.
There's a chance. Like, they're definitely going to hit the over because they're at 32, and the over was 33.5 from the win total. So they're definitely going to hit that, but
don't count your money yet.
I'm counting my money.
You should count your money.
My money's been counted.
You should bet the parlay it with something else.
Nah, I don't do that. I'm not going to.
Why not?
Yeah, I'll wait.
But you bet. Clearly you know ball.
Yeah, but parlays are sucker bets.
Yeah, but all bets are
Parlay-
sucker bets. You want to
parlay
win
with-
the most money.
Yeah, parlay with the Celtics to win the title.
Yeah, mybookie.ag, promo code bet975, Joe. You could sign up right now.
I'm not going to bet the Celtics to win that title.
Why not?
Oh, best record in the NBA.
They're really good,
Not
man.
good enough.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough.
Jaylen Brown can't dribble.
That's not cool, dude.
It's a problem. He can't dribble. He can't go left.
Well, Zoolander couldn't either. Then he dropped blue steel on everybody.
And if TikTok
And Magnum.
If TikTok tells me anything, neither could Michael Jordan.
Oh, I saw that this
true.
weekend. They said Michael Jordan couldn't go left.
Yeah, he's
Someone,
playing
like,
against plumbers.
What?
Someone sat down and watched like a game against the Knicks. Like, oh, it was the 55-point game against the Knicks, and he never dribbled with his left hand.
Wow.
People are stupid.
I don't
That's
know.
what TikTok creates stupid people.
I don't know, man. I
watch the film.
I'm gonna miss TikTok and watching the film on TikTok, which is the easiest way to watch film because you don't have to watch that much of it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he was going up against plumbers. Everyone knows that. And on top of that, you're right. Yeah, I have not seen any videos of him dribbling left, but I also have not seen any of these videos on TikTok.
I can't believe that people are trying to like
going
Michael
with
Jordan's
what?
not the best basketball player of all time because he doesn't go left. On what planet do you live on? These people. But the Rockets are playing good basketball, and like you said, like a bunch of their teams, their games coming up are against below 500 teams. There is this weird theory that's going around Twitter, and I saw this before we even put it on the rundown. I don't know if this is a vocal majority or minority on Twitter, Paul, but there is this take going around that the Rockets are better off without Alperen Sengun.
I wonder how many people truly believe this.
I don't know.
I think it's one of those things that starts on 4chan, you know? Those trolls are out there trying to get some of the very easy to rile up members of Rockets Twitter all pissed. And it's working.
That's
working.
an easy group to piss off.
And you know what? They are better without Alpi because they've won the last 3 games.
It's a Russian psyop, is what you're saying?
It might be.
So discord in America?
It could be that. It could be a little misinformation, disinformation going on. I mean, we know those troll farms are out there. And maybe they're thinking, you know what? Let's flex and mess with another group. Less important group, but another group of American citizens. Let's mess with Rockets fans and with Turkey as well, because there's a rabid group of Turkish people who are very upset about this narrative online that the Rockets are 3-0 without Alperen Sengun. But I call those facts.
Yeah, it's nonsense. I mean, look, Alperen Sengun has his flaws still as a player. But they are playing much better basketball right now. Collectively as a team, Jalen Green's playing
really well. He deserves credit.
He's played well to the point where if he continues to play this way the rest of the season, I'm fully gonna back off all my trade Jalen Green takes.
I'm already backing off of it. I'm back in. I think this whatever Ime Udoka said to him around the All-Star break has clearly worked. Now, you're right in that it theoretically could change, and maybe Sengun will be back before the end of the year because I guess he got his walking boot off today. But it's been better.
Yeah.
He deserved credit, and now you look at him as at least someone that sticks around for maybe one more year.
And this is where the frustrations with the Rockets, I felt were a little short-sighted at times, because when Tillman Fertitta introduced Ime Udoka and he talked about phase 2, it was about learning how to win again. This is the position we all wanted the Rockets to be in, right?
Yeah.
To be nearly in the play-in tournament. Think about it, the teams that were picking at the top of the NBA draft last year. The Rockets have 32 wins this year. The Spurs have 15. The Blazers have 19. So those are the teams that you're picking around last year in the top 3. And both those teams are terrible. There are 5 teams in the NBA this year that don't have 20 wins. So the Rockets have taken a substantial step as a franchise this year. It's just an impatient fan base at times that it seems like that Houston sports fans have been exposed in the last week, especially about being impatient.
The Texan side of it has been something else.
And well, look at the Blake Snell stuff.
Yeah, the Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Like it is all of a sudden, it has gone from it was so bad for 4 years with 2 of these teams that now everyone's just so impatient. But the Rockets have taken major steps this year, and this season's a big success, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's why the doom and gloom in like January and February, I just was not like bought in on whatsoever, because this is like, again, they played that poorly for that long, and they're still easily gonna clear their over-under. And they had Alperen Sengun break out. You like what you saw out of the rookies. You liked what you saw at Jabari Smith now starting at center too, is adding a little bit something where you go, that's interesting. Maybe that's a thing they can do in certain playoff matchups, or at least instead of needing a backup center when Sengun really gets rolling, you can just stagger the minutes and have Jabari be the backup center. So that's why, like, this season was a success before the 4-game win streak. Like, this season was such a success. It's easy. Now, as far as the Alperen Sengun slander that's going on, can I just say, can we see a little bit more than 3 games? 2 of which against the Wizards and Spurs? Can we get a little bit more of a sample size?
Third best defense in the NBA. The Cavs. That's not enough. It's not enough.
Are they the best defense in the NBA?
Third best.
Are they in the NBA?
With Evan Mobley, not as much.
Oh, you're talking about the Cavs.
Yeah, the Cavs.
Okay, so
those 2 teams are not.
We're now talking about a 1-game sample.
No.
We're a 1-game sample, a team on the road on a Saturday night.
Specific game sample.
Are you good with the Rockets going forward now with Jalen Green?
Yeah, I think he's before this last stretch, it was you kind of have to trade him to get any value out of him. You don't want to hold on to him too long to where he's no longer a young, exciting prospect in a star trade. Now he's gotten a little bit of that back, and I think he's played so well, especially on the defensive end, that it really does show that the Ime Udoka coaching is working. So he is not untouchable. He is not have to trade him. He is only in the right deal, but I'd be perfectly fine bringing him back.
And this is what we should have hoped for with the Rockets. If you go back to the Ime Udoka's year with the Celtics, they were in the bottom 25 of defense until January 1st. And then something just clicked. And from January 1st through when they got to the NBA Finals, they were a top 3 defense in the NBA. Just something figured out with Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, and Jason Tatum where they finally bought in. And that's what it does look like we're seeing with Jalen Green, is that from the defensive side is that he's bought in. He might never be the efficient scorer that everyone wants him to be. And hopefully the most complicated part of Jalen Green is how much you're going to pay the kid. Because you still have this young core. It's better to keep all these guys than start trading them off in the offseason. It's way better to just try to ride it out with this group if you can make it work.
Unless someone offers you something big because of the way that he's looked of late and thinks that, okay, he's not thrilled with the situation or has shown he's not thrilled. And if someone comes to you with an offer, I think you got to listen.
Yeah,
but,
you need to be on embarrassing playoff loss watch this offseason or this playoffs of what star players team is going to fall short. I mean, look at the Western Conference. You look at the teams in the play-in, and you're like, oh, someone's going to be pissed off that they didn't make the playoffs. Or look at the first-round matchup. Someone's going to be pissed off they lost in the first round.
Right.
So there's going to be some opportunities, to get in the disgruntled star game. But again, Jalen Green's played to the point where that's not what you need. You don't need that to happen to have to make the play-in, to make the playoffs next year. This team has shown enough to where you can kind of think of the internal improvement with year 2 with Ime Udoka, maybe some moves along the periphery of this lineup, and it's okay, this team could be a legitimate top 7-8 seed in the West next year.
It's not. He's out of the Bridges conversation, right? You're not calling Brooklyn
straight up outplaying Mikal Bridges.
Yeah,
right
now. You're not calling Brooklyn and bringing in Bridges for Jalen Green.
No,
you can aim higher.
Yeah.
Exactly, and because he's playing better, I mean, you have a little more assets to work with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm honestly the players I'm looking at, Donovan Mitchell, is still out there. I don't love Donovan Mitchell, so I don't want to give up a ton.
Yeah.
Beside, if it was Jalen Green for Donovan Mitchell straight up, I would do that deal. I know that's not what it would take, even though I just dumped on Jaylen Brown. To me, that's still a name.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him here.
Yeah.
I would be sad for my Celtics.
Yeah, I was gonna say you need them to lose to the Miami Heat in the second round for this to happen.
Don't put that out there.
I mean,
you need them to lose to the New York Knicks in the second round for that.
Well, that's not possible. They're not losing to those scrubs.
Okay.
And that's really to
Jalen
me.
Brunson. Oh, he's 15th best player.
Or
in basketball.
Joel Embiid gets healthy. They're sneaking as the 8th seed.
Philadelphia, stop.
Paul gonna be real. What's it gonna be like with Paul if that happens? Is it gonna be sad, Paul? That's there?
He's literally never had to bargain with that. So who's to say what happens?
That's true. He's Paul Gallant, Sean Mapes, Joe George here with you on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, the Cougs, number 2 overall seed, number 1 seed in March Madness. How you feeling? They got smoked in the Big 12 title game, but March Madness is here. So much crazy stuff happened this weekend. How you feeling about your Cougs, our Cougs, as they take on March Madness? We discuss next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag, the one-stop shop for all your sports betting and casino needs. You can play in a casino from the comfort of your home, and when you sign up, you get a welcome bonus up to $1,000 immediately. And maybe you're looking at betting on March Madness. We were just talking about our beloved Cougs. They're plus 575 to win the national title. It's the second best odds. long enough where you feel pretty good about the return that you would get. Don't you want to put something extra on this tournament, even with the injuries and the disrespect that they were shown in getting the second number 1 seed? Well, maybe that's the chip on their shoulder they need, but maybe you're looking at some other teams. Iowa State, who just killed the Cougs on Saturday. They're plus 2,000 to win it all. I don't know. We've seen Baylor win it all not too long ago. They're plus 3,500. You can bet on all things March Madness at mybookie.ag. Again, promo code BET975. They will match your first deposit up to $1,000. Mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
March Madness is here. The Cougs begin their quest for a championship on Friday night. So does Texas A&M. Texas plays on Thursday. Texas Tech plays on Thursday. Is that all the Texas teams?
Mm-hmm.
Did I get everyone?
You said TCU?
TCU, when do they play?
I don't.
TCU's also in
I
the
know they're
tournament.
in 9th.
Listen, I'm not going to lie. I haven't even looked at the bracket yet. I wait until like Wednesday. I know who the favorites are in most of the brackets.
Sure.
Wednesday, the day before, that's when I finally fill it out. But I do know there's a ton of Texas schools and a ton of Big 12 schools in.
Yeah. I do a gut reaction, hot off the presses.
Same.
Just let's put some teams through.
Yeah.
And then I do a second, like, all right, now let's actually think about this.
Here, yeah. I can give you the odds for all the Texas schools right now for mybookie.ag. After the Cougs, who are at plus 575, you have you have Baylor at plus 3,500. You have Texas Tech at plus 9,500. Texas at plus 10,000. TCU at plus 12,500. I'm looking for where the Aggies are because I know that the Aggies are in there. They're plus 15,000. So they seem to have the longest odds of anybody coming out of the great state of Texas. And unless there's another Texas school on this list that I'm unaware of being in Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a mid-major Texas school.
No, because TSU didn't make it this year for the first time in 3 years. So Texas A&M's funny because this is why I love March Madness. Because, and we were just talking about a little bit during the break, how they do the bracket is a total joke. They don't actually do this based on teams. You have Nebraska versus Texas A&M. Texas A&M's new athletic director came from Nebraska last week. They're playing them in the men's and women's bracket.
Yeah,
in the first round.
First round matchup in both the men's and women's bracket.
Like in the East this year, you have 3 of the 4 Final Four teams from last year playing. Texas A&M, according to Joe Lunardi, was a first team out. They were on the next 4 out. So they were one of the first 8 teams out. They win 2 SEC tournament games. Now they're a 9 seed.
Yeah, because they're a basketball school.
They're
a basketball school.
It's just crazy how much it all changes for nothing.
And they're 9 seeds, so they can play the number 1 seed, Houston.
Yeah. And then North Carolina, Purdue, and Houston all lost their tournaments, and all are still the 1 seed.
Oh, wow. You sound very upset about that.
I mean, Houston got smoked.
Yeah, and they should have been the number 1 overall seed.
Sorry.
I mean, how many Big East teams got into the NCAA tournament?
I guess 3.
Yeah, and so UConn playing a bunch of cupcakes in the Big East. I can't believe I'm saying that. I would never said that 10 years ago. A bunch of cupcakes in the Big East.
You said that 3 years ago.
East Coast bias and all these cupcakes in the Big East and UConn. Oh, look at us. We're the number 1 overall. We lost to effing Creighton. Yeah, it's outrageous. It's unfair. Cougs should be number 1.
Honestly, though,
number
the
1.
UConn bracket's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, Iowa State. I good luck, UConn.
I think it's 5 different conference tournament winners.
Yeah.
They also have Auburn in there.
Oh yeah, because Auburn got hot.
It's a crazy.
Well, Illinois too, right? Illinois won the Big Ten.
Illinois won the Big Ten.
And then Iowa State. Yeah, it's a gnarly. You have the Big 10, the Big 12,
and the Big East.
The Big East, the SEC,
Little East,
all in the same conference winner. What a bracket that is.
Congrats, UConn.
But the Cougs are number 1, and they might be in trouble. They might be in trouble.
Why?
Well,
injuries,
curses.
Oh,
they've opened the door to curses, and the number 1 sports curse of all time. Yesterday,
this is the number 1 sports curse of all time. Okay, now I'm really waiting. What are we about to talk about here?
Drake
wow.
is Drake's
Houston native Drake.
Drake's a Coug.
What's wrong with that?
To present you with a little something, Drake. You're on U of H jersey. And 24 is going to be a big special year for U of H.
Well, hang on. It's not like Drake all of a sudden bought the Cougs jersey on his own. The Cougs, a generous university, the premier university of Texas, they are giving him the jersey because he's a Houston native. Totally different.
I hope you're right. Because he wears the Kentucky jersey. He warms up with the Kentucky players. They lose.
Listen.
He wears a jersey. They lose.
It's more of an issue if Ted Cruz put on a Cougs jersey.
I don't know what's worse, to be honest.
Also, there's a lot of tournament left to play, Paul. There's a lot of tournament left to play.
I don't want Drake on my team.
Why not?
Drake's a bad juju.
You also got the Kardashian curse with LJ Cryer and Jamal Shed being
part of Skims.
Yeah, getting NIL deals.
I don't know if this applies.
Why not?
Because I feel like you have to be with the Kardashian for the curse to apply.
Yeah, I think you're right on that front.
Hopefully, they're gonna prove us right or wrong.
I'll tell you. They're in hot water on both accounts.
Yeah.
Both letting Drake into their program
and the Kardashians.
Letting the Kardashians into their wallet.
You can come back from dating a Kardashian. Did you see that Lamar Odom's starting a podcast with Caitlyn Jenner?
Yep.
He's back.
Yep.
Lamar Odom's back.
Boom.
The Cougs have bad juju right now.
I look, the injuries are kind of annoying because it does feel like Juwan Roberts hurt his shin, but it looked really bad when he did on Saturday. And they're saying all the right things, though. You had Jamal Shed after the game. Shed saying to everybody, we're not feeling sorry for ourselves. This is what it's all about. Yeah, tough program. And then, the best part, after losing to Iowa State, getting decimated, Kelvin Sampson, we lost the battle. The war is about to begin.
I did enjoy that.
Dude. I'm right back in here.
Yeah, that is is he in a movie of some sort?
No,
did he
he's
deliver
just the
that
greatest
line
coach.
in a trailer of a movie?
Yeah. He's just the best coach in Houston right now. Sorry that you can't handle that mentality.
No,
know,
I just think it's a great quote.
If they do win
You're
the
being
championship,
very defensive about the Cougs.
I am, because I am the biggest Coug
Anything
here.
that is not us, like being able to barely talk because our mouths are full with the Cougs, it gets a pushback from
just
you.
like I'm sorry,
Not full enough.
Look, they're checking all the wrong boxes. Okay, Drake, they're Kardashians,
But they're offering it to Drake, and the Kardashians are not offering.
You don't think Drake is
there's
gonna?
one more.
Bootay.
You don't
There's
think
one
he's gonna
more.
have an Instagram story with him wearing the Cougs jersey after they beat Longwood in the
Bingo.
first round?
Bingo.
Being like, love my Cougs.
And here's the other
Just
one, too.
Put 500,000 on them.
You know who loses every single year besides twice with the Astros? Every team that Mattress Mac bets on. Every horse he bets on, every team he bets on, and he's already put $1 million on the Cougs this year. Mattress Mac is also bad juju. I got bad Cougs vibes. I hope for Jeremy Branham and your sake, because you're the number one Cougs fan.
I'm a bigger
on the
Cougs
station.
fan than Jeremy. Everyone knows that.
I hope you're right, but
The Mattress Mac thing doesn't bother me. I mean, people gamble on lots of stuff.
yeah, but he's always wrong. He's always wrong.
He gambles on the wrong stuff.
Yeah, he always. I mean, I know he bets on just the local teams.
But then I mean the business that he gets, you know,
Good for him.
he's a mogul.
It doesn't
Mattress
help.
Mac, I'm willing
mean,
to
look,
stand
Didn't
up
help
for you
the
here.
James Harden Rockets.
These guys are slandering Mattress Mac's financial decisions that he doesn't think that we're big boys enough to do on our own here in Texas. He knows better though. Mattress Mac knows better. I'm buttering the biscuit.
Even though
What?
he
What are you guys looking at?
I
me
hope
like
you're
that?
right. I hope you're right. I want the Cougs to win the national championship this year.
Yeah.
When I get to LaBerge on Friday, I'll bet on the Cougs win the national championship.
But I don't know though. I don't know if you're allowed to because you're bringing up all these bad vibes. Like, sorry that the most welcoming
The
city in the
vibes are
country
bad.
is welcoming Drake on the bandwagon.
I don't like Drake.
He's being allowed on the bandwagon. He's not jumping. They are inviting him on. There was a difference.
That's almost worse.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's better.
You're bringing in.
That's
You're
Kentucky literally letting him do shoot around with the team.
yeah. You're inviting the bad juju.
As long as you don't,
That team had 10 NBA players on them, went undefeated until the Final Four.
you
and
know,
lost.
Drake could learn a thing or two from Kelvin Sampson.
We could all learn a thing or two. From
Agreed.
Kelvin.
Yeah. So I honestly feel like the Cougs aren't just welcoming on the bandwagon. They're going to teach them some things about a little game that we like to call life. Kelvin Sampson is the leader of men, like Chris Broussard claims to be on his Twitter bio.
Does he really?
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
What a
I
loser.
blocked him.
Is the man?
I blocked him for that.
What a loser.
Literally blocked him. I was like, "This is the worst thing I've ever seen. I hate you."
He's my least favorite person in sports media, Chris Broussard.
I did like that one time though when he dropped an R bomb on TV.
It was wild. And then when he tried to justify it.
That's how he stays out of the first four out for me. Is that clip?
All right, 10 days.
Resume
Just
win.
10 more days until the Astros season is here. Our countdown continues next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I would like to clarify that I do have the Cougs winning the national championship. I just have bad vibes. I have the Cougs beating the racist University of Illinois.
Why are they racist?
Well, because they had a bad mascot, so people call them racist.
They're the Fighting Illini.
Yeah.
It's honoring a tribe.
Well, they got rid of them.
It's not the Orange Men, which my school used to be, complete with a unbelievably racist logo. Look up Syracuse logo, 70s.
I don't think I know that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I haven't seen too many Syracuse throwbacks. Is that why?
This one is
70s?
bad. Yep.
Good thing Jim Boeheim cleaned that up.
It is the biggest nose he did. It's the biggest nose I
Oh,
have
my.
ever seen. It is horrible. It is. He's like tiptoeing with a tomahawk, like about to kill someone. And there's a statue on campus. It's the Saltine Warrior, and it's supposed to be some sort of Native American from the central New York area. That statue's pretty cool. But yes, much like St. John's used to be the Red Men, the Big East also featured a team called the Syracuse Orange Men.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It was just a dumb orange mascot.
I remember when I first went to Syracuse was when they changed from the Orange Men to the Orange. And I was a little disappointed that they had changed.
Huh.
And I legitimately did not know why they were the Orange Men until after I'd graduated. And somebody showed me that logo, and I was like, well, they did a great job of hiding that.
Yeah,
Good job.
I had no idea that this existed.
Great job. Like Jim Boeheim did a good job of hiding things, too.
All right, it's time for our Astros opening day countdown. Ten more days until opening day, and I put out this question today on the rundown, or it's just gonna be the topic for today, which is gonna be panic button with a question mark, and that's because Jose Urquidy has a strained forearm muscle. Well, since then, Gray Kessinger has left the game today.
No, not Gray.
And Yordan Alvarez once again left today's game after just 2 at-bats.
I saw Chandler Rome added the commentary of this is rather strange. Another allergic reaction, perhaps?
I hope so.
It's strong pollen the last couple of days in Florida. Could be. It is March. I have lived there before.
Now, Gray Kessinger did limp home on a Yordan Alvarez RBI single earlier in the game.
Okay.
So he was healthy at one point. I don't like this, Paul.
You don't like it?
I don't like this.
Why not?
I like when baseball teams are healthy to start the season.
It does make you want to just do the thing that you can do in a video game where you turn off injuries and just super sim to the
what a life that would
playoffs or something like that. Yeah, they have had pretty bad luck of late on that front. And I mean, it does make you wonder about the training staff as a whole. And we've already on the 10 to noon slot, Sean and I always had some questions just about the Astros training staff, mainly because of the public diagnosis versus what was actually going on.
Sure.
More so than actual malpractice or anything like that. We don't know what the hell is going on behind the scenes. We were always just annoyed by what seemed to be completely different injuries versus the message that they were telling us.
Yeah, and typically they were much more severe. Like when I brought up Justin Verlander earlier, that's one that always stood out. The Yordan Alvarez stuff stands out as well, of course, because you think about it, he had one hand and there was both hands, and then Dusty Baker was wrong. So trying to figure out
we
what's
don't know
actually
what
going
hand
on.
it is.
Yeah, it's just
Yordan. It's funny because they never seem to know what's going on with him. And is he just being cheeky with them and like doing a little wings? Like, how about you figure it out?
Yeah.
You figure out where I'm hurt.
Yeah, I don't know, because I mean the fact that he left yesterday with allergies after hitting the ball off his foot.
I'm allergic to the ball hitting my foot.
Yeah, me too. I feel like that would hurt really bad.
It would hurt.
I feel like that would hurt really
It would
bad.
give you a strong reaction probably. So
Mhm.
you could argue that was an allergic reaction.
That's a good point. He's allergic to his ball hitting the ball hitting his foot. So how are you feeling right now? Are you panicking?
I mean, you sound like you're panicking.
I mean, on a scale of like 1 to 10.
Where are you?
Well, before this Yordan Alvarez news, I would have said like a 5.
You're at a 5.
Just because the staff is brutal.
So now we're at a 6?
I think we're at a 6 now.
Whoa.
I don't like.
How do I get you off the ledge?
They signed Blake Snell. They tell me Jordan Alvarez is okay.
Where does Blake Snell signing take you to?
A 4.
A 4. So not even that much.
A 3. A 3.
I think what we're learning is Joe just starts with like a 2 as his worry. Like he's always a 2.
Always a little worried.
Okay, here let's play this out here.
Battered Cub Bear fan syndrome.
I think that's what it is.
Honestly, yeah. Definitely. When you've lived through what I've lived through, you would understand.
But it's different here. ALCS is our birthright as of the last 7 years when I've been paying attention.
It's different with specifically the Astros.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so 1 to 10. So number 1 on my scale of 1 to 10 McCullers, we go to a 2 because of Luis Garcia. We go to a 3 because of Jose Urquidy, a 4 because of Justin Verlander, a 5 because of Jordan Alvarez,
And a 6 because of Gray Castringer.
just because. A 6 is just
May as
because.
well move it up to a 7 without Gray.
6 is just the Joe George difference.
Yeah,
That's
the starting point.
Yeah, okay.
I think I'm sure Jordan Alvarez.
A little disrespectful that
No offense, though.
that Luis.
Oh, you know what?
Garcia-
No, the middle relief. Oh, the middle relief.
Yeah, that's actually concerning.
Also, the fact that Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers being out for the not the entire season, for the majority of the season is equal to the same as Justin Verlander being out for 2 weeks.
Well, I'm a little skeptical about the Verlander stuff, like what we were just talking about with the injury. Like, it's not that I know he's healthy at this point, but it's more his age. The numbers
ramp up.
weren't great. I'm a little more skeptical about him as the expectations for Justin Verlander this season. People still talk about him like he's the Cy Young winner that he was during his first contract before the Tommy John. He's just not that guy anymore. And because of the other injuries, I just don't know if Justin Verlander can be the guy you need him to be.
I think it's fair to say just from the start, because I mean, last year in New York, he did not start the season as well, right? I remember he got hurt in spring training and he missed a couple of weeks. But I mean, we're not that far away from that incredible year that he had 2 seasons ago.
No, you're right.
So I'm not asking for that or demanding that again. I think it's unrealistic to look for that, but I think he's still capable. And I feel when it comes to bringing Verlander back, I mean, it would help to have him, but I think patience with him is the way to go. I think you feel that too. Right?
I do.
You're not trying to rush him back. So that means
No.
that should take the panic for like Verlander from a full point on this panic scale to like, I don't know, a little less.
I guess it's part. Look, it's schedules. I know you never know what's going to happen, but the Astros schedule is challenging at the start of the season, and if you take your time with Verlander like they should, and you have these other guys that are hurt, the idea of the Astros chasing Seattle or Texas from an early deficit again this year, it seems it'll be harder to overcome this season potentially.
I get that. Last year was so weird with the way that the season ended because, I mean, they
was
were
a bizarre weird.
chasing
Yeah.
Texas all season, and then they start playing terrible. But Texas somehow was playing worse after putting those Letterman jackets on. And Seattle was playing worse after putting those Run DMC costumes on.
Shouldn't have done that.
And it's funny, though, because the Rangers did win the World Series, so the curse has been broken, sadly. The Letterman jacket curse of Texas is no more. But I just don't fear those two teams. Maybe I should. I think all the turnover in Seattle, I really do not know what to make of them. I feel like they're an entirely new team, so anything could happen with them. And with Texas, you're missing Jordan Montgomery, and I mean, they don't beat the Astros without Jordan Montgomery. They just don't. And, you know, you look at their staff, and they got a lot of question marks themselves.
Their injuries are worse than.
So I'm not worried about the AL West right now. I feel like somebody in the AL is going to emerge. I would guess it's going to be Baltimore just because they were young and they looked so good last season up until the playoffs. And yeah, my concern level for them probably should be higher, Joe. But right now, like I'm at like a 1.5. You know, I think because it's so early, like in June. Okay, I'll probably change my mind on some of these if some of these things, specifically Verlander or Jordan, if they're dealing with some stuff.
Yeah, it's so many injuries so early. We all expect injuries to happen during the season. You all expect Justin Verlander or Jose Urquidy to miss time.
Probably like one start at least.
Yeah, but a 15-day IL stint at some point in the season. But my gut tells me is that Lance McCullers is going to pitch maybe a month this season. Luis Garcia maybe 2 months, and I think Jose Urquidy is going to pitch 0 months.
Yeah.
That's a lot of your rotation.
You're already penciling
Dr. George.
Tommy John.
It's the Astros. It's the injury thing that you guys just talked about.
That's fair.
I just don't. I don't believe them.
It is beyond an Astros thing. That is generally how Tommy John goes.
Yeah.
In MLB, where it's
They
like,
want to avoid it.
Yeah, it's forearm discomfort, and then they wait for it to feel better, and they take another look. They're like, actually, it's a torn UCL.
Okay, when's the last time? I know we're not anyone's gonna know the answer to this question, but I feel like we would remember vividly if someone thought they had Tommy John and then all of a sudden didn't have Tommy John and pitched that season. I don't feel like anyone ever goes, oh, we're going to wait and see, and they actually wait and see, and it works out well for the player.
Yeah, that sounds right.
The only one would be, McCullers, I guess?
And guess what?
Wait,
you still have to do it eventually.
What are we talking about?
Did the curveballs? Was that like a wait? Was that a wait and see with McCullers when he couldn't throw fastballs?
What, in the 2017 play?
Yeah. Did he have Tommy John after that?
I think he just elected to throw.
Yeah.
I thought he couldn't throw fastballs then. Wasn't he hurt?
Lance McCullers has never thrown a fastball in his career.
I mean, maybe that would get him back on the mound.
He pitched Game 7 of the World Series.
Yeah, you're right. I'm an idiot.
He's only pitched curveballs his whole career.
I'm an idiot.
No, you're not.
He pitched.
We're just messing with you, man.
I know. I'm just dumb. At the same time, 6'9".
What a wild story that would be if he could not.
He couldn't throw a fastball. He could only throw curves.
I thought there was a reason why he only threw curveballs.
He would replace Willis Reed as the go-to, like, in injury, coming out of the tunnel hurt.
Oh yeah, it's the new bloody sock.
Yeah, like that would have been insane.
That's the most overrated story of all time. The bloody sock.
Oh no, Willis Reed's more overrated.
You think so?
He only played like 4 minutes of that.
I mean, but Schilling, he was fine.
No, he wasn't.
What did he have? A bloody sock?
He was bleeding because they had to surgically repair a tendon that had been snapped.
He was fine.
It's like stapled. It was like stapled over his sock.
It was gross though. All right, he's Paul Gallant. I'm Joe George. Ketchup on steak.
It's like the Yankees fans were saying it with the buzzer on Altuve. It was like, oh, it's ketchup. No, you just lost because you blow, dude.
All right. Paul's gonna try to upset me in the next segment.
I've already been doing it this one, I think.
He sent us some tweets this
Oh,
weekend.
I found some stories. I'm pretty sure they're gonna drive Joe crazy.
We're gonna see how triggered can I get. We'll talk about that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Paul, the Twitch wants to know if you consumed any Irish car bombs yesterday.
Actually, I had no Irish car bombs this weekend.
Really?
Just a lot of Guinness. Well, the problem is when you go to these places, these big bars that are having St. Patrick's Day parties, they don't know how to properly give you an Irish car bomb.
Fact.
They'll generally have these cups where there's a little reservoir in the middle, and you put the Baileys in there, and then you have the beer around it, and you're supposed to just drink it. It all mixes together. But the problem is the reservoir always leaks into the actual Guinness, and it starts to curdle.
Yep.
And it's disgusting. You got to drop it, and you got to chug it. And the places that I was at did not have it. First place I went to didn't even have Guinness.
Hey, have you ever seen anyone when they just don't know what an Irish car bomb is and it curdles on them mid-drink?
I have not seen it happen to somebody else.
It's gnarly.
But I've had it happen to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It happened to me at, I want to say, Celtic Gardens / the Drinkery / third floor back in Midtown, circa, I want to say like 2015 or something like that. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's not great if that happens to you. So Paul, you want to make me upset here?
Yeah, I do.
You want to start baseball or football?
Well, I mean, I do want to start with football. I'm just glad we can put this Justin Fields nonsense to rest.
Same.
Because he does not deserve nearly the attention that he has been getting over the weeks and seasons and even the hype going into this past year. I don't for the life of me understand it. And for the Bears to do a little sweetheart deal with Justin Fields, trading him to the Steelers for a 6th-round pick because they wanted to do good by him. To me, that's such a joke. Like, get what you can for him. What does being a player-friendly general manager do for you? And I see a lot of people trying to spin zone this and say, well, other organizations are going to see this and they're going to want to come and play here.
No, one agent's going to see it.
But they're not going to all of a sudden say, oh, well, he was good with that guy, so I'm willing to take less to go play for this organization or to deal specifically with this person leading the organization.
I think NFL teams are scared of David Mulligata. Straight up.
I agree.
The way the Texans dealt with Deshaun Watson, the way that the Jaguars and then the Rams dealt with Jalen Ramsey, the way that the Bears have dealt with Justin Fields. The fact that reportedly 4 other teams called the Bears asking for Justin Fields and they sent him to Pittsburgh for a 6th-round pick so he could be the backup there. Come on.
But do you think David – and what I don't get is the idea that David Mulligata is going to pay this favor back to the Bears.
He never will.
And he won't.
Never will.
You're an agent. You fight for every inch for your client.
He's not going to pay back the Texans for C.J. Stroud for giving Watson all that money and sending him to Cleveland.
No, I think it's more likely that this is a CYA move from the Bears being like, no, Justin Fields' market was not just a 6th-round pick that can maybe become a 4th-round pick. We actually turned down better offers to send him to Pitts. I think it's more of a we turned down some great offers to do right by our player. And I think it's less about doing right by our player. It's more like, yes, it looks bad that we drafted a guy, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and now he's worth a 6th-round pick. But here's how it's not bad.
I was so wrong. I was so wrong.
What did you think they were going to get?
No, about the player. I was wrong about Justin. I bought into the hype. I bought into the moments. There'd be 3 or 4 moments a week where you're just was there a throw, the running obviously. I bought in. I thought he was going to figure it out. He was terribly coached. He was terribly helped, but he's not a good quarterback. And at one point, even at the end of the season, I said I was team Justin Fields #1. I went back and rewatched some of the games. He's not good. He can't do the littlest things possible. Maybe it's because I've watched a good quarterback for the first time in my life with C.J. Stroud. And just do the little things.
Your eyes are open.
Hit a guy that's 5 yards in front of you on time, in rhythm. Justin can't do that. He stinks.
Watching C.J. Stroud was like drinking that blue stuff in Dune 2. You know, that was your moment. You now see all.
I still don't get that.
You haven't seen what?
I still haven't seen it yet.
I thought you saw it.
You know what? That might be what we do in Lake Charles. I just buy you a ticket to see Dune 2.
Dune 2.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, we're going to Lake Charles to gamble and watch March Madness. I'm gonna spend 4 hours in a movie.
It was 2.5. It's a good movie.
I mean, it's better than some of these 116 games we can just.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's betting on it, which is more fun.
Oh, you can. I'll make some lines for Dune 2. And
Okay.
Because I already know what happens.
That's true.
I can
So-
make some lines.
But-
you bet the over-unders.
Were you in on Trubisky too?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, that first year, like they make the playoffs. There's you kind of think it's gonna work out, but I never really was a big Trubisky. I hated that pick from the moment it happened.
So you're learning. And
Yeah.
now you're with me, the quarterback snob. So you'll be really
And look, think about
smart
this.
when it comes to just talking down all
Yeah.
the quarterbacks out
Well,
there.
The quarterbacks are the biggest takeaway that I have from this offseason is that the Texans have drafted the only franchise quarterback since Joe Burrow. Every other quarterback taken in the first round. Think back to the Justin Fields draft. They touted that draft as a all-time draft. 5 quarterbacks go in the first round. 1 is left on their team. The only one traded for more than a conditional 4th-round pick or conditional 6th that could be a 4th was Trey Lance last year by the Cowboys.
Which is crazy because he's probably been the worst of all of them.
Like
he hasn't even played.
Exactly.
That's what it proves. It's like it's better to just not play than to play.
Yeah.
And be disappointing.
If they would have traded Justin Fields last year, they got way more for him.
Yeah.
But like it's frustrating. I'm excited about the future, but I don't know anything about quarterback play anymore. Now I feel like I'm starting to learn.
It's a crapshoot.
CJ Stroud is teaching me the way.
It's a crapshoot. You hope it goes well, but the reality is, 1, the rookie quarterback you draft is probably not the guy. When he is the guy, you will know. Like you will know
right away.
That's what everyone tells me in the dating world. You will know, and it hasn't happened.
But you will. Look at Justin Herbert.
Supposedly, it eventually will happen.
The Bears just need to walk up to Caleb Williams and go, "Hey, nice coconuts."
Hey,
listen to our one of them.
Man, look at that eggplant.
Okay, what else you got for me, Paul?
Oh yeah, well, I know that you hate the St. Louis Cardinals.
I do
more than anything.
Yep.
But I think I'm going to change your mind.
Okay.
Because I found something a Cardinals pitcher had to say about just the Cardinals and more importantly the Cardinal way, which is like the Midwestern Patriot way. Miles McCollus on opening the season.
Mike Mikolas.
It says Miles McCollus on it, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's the National League. Against the Dodgers. We're not exactly a low payroll team, but you got the Dodgers playing checkbook baseball. We're going to be the hardest working group of Midwestern farmers we can be. It's a Cardinals player who's making millions. It would be great to stick it to the Dodgers. I mean, I like that part of it.
I do like that part of it. I hate the Dodgers too.
Right. But you don't like a Cardinals pitcher saying that we're going to be the hardest working group of Midwestern farmers we can be?
What a weird quote.
I like it. I think because the Cardinal way is about being humble and about telling everybody how humble you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, your humble roots, the fact that you're a farmer in the Midwest.
Oh, this guy's name is Miles. I'm thinking of a different person. I don't know.
Joe can't read.
Yeah. No, this is the humble. Mike Mikolas is the pretty boy from California.
I guess so.
Throwing strikes. This is the hardworking.
Here's
blue collar Miles.
He's from
McCollus.
He's from Jupiter, Florida. He's not a farmer.
Hardworking.
Friend of Robert Kraft?
He's not a. That's true.
Orchids of Asia. No, he was working the orange fields, I guess. I don't know.
Orange fields.
Oh yeah.
is that where they? Grow
You know what?
oranges?
That sounds right. I haven't been to Jupiter, Florida.
What is Jupiter, Florida named?
The grapefruit farm.
It's known now for Robert Kraft.
That's awesome.
Is that also where Tiger Woods lived?
Oh, yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that where the Perkins was?
I'm sure they have
the
a Perkins.
Perkins might have been there. The Perkins are.
That's where the fallout from the Perkins
Yeah.
happened in his driveway.
With the golf club.
Yeah, the golf club
Tough.
to the car was in the driveway in Jupiter, right?
What a legacy for Jupiter, Florida.
What a town! What a town!
What a town. This quote's stupid.
I kind of like it though because of how stupid it is. Because of how stupid it is.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, he's just like, we're a bunch of Midwestern farmers. What?
You're not.
Mother bleeper, you don't know a damn thing about agriculture, and neither do I. Let's stop.
What do you farm in St. Louis?
You've been farming long.
If I
Beer?
Corn. Yeah, like corn beer.
Wheat?
If I cared enough, I would sit down and actually just
Budweisers.
look at where all these guys are from and just see if they have anyone from the Midwest that's actually on this team.
Yeah. It's so dumb. All they are is cheaters.
Well, I've been running a farm for years. It's a Budweiser tree farm. We just grow Budweisers on the trees, and the Bud Light ones we throw out because they're a little gay. We got rid of those ones. We done with those ones.
Biggest cheating organization in baseball besides the Yankees, St. Louis Cardinals.
I like that. I was about to say, yeah.
How dare you say that about those Midwestern farmers like Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols?
Yeah, steroid user and Albert Pujols. Uses too much sticky stuff in Yadier Molina. Go back to when a baseball stuck to his vest.
I remember.
Or to his catcher's plate or whatever. And they stole from the Astros.
They did.
They crypto stole.
They literally stole.
They got no crap for that.
They remembered the passwords that I think it was Jeff Luhnow.
Yeah, he forgot to change his passwords.
And they're like, let's just see if it still works. Oh, it still works.
It might have been the auto sign in though.
Oh yeah, he just was still he clicked the keep me signed in button
before two-step verification because it does feel like it was right before that became a thing.
That's true.
So it might have been a little easier. Cut my guy Jeff some slack. Okay.
Yeah,
he's been through a lot.
We'll get to the TV wars a little bit later in the show because there's gonna be an Anchorman style fight. We're gonna have to pick sides. I think we're gonna have to pick sides. Do we have to pick sides?
I pick whoever pays me or puts me on TV.
I was like, you're getting
right
paid.
now. There's two stations, so
Paul has two stations.
They should be battling over me, not over who covers the Cougs better.
Well, maybe one day I'll get invited to be on television, and when I do, I'll be skinny because I've been going to my new gym, O Athletic. It's right over here, 767 North Shepherd. It's an awesome, awesome gym. They have everything you need. They have weightlifting classes, MMA classes, Brazilian jiu-jitsu classes, personal training, sauna, spa, the endless swimming pool so you can get cardio after you work out and just feel better about yourself. They even have a coffee bar right as you leave where you can get a protein shake, a cup of coffee, whatever you need. It's an awesome state-of-the-art gym and everything you need to lose some weight, get bigger, get lean, whatever you want. And I've been going there now for about a week. It's going pretty well so far. My guy Cam put me through my first personal training session last week, and he set me on a really good path. Not just about how to lose weight, but what to lift, what to eat. Everything I need, he hooked me up with. So go check it out. O Athletic, 767 North Shepherd over in the Heights, and tell him Joe George sent you by. So the other Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback, besides Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, was Kenny Pickett. But he also got traded. because he doesn't want to be a backup. Kenny Pickett, Philadelphia Eagle.
He was unhappy about the Russell Wilson signing.
Yeah.
I mean, how down bad are you where you don't think you can win a competition against Russell Wilson as a recent first-round pick, and you're upset about it? I can understand being miffed, but I mean, dude, we all saw last year. You were going back and forth with Mason Rudolph. What are you upset about? So, okay, hey, you get to be a backup quarterback in Philadelphia. You're probably not going to play that much unless Jalen Hurts gets hurt. Backup quarterback job's not a bad one. It's not a bad one.
It's not.
You can
It's a
hang
good
around
life.
for a while.
And sometimes it can get you paid. And Sam Darnold's got a 1-year, $10 million deal. For doing what? Sitting behind Brock Purdy?
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad. I do wonder, Joe, if Kenny Pickett also maybe got an interaction with Russell Wilson, a la the one that Russ gave to Justin Fields on social media, showing a picture of the two of them exchanging a handshake after a game. And I believe the caption from @Dangerous, "Let's get it, Justin Fields. QB room about to be fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji."
I'm surprised Russell Wilson's excited.
I mean, he's, again, like one of the least authentic people in the history of sports.
I was going to say, nothing about this proves that he's excited.
He's gonna get benched. We were just talking about during the break.
Yeah, when do you think Russell Wilson will get benched for Justin Fields this season, Paul? If at all.
Well, I wonder if Fields would get benched for Russ after stepping in for Russ. I actually think that he's going to be the starter for the majority of the year this year. Yeah, I think he's better than Fields. Fields is he does some fun things. You'd want him in Madden, but I don't want him starting for my team. And I think that there are things that Russ still can do. I mean, I know we're never going to see the guy that he was back in like 2019 and 2020 again, but I feel like Russ, especially after for at least a moment in time being somewhat authentic after the Broncos benched him, I feel like now with another hard-ass coach that perhaps he's going to realize like the only way he's going to survive is if he stops being so strange.
Yeah, he needs to be.
Just tries to be one of the guys instead of his own entity, which he's been for such a long time.
Be a normal human being.
Yeah.
That seems like not a hard thing to ask.
He's been very, very me-oriented, and I understand how someone can become that way. But after a certain point in time, you got to realize everyone in the locker room, you have to win their support. And I'm sure Fields is probably going to have more support than Russell Wilson right out of the chute because it does feel like people like Fields.
I do. That's why I was surprised Pittsburgh made this trade, because Justin, to me, made more sense in Philadelphia than Kenny Pickett. Russell Wilson you can make him the starter hands down, no problem. No one on the Steelers or in that fan base would have an issue with him being the starter over Kenny Pickett. They would choose Mason Rudolph over Kenny Pickett. If Russ doesn't play well, they're all going to ask for Justin. So that's where I was a little surprised that this was the team that made the move. I didn't see that one coming.
But the cost was so cheap.
Yeah.
6th-round pick.
I do kind of like that for the Steelers to be like, so it cost us a 6th-round pick and a minimum contract to get Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and arguably improve our quarterback room from last year, and takes nothing. And all we need is one of them to be kind of good.
And at worst, you gave up a 4th-round pick if Fields plays 51% of the snaps next year. So even then,
it's the Steelers. I mean, they won here. Hey, they have, at the very least, a significantly more interesting quarterback competition than they had before.
Would you rather do this or give Kirk Cousins like $40 million?
Kirk Cousins.
Ooh.
Kirk Cousins.
$40 million versus almost nothing for these two.
Yeah, I mean, Kirk Cousins, I'm making the playoffs.
Cool.
Well,
you're losing to the first real team you play.
I don't know. I mean, they
Kirk
made
Cousins
the playoffs.
has one career playoff win.
But they've made
I know that. I know. Don't say I don't know. He has one career playoff win.
But they made the playoffs, the Steelers did last year, with this situation going on. I mean,
they just need to be a little bit better.
That's what I mean, though. Cousins is significally better than those guys that they're throwing out.
But you have to pay him $40 million a year, as opposed to $750 an hour for these two.
I would rather go with Kirk, because even though he has one playoff win, you still have a chance. You still have a chance to go farther.
I think it has been proven that you don't have a chance to go.
I mean,
farther.
Justin Fields has 10
in the league.
wins.
He's been in the league for a decade.
The
He has
last
one
playoff
career
game was
win.
hard because he, what was it, like third and long, fourth and
It was
long?
4th and 8, and he threw to a tight end 3 yards downfield.
That was a bad moment.
That was tough.
Against the Giants team.
We got
the Giants. Forgot it was the Giants.
a rumor this weekend from Destin Adams. He is a Colts beat reporter and for A to Z Sports. He's got 12,000 followers on Twitter, so it seems like he's doing something a little right. That the Colts have been in conversations with the Kansas City Chiefs about L'Jarius Sneed.
Yeah, I saw that. I think there was a follow-up on that today on Pat McAfee, and I guess Pat McAfee, who I'm guessing knows some people in the Colts, is saying that hasn't happened. Whatever the case, I hope the Colts don't do this. If they bring in L'Jarius Sneed, they get a little bit better. They have a cornerback that can theoretically match up with Nico Collins or Tank Dell. I really like Sneed in Kansas City. So I am hopeful that this thing does not happen. Whatever that rumor is, I hope it was just a rumor.
Would you entertain? So you missed out on Keenan Allen. If you're the Texans, I'm going to get into the wide receiver market a little bit later, but you've spent a good amount of money. Would you be willing to move some capital and invest in a guy like Sneed and really secure that defense?
If you trade for him, you got to pay him.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know that you got the space to pay him right now, what he's going to look for. And obviously you can move money around. But yeah, I feel like you're better off trying to bring Steven Nelson back. You definitely need to do better than what you're doing right now, though, with Jeffrey Okudah.
Yeah.
If they
It's
traded
not
for
enough.
L'Jarius Sneed, I would not be upset. Probably but I'm curious as to how they would make that work, because I do think second corner is a pretty big need right now.
A couple Cowboys news that happened over the weekend. The Cowboys restructured Dak Prescott's contract, where it gave them $4 million in cap space and then voidable years through 2028. I don't think this is a sign of anything to come about a new contract for him.
All in my ass.
They did lose Tyron Smith to the Jets.
The Jets were surprised that they were able to make it happen. Hey, look,
They've done it. I think the Jets have had a good offseason.
they actually have.
Because their biggest issue was their
Offensive line.
They've kind of fixed it.
So that's a pretty good signing by the Jets. I truly do not understand what the Cowboys are trying here.
I don't either.
Everyone's leaving. You're going to get compensatory picks, I guess, after this coming season. Cool, that's neato. But you said you were all in this year.
They're doing the opposite.
And everything is exactly the same as it was the year before, too.
Yeah.
It's just this is going to be the third straight year of the same team. And, hey.
Honestly, but it's not. It's worse.
Competitive product, probably worse, you're right. And they said that they were all in.
And they lost officially today. This isn't too surprising. And he didn't play last year, but Leighton Vander Esch, who had that neck injury, is officially retired from the NFL as well. So a lot of weird news happening with the Cowboys, and like you said, like it's all players out, no players in.
Nope.
Like they haven't even signed a running back yet to replace Tony Pollard. They're gonna run 5'5" Deuce Vaughn as their number one running back next year.
Yeah, I truly don't know. I know everyone was hyping Deuce Vaughn up before the start of the season.
He's so small.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel's a coach again.
Yeah. Or a consultant.
Yeah, he's gonna be a personal consultant. To
A
Kevin
coaching and
Stefanski.
personnel consultant. Yeah, you must be great to be a consultant. That's what I want to be, a consultant. I'm just on retainer. I'm getting paid a ton of money, and I answer questions occasionally, but you have to ask the questions of me before I actually offer my thoughts.
I'm gonna call my shot here. Kevin Stefanski gets fired. Mike Vrabel's the head coach of the Browns by the end of the season.
Wow. NFL Coach of the Year, Kevin Stefanski gets fired.
Deshaun Watson's going to blame somebody, and it ain't going to be him.
We've seen other coaches that should have been fired after winning Coach of the Year, right? Like, didn't Sirianni win Coach of the Year?
Mm-hmm.
And he should have been fired after this past season.
I'm
Brian
saying.
Dable.
Yeah, Brian Dable might be.
I'm just gonna say gonna get fired.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who does Deshaun Watson have a relationship with? Probably Mike Vrabel, from when they were here
Oh
in
yeah,
Houston together.
I guess there was at least 1 year.
At least 1
crossover.
year.
Yeah.
So, just saying.
He probably loves him. Yeah.
Just saying. So yeah, they've in the last 4 years, Kevin Stefanski's won Coach of the Year twice, and Mike Vrabel won it once. and now they're on the same coaching staff.
Look at that.
So we'll see what happens. But that was an odd one. What an odd. I wonder how much money that position makes. $10 million.
Oh, $10 million to be a consultant.
$5 million.
I don't know.
There's
about
probably
that.
actual head coaches that don't make $10 million.
Yeah, that's a good point. $4 million.
No, I bet it's six figures, but it's low six figures.
Okay. And apparently the Chiefs are threatening to leave Kansas City.
I saw that. They want a new stadium, not Arrowhead anymore. Maybe they're nervous about all the people that had to get amputations after suffering frostbite in the Chiefs Dolphins game, and they're thinking we need a dome.
Get a dome.
But yeah, I like that. This is when you flex moving. Not like the Jaguars flexing moving after collapsing from 8-3 to missing the playoffs. This is when you flex. When you are in the midst of a dynasty run and have won back-to-back Super Bowls, this is when you say, yeah, we're going to move. There's no way in hell that any Missouri or Kansas politician, because it's on the border, is going to say, like, yeah, get out of here. No. They will pander so hard. The Chiefs have never had more leverage. They could probably build like a stadium on the moon right now.
Apparently, because the stadium is in Missouri. They're basically threatening to move to Kansas, like the Kansas part of Kansas City.
Gotcha.
That's awesome. That's so great.
Missouri and Kansas have bad blood.
They do.
Civil War back in the day. Oof, got bloody.
Quick
Border wars.
update. Gray Kessinger has right hamstring discomfort.
Oh no!
It's back.
Take my right hamstring, Gray Kessinger.
Yeah.
Nah, it's okay.
I could deal with some discomfort.
Gray's not good enough to deal with my own discomfort.
Wow.
Oh, well, you need him for athletic.
Yeah, I just also I like my hamstrings.
All right.
Good to know.
Maybe if it was Jordan Alvarez's hamstring, I'd feel differently.
Yeah.
No offense to Gray.
I'm all in on the.
Your name's Gray. Like,
you just don't like that name?
When David Hensley's on the roster, he'll be fine.
That is true.
David Swag Hensley.
Yeah.
That is true. Oh, what if he's on the opening day lineup again?
He was there last year.
Yeah.
And
he was.
And
who's a champion?
Who threw out the first pitch?
Megan Thee Stallion.
That's right. All right.
But who won the first pitch?
David Hensley, for sure. All right. The TV wars have begun. Also, we got soft boy nominations potentially because teams are bailing on the NIT. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Just before we get into the Houston TV wars and stuff that's going on with NIT, March Madness, I do want to point out and just make sure everyone's aware that on the ESPN 97.5 Twitter account right now, if you scroll down just a couple tweets, we have posted up the GoFundMe that Fred Fowler's family has posted to help them with the funeral expenses. So if you can, if you are a listener, if you want to support, you can go to our Twitter account, find the GoFundMe, and help them through this time. Obviously, I was not here on Friday. I did not know Fred very well when I was at GAO from 2015 to 2018. Obviously, they were here, and that's like when they were at their peak of the Blitz. And so I didn't have a ton of conversations with those guys, but when I moved down here, that was the first show that people told me to listen to, not just because I was working for the company, but because it was definitely a very unique and different style of radio. And just I love Game of Thrones, and that's really what I really loved about their show was listening to them talk about Game of Thrones for like 2 hours when there's like important Astro stuff going on. I love that stuff. So I want to send my condolences out to Fred's family as well. And like I said, if you guys can and want to help, there's the GoFundMe on the ESPN 97.5 Twitter account as well. I saw you guys had McLean on Friday.
Yeah, we did. Friday, we spent most of the show talking about Fred. Fred is somebody, for those who weren't listening, who, when I didn't have a job, actually gave me an outlet to write on SportsMap. Someone that I always enjoyed just shooting the bleep about, talking about drinking stories, the times that we've been most hammered.
Yeah.
Things like that. I hosted a couple of radio shows with him as well, and I always enjoyed after a show seeing him out in the parking lot ripping darts and just shooting the bleep with him about all sorts of things. I think one of the things that was really cool to see was just the amount of people both in Houston sports media, but also people that listen to this station that have been touched in some way, shape, or form by Fred in real life. He was a real stand-up dude, the kind of person that you'd want to grab a beer with. And it's still surreal to think that he's gone, but it's been very cool to see how much appreciation has been shown for him, and I think he would get a huge kick out of it.
Yeah, I think
R.I.P. Falcon trending on Twitter.
With I think
amazing.
To me, the one like just like listening to their show, the thing that he would get the most kick of is the porn bots in all the replies of the tweets with all that stuff because they were everywhere. I think he would get a huge kick out of that. But so one of the things that happened over the weekend that it was surprising because this doesn't happen often. Like there are typically people in this market and in sports media, locally, nationally, that like to toot their own horn. They like to promote things when others are not there. You know, I've seen it with people. We're the only people here at spring training. But Will Kunkel was out at the Big 12 tournament.
He's the new sports director at Fox 26, stepping in for Mark Berman,
who tweets like he's not retired. Still,
Berman still breaks news. He can't
so,
give it up.
I think he's bored. I think Berman's bored because he still tweets all the time. But here was the end of the newscast from the other day from Fox 26.
Right, yeah. This was right after I believe the Cougs had played a game. We had Will Kunkel of Fox 26 just put this dart in at the end of his little TV package talking about the Cougs.
Guys, I want to send out a reminder. Download Fox Local. We have exclusive coverage on there because we are the only TV station here from Houston. Nobody else finds the #1 team in the country relevant, apparently, except for us. That's why we're the home of the Cougs right now. How about that, huh, Caroline and Arashi?
Will, you just
Oh,
fouled.
No, it's Anthony. Anthony, I can't. You guys are so pretty.
He's disqualified.
My
from
gosh,
the game.
you were doing so good up until that very moment, buddy.
I mean, I kind of see the resemblance. No, I'm just kidding.
So the funny thing is here is that, I mean, Will's on a roll, and as one might do when you're doing a live shot and you're not in studio, you're not 100% sure who's back at the station, and here he is. He's saying like, Fox 26, we're the ones who care about the Cougs the most. And unfortunately, he didn't know who he was talking to on the other side.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, it definitely killed a lot of the positive juju that he might have been getting for Fox 26.
Yeah, and at first I saw he tweeted the same thing. So the great TV wars of 2024 are here. Are we going to get an Anchorman style fight?
I want to see if any of the other TV stations shoot back. Because Kunkel's new. Like, Kunkel has been here for, I want to say, like a little over a year, maybe a year and a half or so. It's gone by really quickly. And, I mean, yeah, you got some TV people who have been here for a while. Like, KPRC, Randy McIlvoy's been there forever.
Randy's not going to respond to this.
You don't think Randy will? I want Randy to.
Ari might.
I mean, I was on KHOU Sports Extra last night with Jason Bristol. I kind of want Jason or Matt Musil to get like a pepper shaker or a trident and to do battle with Fox 26.
Could you tell things were tense when you walked into Channel 2?
You know what? I did not. When I walked into Channel 11 last night, I did not ask. But I kind of wish I had.
I really wish you had too.
And someone pull you aside like, hey, by the way, we've seen you on Fox 26. Which side are you on exactly, Paul?
I'm on whoever pays me. You pay me, I'll mount up. I'll strap up. You want someone to do your dirt for you? You want a big time hater to talk that bleep? Oh, I will go after whoever you tell me to go after for a nominal fee. There has to be for a nominal fee. So you have them. Here's the thing. Does ABC? I know KPRC has a couple of people because it's Ari Alexander, it's Chancellor Johnson, in addition to Randy McIlvoy. Fox 26, I think now it's Will, in addition to Nate Griffin, who has me on a regular basis on the morning show. At KHOU, it's Jason Bristol, it's Matt Musil, and it's I believe Zach, who I have yet to meet in person. I'm sorry, Zach, I forget your last name. But I don't even know who the Channel 13 guy is. So I think Channel 13's losing this battle by default from the beginning.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like Randy's got a dark side to him.
Well, Randy's got bodies. Randy's got more bodies. You know, he's got three. He's got the younger men. Like that. If we're talking about a battle, like the youth.
Oh,
these are the ones we send off to war.
Yeah.
He has goons.
He's got goons.
I'm not saying Chancellor Johnson and Ari Alexander are goons. I'm just saying that I feel like the younger guys are the ones that you want to have in a fight here.
Okay.
And Randy's got. He's I don't know. He looks like a.
And Zach Tawatari, by the way.
It feels like he has I don't even know if Randy's a dad. But he looks like his dad's strength. Like that's just the vibe I get from Randy.
It's funny seeing this. I remember Vanessa, I believe, like once tweeted out, like, because she was the only person at a Texans game and tweeted this out, and it was not well received by at least one person. And she was like, "No, I'm just here by myself. Like, what do you want me to do? There's no one else here because the Texans stink, and I think the Astros or someone else is playing."
I think it was during like an ALCS. It was like one of those Sundays where the David Culley Texans were playing at the same time as a World Series game.
Oh, yeah.
And then, so do we have to include Space City Home Network in this as well? Are they also part of these TV wars?
They're not local news. No.
Yeah. And there's they don't cover the Cougs, really.
That's true. That's true. They don't really have anyone.
No,
they wouldn't send. Yeah, they wouldn't send like Julia to go cover the Cougs. So okay, I was just curious.
There's Switzerland in this.
I'm just making sure. You gotta fill my bracket.
See,
I would
the bracket out.
I would take them because they have Vanessa.
Yeah.
And Gerald Green.
It's true.
Ooh, yeah. They got some ex-athletes.
Yeah, I mean they got
Ryan
Blum,
Hollins.
Ryan Hollins. They're pretty sick.
Craig Ackerman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. It's funny, like seeing Fox 26 do this. We would do this. Our station would do this with the other ones. The other ones will not acknowledge our existence, but we actually don't mind talking about the other stations.
Yeah.
So like, who's people of the people? You know,
us.
Who's willing to get in the dirt and fight for you?
We keep it real.
We'll fight for you, TV stations.
We will. Just pick us. We'll give you all the ammunition you need.
We're mercenaries.
We are mercenaries, 100%.
We can be bought.
We are a pirate ship, baby.
Yeah.
We can be privateers for you.
Hey, if you need young bodies, we got a couple.
We do.
We have a couple, not a lot, but
part-timers, really.
No, I mean you're pretty young.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Gen Z.
Yeah, I don't want to throw my hat in there.
You're definitely the youngest person on the staff. Oh, the full-timers.
Yes.
I don't think you're angry enough. I don't think you're angry enough.
We
for
also
it.
have an army of
It's
interns.
not my fight.
Yeah.
You know, it's not my fight. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the part-timers and interns.
Yeah, we'll just send the interns out. The interns will be the first wave, and
Meat shields.
if they don't
That's right.
cut it.
The other stations don't have interns, I think.
Yeah, no, they don't. So we'll send the interns out as sacrificial lambs in this TV radio war. We win the radio war, though, if it ever happened. All right, he's Paul Gallant, Sean Mapes. You can find us on Twitter at Joe George Radio, at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes. And you're welcome into the show always at 713-780-3776. So if you missed out on Keenan Allen, if you're the Texans, you missed out on Blake Snell potentially if you're the Astros. That's not done yet. Is it clouding your judgment about what's been going on with these teams, and which one is more important? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. When things are going bad, they just keep going bad.
What happened now to the Astros?
Jazz Chisholm and Jake Berger.
Say that one more time.
Jazz Chisholm
Say
and
it
Jake
again.
Berger
Okay.
just went back-to-back like 10 minutes ago off Josh Hader. Jake Berger's was a 432-foot homer, 109 exit velo. The numbers that I know you love, Paul. I know you love the exit velo, launch angle.
All I know is Josh Hader's working on things. Mr. Panic over here.
Oh, no, that is the one thing I don't panic on is spring training numbers. I saw this little little cat fight that was happening between Jeremy and Michael Schwab on Twitter last week about
saw that
numbers.
too.
Because Jeremy's right. Like, people only want to point out the good stuff. And then they never want to react to the bad stuff most of the time. Because sometimes bad things happen. They're like, oh my God, the sky is falling. But if you're Josh Hader and something bad happens, it's never a big deal. There's usually there's a lot of hypocrisy in spring training standards.
Because some people have been saying, oh, look at Mauricio Dubon and the numbers he's putting together.
It either all matters or none matters.
Which I would say, maybe he should be, I don't know, playing more than Jake Myers. And then on top of that, I think like Ronel Blanco has been looking pretty good too.
Yeah.
Which if you're concerned about Astros pitching depth, he's looking good. But yeah.
That's your savior.
At the same time, Josh Hader doesn't pitch well. And you're like, but he's working on things. It's the best excuse. Spring training must be great. Like if you don't play well and you know you're going to make the roster, you can just say, I'm working on stuff.
Yeah. No update yet on Yordan Alvarez. We know Greg Kessinger has right hamstring discomfort and Jose Urquidy has forearm muscle strains.
And Yordan Alvarez left today's game after his second at-bat. People are confused as to why, because that's generally not what happens. And also, Alvarez hit a ball off of his foot on Friday, but was pulled from the game not because of the ball hitting his foot. He was pulled from the game for allergies, which is really funny to me.
Yeah, the sniffles. I think his eyes were like irritating him.
Yeah, maybe they flared up again. Maybe
Hey.
not fully over
I
it.
hope so.
I just think it's funny that he left the game. We're like, oh, God, is Yordan hurt? Because with Yordan, you always are expecting an
Always
injury to
assume it was.
happen, and it's allergies.
Yeah, it's just allergies.
Yeah, it's like
just
the
allergies.
most like
I used allergies once to get out of wind sprints at the end of a football practice.
soft.
It was soft.
Your coach let you do that? Like, were you?
I was coughing up a lung.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was bad.
I feel like that's fine then.
Skin of a truth.
Stuff with a lie. It was.
Well,
I could have fought through.
What was it really then?
It was allergies.
It was no.
Oh,
it was,
okay.
He didn't want to run. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
what the real
I was
diagnosis
coughing a lot.
was.
I was coughing it up, and I just hammed it up that one practice. And I got out of the last two.
Were they 100-yard sprints or are they like
40-yard suicides.
oh,
Or
gross.
53-yard suicides.
Those
So I
are
guess,
the-
100 yards. Yeah, it sucked. It was awful.
Suicides were the worst.
Yeah.
It was the worst. It didn't matter if it was like on a basketball court, outside, on a football field.
No.
They are
Awful.
the worst thing on the planet when you're in like
Again.
high school athletics.
Again.
So does missing out on Snell or Keenan Allen kind of cloud your judgment about your excitement for the Astros season, Texans off season at all, either of them?
Not really. I mean, I'd like to see them get Snell or another pitcher because of the injuries that are taking place. And there's a gut feeling that I have that eventually Jim Crane's going to pull the trigger on something because I feel like he is showing that he's a little more reactionary the last couple of seasons, perhaps sensing that there's a chance that things aren't always going to be automatic berth in the ALCS every single year. With the Texans, the Keenan Allen disappointment, I do get it. It would be cool to get Keenan Allen. They did seem to offer more to get him. 3rd round pick, pay his contract. The Bears only offered a 4th round pick. So that's also very frustrating. But I still do not believe that the Houston Texans need more weapons for CJ Stroud. I think they lost that game to the Baltimore Ravens because the Ravens were creating pressure up the middle, which was forcing Stroud to move out of the pocket. And by a result of that, he was unable to see some open receivers downfield. I'm not saying that the Texans receivers were open all game long, but that was a bad matchup for them. I don't think that a team that was without Tank Dell and yet still lit up the Cleveland Browns for a good portion of that playoff game. I do not think that this offense is so hamstrung by a lack of weapons that another receiver is the priority for the Texans in free agency the rest of the way. I just don't see it that way, and it's getting a lot of pushback, Joe.
I don't see it as a priority, but I do think something's going to happen. The fact that they were even in on the conversation with Keenan Allen, it just intrigues me. The idea of adding another wide receiver to this room, because Nick Caserio he's had a great offseason. He is, Grenard walks, they replace him with Hunter. You bring in Autry, you bring Shair. Like you have filled all your gaps pretty well, really everywhere except for corner. I heard part of his interview with P&P this morning talking about Kenyon Green and how this is really like their first offseason to fully evaluate Kenyon Green. I got the interpretation that meant that they're solid, at least at this point, with the offensive line. I thought the trade back was interesting because it seemed a little early for me.
You didn't get to weigh in on that on Friday.
Yeah,
Official take, Joe George.
This is a really deep draft. And what they need most is interior offensive line, interior defensive line, safety, and corner. That screams second round this year. And that's why trading out makes sense to me. At the same time, I wish they could have waited until draft day to make this deal. Because what if you're at 23 and Quinion Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo, is your favorite player on the board? and for some reason he has fallen to you at 23, Nick Caserio could take him in that moment and be super happy. Caserio must just believe that this draft is deep enough that they could trade back right now. I was surprised. That shocked me. Now, I also don't think it means that they don't pick in the first round.
You think they could still trade back up?
Yes. That's because Nick Caserio, he loves to make trades. And if there's a specific player that he wants to go get, he'll go get him. But
I wonder if he would have to fall to the second round for him to trade up. But I don't disagree. I think it's certainly possible for him to trade back up. Getting that extra second round pick, we'll see if that ends up being a very good second round pick. You're not expecting much out of the Vikings this coming season. So the 2025 pick should be probably close to a first round pick. So I like acquiring the extra capital there. What you're saying is probably what they're thinking. And to go back to what you were talking about, some of the things that they've hinted at, I know that after the season was done, they hinted that they needed a specific type of wide receiver who could get open. And trading for Keenan Allen is clearly a reflection of them believing that they can do better at the position. And I would just tell them straight up, I don't think you need to do that much better at the position. I think you got to rely and look at C.J. Stroud and say, yeah, he's pretty damn good. He's going to elevate the level of play of everybody around him. And that means that there are going to be some sacrifices on his side of the ball. That's the luxury you have with Stroud. And I understand this idea. And this is the, I guess, argument I'm getting in with Joe, with Texans media people and fans alike who are wanting the Texans to go get another skill position player. I understand that you want to make C.J. Stroud's job easier. You want to make things easier to manage. But hasn't he shown you that he doesn't need them to be that easy? I mean, with what you saw from Stroud against the Browns, which was supposedly the best defense in the NFL, so that was at least told by a lot of these Cleveland jamokes, like going up to that game. He tore him up. Now, they were helped out, obviously, by Flacco throwing those pick sixes.
But he played great.
And the way the offense was moving, I feel like the offense would have continued to move. The game just completely fell apart for Cleveland so quickly because of the back-to-back pick sixes that they threw.
Yeah, and the thing with Keenan Allen too is he's 32, so it's not exactly he's a young player. Now he's had over 100 catches every year since 2019, except for in 2022. The touchdowns numbers aren't there. That's kind of an Andre Johnson thing, in my opinion, where he just hasn't always had the quarterback play consistently to get there. I know he's had Justin Herbert for a couple years now, but I like this move. I like the move for Chicago way more than I like it for if it would have been for the Texans, because Tank Dell and Nico Collins is a great wide receiver tandem. In Chicago, all you had was DJ Moore. Now you have DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. You're much better off.
You used to have Chase Claypool.
Gross. I like Tank and Nico. I like the idea, the kind of the name that I've seen float out there the most by Texans fans is Ladd McConkey, the wide receiver from Georgia.
What a name.
Is who they is. He's a stud. I'd rather just draft a wide receiver in the second round, frankly, and let this guy, whoever it is, I trust Nick Caserio that they're going to bring in a wide receiver in the draft, and he's going to beat out Noah Brown, and then he's going to cause you to cut Robert Woods. I would rather just go about it that way than add.
But doesn't that hurt your ability to add at the corner and at safety and at interior offensive
potentially
line?
Yeah, it does, and that's where you have to go best position available.
I'm with you there. I don't think you should be married to any specific spot. If you feel like everybody from this pick 23 to 42 or whatever is around the same lines, then okay. Like you're probably not looking at one specific player unless you're crazy and like know the future or something like that. Like you got to have the sight to be able to say like, yeah, we're gonna get this guy at 42.
Yeah, like the idea that like what Texans Twitter is mostly run with is that they're gonna take Sean's guy. I'm guessing Tavondre Sweat with the 42nd pick.
Well, yeah, everyone just goes with like, who's the local guy that we've heard of? Oh,
yeah.
They'll draft him. I also think that they're not done in free agency. Like they can fill one of the, we're talking about the holes at either defensive tackle, especially cornerback. To me, it's like if you're gonna have to depend on a cornerback to start, I don't think you can draft him in the second round, because if you're starting a rookie cornerback, he's probably gonna be good. And if you have that kind of skill set, you're going to go before pick 42. So that's the one where you either re-sign Steven Nelson or just the next Steven Nelson, veteran on his second, third team type of guy who you feel good starting but isn't too expensive. So that does take some of the like big glaring needs off the board when they do come around to pick, and then maybe then they can spend some of that draft capital on receiver, which is more of a luxury, making a strength stronger type position.
Yeah, it's just gonna be interesting to see how it all plays out because the trade was just early in the process.
That was the most surprising thing.
Yeah,
You wanted it to be a draft night trade.
No, well,
that's what I no. On
I mean,
Friday, that's what that's what I
our-
wanted. Selfishly, I'm like, give us at least a first round pick to talk about.
I don't want blue balls on Thursday. I don't want deep steel blue balls thinking they're going to do something only for them to trade out. No, I like knowing now.
Do it like the week before the draft.
I mean, I kind of like that they did it now, for like selfishly from a programming standpoint, because are we gonna do a draft show now? They don't have a first round pick.
Well, we could.
Like,
do a second round draft show.
But I would
Are
rather
we about that life?
But I would rather know now than like on draft night, be like, oh, we're gonna do this big draft show. Texans picking
And then
23rd.
Then we're talking about the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart
And
and,
it's
how
like-
much they won the trade by trading
great.
back.
Well, I mean, we have the tools. We can make it happen.
It's true.
Tools like Jeremy Branham who can come on and say that this is the day that will live in infamy because they
I know,
traded
I
for
miss
Will
what-
Anderson.
When you say tools, what do you mean by that?
I mean Jeremy, my friend, also a tool.
Yeah. I
Like
wonder-
a wrench or
Let's make sure we send that to
Yeah.
Brian
Oh, yeah.
for
Who
who
said
said
it?
it this
We
week.
have the
just in
tools. We
case.
have the technology.
We might get a text.
Yeah.
We're
I don't know.
pretty
I
close to
don't think
showtime.
Jeremy's a big listener.
No, you don't think he's in his car right now driving?
No, I like Jeremy's philosophy of radio. He listens to as little as possible, so that way he can't be accused of stealing takes.
I mean, you can still be accused of it. But
Well, he does get accused of it all the time, but
You can still do it too.
It just means you're innocent.
Oh, he just
Yeah.
says I don't listen. Oh, look at me.
All right, but what if the Texans are going to make a move at wide receiver? There's been some T. Higgins rumors floating around. Stephon Diggs is doing all of his subtweeting. Mike Williams is still a free agent. We'll discuss that next. If there's another move, who should they go after? We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This Saturday from noon to 3, myself, Sean Mapes, Brian McDonald, we will be at the Sportsbook at La Berge in Lake Charles. We are excited to go out there because they have everything you need for March Madness. They have a 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks. They've got food, train wreck nachos, catfish sliders, po' boys, burgers, pizza. They have it all, including Carbox Crawford Bach on tap. College Hoops Madness continues through April 8th at the Sportsbook at La Berge. When you go, sign up, become a Penn Play Reward member. If you're not now, all you have to do when you get there is download the app. There's perks for when you stay there, when you're betting. Everything can be included in on this app. Great food, atmosphere, everything is there for you. When you become a Penn Play Reward members, you unlock all the fun and you have a chance to win up to $2,000 in Penn cash. So when you want to head out of state, when you want to go gamble, when you want to go watch Sportsbook, head on over to La Berge, Lake Charles.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Paul, the other thing about the Texans trading back and the ability to get an interior pass rusher or offensive lineman or something like that in the second round with those 2 picks is the top of this draft this year is going to be so heavy quarterback and wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to have Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy all go in the top 10. Before the Texans pick, I would guess Bo Nix and Michael Penix also get drafted. And then wide receivers, there's going to be 4 or 5 wide receivers that also go. And what's interesting now about the wide receiver position in the draft is that for so long, everyone's just assumed Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the first pick, the first wide receiver taken. But Lance and Daniel Jeremiah have been talking about this on Twitter today about how they think Malik Neighbors could be the first wide receiver off the board. And just kind of all that being said, that
It's tricky this time of year, though, because sometimes, Joe, that information is being put out to try to send people in the opposite direction. I thought for the longest time that this was like the first ever can't-miss wide receiver prospect we've had. That's how he's been described until, I guess, today.
Yeah, Neighbors, it's changed a little bit. Chris Sims had him as the 3rd best wide receiver. That moron. Stick to quarterbacks, buddy.
I don't even know if you should stick there necessarily.
He was right about CJ.
Well, he's been wrong about lots.
Most, yes.
He's not quite as wrong as Kuiper on Jimmy Clausen.
No, that's like one of the worst draft takes of all time. That he would retire if he was not a good quarterback. He did not retire. Instead, McShay got fired. That was the wrong decision, ESPN. But I just wouldn't be surprised if the way this draft is going, with it's gonna be heavy quarterback, heavy wide receiver, and then all these offensive linemen. There's a lot of talented tackles in this draft as well. That it's gonna push everything back, and that's where I do like the trade back for the Texans. This is a good move. I think it's a good move. Selfishly, I wish they would have waited. I think the draft night trade's way more exciting, but I get why they did it now, and I do wonder also if they could have potentially got more on draft night if there was more of a need, but we'll see how it plays out, but I like it.
I'm not sure if I like it. All I will say is get used to it, because the Texans are, I think, going forward, going to be drafting, for the most part, the back half of the first round, and guess what the Patriots did?
Trade back.
All the time. They loved trading back. It used to drive Boston sports fans so crazy because you want to get somebody, but you knew that Bill Belichick was going to trade back. I'm not saying that Nick Caserio is going to replicate what was going on in New England exactly. It does feel like there's some clear collaboration between he and DeMeco Ryans, just given some of the things that have been mentioned this offseason about what the Texans needed. Wide receiver, defensive tackle, and some of the things that they've tried to do but haven't quite pulled the trigger on. But I think you're going to see a lot of trade backs from the Texans in the near future, for better or for worse.
I would say, in my opinion, it's going to be for better. Every single year we go into the draft, and there's 32 picks in the first round except for last year. And everyone just assumes that every single player taken in the first round, when you look at it, is a first-round player. In most years, you listen to draft experts, and they'll tell you that there's 10, 12, 15 players that they have first-round grades on. So most of the time, there's more value in trading back and getting more second-round picks, because picks, 18 through 60 are all in the same realm of grades. So there's just the talent's more equal there, where what's the point of having a pick at 23 if the player at 42 is going to be relatively the same? Get more assets. I love it. I think the last time the 23rd pick was traded was Nick Caserio and the Patriots in 2020. I saw that on Twitter today.
Yeah, and one good thing is Nick Caserio's probably already drafted more good wide receivers than the Patriots did.
A lot more.
Literally just needed one. That's the crazy thing.
Bing. All right, we're good.
I got in an argument with I think Corey Barrett on Twitter today, and he was talking about like guys the Patriots tried to draft at receiver for Tom Brady, and I was like, those guys did not work, except for Deion Branch in 2002. They did not work.
Was Chris Hogan a draft pick?
No.
Okay.
Like it's Edelman in the 7th round. Like that's what you got.
Yeah, there's 2 types of Patriots draft picks, right? There of wide receivers. There's bad picks,
White
and then
man?
there's white lacrosse players. That turn into good wide receivers.
There we go. So the thing too that I think you got to remember about first round picks. I did an article when I was back in Seattle and I looked at all the players who were drafted in the first round after the rookie wage scale came into effect in 2012. So from 2012 to 2015, I found that the average first-round pick starts 80.3% of the games that they could have played. 13% got at least one first-team All-Pro honor. 15% earned at least one second-team All-Pro honor. 39% earned at least one Pro Bowl selection. 61% had their fifth-year option picked up. 40% had a contract extension eventually. 20% were traded. So with that in mind, what does that tell you? It tells you that we overestimate what someone drafted in the first round is going to do.
Mm-hmm.
You are looking for these guys to be a starter for you to 4 to 5 years on a relatively affordable deal. Hopefully they end up being someone better that you actually want to give a contract extension to. But there shouldn't be that much of a difference between picking at pick number 23 and picking at pick number 42, even though a lot of people are going to say, well, that's a massive difference in terms of just the, where that's being picked in the draft. It's almost a full round later. Granted, but the expectations for players there, it's different. And the only thing that's different as far as the contracts is that you're going to be picking guys, much like those other teams will be picking second-round picks maybe at the back of the first round, and you won't have that fifth-year option at the end of the contract.
Yeah, that's really the one part. That's the real advantage of the first round. The biggest advantage is just that fifth-year option. But this is we'll see how it plays out. But to your point, I just wouldn't be surprised if this stuff falls back. Let's just use Daniel Jeremiah's. Let's say his top 50 big board fell exactly right. Kool-Aid McKinstry, Paul's favorite player, the cornerback from Alabama, is his 42nd ranked player in the NFL draft. Now, Kool-Aid's going to go in the first round, most likely. So most of these guys get overdrafted anyways because they get drafted based on hype and potential and combine numbers, where when you're actually picking at 42 and you're in the position of the Texans, a position of the Chiefs or the Ravens over the past years, you just draft the best player even if they don't have like that long-term hype. Now, with the Keenan Allen stuff, do you think that Nick Caserio is targeting another wide receiver still? Or was this maybe a one-off? Like, we've seen the Stephon Diggs tweets,
They're
rumors.
not bringing in Diggs.
I don't think they're in
They
Diggs.
shouldn't bring in Diggs either.
I don't think they're in on Higgins either.
Higgins is asking for a lot. Allen makes sense from the perspective of, I know a lot of people are looking at the age, but the age is why it makes sense. Because you're not going to be paying him all that much, and you're trading a mid-round draft pick thinking that Keenan Allen's going to give you more than that mid-round draft pick. Third-round pick, what's going to give you more, Keenan Allen or a third-round pick? It's going to be Keenan Allen, no doubt about it. I don't know if he's still a Pro Bowl caliber receiver even, but I do know that if you take a look at him compared to Noah Brown, you're taking him every single time. So that's why they're thinking about it. I wonder if there's other wide receivers that sort of fit this mold. I know Mike Williams is the receiver the Chargers released, but he's coming off a torn ACL, and I believe he's scheduled to meet with the Jets among a couple of other teams. The Texans are not linked to him. But that's, I think, where you should be looking at if you are still looking at wide receiver. But maybe they're thinking to themselves, there's not really anybody out there that we really want.
Yeah, the two players I'm keeping my eye on the most, I'm most intrigued by right now, is I'm curious what San Francisco is going to do with Brandon Ayuk, if they're going to have two $20 million wide receivers on their team between Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. I don't think they will. I just don't know if they'd make that move right now or they would make that move down the road. But those are two guys I'm interested in. I still think Devontae Adams could be moved at some point this offseason. And I was just thinking about like names. Brandon Cooks popped to mind. I can't imagine they would do that, but I was like,
he wouldn't want to come back. I mean, he didn't want to be a part of
yeah, but CJ's here. CJ's a God-fearing man.
That's true.
So maybe CJ can replace the Jack Easterby role in Brandon Cooks' life.
Brandon Archer Cooks is the Archer of the Lord.
It's like a 2% chance of that name, but his name just popped in my mind.
The Archer.
I was like, that could make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then
call him by his name.
I think there's another wide receiver move to be had. I think they're going to do one more. I don't think the Keenan Allen thing's a one-off.
Yeah, I mean, they said that they were going to do something, or that they were at the very least looking at that to open up free agency. So certainly it's on their mind, but I don't think it should be at the top of their mind.
Tyler Lockett?
You'd have to trade for him. I would love to see Tyler Lockett here.
Would you like a 5th for Tyler Lockett?
That's all it would take?
He's 31.
5th round pick for Tyler Lockett. That would be an insane steal. Insane.
You want that many guys that are like 5'9" catch passes?
But Lockett is. I mean, I covered him in Seattle. I'm a big Lockett fan. His ability to stretch the field despite said size and his hands are insane. So that's a very very trustworthy third option.
I just want some different body types.
You don't like
you're little guys.
He's size shaming.
I just don't want 5
Doesn't like the
little
short
guys.
kings.
Yeah.
I just don't want 5 small wide receivers.
I don't understand why you don't like people like us, Sean.
Well, like you.
Sean's we're like the same height.
Oh, okay.
We're pretty similar.
Sean's
definitely taller than me, but
definitely.
It's not by much.
I'm like an inch shorter than Paul.
Maybe Sean's taller than I thought he was. I'm just so used to Sean's only sitting down when I see him most of the time, so
we look the same height.
So I think maybe that's why. It's not like with the camera situation here where you have to raise it every day for me because I'm so low versus Paul. It's just stuff look.
Oh, I'm sorry, Stump.
It's okay. Oh, I thought we were going to get rid of Stump.
Well, I can get rid of it. I'm only just repeating the nickname that the Twitch has said. The Twitch is a bunch of meanies.
Well, that's because the Stump Master from Who Said It is what. Oh. It's not because of my height.
Oh.
Well, maybe.
I thought it was because you're right. My bad, dude.
It's a double entendre.
I guess so. All right. Are the first 4 days of March Madness still the best? What else you got? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, we like when people win things on this show. I don't really know that, but we're just going to say it. Jalen Green, Western Conference Player of the Week.
How about that?
Congrats, Jalen. 26.3 points per game, 8.6 rebounds, 49% from the field, 45.8% last week from three-point line.
Whoa.
Pretty good week for Jalen Green.
Jalen Macon Green.
Jalen Green and Paul's most overrated player in the NBA, Jalen Brunson, Players of the Week last week in the NBA.
I would say just the New York effect is the reason. Just the Knicks fans, who we talked about earlier. Just don't put him up on that much of a pedestal. Okay?
Yeah, I understand.
He's good. He's very good.
We have no updates on Yordan Alvarez. He left the game earlier today after 2 at-bats. Obviously odd.
I really want it to be allergies again. So
I
what if
hope
they're they're just so bad right now in Florida?
Well, that's bad management by Joe Espada.
Like he had some bad pizza last night. It's like a stomach bug.
He thought he was having pericarditis, like I did before Friday's show. went to the doctors before Friday's show.
Oh, you didn't
No.
see that, or you didn't?
I
hear
missed
about
that.
Oh yeah, I thought I was having chest pains on Thursday that were concerning. So early on Friday before the show, I went to the doctors.
So you drank so much on Wednesday at Nickelback that you thought you gave yourself a heart attack?
Well, I've had pericarditis before, so
Okay.
I thought that I was having pericarditis again.
Okay, I didn't know that. So
No, it was basically don't be, because there was nothing. I was like, oh damn. So I just wasted 2 hours at the doctors, and I don't even have a story to tell about my toughness. Still hosting a radio show with all that acid reflux and heartburn.
Jose
Tummy ache.
Urquidy has a muscle strain in his forearm, so
Not
he's
a
going to
tummy
start. Yeah, he's going to start the season on the injury list. And Greg Kessinger has right hamstring discomfort. So that's the state of the Astros right now. A lot of injuries. But we await Yordan Alvarez news.
Let's just get to the end of March. There's too many spring training games. There's too many spring training games.
Yeah, does this kind of go back to the Yordan Alvarez playing left field thing, though, at all? I don't know if he got hurt in the field or when he would have got hurt.
Well, you would have been near grass, and that's where the allergies can get you.
Yeah, got to stay turf only.
Dome only. He can only play in domes.
A baseball team that can only play indoors because they have allergies.
Yeah. Why not?
Close the roof.
Close the roof.
Get them inhalers.
Maybe that's why the roof's never open anymore. Just because Jordan's allergies.
Yeah, pollen.
No, we just didn't know. It is pretty bad this time of year. So most of the time during baseball season. So I understand.
Yeah.
It's the worst. So what's not the worst, though? The first 4 days of March Madness.
They're pretty good.
Those are always like considered the best days in sports by a lot of people. Do you still have that number one? Like, is that your favorite time of year in sports?
No, October.
So like World Series, NFL, college football rivalries usually getting going.
Yeah, NFL season's underway. You got college football with the big games, conference games are happening. You also have generally, baseball's playoffs, which is the best time for baseball. I'm not a big fan of the regular season.
Yeah.
So October for me. March Madness is fun. I will admit that I am not as drawn to watching a March Madness game from start to finish as others are. Personally, I like the social aspect of going out to a bunch of bars and watching with a bunch of people, but I'm probably not going to be paying much attention until the last 4 minutes of a game unless there's a school that I care about in that game.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that.
Well, it's like but that's
everyone
that's the
talks
best
about
part.
like how they are love it. It's like I really can only do the last 6 minutes of each of these games, and sometimes that is a chore.
Because college basketball can be very ugly.
Yeah, that's why it's these 4 days are the best 4 days, not the next round, because you have to watch too much of the product.
Yeah, because when the games start, like when that first game starts, you kind of just like are watching it, and then the second game starts, and it's like maybe they're on, but you're not locked in. It's when the chaos breaks out.
It's when you're bouncing from TNT to CBS to, oh my God, where's True TV? Oh, there's True TV to TBS. Like that's the best part is the bouncing around and being like, you know what? I'm calling this one. I'm just jumping ahead a time slot to Gonzaga's down 5 at halftime.
The worst part about the tournament now for me personally, this is my hell, is that the TV provider I have does not have TNT, TBS, or True TV. So I got to sign up for another TV provider just for March.
So you do the
in addition.
You do like the free trial. for 30 days.
Yeah, but I've run out of email accounts to
Make
do
a new email.
the free trial. I know. I suppose I could just do another one. But yeah, Fubo TV, which claims to have all the sports, literally does not have Turner.
I need to go back to. I have to figure out my TV provider for the next 10 days.
Yeah.
Right. I like YouTube TV. I think it's the best one by far.
But they don't have the Astros.
But they don't have the Astros.
They don't have the Rockets.
I've been illegally streaming the Rockets games.
Do you trust the illegal streams?
Enough.
Damn. You're just admitting to this on the radio too?
Whatever.
Oh, wow.
So, but the Astros games, it's too much.
Well, what's that? Oh, it's a flashbang grenade in Sean's studio. Oh, no. Guns.
I think the
It's actually
first.
just Tillman Fertitta coming
Yeah,
to
he's
force
coming
you to
for
sign
me.
up for Space City Home.
I mean, I don't know why they didn't just come up with an app.
That's why Drake got a jersey and you didn't.
Yeah, well, I'm clearly not a good vibes guy for the Cougs like Drake is at this point. I do think that the first 4 days of March, though, is going to get passed as the best couple days. Like, while October's good, too, I don't know what this new college football format's going to look like totally, but
14 teams.
At least next year, the semifinals and the first round of the wild card round of the NFL are going to be the same weekend. So the semifinal college football playoff games are going to be Thursday and Friday, and then the wild card games will be Saturday, Sunday, Monday in the NFL. So that's going to be a pretty awesome weekend. I'm going to enjoy that.
I hate the Monday, though.
I also hate the Monday.
I like to watch football games on a weekend day.
It should be 3 on Saturday, 3 on
It
Sunday.
makes me stressed out because I have I have work. Can I watch this game 100% focused?
I mean, a lot of times the wild card game is like the one that you're like, I don't know. I just don't have a lot of memories of what the Monday night wild card matchup was.
Well, it's been like 2 years.
Well, yeah, I don't remember what the last 2 years have been.
Well, this year there was the delayed game. So you had
you
the
did get two
Bills.
this year.
The Bills game played against the Steelers at like
Yeah.
3 p.m. or 4 p.m. or something like that.
It was just
Great.
supposed to be
Love
Tampa
it.
Philly.
And then you had Eagles and Bucks, and that game was just an absolute abomination.
Great.
Yeah, you can't.
The year before it was the Cardinals, Rams, and Kyler Murray looked like he quit in that game.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so it's been pretty bad.
I don't think we're
not missing out.
I think you can watch these with one eye, like small TV, big TV, something else.
Yeah,
I think it's how you can watch these.
I would rather they do the NFL wildcard games 3 and 3. I don't need the Monday game. It's totally unnecessary, especially because isn't this 2 years in a row? The first 2 years they've had to move a playoff game, or no, they thought they were going to move one the first year in Buffalo because they thought it was going to be a disaster, and then they didn't. By the way, do you have HBO
play
Max?
outdoors.
Do you have HBO Max?
I do have HBO Max. People are saying that apparently on Max you can watch Turner. I'll believe it when I see it.
It is on there. Now that I think,
I feel like this is like the month where they're like, "Oh, you're gonna add for $7.99 a month. You could have Turner as well."
I feel like HBO Max comes with everything though.
I just like that. I'll believe it when I see it. When people are just telling you, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah,
it was like an old
when
man
you go
answer.
home tonight, like in 2 hours.
I don't know
I'll
if I'm
see
going to
it.
be able to test it, though, until the actual tournament starts. I know that they actually have an app that you can download and watch some of these Turner things on, too, through your phone.
You'll be able to find out before because they should, in theory, then show some like NBA games before Thursday.
Or the first four.
Yeah, first four.
Just test drive it when you're trying to watch
why not.
Colorado State and Virginia. And then
Yeah.
and then when you watch 2 Virginia possessions,
You
turn
mean-
off your TV.
You mean
throw
when I
it in
watch
the garbage.
Shogun on the big TV and I watch the NCAA tournament on the little TV?
Virginia was the team that seemed to get people most upset yesterday.
Oh, God. F Virginia. They played the worst basketball. I hate Virginia.
And they're not even good. At least when they played terrible basketball and were winning
Won a national title.
a national title and were the 1 seed every year. At least they won a national title and they were the 1 seed every year.
Yeah.
Now they're like an undeserving bubble team playing the same disgusting style of
It's
basketball.
so bad. It's like they play 4 corners and just like pass it one corner to the next, to the next, to the next.
And Syracuse. That's what it reminds me of. Just it's not enjoyable basketball
Well,
when
what,
they're
the
not
2-3
winning.
zone? Well, the 2-3 zone's fine.
No, it's not.
They do kind of depend on the same thing. The same thesis is that none of these guys can shoot. Because that's what the pack line defense does. It's like, you cannot get a bucket in the paint against us. We'll force you to make threes. And every team is like, we cannot make threes.
Yeah.
Wait a second. What? How are these even comparable? Virginia's BS on basketball versus the 2-3 zone?
Yeah, they're the same, Paul.
How are they the same?
They're just not. It's not an enjoyable watch. When
Yes,
these
it
teams
is.
aren't good.
You're going to get a team that shoots 1,000,000 threes.
Yeah, but they don't go
If
in.
they hit it, yes, they
but
do.
they don't go in.
Yes, they do.
Frick them.
That's why they stopped doing it, because now it doesn't work anymore.
Are you sure it's just not because, like, they got out of the dark ages?
Also, they had like a 78-year-old coach
Who refused to get them away from it?
Yeah, at least Virginia won a title in like 2019 playing this way.
I know.
After
Syracuse made
losing
2
this.
Final Fours that they probably shouldn't have even made the tournament. It made
That's
2
true.
Final Fours. They were probably not deserving of
so
making
maybe
the actual-
Virginia's going to go on a run.
Yeah. Hey, if they
that
win the
would
first
suck.
4 game, they play
If,
Texas.
if they're the new Syracuse, then they're going to undeservedly get in the tournament and go on a
Disgusting.
run here.
They're going to
All the way
lose
to
to
the-
USMBC Golden Retrievers again. 1 versus 16.
And then they're going to beat Texas and Tennessee back to back.
Talk about disgusting basketball, those two.
All right, Paul, Joe, and Sean here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll end the show, as we always do, with garbage time next.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Do you think Cal McNair is upset with Nick Caserio for trading their first-round pick?
I feel like whatever anger the McNair family may have had about the way that the 2022 season went, which they immediately followed by having Nick Caserio stand in front of the media for one of the most awkward 30-minute press conferences I can ever remember, where everyone's just like, why are you here? Why are you staying around? How are you going to F this draft up? Like, it was weird. but they were clearly sending him a message. I doubt that they're going to be mad. They seem rather hands-off now that they have gotten the people that they needed to get their hands on and perhaps to pick up and literally toss out the top floor of the building.
Because weren't they supposed to reveal the new jerseys at the draft party?
Mm-hmm.
So where are they going to reveal?
Well, how about you can have a uni party, a uni reveal party,
which was what they'll do. And I thought I saw somewhere over the weekend they're saying April 23rd.
Well, you could sell the unis,
which is
for my birthday.
Yeah,
Thanks.
2 days before.
Thanks, Cal McNair.
Yeah, 2 days before the draft now, because I think that was their original plan was to reveal them at the draft party. But now that they're not going to do that, I guess they could.
Someone described what they looked like to me, and I haven't seen them. I think they have tipped their hand as far as one of the small color changes, but from what I heard, it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounds like also people are getting duped right now on Twitter, Sean.
Yeah, I don't know if people are for sure getting duped, but I saw someone tweet something about like how disgusted they were in the leaked Texans uniforms. So then I took to Twitter and used the search function I just typed in leaked Texans. And the only picture I saw, and it was a picture with a caption "Leaked Texans uniforms" and the alarm emojis, and it was just pictures of last year's Houston Roughnecks uniforms.
Oh no!
And I've seen like 3 people tweet since that picture tweet went up. I've seen 3 other people tweet when you look up leaked Texans. It's, oh my God, I just saw the leaked Texans uniform. They're disgusting. Well, and it looks like people think that, like, because it's not obvious that's the Roughnecks uniform.
Yeah.
It's like zoomed out. You can't see where it says Roughnecks anywhere. It has the, like, Texas flag helmet and their blue and white jerseys.
Those Roughnecks uniforms, though, are pretty sick.
I like those.
I like that helmet that's the Texas flag. I mean, honestly, if the Texans wanted to do something really cool when they first came into the NFL, that is what they should have done as opposed to having a bull. But they're sticking with the bull, that's for sure. But, yeah, I'm not – you know what? Guess what? I didn't go and I didn't sign anything. But from what I understand, let's just say that they're going to pay homage to a bull's most formidable weapon.
The horns.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
I did, yeah.
Maybe not.
Everyone who saw the jerseys last week.
I'm horny, though, that's for sure.
I didn't get the invite for that one.
These unis are horny.
But everyone that's tweeting about it from the flagship and other stations.
Well, of course the flagship's going to. Come on.
We had
propaganda.
We had McLean on Friday.
Oh yeah, McLean.
You saw him?
Yeah.
McLean was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "Damn,
I'm an old
dog."
man, and I don't like change, but I love these new uniforms.
That's a pretty good McLean, Sean.
Good McLean.
I didn't know that. I didn't know you had that in your bag. Joel's is still better.
Yeah.
But when Joel does it, he can barely talk after. He loses his voice like every single time he does it.
I'm on a minutes restriction.
Yeah,
with it.
I understand. All right, let's go to garbage time.
A treasurer for a middle school in a little town called Essex. He is the treasurer for the Parent Teachers Student Association and admitted that he stole $29,000 that kids raised selling chocolate bars and spent it on DraftKings and FanDuel. Should have done it on mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. They match your deposit up to $1,000, the first deposit. So it would have made a little
29 times.
Yeah. 29 different accounts. I got to say, this is just like that Jaguars guy who was blaming his gambling addiction on stealing $6 million.
Yeah.
I want to hear this guy say, like, I'm just addicted to gambling. So I took the kids' chocolate bar money.
I don't understand how that's like a defense, though.
It's not.
To be like, I needed the money because I have a gambling addiction.
addicted
How's
to
that
gambling.
different? No, how's that different than a drug addict being like, I stole the copper wiring to pay for my drug addiction?
There's nothing.
Like, it's just the same thing.
But we have normalized addiction to the point where you don't have to feel shame about it anymore. You just are addicted.
I feel like only gambling addiction gets that, and sex addiction gets where it's like, yeah.
You would think.
People still
yet,
feel bad for crackheads and like people on opioids.
Speaking of,
I was gonna say speaking of too.
Speaking of the
People
sex,
that look like they're on drugs.
Oh, well, this person certainly looked like he was on drugs. A moviegoer at a theater in suburban Detroit was arrested for allegedly engaging in lewd behavior during a screening of the new Kristen Stewart film, Love Lies Bleeding. A police department confirmed a patron was arrested and is still in police custody, but he was watching a movie that's a sexually charged film about a pair of lesbian lovers set in the world of bodybuilding. From pictures, it seems that, let's just say, he fell asleep and he had a blanket out, but the blanket was not covering a place where he put his hands.
It's weird. Reminds me of The Departed. That
Yes.
scene in The Departed is so weird. It's so weird.
That used to be a
fact that
thing.
those things used to exist.
Porno theaters.
This was an actual movie theater.
This is a real movie
I know.
theater.
I know it was.
Like
but
those,
just
you're
like,
using them. You know, that's what they're there for.
it just popped. It just reminded me of The Departed. It just popped in my
well,
head.
I thought of Pee Wee Herman. Again.
Oh yeah. What a bizarre world we used to live in.
We still live in it.
Yeah.
This guy's bringing us back.
Texas more than any state lives in it.
I know. Texas might need to bring those movie theaters back.
Wouldn't that be a move? You can't go on the website, but you can go to the theater.
How to make movie theaters great again.
Conor McGregor.
This is what I was talking about with the people on drugs. I forgot he's always on drugs. it
Conor
looks like.
McGregor?
Yeah.
He's not just high on life anyway. Conor McGregor is going to be the highest paid debuting actor in the movie Roadhouse that also stars Jake Gyllenhaal. He is playing, I believe, the villain in said movie. Will you watch this version of Roadhouse?
I think it's on Amazon Prime, so yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't pay to go
Like the
see it.
barrier of entry is so low. That
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll watch
It releases on Amazon Prime March 21st. Might be a good thing to watch while those bad basketball games are taking place until the end. It has a 100% score on Rotten Tomatoes right now. Here's the thing.
Wow.
Here's the thing. It's sacrilegious to Houston legend Patrick Swayze to remake the movie Roadhouse. That is an affront upon the city of Houston.
Yeah, I'll watch it because it's on Amazon Prime. It's the only reason.
Yeah. I watched the Jack Harlow White Man Can't Jump
How was that?
movie because it was on Hulu. It was
Not
bad,
good?
but you go into it knowing it's bad, and so it's bad, but it's kind of bad in a fun way.
Sure. So it's not a
It's like a YouTube skit that got turned into
a movie.
Oh, the best
it's like,
kind.
It's like 20 straight YouTube skits.
So it's like what Saturday Night Live used to do with all those movies that they had.
Yeah, they sucked at making movies.
You didn't like Night at the Roxbury?
Not really.
What
they
is
made,
love?
They made like 4 good ones.
Yeah, their hit rate on movies was not good for Saturday Night
The
Live.
Ladies Man
I
with
think I
Tim
saw-
Gardner?
I don't know if I saw that one. There's a lot of bad ones. All right, that does it for us. You can find us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes. We will be back tomorrow at noon for another edition of Gallant and George. The Killer Bees with Jeremy and Joel are next.
Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It is Austin Rodriguez behind the glass. It is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We've been, I've missed you, Blankers.
Missed you too. It's been a while.
I haven't seen you in a little while. I've never met Austin before. He's producing our show. I've never met Austin.
Yes, you
Austin, will you talk on the microphone, or are you like, will you not?
I can.
Curious. Okay. All right. Just seeing what we got. See what we
He's,
have on our
he
hands.
sat back there and observed the non-observable Joe George before and a little Brian McDonald.
So, if he was working with Joe, he didn't learn much. If he was working with Brian, he learned quite a bit.
Exactly.
How long have you worked here, Austin?
Got hired on the network around like February 2022.
Man. So you've been here for
Jeremy.
13 months?
2022,
I've never seen you in my life.
I have.
I've never seen you. Now, you're wearing a Rice hat. That's strike one.
He normally wears the Diamondbacks hat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like the Diamondbacks. They're my favorite team in the National League. They have Uncle Banny Rooster on the bench there. And then they have Strami. They have Strami. I'm a big fan of Strami.
They got a good young outfielder that can play a little bit.
Corbin Carroll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Corbin Carroll a lot. I got held hostage once and had to take Aaron Judge over Corbin Carroll in a fantasy baseball dynasty league. But whatever, I digress. The brackets are out. Yesterday was St. Brackets Day, and we're running a promotion here at ESPN 97.5, as any decent sports radio company should. It's that time again, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 6th annual Bracket Madness, presented by DraftKings of the Golden Nugget, supported by Houston Powder Coaters. We'll be giving away tons of prizes with over $50 each, and did we mention it's all free? It's free to you. If it's free, give me 3. Prizes, now it's free, but you can still win things. Prizes include a gift basket from Gentle Ben valued at $200. That's going to get you a long way. $50 gift cards to Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, and much, much more. All you have to do to enter this, and again, if it's free, it's for me. All you have to do is head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to register to win. Fantastic promotion we're running here. We encourage all of you to get in on the 6th annual Bracket Madness. But the brackets out yesterday. Do you have any hot takes, any reactions to the brackets?
Well, no, the first thing was just the fact that with the results of all the conference tournaments, I think they were interviewing the head of the committee, and he said this is the first time in the history of them doing the actual selections that 5 teams were basically left out because of the fact that you added 5 that were unexpected because the 1 seeds didn't win the tournament and someone very unlikely ended up getting a berth. That they said it was the first time they had to kind of unseat 5. So teams like Indiana State, St. John's, Pittsburgh, they're all upset because of the way that the madness kind of sorted itself out with the conference tournaments. I think it's interesting. I think that it's sad when the state of teams that are bitching about it and then refusing to go to the NIT when, in fact, if you won a couple more games, you wouldn't be on the bubble and having to worry, cross your fingers, and hope the results happen that they do in the conference tournament.
Yeah. Dr. Charles McClellan, the tournament chair,
Yep.
he was the former AD at Texas Southern.
Oh, is that right?
Now he's the commissioner of the SWAC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was heading the committee until I saw him on the selection show yesterday. I was like, hey, I know that guy. Yeah, he's the former AD at Texas Southern. I didn't really have a huge problem with a whole lot of things. We'll take your college basketball questions. Today's the day. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I mean, the first thing I'm looking for is where's U of H. I'm biased, obviously. Number 1 in the South. Now, the 8-9 is interesting in the South. Now, Wisconsin's in the South, too. So I feel like that's going to be the region that the Killer Bees are watching more closely than any of the others. Nebraska's the 8, which Nebraska has my favorite non-Cougar college basketball player in the game, Keisei Tominaga. That guy's awesome. Wears 30. He loves Steph Curry. He's a shooter. He's He's awesome. I love that guy.
Left-handed.
I love that guy. Now, it stinks that he's the 8 seed to the Houston 1 seed. And then you have the 9 seed A&M, which is a really good team.
They're playing well.
Really good offensive rebounding team. Really good defensive team. They have Wade Taylor, who destroyed the Cougars in the second half when they played the first time around. That was a 4-point game when Houston and A&M played the first time around. So the 8-9 is interesting. Then you have some blue bloods at the bottom with Kentucky as a 3. You have Duke as a 4. Marquette, who I think is a Final Four capable team if Kolek is available.
Kolek plays.
And they're saying he's going to. So I'm taking them for their word. Maybe they were playing a little bit of posturing there. That way they didn't get misseeded. I don't know. I think he'll play. I think he'll be good enough to play. But I think it is a very difficult region. I always get a kick out of, well, this region's tougher than this region. They're all tough. They're all hard. These are the 68 best teams in the country. Look at the top 4 seeds in any different region. They're all very, very difficult. UConn has a very difficult road. I think Auburn's playing about as good as anybody. They have them as a 4 seed. They have them as a 4 seed in UConn's region. And then they have San Diego State and FAU. There's three Final Four teams on that side of the bracket from last year. So it's very, very difficult.
Did you see the big fella from NC State, Burns Jr.?
I was familiar with him last year.
But because he transferred in. He was the
I
conference
think he's been there
player
for a couple of years.
He transferred in. He was the conference player of the year at a smaller school.
Okay.
And I looked at him and I go, he had to be like a Julius Peppers football player, add to the basketball team kind of guy. And then I started doing a little bit more of a deep dive on him. He did not play football. They list him at 6'9", 275, and I think that's being extremely generous. But then you watch him, and his footwork is smooth and his touch, and I'm like, man, this kid's got some skill.
Yeah, he started off at Tennessee, didn't play there, transferred, was at Winthrop 3 years, and now it's his second year at NC State. COVID year, redshirt, all that stuff. You know his favorite player is?
Dream.
It's Akeem Olajuwon.
Yeah, so that's why the footwork was good.
Yeah, he said his favorite player is Akeem Olajuwon, but unfortunately he's built like Zach Randolph. So.
And he drops a 3 he had like 17 or 19 in the first half against Carolina, and they couldn't guard him.
He's one of my favorite players in the tournament.
Yeah,
too.
and that's why I think when you look at kind of like the just kind of random casual college basketball fans, the reason why everybody's upset NC State didn't get in because they had the big white version of Burns Jr. on Indiana State, the kid with the rec spec glasses that
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah,
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar,
and he was gifted.
That's my only beef really with the NCAA selection committee. Like Oklahoma, I think that they had a case. The one that I think got in that shouldn't have been in was Virginia.
Yeah,
Virginia to me had no business being in. They had the net in the 50s. Indiana State had the best net for a team that's never made the NCAA tournament. I feel Indiana State should have been in, not Virginia. A couple of nuggets on that. Indiana State, 25 spots higher than Virginia in the net rankings, 24 spots higher in the KenPom. But Indiana State, I guess, disappointed. They feel against top competition, unlike Virginia, which impressed against a rigorous AAC schedule by going 2-7 against Quad 1 opponents. So what does Virginia have that Indiana State does not? Virginia's 69th in the KenPom, which is the lowest at-large team in the field by 20 spots. The next lowest is South Carolina at 49. 5 teams in the KenPom top 40 didn't make it, and there were 21 teams ranked ahead of Virginia that didn't get in. I have no idea how Virginia's in the NCAA
Virginia had
tournament.
some really bad losses too. When they got beat, they got hammered. I would agree with that. I was actually pulling for Indiana State to get in. It would have been a great story for a lot of reasons. I think they can play. I think that they've got one of those small school Midwest teams that can play basketball the right way. And I thought they were a decent team. I saw Virginia a couple times was underwhelmed. I just, especially for a team playing in a big conference, I just didn't think that they had a lot of fire. I was questioning Bennett for all his good that he's done at Virginia. I was like, man, what are you doing here that these guys don't even look like they're motivated half the time?
Yeah, I feel like, actually, I do know the reason that they're in, because they're Virginia. They're Virginia. If they were just some random ACC school with that resume, like if they were Virginia Tech, do they get in with that resume? I don't think so.
Probably not.
I don't think so. I think that they got the favorable treatment because they're a team that has cachet. They're a team that has clout. 3 Big East teams. A lot of people felt like disappointed with this. I don't really see a case for a fourth one. Like Seton Hall on the bubble, meh. St. John's on the bubble, meh. I know Pitino was not very happy, but it's funny because his son, Richard Pitino, might have stolen Rick Pitino's bid because they won the Mountain West Conference.
He's at New Mexico?
That's fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was formerly at Minnesota. I thought they got rid of him too soon.
Yeah, they did. They fired him a little
bit.
And his dad used to kind of, he was like, he was traveling with them and kind of consulting with them before he got another gig. But I thought he did a pretty good job because that's a tough place to win at Minnesota.
Yeah, I actually was impressed with him. And they got rid of him. Like, what? Why? Wisconsin, they draw the 12 seed James Madison, which is everybody's darling to beat Wisconsin.
So.
I don't see it. Like, I think
Zach
Wisconsin's
Davis picked him to
win.
get to the Sweet 16.
He had both. He had the 12. Well, that was a different one, actually, because he had Kansas losing in the first round.
He's got Samford
as well.
beating Kansas.
Yeah,
not
Kansas,
Stanford, Samford.
Kansas is interesting because their best 2 players didn't play in the Big 12 tournament, and they're huge question marks. Like, will they play? If they don't play, they can lose to Samford. If they do play, they can reach the Final Four.
Yeah, that's as talented a team in America if they're healthy. But when you've got literally three guys that you need that are the core of your team that are iffy, That's a huge risk to take, but I don't think Samford is going to beat them and then go on for some magical run.
Yeah. What did you think of Wisconsin's draw?
I thought, you know me, I thought that they've overachieved all year, and then they were kind of coming back to the norm and lost 5 in a row in conference. The run was nice. I think they got rewarded for the run that they went on to get to the Big Ten championship game. I seriously don't think they're that good. But I think that I don't think they're going to lose in the first round. I think that they're a good tournament team. Traditionally, they'll play, solid Wisconsin, slow down basketball principles, and I think they'll win a couple of games.
Yeah, they're I guess they're on a collision course with Duke.
Yeah.
That should be an interesting one. I think they're going to get past James Madison.
Billis picked them to beat Duke, and that's from a Dookie. And I don't know if he was just trying to not be biased, but at the same time, I just think Duke's got more talent and athleticism than Wisconsin, no matter what they can do defensively.
They're a little soft in the middle, Duke is, that people feel like they can get beat up inside.
Filipowski, though, can kind of get those bigs in foul trouble for Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's true. Now, you can attack him on the other end, though. Like, he's a good scorer. He's good on the offensive end. People feel like you can get at him defensively, though. Maybe you can get him in foul trouble. You get him in foul trouble, now it's a much different story. Last thing about the tournament, 713-780-3776, I wanted to bring up with you. A lot of people are talking about expanding the tournament. There's a lot of feel that people will, at some point, expand the tournament. How do you feel about the tournament expanding at some point in time?
I think that we don't need to get into the debates like football does. I think that, forever and a day it was 64, and that's what it was, and that's what we lived with, and that's what we did. And then, you went a little bit further. You got to 68. You had a little more, viewing pleasure on the Wednesday night to get the 2 play-in games. I don't think it needs to go further than that. The teams that are crying over spilled milk, well, you probably should have played a little better during portions of your season so that you didn't have to sit there and have some cheese with your wine and think about the NIT. I don't think that the tournament itself has to cater to crybaby teams that didn't do enough to get in, whereas every other team got into that 68. And if you thought you had to win your conference tournament and you had a good record, then go win your conference tournament.
I'm kind of on the fence, and it's not a good place to be in sports radio. I think that I always thought 64 was a good number. Now, we're seeing that at-large play-in game keep increasing a seed. Like, when they added that at-large play-in game, it was like, okay, a 12 seed versus a 12 seed. Okay, that's a good number. Like, that's right on the cusp of, like, these mediocre conference champions that are winning their conference tournament. But now it's all the way up to a 10.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty stinking high. I wouldn't mind them adding 4 more teams, 4 to 8. I think 4 is the number specifically. Make it a 72-team tournament, and then add 2 more play-in games. That's what if you're going to expand, that's the expansion I would like.
The thing that's so tough for me is, and we can get into more of this because I've got some thoughts on even what U of H had to go through and NC State had to deal with their tournament games. I just don't like the fact that the more you extend, the more you're doing it, and you're not going to touch the actual way the tournament is designed to start on Thursday in the morning and go Thursday, Friday heavy, which means you're going to have to play 2 games pretty quickly, and you're going to already be kind of taxed as you get into the tournament. I think it's too much. I think that you're going to continue to add and backload the games to the early part of the week, then ask them to travel all week to get whatever the next destination is, just to, in certain cases to take on a number 1 seed or a high seed. I don't like it. That's why I just think it's good where it's at and leave it be.
Yeah, but you're doing these with teams that are on the bubble anyways. You wouldn't be doing it again. You wouldn't be doing it for your top seeds.
Oh, so
You'd be
you're
doing it
saying
for bubble
because of
teams.
the fact that we got all the way. Because I don't like the 10s and the 11s. I don't like 2 11s playing it out. If you want to tell me that some team that was on the bubble wants to play the 16 seed, and whoever gets that gets the number 1 seed or something like that, that's one thing.
I don't know where you're going with that.
I don't mind that if these are teams that don't have a legit chance to win it all anyway, but they can get into the tournament. They're in the tournament. If they win a game and then they want to go take on one of the best teams in the tournament because they were on the bubble, so be it. I don't like that you take like 11 seeds or 10 seeds and make them play on a Wednesday and then fly somewhere else to play on a Friday.
Well, those are the last at-large teams. Like the teams that they have playing in the playing games were the last 2 at-large teams that they picked, and then the 2 worst automatic bids.
Right. I think that's fine. That's why. But leave it there. I don't want to go to 72. I don't want to go to more teams and then have more of those situations. That's as far as I'm willing to go.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with you. I wouldn't mind 4 more teams make it, and then you make it or even 8, and then you add to that, opening round games that you have in Dayton. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Remember to get into that ESPN 97.5, 92.5 6th Annual Bracket Madness presented by DraftKings at the Golden Nugget, supported by Houston Powder Coaters. It's all free. All you have to do is head to ESPN975.com. You can win a gift basket for General Ben valued at $200, $50 gift cards. It's to Star Pizza, East River 9, Republic Boot Company, much, much more. Why wouldn't you enter? ESPN95.com. Go there right now. Go to the promotions tab to register your opportunity to win stuff for free. Can't beat that. Thank you to the Killer Bees. 713-780-ESPN. Plenty to get to. Very busy show. Mailbag Monday for you today. A lot of Texans news happened last week. I got to give my Texan takes on everything that happened as well. Also, some Astro injury concerns. Jose Urquidy's got a tight forearm. That's never good. Yordan Alvarez mysteriously leaving a game again. Who knows why? Could be anything. Could be bad hands. Could be bad air in Florida. Who knows? 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube as well. All you have to do is search us at ESPN Houston. He's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When we come back, 2 Texan trades last week. One I like a lot, one I don't like at all. Why do either one when you did them? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. Austin Rodriguez behind the glass, filling in for Brian, which begs the question, Where's Brian at today? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Where is B-Mac today? Wrong answers only. Austin,
Wasn't he auditioning for the Doobie Brothers cover band?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I didn't ask why he's gone. I don't get nosy. Hey, I'm not going to be here. Okay. Cool.
On Twitter.
What's that?
He put it on Twitter.
He put it on Twitter?
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
No, not Santa was grilling. Where's B-Mac?
Oh, he got
And
asked.
He
Oh,
chose,
that's different.
He chose to respond.
That's different. That's different to respond versus like, hey, I'm not doing the show today because of this. Austin, do you want to venture a guess? Why is Brian not here today? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776.
It's an audition here.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest maybe he was mourning Texas only being a 7 seed.
Oh,
okay. Not bad.
That's not bad. Maybe an unfavorable draw in the NCAA tournament. He is a Texas guy. I don't know if he actually went to school at Texas.
I don't
which
either.
begs another question.
Well, I got friends that I hammer all the time that call A&M we and never went there.
I have about half a dozen LSU fans with a collective 0 LSU degrees.
But attendance at the university?
That's what I'm saying. Oh,
forget the degree. Did they attend classes there?
I think a guy went there for a semester.
Okay.
Went there for a semester. Two more. We'll just go with beignets. He had too many beignets. That's what it was. 713-780-3776. Wrong answers only. Where's B-Mac today? So these two trades last week.
Mm-hmm.
The timing of both of them is curious. First, the trading, with the Minnesota from 23, you slide down to the second round, you get pick number 42, you add a second round pick. Okay, like the draft value charts like this, the Jimmy Johnson chart. Really big fan of this. Something I do find very ironic about this, though, Blankers, is because any time that we brought up a draft value chart last year, what are you doing looking at a draft value chart? But then those same people that say, what are you doing looking at a draft value chart are looking at draft value charts now. Just saying. Just want to put that out there. That did not get lost on me. I like this trade. I think it's a good trade. I think it also shows you that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, not that we were worrying about D'Amico Ryans, but it shows you more importantly that Nick Caserio feels like his job is secure. He doesn't feel like he's on the hot seat. This is a good sign that he's like not flirting with other teams, not that there was ever any flirtation there. I know his name got thrown into the New England mix because he was formerly in New England, but you're not trading down 19 spots in the middle of March to acquire a future second-round pick if you are not expecting to be here for a while, or you are expecting to be here for a while. So I think it's a good sign on that front, like aside from just the trade. But I'm cool with stockpiling future picks. If you feel like there's 45 players that you're comfortable drafting first, I don't mind trading down 19 spots for a future second.
No, and the thing that BMAC and I were talking about, too, that my opinion on all of this was it kind of goes back to when we were looking at the depth of what positions in this draft. And when you talk to a majority of the people, there's an excessive depth in at the corner position. And after you get by Murphy at defensive tackle, there's a good chance that one, if not both of the other highly regarded interior defensive linemen are going to slide to the second round. So if you don't think that there's one single guy that you have to have at 23 and you believe like we do that Murphy's going to be gone well before you got to 23, then this was a wise pick because you could probably still get a corner and a D lineman or something else in the second round this year, and you add an extra asset for next year from a team that's probably not going to be very good that gives you the chance to get an extra quality player that might become a starter.
Yeah, I still think that I think that they feel comfortable with the depth. Like when they look at their big board, they're like, okay, there's 50 starters here. Mm-hmm. So it's like, okay, the drop off from 23 to 42 is like close to the same tier of player, or we can afford to do that and acquire a future second round pick.
Well, the other thing too is people just all of a sudden forget and they think, oh, the door's shut, free agency's over now. So there's still going to be guys lingering out there, to your point. Maybe of the top 50 on the board, maybe you got to go safety and D lineman, or maybe you got to go safety corner and you still have to find another D lineman. But you have other options besides the draft. You're right. You could still get the two starters.
The timing to me is curious, though. Why are you doing it in the middle of March instead of not on like draft day? So I think that's kind of weird. Like some people are throwing the finances out there, which is okay, but why are you doing it in March and not April? You don't have to lock in any of these finances until, the new like training camp and all of that stuff. So like it doesn't press you to do it right away unless you just felt it was a sweetheart deal that you weren't going to get better than.
I was going to say, to your point, there wasn't an urgency on the Texans side of things because there's still plenty of room to kind of manipulate things and work out what you want in your plan. If you're the Vikings and everybody say, well, the Vikings had to do this because they want 2 first-round picks so they can trade up to get a quarterback. Well, then I don't think that deal screams Vikings were found more urgency and gave them a little bit more than they could turn down. I think it was a nice package for them, but I don't think that was enough to go, we got to do this now.
Yeah, I mean, the draft value charts like it. I'm cool with the trade. The timing of it's curious. I thought maybe that there was finances involved, and maybe there were finances involved, but again, there's no pressing issue to get it done immediately. So whatever. Now, the second trade, I think that they had something else in store. Like, I don't believe that you're just trading Malik Collins, who is your starting one tech, and you don't really have a replacement one tech defensive tackle ready to go, at least one that we like. Maybe they feel comfortable with the two guys that they picked up. The Settle kid from Buffalo, which his name is just so funny. And then the Jacksonville name that's hard
the Big F.
to pronounce. Yeah, the Big F. Let's go with that. Like, unless they feel comfortable with them, we don't. The Malik Collins trade is weird to me. I feel that Malik Collins trade was a move to make because they wanted Keenan Allen, and they came up just short on Keenan Allen. Because if you just put this trade in a vacuum, it's dumb. It's stupid. Like, you're saving money and trading Malik Collins, like $2.5 million net figure. Why? Why? He's by far the best one-tech defensive lineman that you have on this roster, and you're just giving him away for the seventh rounder. Why? Because you probably had something else cooking, and I think it was Keenan Allen, and he came up short, which I'm going to be critical of. Like, if you're making this deal as a precursor to acquire somebody else, you better acquire somebody else. You better get past the finish line. Why not get past the finish line and then trade Malik Collins? So I don't like this trade quite at all, because I think you screwed up the whole, like, domino effect of it. Secondly, he's your best one tech, and you trade him for a seventh.
We're on the same page, but we're thinking about a different player. Because I'm thinking that D'Amico and his level of comfort with Armstead, and the fact that Armstead would have been the perfect interior lineman to add to the pass rushers you've acquired and put together to upgrade this defensive line, and they took a flyer. The trade was going to be made, and if you'd have done Collins giving up your one-tech guy that you're talking about in your interior line for an upgrade to the level of Armstead, whether you extend him or not, and that was a lot of money, you now have an elite defensive line. When you didn't get the deal done, the fact that you still felt the need to do it for a very low pick instead of maybe hanging on just a second, because you may need him if all things fall through, then you were kind of, I think, assuming that Armstead's still on the open market, wants to come to Houston. We want to work out a deal with him. We can still get this done. Then when they didn't, I'm like, well, oh, bleep, what are we doing now?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I feel like once you signed Daniil Hunter, that Eric Armstead was done. Because now you have Armstead and Autry are the same guy, like in terms of where they play. They're going to be three-tech defensive tackles. Neither one of them is a one-tech. And you could argue that neither one's a three-tech traditionally.
Right.
I think you can, force one into the three-tech. Like, I think Autry's going to be your most of the time three-tech. They'll rotate guys in and out. But neither one of them's a one-tech. So, like, you don't replace that. I feel like Autry was going to be your D-end, and then you were just going to, like, if you signed Armstead, he was going to be your three-tech defensive tackle. But once you signed Hunter, he's your defensive end, and we're going to bump Autry inside. So at the moment that they assigned Hunter, I think they were out on Eric Armstead.
I just think from a run-stopping, pressure up the middle type guy, they still need a guy.
I think they need a one-tech. But you don't get, like, that's not Autry and that's not Armstead.
No.
Because, like, you're not going to once you signed Hunter, which is $25 million, and then you've already signed Autry at $10 million, you're not going to bring in another player at a high figure like $20 million.
The salary, when I saw it, I was like, oh, they can't do that.
Yeah, so I don't think that was the move to follow, just because you kind of have those positions covered. I think it was receiver. And I've seen some people, and let's talk about the receiver. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the worst kept secret for the Houston Texans. It seems like they're in on receiver. Keenan Allen at his press conference. Yeah, there was other teams involved. They were the Houston Texans. I think it was the secondary move from making that Malik Collins trade. But also there's reports that they're in on T. Higgins. Is there any validity to that? Do we think there's validity? How much are you willing to trade? How much are you willing to spend for T. Higgins? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, while we go to the break, a word for Allstate Windows and Siding. I'm telling you right now that if you've gone through houses, especially in neighborhoods that have been around a while, you can tell right away when the windows are old, outdated, and really kind of take away from the overall exterior value, the look and the curb appeal of a house. And that's just another reason to look at Allstate Siding and Windows, because from a windows perspective, we changed our windows. We live in an area where the current hip and trendy, when the houses were being built, windows were the ones that between the panes of glass had the little cube framing done so that there were multiple cubes within the windows. And a lot of times when you drive by those houses, you go, oh, they never changed their windows. Oh, that's an old look on a newer looking house. The minute you do the upgrade and change the windows to Allstate windows, you're going to find that the curb appeal and the modernization of your house is unbelievable. We didn't notice that right off the top. Then we realized we were going to save up to 40% on our energy bills, and the fact that they are protected against all the different weather conditions you're going to face in Houston, from the extreme heat to the times it gets cold to the times when hurricane season is upon us and you need protection. Those are the kind of windows that they specialize in making sure you have at Allstate Windows and Siding. And the biggest thing is you've got a family-owned and operated business for over 50 years, and Mary and Mike and the family take good care of you. And if you call them, they'll come to you, tell you what they can do, recommend what you should get, and see if you want to go with them because they're the best in the business. I recommend you call them. You can get 30% off on all windows right now, 24 months interest-free, discounts for senior citizens, first responders, and military. Just give them a call. Have them come out and see what you got going on and how they can help. 832-204-1936, or get them online, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Where is Brian today? Wrong answers only. Austin's filling in for Brian. Ron on the Twitch. BMAC is interviewing to be the new voice of the Cougs. It's not very nice. Ron. Junior Broncos. BMAC is at his Reddit mod. All hands on call. What is a Reddit mod?
A moderator for Reddit comments?
But why would it say at his Reddit mod?
I don't know.
Like, I get the Reddit mod, but saying at his Reddit mod confuses me. 1984, where's BMAC? He's working on his website to cover the Texans and leave 97.5. It's tradition. I would expect that maybe more in August.
Is he going to give you?
If it were to happen, $7.99.
Thoughts from training camp every day?
11, need football number. $7.99, which is not a football number. 9062, BMAC is gone due to being hung over from the Rockets winning 5 straight. Okay.
Jalen Green, player of the week.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. I don't know if Brian's the
He's not a big Rockets
hangover. Hey, he likes the Rockets.
He likes them. I
He
don't
likes
think
the
he
Rockets.
follows them
I don't
very
think he would.
closely.
I don't think he would get celebratory binger because they've won 5 regular season games in a row to be in 11th place in the Western Conference. And if he's drinking gin and Ben, he wouldn't be hungover anyways. 713-780-3776. Wrong answers only. Where is Brian? 9780 on another station this morning, which will not be named. It's the highway to hell. You can name it. The implication was that Collins was not really a guy they were excited about moving forward. Was Collins not a D'Amico guy? Okay, I listened to that. I didn't get that same feel. Now, if you trade a guy for a 7th rounder, the actions speak louder than the words, but I think it was because they had something else done, and then Keenan Allen got traded after that, and Keenan Allen mentioned in his press conference that the Texans were in on Keenan Allen. It even came out that the Houston Texans offered a 2025 third-round pick. So that is out there. Like, Keenan Allen kind of confirmed it by saying the Texans were interested on him. I don't think that this is a Collins not being a D'Amico guy. Now, Collins has been extended by Caserio. Now, that was pre-D'Amico Ryans. Actually, I have to check the timeline on that because Collins was signed to a 2-year deal after his first year. So they might have signed Malik Collins after D'Amico Ryans took the job. I'll have to look at the timeline on that. I don't get the feel that he's not a D'Amico guy. And again, I think, and maybe they feel differently, maybe they like the settle guy, maybe they like the big F from Jacksonville. I think Malik Collins, of those 3 guys, is a better one-tech defensive tackle than the other 2. And they flat out gave him away for 7th
And the
rounder.
interesting thing was they were $1 million off, if you believe what you read, in being in the bidding with Cincinnati
With Rankins,
to
right?
get Rankins, right? And we thought Rankins was the first guy to go. Like, if D'Amico's upgrading and he's a free agent, it looks like that's the easiest one to get out from under and get somebody else and try and upgrade. So I thought he was already as good as gone. But if you're trying to get in a bidding war, or you're in a bidding war trying to keep him, that tells you they probably had a higher priority on him than they had at Collins if you give him away for a 7th-round pick.
Yeah, I think it's a fair assumption to make. It doesn't add up to me. And I think there's a very real possibility they go into next season with Settle in the Big F fighting to be their one-tech defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they could draft Sweat in the draft. That would be nice.
That's my hope right now.
Because I think he could be a one-tech.
If
He's
you
more
could
of
get
a
Sweat in a
zero-tech,
corner or Sweat in a safety in the
Or a
second round,
receiver.
or a receiver maybe, yeah.
I don't hate receiver. 713-780-ESPN. Speaking of receiver, the worst-kept secret is out on the Houston Texans. It looks like they're in on a receiver. We just mentioned Keenan Allen referred to the Houston Texans as a team that was trying to get his services before he got traded to Chicago. The trade was out there. The Houston Texans offered a 2025 third-rounder and then a pick swap to trade for Keenan Allen. So they were in on Keenan Allen. I saw some people celebrating that Nick Caserio was in on Keenan Allen. Who cares? Who cares? Ifs and buts. Everybody would have, like, if ifs and buts were candy nuts, everybody would have a Merry Christmas. Almost only counting horseshoes and hand grenades. Why in the world are we celebrating a general manager for almost acquiring a star receiver? If you really wanted Keenan Allen, you should only celebrate Nick Caserio acquiring Keenan Allen. Like this little, it feels like everybody gets a trophy type of culture where you're celebrating Caserio being in on a player. I could be in on a player. I could call the Chargers and be like, hey, I'll offer you 3 to 6 on Wednesdays during the NFL week. If you trade me Keenan Allen, I almost got it done. I don't like this celebration and this praise for Nick Caserio for almost getting Keenan Allen. I don't deal in almost.
You know what this is? This is like when you know you're like the Astros. When you know you're going to lose a player, but you made a contract offer and you said you did your best to try and keep him in your uniform when you knew all along he was going somewhere else. But at least I did the solid and I'd get the reputation as a team that really tried and cared to get it done.
I could see the parallels there.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the Texans had a real offer, and some people would even point to the draft chart saying that the Texans offer was better. If I'm Chicago or if I'm the Chargers here, you get a pick now as opposed to a pick later. Like that carries some weight for me. I don't really care about the late round pick swap. Like undrafted free agents are just as important as like 7th rounders, maybe even 6th rounders. So I don't care a whole lot about that. So they missed out on Keenan Allen, which fine. Like you have to draw your line in the sand. That's cool. I'm not blaming Nick Caserio for not getting across the finish line. I'm blaming the people that are celebrating Nick Caserio for getting close to the finish line. It's silly. It's ridiculous. But I'm okay with Caserio not pulling the trigger on Allen. It would be fun if he was here. player. He's still a really good receiver. Expensive, somewhat injury prone. He's played in double-digit games like each of the last 5 seasons.
There's one variable
Old?
that really bothers me.
Did I say old?
No, you didn't
I
say
didn't
old.
say old, yeah.
And that's the
Old.
thing that bothers me the most. You got a young Nico, you got a young Tank, you got a young CJ, you got a fairly young Schultz. I just think Keenan Allen, for all he's been able to do, not taking anything away from his resume, because it has been impressive, and he continues to put 100-catch seasons on the board and do the things he's been able to do. But I don't think he's the right fit with this young offense.
Yeah, I think he's I'm okay with the fit. Yeah, short term.
Yeah.
Like if you give him a 3-4 year extension, then I'll have an issue with it. But if you were
Let's
to
talk about that at some point.
Joe
too.
Mixon,
Yeah.
and I was going to segue into that because
Good.
like you're the Joe Mixon guy of the show. I'm kind of the middle of the Joe Mixon guy of the show. Brian's the anti-Joe Mixon guy of the show. I can live with trading for Joe Mixon for the contract that he was on. I do not understand the contract extension at all. You can wait to see how he fits the scheme. You're not really going to, like, he didn't break the bank. You're not going to enter free agency next year where you're worried about being outbid for a 28-year-old running back that's going to be actually going into his age 29-year-old season. I don't get the contract extension whatsoever.
Yeah, this is why I needed you last week at the end of the week, because this is the conversation BMAC and I were having when he was so, we were going back and forth, and I'm like, look, talk about no need to make a move when you made the move. The fact is, you got him on the last year of his deal. You can see what he's got left in the tank. People were doubting if he had a whole everything left that to make him one of the better running backs in the league. If he plays well during the season or to start the season, you still have time to lock him up if that's what you choose to do. To me, this was absolutely taking all the low risk, high reward out of it and putting you clearly on the hook for a long-term deal for an older running back that I just didn't think made sense.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of conversation here because we agree. Like
it was just a no. Again, if he impresses you, you've got time to make a move.
You can do the same deal. It's the same deal.
And if he doesn't, bye.
Exactly. Like if he has a good year, you just give him the deal you just gave him. Mixon's camp must have been playing hardball here, where
Like
the
they
agents
didn't want to change,
had to
didn't
have
want to
been.
go. This was tough on him.
Yeah, I didn't like this from Caserio. I didn't like the Malik Collins trade from Caserio. Overall, I like the offseason so far. I think the Texans are a better team than when the season ended, and I feel better about the Texans, all of that. I don't love the last two moves. The Malik Collins trade, I think, was a precursor to Allen. You didn't get across the finish line, so you gave away your best one tech for a 7th rounder, and you didn't really save a whole lot of money. You saved $2.5 million, not a whole lot of money there. You still have Robert Woods, where you could have saved $5 million on. Why wasn't that the move? And then the Mixon extension just is a total head scratcher. You're not bidding against anybody. He's going to be 29 years old whenever he's a free agent. That one, to me, made no sense at all.
The biggest reason why I'm not going to crap on anything they've done, because I like their offseason to date as well, is we still have time. We don't know what they're going to do in the draft. We don't know what their plan is in terms of the rest of the money that they have. But I'm not going to be like Texans fans on the ledge after day one of free agency. Let it all play out. And when training camp starts and we get into getting closer to meaningful football, if you still have your concerns, I'm here to listen to them.
Jason, and players almost always have a banner year entering free agency too. It's a good point. Like you take away that free agency year, which sometimes can be a bump. Not always, but sometimes. Sergio says praising almost is the most Texan fans thing ever. That's going back to the praising Caserio for almost getting the Keenan Allen deal. 1984. Imagine quitting your job and telling your wife you did it because you almost hit the lottery. Good point. Like I don't deal in almost, man. Sorry. I don't deal in Eric says take a shot every time Jeremy says one tech. Sounds like a fun game. General Ben if you're doing it. But so the worst kept secret in my mind is that the Houston Texans are in on receiver. Like they wanted Keenan Allen. They gave a trade offer for a 4th rounder or a 3rd rounder in the next year's draft and a late round pick swap. There is a report out there now from Jack Ekberg, NFL, which I've never heard of his name. People that I trust seem to think that he's reputable. He's saying that the Houston Texans have interest in trading for Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins. Higgins has wanted a trade, et cetera, et cetera. Talented player. Now, it does bring in 2 questions. How much would you be willing to trade for T. Higgins? And then on top of that, how much would you be willing to spend to extend T. Higgins?
See, here's the other thing that rolls into all this is how confident are you that he's going to be a true wide receiver 1? Because he's played to where all the attention has gone to the other side, to Jamar Chase. He's played, it's like when Russell Westbrook wanted to get away from being Robin to Kevin Durant's Batman, and then once he got the Batman title, he realized how hard it was and how different you have to play. So I'm with you. This goes back to our whole double whammy conversation. I don't like the double whammy of giving up assets to pay him handsomely and then cross your fingers that he is a true wide receiver one that can be the leader along with Tank and Nico. And if I don't think and I'm not sure that he can be that much better than Nico Collins, and I got to give up draft capital and pay him a ton of money, I'm out.
Yeah, I think that this is I think you would have to be making a decision. You would have to be making a decision on which receiver you want to pay in the immediate.
Or.
Yeah, it's either going to be and if the answer is Higgins, then you get all three for a year. You just have to be willing to move on from Nico Collins that following season. So, like, I'm okay if that's the logic. Like, okay, like, we think that T. Higgins and Nico are similar players, and we want to get that 1 year of having all three. We're willing to do this, pay T. Higgins, like, that, top wide receiver, not Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, but top wide receiver money that Nico Collins is going to want. Okay, well, we're willing to do that with T, and we're going to understand that means Nico Collins is going to be gone in a year. Or maybe you can tag him, but you're not giving him a long-term deal. So I'm okay with that. But it better not come at huge draft capital.
Right.
Like, if you're trading for a guy who's on a tag, like, I don't want to really give up more than a third. Like, maybe a third is the most I would give. Giving a second and then giving him all the money and then saying, Nico Collins, he's the guy we're paying. You're going to hit the road after a year. That's still a little bit too much for my blood.
If you're dangling the third for Keenan Allen, you're probably willing to give up the third to get T. Higgins.
No doubt. Now,
Right?
well, that was in next year's draft. Would you be willing to do it in this year's draft? I don't see why not.
Why not, right? Because you still have money to spend. You still have ways to figure it out, to kind of do what you have to do to get the rest of the positions filled on this squad. And then looking at the outlook for the start of the season, you're loaded offensively. Now, you've got weapons at every position, skill position on the field, and your offensive line is better than average no matter what you do or don't do with left guard. You're ready to roll offensively, and you've already loaded up quite a bit on defense.
Ocho says Higgins is not a wide receiver one. He might be on par with Nico. Okay,
See, that's where my head's at.
Sure, but are you just not gonna? Are you
No,
not
and I
gonna
hear
pay
what you're
Nico?
saying. Right, because it is an either or. At that point,
Or it could be neither. It could be neither.
For this year, you could play all of them, right?
But it could be neither. It could be we're not going to make the trade for T, and then we're not going to pay Nico.
Absolutely, that's a possibility,
Sure.
and I'd still be okay with that because I trust their ability to evaluate talent, especially at the wide receiver position, and I think that they know what they want. They've made indications about wanting speedier guys that really are electric, getting off the line, doing the kind of things. I don't think T. Higgins is that guy. T. Higgins is a guy that I think complements the two guys you got, and if that's what you're trading for, I'm not going to give him a big time contract.
Third is the most I would do for Higgins. I would give him the contract, that's top 10-ish. But I'm kissing Nico Collins goodbye in a year. That's the ultimate result.
Well, and I think he'd be already looking over his shoulder like, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And it might, maybe he would hold out. Maybe he would start to throw out some demands there, too. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Not great news from the Astros pitching rotation. Jose Urquidy looks like he's going to start the season on the injured list. He's got forearm tightness. What's the concern that you have for the Astros pitching staff? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, let the madness begin. We know it's that time, and when that time comes around, a lot of us are looking for the best place to put money down when we are watching basketball morning, noon, and night and looking to make every game more interesting. That's why I always tell you about MyBookie.ag. MyBookie is a one-stop shop for all your sports betting and casino needs, complete with real-life Vegas experiences right from the comfort of your own phone. You can sit in your living room in your boxer shorts watching games, and if you want to play poker or blackjack, live dealers to do that, or if you just want to put some in-game bets down on the games going on, you got that too. They have it all for you because they've been doing this a long time, and they take care of you, the customer. That's what they love to do. Sign up now. Take advantage of a generous welcome bonus on your first deposit all the way up to $1,000. Put in $200, get $300, ready to play instantly using the promo code BET975. And the fun doesn't stop there. You'll get up-to-the-minute odds, props, and this week's expert predictions to help you decide who to put your money on. The best part about MyBookie, you can bet on anything, anytime, from absolutely anywhere. All you got to do is remember our promo code because it always helps you. That's Bet975. Secure your welcome bonus today only with MyBookie.ag.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We'll get to the Arkady thing in a moment. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. But first, let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Mark wants to talk about Nick Caserio. Mark, you're in the hive of the bees. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, I just want to ask a question, man. That's for why we can't get no good free agents and why free agents don't want to come here. And if you think, because I heard you say, if you think that the team is improved, you drinking something, man. You need to go back on your vacation and stuff.
Well, what on vacation was working? Mark, what do you think of Donnell Hunter?
Part 2 from last week.
I'm just curious what you think of Donnell Hunter.
Donnell Hunter, okay, he's just a regular guy. Okay, he still got to get incorporated into the system. Okay. And all these guys that really had a breakout year, we counting on that again this coming year, right?
Austin, can you take the last 30 seconds of Mark saying that Donnell Hunter is just an ordinary guy? Because we're going to put that on Bad Take Boulevard on Thursday. Appreciate the call, Mark. Certainly entitled to your opinion. We respect it. But here's Donnell Hunter in the last 5 years. 2018, All-Pro second team, 14.5 sacks. 2019, All-Pro first team, 14.5 sacks. 21, he was hurt, only played in 7 games, but still had 6 sacks in those 7 games. Now, if you're injuries. Well, no, he's played in every single football game in the last 2 years he's played in. 2022, he had 10.5 sacks, and then this past year, he had 16.5 sacks, and he led the NFL in tackles for loss. Donnell Hunter is not an ordinary guy. Donnell Hunter is one of the best defensive ends in the entire NFL.
So you know that segment at the start of the show where we want to make sure we get your opinions on what we didn't get from late in the week? That's exactly what you just got to do after I took a call from Mark on Thursday or Friday when he said the exact same thing and said they haven't done anything, and it got a whole lot worse than that. And it's like Mark is just hell-bent on wanting to crap on Nick Caserio and this team and say that no one wants to come here and that they didn't get anybody yet. And when you look at not just that, when they look at the amount of sacks they added just with Autry and Hunter on the defensive line, look at the way that they were able to bring in someone better, in my opinion, at running back in Joe Mixon than Singletary, who in short doses was good for you, but I think Mixon's better. You got Dalton Schultz re-signed. You did all these different things to better this team, and yet Mark is going to sit there and regurgitate that call twice because he's hell-bent on wanting to think this team is not as good as it was a year ago.
Yeah, and I mean, you could make the case. You can make the case that the team's not as good.
They're not even close to done yet.
But you can't say that Donnell Hunter is an ordinary guy. Like, if you want to say that they've lost more in free agency than they've gained, okay, let's have that conversation. We can talk about that. I would disagree, but that's a reasonable conversation to be had. To call Donnell Hunter, one of the best defensive ends in the entire NFL, an ordinary guy is where we can no longer listen to you. Like, you've lost all credibility. That's what you do in the courtroom, right? Like, the attorneys trying to take away the credibility of a witness that might be hurting their case. All we did was give you the rope. Like, you're the one making the case that the Texans aren't as good as they once were, but you yourself lost all the credibility the moment you say Donnell Hunter is just an ordinary player. Yep. You've lost it. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. 0367, does anyone else get the feeling that the Texans are overplaying their hand because it seems like Caserio keeps getting barely outbid by other GMs? It happened with Sheldon Rankins, $1 million a year, and then it happened with Keenan Allen where the Chargers went with the 4th rounder this year as opposed to the 3rd rounder next year.
I don't think that's the case because you just have – I think what normally these guys do that are talent evaluators in free agency, just like they do on the draft. When we talk about tiers, there's also thresholds. And I think that they probably had a threshold for their own players and other players on how far they were willing to go and how they could make up for it if they had to extend a little bit financially. And when it crosses those thresholds, I think Nick's been pretty good about saying that's as far as we're going to go. We pushed all our chips in. If you're getting with a better offer than that, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, I think that's what it is more than anything. Like, they have their number that they're willing to go to, and Nick Caserio being as binary as he is, we're not willing to go past that. And Nick Caserio is aggressive. Like, Some people, I've seen some people say Caserio is conservative. In what world is Nick Caserio conservative? He just signed Danielle Hunter to a huge 2-year deal. The trade that he made last offseason, he's a willing, dealing son of a gun. He's trading back in the draft in the middle of March. Like, we can like and dislike the many things that he does. The one thing that I think is apparently obvious is that he is an aggressive son of a gun. He is super aggressive.
This is when we talked about whether you get the deals done or not, you want to at least have the comfort of knowing your main guy was in the conversation, right? Whether it's a free agent, whether it's someone off the street that got released. You just want to, we always say it, well, I hope Nick Caserio picks up the phone and he's kicking the tires on so-and-so. We hope Nick Caserio is picking up the phone and talking to the agent for so-and-so. There's not a lot of curiosity left in the deal from what you've heard and what you've seen. Whether he got the final deal done or not, some he did, some he didn't. The good news is he's in on most of these conversations for players that he thinks are going to be impactful to this team for next season and beyond, and that's all you can ask for.
2128, Texans signed best defensive free agent of the league and top 5 running back. Why can't we get any of these free agents? I mean, I would point to Azeez Al-Shire as well, like one of the better middle linebackers, at least for this defense. I like Autry. I think Autry's going to be really good, and I think Autry's going to make himself a fan favorite pretty quickly. I think he's nasty. I think he's really good. He's a little older, but I think he's really good. And then, they signed Mixon, whether you like that signing or not. I don't know how the Texans haven't been active enough for you. 0392, why not take a chance on Mike Williams? I wouldn't hate it. I'm also okay with the Texans' last addition to the wide receiver room being a guy that you draft in the second or third round. So, I'm not married to the idea that you have to get one of these veteran free agents. If you can find one at the right price that's going to help you a lot, cool. But I'm cool with Nick Caserio drawing his line in the sand, too.
Well, here's the other thing, Jeremy, is the fact that Mike Williams isn't done making money. Just because he got released by the Chargers doesn't mean that he has his sights on another destination that also has plenty of money to give him. And you're going to have to overpay him with the hope and your fingers crossed that he stays healthy enough to kind of maximize the potential that they saw when they gave him that contract before they released him. Whereas if you get a receiver in the draft, far, far, far less expensive with probably a higher ceiling.
Yeah, it allows you to spend money elsewhere, although, there's not a ton of great free agents left, but maybe you can sign that safety with the savings, things like that.
There's a lot of safeties that are still sitting out there that could definitely help this team.
Yeah, I want to add a safety quite a bit. 8736. I don't want to go into next season when Jimmy Ward is one of my top two safeties. So I'm totally pro safety, especially with the safety saturation of the market.
I hope they cut Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool-ish with that. I don't mind if he's still on the team because, you have the money. Unless you have that money earmarked for something else, okay, fine. I don't mind if you cut him. But I'm okay with him being the third safety. I could take that.
But
I can't take him being the second
and there's a
safety.
way to kind of get some bucks from a couple places, and you upgrade significantly at the safety position with a veteran that also could make Petrie better in the process.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great plan in my mind.
If that's what it takes to get there, cool. But maybe you can get there without cutting him, and he can be your third safety. Okay, that's fine too. 8711 Clowney or Young for the Texans. Neither. The Texans are not signing another defensive end. They're not. Danico Autry might be more defensive end than 3-tech. Sorry.
Let me make
Eric.
it easy for the texter. Clowney or. That's it.
I would take
Young
Clowney.
is gone.
Oh, that's right.
He just reached an agreement with the Saints.
Literally just now?
Just now.
Oh, well, there you go. Clowney. Well, the answer is neither. Because
No,
the Texans
I
are
don't
not
want
signing
either.
another defensive end. They've signed Danielle Hunter, and they signed Danico Autry, who might be at a rotation at defensive end and as a 3-tech.
And you added 27 sacks plus from last season to your defensive line with those two guys. You don't need an underachieving defensive lineman that's still looking to get paid. You're looking for one guy that can stop the run a little bit better, if anything, on the defensive line.
713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the state of the Astros pitching staff. Jose Urquidy, forearm tightness in his right arm, not great. How much concern do you have for this Astros pitching staff? And should they be in on Blake Snell? The number $66 million for 2 years with an opt-out after this season. Do you do it? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Austin Rodriguez. Can we call you A-Rod? Yeah, he said yes. He said yes with a thumbs up. That's double confirmation. A-Rod filling in for B-Mac. Where is Brian today? Wrong answers only, 713-780-3776. Rocky with the best wrong answer that exists. B-Mac is interviewing at the Highway to Hell. He's joining the Baytown Batty.
That's a good one.
It's Brian's exit from there was because of the Baytown Batty.
Oh, is that right?
So that's the best wrong answer that exists.
Right,
I wonder if Rocky has some inside sources there, because that's some pretty good stuff. 713-780-ESPN. Poncho says that Brian took a whole day to sign up for every bracket available, filling his spreadsheet afterwards. I could see that happening. And Dab says that B-Mac's going to Chicago Sports Radio, because that's been a thing with our producers.
Well, you got one that
We've had the one
has the Chicago ties and roots and Joe George. And then we have Brendan, who left us for that.
Left us for the
not
White
so
Sox.
green pastures.
Yeah. Ocho, UConn could be seriously tested in round 2 versus FAU for sure. I think Auburn's playing about as good as anybody. They could have them in a Sweet 16 game.
Auburn's playing really good basketball right
Really
now.
good
Bruce
basketball.
Pearl's got him playing at the right time.
Jose Urquidy flew back to Houston. It's being reported that he's got forearm tightness in his right arm. I hate it whenever pitchers start complaining about their throwing elbow and their throwing shoulder. This does not sound good. Sounds like he's going to start the season on the injured list. That's best case scenario. Best case scenario, he's out for like a month or two, which, again, that's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, forearm tightness connected to the UCL, but I don't want to jump to conclusions. But not great news. What is your concern level right now for the Astros pitching staff?
It's definitely there. There's just too many injuries. It's one thing to say that you got 2 guys you're going to be waiting on until midseason. It's another thing to say you got 2 guys before you even got deep into camp had concerns that was probably going to push them from being ready to start the season, or it's going to be damn close in the case of JP France. And now you add a 5th guy. It's great that you have depth at your starting pitching position, that you have some other guys to pull from, but I don't think it's nearly as deep as we thought it was, and that's why I'm concerned, because I see Blanco having a good spring. That doesn't mean it's going to translate to the long summer, and maybe for a week or two, he's a spot starter for you, but if this team is truly as good as we think it can be, even if it's a short-term fix or a short-term contract to get you a short-term fix, I think they have to be kicking the tires on a couple of different options at a starting pitcher position, because otherwise I don't want to see Brandon Bielak in the starting rotation or some of the guys they might have to turn to.
Mine's getting up there. My concern's pretty high, because you're running out of your depth that we've talked about, because you entered this season with 6 capable starting pitchers, with maybe a 7th if you want to count Spencer Arrighetti. Maybe a 7th, but now you're down Justin Verlander, who's not going to start the season with the team, which, I mean, take your time. Like, don't rush back, even if you have, a thin starting rotation. Like, your health needs to be 100% before you're even thinking about getting on a mound in a big league game. JP France, which I think he's going to start on the opening day roster.
I think you're right.
But you could also manipulate it where, he starts in the minors and then you call him up whenever you need him on that 4th or 5th game because you want to, cover your bases because you have to carry Abreu, who's going to be suspended for 2 games. But, somebody who makes a start in the first turn through the rotation. I think he'll be back. But now you lose Urquidy. So you're starting rotation, Framber, Javier, Hunter Brown, JP France, Renel Blanco. That's what you're going into the season with. That's what the season starting rotation is going to be. And you don't expect to get Jose Urquidy back quickly. Luis Garcia is not coming back quickly. Lance McCullers isn't coming back quickly. The best hope you have is Justin Verlander comes back 2, 3, 4 weeks into the season. So you have to make 2, 3, 4 weeks worth of a turn through the rotation where you're going to be playing a lot of games too of Framber, Javier, Brown, France, and Blanco. So my concern level is up there. And they go ahead.
No, and I was going to say, and we're counting what we have in terms of access and availability for now, in terms of 5-6 guys. There's no guarantees that as much as we're looking at the second half of the season and thinking, well, wait till Garcia comes back. Wait till McCullers comes back. Sure, the arrow is pointing in the right direction for now. We've seen what's happened with Lance in the past. You don't know how Garcia is going to completely respond when he comes back from this. So it would be nice to have another insurance policy just in the case that, especially from the midseason point on, that no matter what you're dealing with now, you might have more to deal with later because maybe one or two of those guys won't be available at all.
Yeah, I'm team reinforcements. The Bob Nightingale report that Blake Snell would be willing to do a 2-year, $66 million deal with an opt-out after 2024. Now, that does come with draft pick compensation. The Astros have already had to pay or will pay draft pick compensation for Josh Hader as well. Would you do a 2-year, $66 million deal with an opt-out after 24? 1 year, potentially, if
you know what's
pitches well.
funny is the thing that kept rattling in my brain today was it's not my money. So from the standpoint of just any kind of reinforcement at that level added to this team excites me. But the money seems to me to be too great because I still think that they have really, really above average pitching. No matter with some of these guys that we're talking about that aren't going to be like out for have the run risk of coming back whenever they're going to come back late in the season. I think Verlander's going to be back sooner rather than later. France will be back sooner rather than later. I think that's excessive for me. I think that sounds like too much for me on a 2-year deal, and obviously the opt-outs mean it could just be a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
But that just seems a little too high for me.
I'm willing to do it. I like the short-term aspect of it. Now, the draft pick compensation, that stinks, whatever. Dana Brown, you were hired because of your scouting. You were hired because you can find young talent, because you can uncover, players that are going to give you big league production someday. So yeah, Dana Brown, we're going to make your job difficult by taking these draft picks away from you, but this is why you're hired, to go out and get these guys. I like the short-term aspect of it. It's not my money, so I don't really care if Jim Crane's having to pitch out a ton of money, and it also doesn't restrict you from potentially locking up the guys that you want. I don't think Alex Bregman's ever going to sign with the Astros anyways. Like, this would certainly guarantee that he doesn't. Okay, whatever. I'm willing to live without Alex Bregman. Kyle Tucker's deal, he's still got this year and next year, which is going to be the same time that Blake Snell's contract comes off the books, even if he opts in. Same thing with Framber Valdez. I would just go ahead and do it. I would bite the bullet. I would give Blake Snell the money. Like, it cements your starting rotation. It also makes your starting rotation, if you want to be optimistic, one of the better, chances of having one of the better starting rotations in all of baseball. Like, Blake Snell was the 2-time Cy Young and last year's NL Cy Young. There's a lot of ifs with Framber, a lot of ifs with Javier, ifs with Brown. There's ifs with Justin Verlander. You only need 2 or 3 of those guys to hit. I would go ahead and bite the bullet and do it.
Okay, so then let me ask you this. Would you rather Snell at 33 or Montgomery less than that?
Montgomery, does Montgomery have draft pick compensation?
See, that I'm not sure. And I don't know at what level it would be, but I'm pretty sure it would be a lot less money.
Yeah, I think it would be like probably $25 million.
I was thinking
20,
between 18 and 25.
I think that Blake Snell is better. Let's see. Montgomery does not have draft pick compensation.
Well, there you go. No compensation, and you can get him for at least probably $8 to $10 million cheaper. I'd be more in the market for a Montgomery deal than I would be on a Snell deal. And if he wants to do the same kind of 2-year deal setup, I'm all for that.
Because he doesn't have the draft pick compensation, it doesn't matter as much if he opts out at the end of the year. And I don't think he can have draft pick compensation because he's already been offered draft pick compensation in the past. So that means that you couldn't offer him draft pick compensation. You couldn't do that with Blake Snell either because he's already been offered that and declined it. So I'm okay with either one. I'd rather have Blake Snell because of the upside. Like, Jordan
Just
Montgomery
the
rounds you
overall
out.
ability?
Yeah, I think Blake Snell's ceiling is way higher than
He's
Jordan
lefty.
Montgomery's. So is Blake Snell.
No, I'm saying Snell is lefty.
So is Montgomery.
Oh, that's right. But it's enticing to me to add another lefty to the rotation as well.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'd be cool with either one. Now, I think Blake Snell gives you more upside. Like, there's trade-offs here. Blake Snell gives you more upside, whereas Jordan Montgomery is going to come at a lower cost from finances and draft pick compensation. So I think it's a little win-win, honestly. I think Mike Lorenzen's another option that's not nearly as good.
60, 70 pitches today with a lot of people watching.
And I think he would obviously be the cheapest of the 3. I don't think he's nearly as good as the other 2. But the thing that intrigues me about Lorenzen, a couple of things. He's not going to have the draft pick compensation. He's going to be far cheaper than the other guys. And he also has the ability and has spent more time in his life as a reliever than a starter. So it'd be much easier to transition him into the bullpen than a Blake Snell, than a Jordan Montgomery. So I'd be okay with all 3 in very different ways.
I think just Lorenzen to me is intriguing because put him on a really good team and put him with an offense to back him. And I'm curious if they were still able to do the kind of things they were able to do with Garrett Cole, with Charlie Morton, with guys that when we heard the name, we were like, who? Okay, whatever. And then all of a sudden they became studs at the top of your rotation. Could the combination of just the analytics and the way the pitching staff goes about their business, coupled with good defense, really good, maybe even better offense, be a difference for him in the short term?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would be okay with any of these three. 713-780-ESPN. 6227, yes, you do it. Look how much they're paying McCullers to not pitch in 2 years plus. Yeah, but they're still paying him. 4518, sign Snell, trade Bregman rather, for salary relief plus prospects. Call up Wagner to play third base. I'm not trading Bregman if I'm signing Snell. Like, if you're signing Snell, it's because you want to be a World Series contender. Yep. So that's kind of counterproductive the moment that you trade Bregman. 0265, can we all agree that JV needs to do what Roger Clemens did and start in mid-June or July?
Nope.
I'm okay with that.
That's not going to happen because JV's chasing records.
That is true.
And numbers.
Jason, double bonus with Montgomery being cheaper would be having Ranger fans watching him as an Astro this season. There would be the torment on Ranger fans. That is absolutely true. All right, 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. There's a leak for the Houston Texans uniforms that just was posted on Reddit. Apparently, Cal McNair has published the below photo.
He did.
On Reddit.
He did.
We're going to describe these uniforms. We're going to grade these uniforms, too, when we come back. And I tweeted it out at Jeremy Branham if you want to see the leak as well. That way you can know what we're talking about. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's time, basketball bettors. It's March Mania. Branham here to tell you about BetUS.com. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. They've been driving to the basket for over 30 years, over 3 decades. Can you believe that? This year, BetUS has an epic three-pointer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, the industry's craziest 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Plus, 10% gambler's insurance, and there's even more. BetUS accepts crypto, and they're offering a massive 200% crypto sign-up bonus. Gambler's insurance and crypto, you don't see that anywhere. March Mania basketball can get even more exciting with their live in-game betting. It's also a blast to check out their casino after the game, maybe a little blackjack, where you could get a 250% casino bonus. Get started by visiting BetUS.com or just give them a call, 1-800-MY-BETUS, to learn all about their bonuses and special offers. BetUS.com, 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The jersey leak is out. One of them. Apparently there's 4. This is only one of the 4. At Jeremy Branham to see what they look like and then grade them for us. 713-780-3776. Where is Brian? Wrong answers only. 2738. Brian was traded to the Texans for a 7th rounder. What position would he play?
Based on what he said with Barry and Jerome one night, Waterboy? he went into a pretty long description of the fact that he tried football once and it didn't go well and he didn't play long and that there wasn't really a position because he didn't like getting hit.
I hope Caserio wouldn't give up a 7th rounder for that.
Yeah.
What would we do with a 7th rounder since he'd be traded to us? 3977, Brian, somewhere patting his head and rubbing his belly. Have you ever done that? It's kind of hard to do.
Yeah, it is a little bit challenging, just multitasking in a different way.
I've mastered it because of my
You know what's really
ADHD.
to that level, like on another level, is drumming. Like I took up the drums. Try to keep
How
one
is that
beat.
the same?
Well, because try to keep one beat with your foot, and then another beat with one or both of your hands with like cymbals, the snare, and then the bass with your foot. It's challenging for your brain.
Yeah, I don't have a musical bone in my body, so I couldn't do it. 713-780-ESPN.
I had heard that BMAC was watching a Jason Statham marathon in a white tank top and boxers.
Why does he have to be in a white tank top and boxers?
Because I just would envision him being as comfortable as he possibly could to get the full value of his enjoyment of Jason Statham.
That one's pretty good. He does like Jason Statham.
Oh, boy, he loves
lot.
him some Jason Statham.
He's
now.
a big Jason Statham fan. 713-780-ESPN. Wrong answers only. Where's Brian? 713-780-3776. So there was this leak that came out earlier today from a site called NFL Fashion Advice, where it's this random guy that's in a Derek Stingley uniform, the new uniform, and he's like on a concrete floor.
Looks like a warehouse, doesn't it? Or like one of those.
It looks like a holding cell in prison.
Kind of.
But
One of those. What do they call
not
those?
that I would know anything about
service,
that.
Not a service elevator, but one of those old school like garage door type elevators for like big warehouses.
Like if I have no idea who this guy is. He's in it's a really bad picture. It's just a guy in the new Texans uniform in a really bad picture. And if I saw this too, I can understand why Cal McNair leaked the better version of it. But apparently this is the uniform. One of the 4. At Jeremy Branham to see it. It's all over Twitter. 713-780-3776. So this is probably the visiting uniform. It's got the navy blue pants. It's got the white top. It looks like the letters are the same, but it's a smaller.
Can I tell you what it
looks
looks
like? The numbers
aside from the
same.
helmet? The first glance, because that blue is so dark, is looks like the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, a bunch of people have texted that in.
Is that right?
Yeah, Ocho texted that in. A couple
Just
other
the
texters.
first glance looking at it, and because there's a black border around and a dark background with the two players, it looks like they play for the Falcons.
Yeah, I don't really love them. I don't like the shoulders on them. The shoulders.
Well, those are bullhorns, right?
The shoulders
stripes?
have the Toro
Yeah.
horns on the side. I don't. It looks. I don't like the look of it. What did I give them? I already graded. I think I gave them a 6
simplistic too. I was expecting something new, different, kind of eye grabbing.
What would you give them? Scale of 1 to 10. I gave it a 6.4.
6? Yeah, 6.
These aren't great.
6.
I'm not a huge fan of these.
I hope the other 3 knock my socks off because this first one is just kind of
Yeah. Not these
same
aren't
logo. I'm
fantastic.
assuming same logo on the helmet.
It looks like the same logo
Yeah.
to me, which we had heard that they were going to be the same logo too. So no H at least on these, but maybe there's an alternate helmet too. Just me on the ESPN Houston YouTube. They look like an XFL version of the Falcons uniforms. He said that Cal released a picture of Tank and Nico wearing them. Yeah, we see that. The reason that I think the reason that he released this though is because of this other
I think he was
NFL
ticked
fashion
off,
advice.
yeah.
Like you don't want this picture being circulated with the new Texans leak. Like this is it's a terrible look. So that's probably why he leaked it. 713-780-3776.
I had heard. I'm surprised you weren't involved in that. I had heard that they did a sneak preview last week, and that people had to sign their life away basically on non-disclosures. They couldn't say a single even.
Well, I didn't go to the availability that they had. They did it at the media availability with Caserio. Was it Caserio? I don't remember who. I think it was Caserio.
Because Larry and Stafford was one of them.
Oh, they brought some fans?
Yeah, they brought some fans in.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
1984, those jerseys look kind of XFL-ish. Would you agree?
Yes.
There is no XFL anymore.
But XFL or UFL now, they try to go for kind of the Seahawks approach when they change their uniforms. They try to go more splashy. I think they try and get more eye-popping out of their uniforms because they have to be different than the NFL. To me, this version right here just seems very generic.
Yeah, I mean, the shoulders are kind of, I guess, XFL-ish. Other than that, that's like the only change, though. But it's a darker blue, maybe?
I think it's creative to use the bullhorns as the stripe around the pads, but there's a different way to do the overall uniform to kind of get more eye-popping.
Yeah, I think that, I know that why they're doing the shoulders like that. I just don't like them. I don't think they look good.
I mean, if there was a way that you added more color or multi-levels of color around that or something, maybe.
It looks like a Madden Create the uniform. Eric the Driver says, first glance, I thought it was the Falcons uni. He gives it a 4 out of 10. What do you grade it? 713-780-ESPN. 8638. Cal leaked it himself, apparently. Yeah, because he saw that random dude in a stairwell wearing a jersey. He didn't want that to be the release. 8115, the new Texans uniforms that Cal released look like a high school version of the Falcons uniform. You don't see that kind of graphics
I don't think
in
it's
high school.
a high school version. I just think if you have a team that after 20-some-odd years is changing their uniforms, you're expecting kind of a wow factor. You're expecting something that goes, ooh, I like that. That's totally different than what we've had. That's not too far away from what they've had.
Yeah, 4661 leaked. It looks
I take it
very
there's
much
stripes
the
on
same.
these pants?
It doesn't look like there's
We
stripes.
can't see the stripes on the side. We just see front views of both guys.
I would like it if there's not a stripe. I kind of like this. I kind of like the solid color.
I would like the red and white, some version of the red, like a red, white, red, or a red and white stripe on the side.
It looks like the lettering on the front of the jersey is smaller. Actually, it's actually a little bit bigger than it used to be. 2023.
I don't need Houston on the front of the jersey.
Would you rather have Houston or Texans or
I would
nothing?
have neither one of them.
They used to have Texans on it.
I know what team I'm watching. I don't need the name on the front of the jersey.
I can hear you on that. I don't mind that. I like Houston more than I like Texans, though.
Yeah.
If you had to pick one of the two, I'd rather go
represent
Houston.
the city, then that's fine.
Yeah, because like Texans sounds very state. Have you seen these yet, Austin?
I just saw them now.
How would you describe your fashion sense?
Pretty basic, not gonna lie.
Basic? I like basic. I'm very basic too. A lot of neutral colors for me. What do you think of these uniforms? Grade them for us, 1 to 10.
I give them a 4. I don't like the numbers at all.
4 coming from a basic white guy. Actually, he's A-Rod, so Austin Rodriguez, not so much white guy.
The white jersey.
So you don't like the
yeah,
there we go. You don't like the jersey numbers, huh?
Yeah, something about them. I can't really put my finger on it, but like that 3, I just thought was ugly, so I just didn't like it.
I feel like the font's the same.
It kind of seems like it is, or very similar to what they had.
It looks very similar.
Again, if you're going to change your uniforms, then you're supposed to be changing them with a wow factor or for the better or with a completely different style that or not just subtle changes. You're looking for kind of a big difference from what you've had.
Yeah. Maybe the other ones are more, I guess, creative or whatever. I don't hate them. I just don't like the shoulders, quite frankly. That's the thing I don't like. And I know they're bullhorns, but that's my least favorite part about it. 4661, 5 out of 10, not creative, but they're clean. I do like the clean aspect of it. Like, there's not a whole lot going on. That's why I just get rid of the horns. Just get rid of the horns. Put a little blue in there.
I don't
like the horns
need
at all.
The words on the front. I'd like a little bit more accent red and something around the horns if you're going to keep them. I think you need something on the shoulders. I like the creativity of the horns. I just don't like the fact that it's just basically blue and white with a little red on the uniform and a trim on the numbers. I think they could have done way better than that.
See, I don't like busy. I'm cool
There's a
with
difference between
simplistic.
busy and just kind of accent color that pops things.
8638, they should have kept the red numbers, so he agrees with you. I kind of like the blue. I don't dislike the blue at all, really. Kind of bland says 9198. This guy says I like the shoulder horns. 8638. Apparently Sarge from Twitter says the other ones are way better. I believe Sarge. I hope they're better.
I hope if he's commenting and he signed his. Ooh.
I mean, he always says they were better.
Okay.
8664. The uniforms will look better if they acquire a run-stopping defensive tackle. That was Ocho.
I heard the Colonel on one of his appearances. He was doing a lot of stuff for Fred as well, but
Yeah.
I heard the Colonel talking about that everybody is really going to love the new uniforms. So hopefully the other 3 are better.
Matt Murphy, who used to play for him, he said
guy.
that there was one that he would buy.
I saw that.
He
Yeah,
would buy.
Murph's a good dude.
So who knows what the other 3 look like? But this one, What was your grade again? 6? I gave it a 6.4.
Yeah.
And A-Rod gave it a 4. A 4. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Enough uniform talk. 713-780-3776. It's time for our Mailbag Monday. You can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want to ask. What are you asking us today? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, time for our Mailbag Monday. 713-780-ESPN. Do we know Austin well enough to shame him a little bit?
I mean, that's never stopped you before.
Yeah. Austin, you forgot our Mailbag Monday intro. I'm going to put that on Brian, though. That's not Austin's fault.
That's true.
That's not all. You don't know what you don't know.
B-Mac is supposed to set him up and teach him what he doesn't know.
Did Brian tell you to play that, Austin? Yes or no? You can be honest with us. No one's listening.
I honestly didn't know there was
you
an
go.
intro
It's on
for
Brian.
it.
It's on Brian.
Well, B-Mac.
Car wreck of the day nominee, Brian.
I won't put it fully on Brian, though. He could have told me. I just totally forgot about it. That's definitely possible.
Don't cover for the ball. Don't do that.
Yeah, we could have also told you before we went to that last break, hey, coming out of break, we like this, but we're not gonna. We're talent. We don't make decisions like that. We're not smart enough to think on
Plus
the fly.
Our producer should do something.
Yeah, we're not smart enough to think on the fly like that. So, Brian, you're the early nominee for Car Wreck of the Day for not having Austin prepped up on what we play coming out of breaks into certain segments. So Mailbag Monday, 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. 4485, what y'all think of New Jersey's, or am I late? You're late. Blankers gave it a 6. I gave it a 6.4. 9361, predict the Final Four, the tournament, and the final. Go Cougs.
That was easy for you. You know what's funny is I see everybody just going ones across the board. I'm not going that route, but I haven't really kind of got through and done a full bracket. I've got U of H right now. I think U of H. I think U of H is definitely in the Elite Eight. I hope they get to the Final Four. I've seen a lot of people picking Kentucky as the hot pick. Marquette's a scary team, too. They've got a lot of good competition in their bracket. I think Carolina's getting hot at the right time, but I just feel like they're ripe for the upset. And I think Purdue's going to get upset. So I don't have it for you just yet, but I think that the number ones that are going to get there, I think UConn, and I think the second best one to get there is U of H.
Don't forget to play our 6th annual Bracket Madness online for free. ESPN975.com under the promotions tab. Register now. You can win some Gentle Bin. You can win some Star Pizza, some East River 9, some Republic Boot Company. So make sure you get in on that. 713-780-3776. What's your question for the Killer Bees? Our Mailbag Monday. A key from L.A. Better date night, bowling or shooting pool?
Bowling.
I'm going to say shooting pool.
Bowling.
Why bowling over shooting pool?
I'm from the bowling capital of the world.
Do they not have pool in pubs in Wisconsin?
Yeah, pubs, yes. Pool, yes, it's there. I prefer, with my own enjoyment somewhere in the mix, I love bowling. I'm going bowling every time.
What does that have anything to do with
very
Wisconsin,
good at
then?
bowling, too. I'm not very good at pool.
You're good at,
I'm okay at pool.
I'm not very good at either one, but probably better at pool than I am bowling. But, like,
I don't want to drop that.
Date night, it depends on which date, too.
True.
Like, if it's a first date, you need to be doing things where you're going to chat more than, like, your
Both
seventh
of them,
date.
though, are pretty easy to converse while
I mean, it depends. If you're having a 2-person bowling match, you're always going to be up and down, like, and not sharing time with each other.
But you have an alley all to yourself, and you're kind of you're still walking back. You're right there in that same close area.
I feel like when you're walking this way, they're walking that way.
No one's telling you that you're on a time crunch where you got to get up there and get ready because she's done throwing.
I can understand why you like bowling too much, because whenever they're zagging, you're zigging.
Not necessarily.
Because it goes zigzag, zigzag, like
have
that.
A little conversation before the other person goes up to bowl.
I'll go pool just because I like pool more than bowling. I do feel like there's a lot of similarities there.
First valuable contribution to the show in months.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
You're too harsh on Key. Key's great. 9062, KFC or Popeyes?
I think Popeyes is overrated.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, no.
Yeah, they went nuts on the chicken sandwich when they didn't have to.
Popeyes is way better than KFC.
I don't think so.
Way better. We cannot.
I'm not big on the fried chicken thing anyway, but I prefer. I like the taste of KFC.
I mean, we've already taken away your food card. So
No, you haven't. You took away Joe George. You didn't take away mine.
I think we've officially taken yours away now.
You've tried, but you're not doing that.
Popeyes is better. Do you think KFC because it's more, prone for? It's a better vessel for the ketchup. Is that why you went KFC over Popeyes?
No, but my kids would tell you that it is.
A 2-piece Tuesday from Popeyes, a little spicy chicken tender. Their sides are elite with the mashed potato, with the brown gravy. The red beans and rice are fantastic. Their fries are very
Popeyes
good.
Connoisseur,
Popeyes is
but
so good.
I grew up with KFC, so I'll stick with what I know.
Popeyes, it ain't close. You know the best chicken place in town, though? Gus's.
I've heard of that.
Gus's is fantastic. It's got a little bit of spice, not a lot. It was originated in Memphis.
What about the one on the way to the U of H campus?
You talking about Frenchies?
Frenchies.
There's a lot of Frenchies around. I like Frenchies too. Frenchies is real good.
Frenchies is
brought
good.
some food to the station before.
Yep.
But I'll take give me some Gus's. Gus's is fantastic. 713-780-3776. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 0754 says, why is Joe George such a bad word? That's all I want to know. 0754 has been saying this a lot. I want to know why you think that. 0754
is not full of compliments normally,
which is fine. It's fine.
Big Patriots guy, always brags that. Always says he's going to see us at remotes, doesn't. And then he likes to crap on just about all of us all the time.
How do you have that memorized?
Because I normally look at the number going, who hates us that much that they listen every day? And it's 0754.
I cannot remember numbers the way that you remember numbers. 713-780-3776. What is your question for the Killer Bees? Popeyes in Louisiana, hands down the best. I've heard that Popeyes in Louisiana taste different. No one can explain why. They just say that it hits different in
I can tell
Louisiana.
you what's possible because if you go to the original Carrabba's, Carrabba's is now a chain. Carrabba's you can find all over in different cities, and it's just like a commercialized version of the really down home recipes that you get at the Carrabba's on Kirby.
That could be the case. I don't know the rhyme or reason as to why it's the better there, but I have heard that from. I've never had Popeyes in Louisiana, come to think of it, because I eat like gumbo and jambalaya when I'm there, and crackling and boudin. Will Joe Mixon hit 1,000 yards this year?
I think so.
I think he'll hit 1,000 yards.
Yep.
I don't think
it's easier to do with 17 games too, but I think he will.
And currently doesn't have tons of competition.
True.
Like there's two guys right now
Nick
in the
is
running
talking
back
about
room.
he loves the attitude of Damian Pierce.
I heard that answer. He was
He's
was
just a
being
team
nice.
player. Yeah, he's just a team player. He's not bitching and wanting a trade, but
yeah, I think Caserio was being nice. Like it was kind of like letting him down easily. What's y'all's opinion on who Texans get in the second round?
We talked about it a little bit. Yeah, they got 2 picks, and if they come out with any combination of a D tackle, a corner, a safety, or a safety and wide receiver of those 4, if you get any 2, I think I'd feel pretty good.
Yeah, to me, I'm a BPA guy. Like I'm gonna have to let the draft board talk to me. There's certain guys that intrigue me. Like receivers, there's gonna be like the most intriguing. Running back would feel like a reach. I bet you there's probably a decent corner that we've heard of that slides there. Like I think second round's probably too early for Sweat, but like Sweat's somebody who would be exciting to me. So like,
well, I'd love to see him in a Texans uniform.
What's that?
I'd love to see Sweat in a Texans uniform. I think he'd be a good fit.
Yeah. 0754 says, I don't hate the killer bees. I love you crabby old guys, but mainly like the bench.
Well, aren't they crabbier and older?
Only one of us is old.
Thanks.
Of the 4, are you older than Granado and Lance?
No, I'm not even close to Granado. Jeez.
How old's Granado?
How old's Lance? Lance
I don't
looks
know.
like he's 72.
I don't know. I'm not very good with ages.
And his health is close to 72.
That's messed up.
It's true. He can't even walk on a crosswalk without hurting himself.
That is true. Preferred vacation resort, beach or golf?
Well, that's easy. It's one that has both because
That's what I was gonna
the
say.
best golf courses also are probably close to beaches.
But it depends on who you're going with too. Like if you're
always does.
My wife will play a little bit of golf. She probably plays as much as I do these days because we probably only play once a year.
Man. My wife, I had her taking lessons for a while. And she started to really hit the ball good, but then there was also the occasional swing and duff it or miss it, and she just couldn't handle it.
Really?
Yeah, if she
Couldn't
couldn't
deal with the
perfect
struggles?
it, she wouldn't do it. And she was hitting a 5-wood about 200 yards. I mean, I was like, what are you doing? That's fantastic. And then she'd swing and miss and go, nope, not doing it anymore.
Perfectionist. 4958, my house was 100 feet from the original Popeyes on Judge Perez Boulevard, and I don't know how to say that town. It's different. He said it's different. I don't know. I'm going to have to go try it there then.
Where is that place?
It's in Louisiana.
Oh.
The original was in Louisiana,
Oh,
so I
okay.
guess he lived there in Louisiana. Who wins a championship first, the Texans or the Rockets?
I think Texans do.
That's a tough one.
I think the Texans do because they got the best position taken care of in sports at quarterback, and I think the Rockets are still trying to figure out who their go-to guys are.
Wheatstraw, I'll go with the Texans too. They have the quarterback. Wheatstraw, favorite barbecue place in Houston?
In Houston? J-Bar M, and I'll go off the Gatlin's.
Okay, yeah, I like a bunch. Like, I'm fat. You don't get this way without eating a
Corkscrew in
bunch
there?
of places. I like Corkscrew's brisket a lot. J-Bar M's my favorite, and Hoffy always hooks me up. I'll be over there at J-Bar M tonight.
Saw that
Swing
last
by at 7
Culture
o'clock.
Show of the year, huh?
I love J-Bar M. J-Bar M's so good. Perfect spot. Ocho, am I the only one who doesn't skip over the Sopranos intro before every episode? It's so good. I am not an intro guy on shows. My wife is. She would force us to watch the intro to Succession before every show, which I was like ready to
fast forward
skip.
through it?
Well, I mean, if you stream, these streaming options give you the option where you just press a button to skip the intro. No, she wanted to watch the intro, which Succession's intro is pretty good.
Okay.
It's pretty good. You never watched that show, huh?
Nope.
It's a really good show. You get 1 week paid vacation anywhere in the world, which, by the way, I'm going beach over golf. Whenever I go on vacation, I like to do nothing. I like to be lazy bones and do nothing.
I feel
nothing.
I can't just sit and do nothing. So the
I'm
golf,
a nothing guy.
and I'm sure that my wife would do a massage or something like that where I could get some golf in. But yeah, I'm having the option to do both before, and if I have to choose one or the other, I'll take the golf.
9361, you get 1 week paid vacation anywhere in the world if you ate the Carolina Reaper pepper. Where would you go and would you eat the pepper?
I think I could handle the pepper. It doesn't sound like something I'd want to do.
Yeah.
And where would I go? That's an easy one for me because it also solves the golf and the beach. I'm going to Hawaii.
Hawaii's nice.
Oh, man, it's awesome.
I would do a little bit of research before I know where I'm going. I would do it. I wouldn't handle the pepper well.
I wouldn't
I'm
either.
not going to handle the pepper well. I'll tell you that. I'm not going to handle the pepper well. I'm not going to pretend like I would. But I would do it for a 1 week paid vacation. Like pain's temporary. Pain's
Right.
temporary. Like, how long is that going to hurt you? It might hurt you for a while.
You might have some commode. Yeah, you might have
It might
some
hurt you for a
commode
while.
time for an extended, like a couple of hours.
Yeah, maybe 24 at the most, right?
If you
I would do it for 24.
have the right medication and can line your stomach a little bit, you'll be fine.
Plus, if you knew this was coming, you could kind of prepare for it. You know what I mean? Like you would know what to have near you. That
Don't
kind
go
of takes
loading
the
up on a bunch of
spice
carbs and
off.
stuff that makes the whole situation a lot more of a difficult outcome.
I just thought of my. I just thought of the place I'd vacation, Galveston. Galveston's beautiful this time of year.
Oh, you're completely off your rocker.
Sopranos or The Wire? That'll be the final one for the day. Sopranos or Wire?
Sopranos.
Give me The Wire. I think The Wire is the best television show in the history
Never saw
of
either one
television.
them, so.
Then how did you answer?
Because
you
I had
just
to
lied
answer.
to the audience.
I mean, I can't take. I have to take a side.
Flankers, we got to get you. We got to get you cultured. You got to start watching a little bit of TV.
No,
you got to start watching some shows.
Oh, I'm fine watching TV, but I'm also, if you give me, an either or, I got to take one or the other. What interests me more, or what I would be interested in looking at? I'd watch the Sopranos.
Will you do it for the show where we give you a show
I've done
to
it
watch?
in the past.
We give you a show to watch, and then you just kind of watch it.
Yeah, we've done that in the past.
All right, we can do that.
What was the I did the one with the Tiger King.
That doesn't count. That one's terrible. It was during COVID.
But we did that. It was like a challenge.
We need
When I
to-
watch it with everybody that listens to the show and then the guys on the show, I did it.
We need to do that. We need to bring that back with like quality television shows of the past that you've missed out on, like The Wire. Like I've actually never seen Sopranos from start to finish. I've seen bits and pieces of The Sopranos, but never start to finish. It's on my queue. I'm gonna get to it. It's hard for me to go rewind that many years though, because I try to watch the ones that are current.
I understand that.
But it is on my list. Uncle Barney said Ruth's favorite theme song is the intro to Secession. Ruth's my cousin. Secession's awesome. Secession's a great TV show. I'm a little sad that it's gone. 713-780-ESPN. I will say that Mailbag Monday is better with the music.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
Better
sure.
with me. And Brian McDonald, again, is the one to blame for that. Not Austin, who's doing a great job. Certainly not us. We're talent. We don't make those kind of decisions. That's totally on Brian. 713-780-ESPN. I'm glad the Rockets didn't listen to a jabroni like me. I'll explain next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. It's that time of year. You're wasting your valuable time dealing with your yard, the weeds, the dead spots, all the chores that you don't want to put up with. Well, stop doing that. You don't want to do it. You don't want those chores. You don't want to mow the grass. You don't want to pull the weeds. You don't want to try to fix the dead spots. Stop doing it. You have that choice. Stop doing it. You leave for a couple of days in the spring. You come back and your yard's all screwed up. Well, Sin Lawn is here so you can get your weekends back. So you don't have to do those chores, so you can go away for a few days and not have to worry about your yard. Sin Lawn is the evolution story of the AstroTurf. That was, of course, made popular by the Astrodome, so some local ties here. And now Sin Lawn, S-Y-N Lawn, wants to improve your lifestyle. Stop mowing. Stop pulling weeds. Stop throwing money into an ugly yard that you're embarrassed of people seeing. You don't invite people over because your yard's a disaster. Well, Sin Lawn Artificial Grass is the best on the market. Sin Lawn offers a lifetime warranty with products that are made right here in the USA, and the quality is top shelf. The people are fantastic, fully insured, fully bonded. They have their own in-house crews. You don't contract anything out. Don't have to worry about other people coming in and screwing it up. Sin Lawn is there from start to finish. Sin Lawn's number one priority is making their customers happy. Sin Lawn is perfect for your yard, whether it's for your patio, kids' playground, your pets. No more tracking mud inside, which your kids can do that too. Or how about that putting green you've always wanted? Improve that short game. You can do that with Sin Lawn. Head to 975sinlawn.com to learn more. That's 975synlawn.com. 975sinlawn.com to get started on the yard of your dreams. Sin Lawn. Control the process from yarn to yard.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I didn't tell A-Rod to play this. It's my wife's birthday.
Yes, happy birthday to your wife.
There's some correlation there. 713-780-3776. Wrong answers only. Where is Brian today? Honey Glazed Branham says that BMAC is freebasing with Animal from the Muppets.
Oh, wow.
1772. Brian was in a bar fight last night and took out 2 guys, but the third one caught him with a bottle and he had to get 7 staples in his head.
Wrong answers only. You know he ain't getting in a bar fight.
Why not?
Because he's just not a fighter.
He likes combat sports.
That's fine. He likes to watch them. I don't think he likes to participate in them.
He judges boxing.
I know. That doesn't mean that he wants to go grapple with somebody.
He knows what it takes to be good.
A couple of rounds with another fighter.
Corey says never watched The Sopranos. The Wire and Breaking Bad are probably the 2 best shows ever. Those are my 1-2. I have The Wire 1, Breaking Bad 2. Uncle Barney said Breaking Bad was the best. I disagree with him. I give The Wire the slight lean. I think I give it the slight lean because of the realism, quite honestly.
I'd be open to watching all 3 of them.
Breaking Bad's the concept of Breaking Bad's a little unrealistic. You got a high school teacher that's making meth.
Yeah.
That dings it a little. Just a little. Not a lot, just a little. And it doesn't take part in Florida. Like if it was in Florida, it's more believable than if it was in New Mexico. Wheat Straw season 4 of The Wire, the greatest single season of any television show ever in the history, is very good. I would agree. The Shield is amazing. I've never watched The Shield. Should I try The Shield? 713-780-3776. 4958 The Wire, and then Banshee, a close second. I've not watched Banshee. I know Fred Fowler was big on Banshee. I might have to check that out.
He was. There's a lot of people in the comments over the last couple of days that have said Fred encouraged a lot of people to watch that. He and AJ were big on Game of Thrones, and they would always talk about it on the air with Jong. And just so you guys know, the family, because this was so unexpected for the Fowler family, Jeremy and myself and the station in our threads today have retweeted that there is a GoFundMe from Fred's family trying to raise the money necessary for his funeral and all the arrangements and everything. So we encourage you, check that out. If you can, please do, because his brother, John Paul, said already that they're struggling a little bit, and it would be great to get some help.
Yeah, that one hit me hard on when I saw the news. I was in the building at T-Mobile. It was after our game. I stuck around and watched a little bit of the next game, and I saw AJ's tweet. I was like, no way.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and AJ and I were texting about it multiple times, and, he just said, and he was really good when he went on with John and Lance the next day, but that, Fred was dealing with a lot. Fred was still trying to get over, not doing what he loved to do with radio and, the writing things he was doing, the divorce, and everything kind of came at him at once. But, Fred was a guy that had a huge heart that was looking to any opportunity to help people to be better, to make more money, to have better opportunities. And so he's obviously going to be missed. And so if you can, help out the family if you loved anything that Fred did, and there was so much to love.
Yeah, he was very kind to me. Both I've been at Gal twice. The first one he was took me under his wing, gave me a lot of pointers, helped me out a lot. And then the second stint, weird circumstance, but always was incredibly kind when he didn't have to be. So always have
Huge
a lot of
Coug
respect
fan,
for him.
too.
Huge Coug fan. My Coug brethren.
Yep.
We would talk about the Cougs all the time. That's very, very sad. Thoughts and prayers to the Fowler family through this difficult time. Corey said Banshee and Spartacus were also very good. I've never heard of Spartacus, quite frankly. Lost and Heroes are the hardest shows ever. So
Well, you
Lost
heard of Spartacus.
and Heroes.
You just didn't hear of the series.
I've never heard of the series Spartacus.
No, but you've heard.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but is it, I guess it's similar? I have no idea. I've never heard of Spartacus. 713-780-ESPN. So I'm glad the Rockets didn't listen to a jabroni like me. I wanted the I didn't
You
want
mean
the
because they're
Rockets
winning?
to tank. No. Yeah, because they are winning. Not
I
only
don't
because they're
mind
winning, because they're playing better basketball.
I still want them to lose.
I think I'm past it.
I'm not.
I think I'm past it, and I'm glad they didn't lose a bunch of basketball games, because it was to the point where they were just not playing good and they were losing like 4 or 5. They were going through bad skids. They weren't playing well, and I was kind of throwing my hands in the air, saying, "Okay, if this is what I'm going to see, just lose games and improve from 20% to 28%, hoping that your pick lands in the top 4 because you do have top 4 protection." But because that they've turned the corner here, I know the schedule ain't that hard. But they had won They won 4 road games in a row when they had won 5 on the year before the 4-game road winning streak. They're currently riding a 5-game winning streak. Period. And I'm not to say that they're even going to chase down the 10th spot in the Western Conference. Currently, they're 3.5 back of both Golden State and Los Angeles. But to me, it's just about the improved play. It's okay, this is giving me optimism going into next year. You mentioned earlier in the show, Jalen Green, the Western Conference Player of the Week. Cool. That gives me optimism going into next year. A couple of weeks ago, they were playing so poorly. It's just lose games, just lose out. That way you improve the chances of you getting a top 4 pick. But now that they've turned the corner and they've kind of righted the ship, even if it doesn't land in the top 10, I have optimism going into next year, and I like the way that Ime Udoka has gotten them right. That brings me encouragement going forward.
But this is why I say, because if you go back to, as we were basically saying, embrace the suck too.
Yeah.
I go back to what we had said about embrace the suck, which was it's okay for 3.5 quarters if you play well, if you see potential, if you see growth, if you see development. But just at the end of the day, if you end up losing said game, in the long run, it's probably better for you. I've seen so much better basketball than what I saw 2-3 weeks ago. I've seen the development of guys, especially, and I hate to say this, but with Alpi out, it opens up another opportunity for them to go to a smaller lineup so that Udoka could see there are times he could go small and get a lot out of the length and the athleticism that he has with some of his young guys. Seeing Jabari play some 5, seeing Amen Thompson continue to grow. All the things that you're seeing with this team and then the better basketball that goes with it. And you have to mention how much better Jalen Green looks in the last month or so overall to say if they lost those 5 games, but I saw what I saw, I'd still be pleased.
Yeah, it's just the chances of their odds improving to when we talked about this, because they were 9th place when we talked about it. It was at 20.3%. So even if you drop 2 spots, which I don't know how realistic that is, that improves you 14%. Is that enough of an improvement to root for losing? Maybe. Well, I was frustrated with them whenever I said it.
Let's ask this.
But now it's at 9.5%. Even if they fall below Atlanta, which Atlanta's 2 games behind the Rockets, it only improves to 13.9. They're 3 games ahead of Utah. It's 20.3. So you would have to drop there. Really?
But you still are a guy that, if given the opportunity right now, going into the draft, to have the best potential to have 2 picks in the first round than 1.
But what's the trade-off?
You go after it, because I think the trade-off is you're not going to make the. I don't think you're going to. No matter what you do, you're not going to make the play-in.
But you're only improving 10%.
But at least that's a 10% better chance of keeping your own pick than watching it walk out the door for nothing.
Right. What's the cost of that is what I'm asking.
As long as they're playing good basketball, I don't think there is. I don't think you're losing anything except for the game. But as long as you're seeing that level of basketball and that development of the young talent, I think it's worth the risk, if you want to call it a risk, as long as you're still seeing good basketball and better players.
Either way, though, your fate is going to be determined by the ping pong balls. And you're talking about an increase of 9.4% to 20.3.
If you get to 20.3, I think it's a legit percentage that I like.
I mean, what do you mean you like it? You got a 20.3% chance to get a top 4 pick.
Right. I like that as opposed to watching it get away from us for nothing.
But that's the risk. The winning these games is going to cost you 11%. It's going to you're 9.4% right now. If you lose some games down the stretch, Utah and Atlanta pass you, you improve it to 20.3%.
I like it.
It's still peanuts. It's still small.
But here's the thing, though. That's the reward. Whereas chasing down wins to try and get to the 10 spot seems to me to be a futile experiment that's not going to end well anyway.
To me, it's about growth, though.
But I think you can see the growth without winning the game.
I tend to agree. But I'm watching the games and I'm seeing Houston across the chest. I'm like, hey, go win the game. I want to see Jalen Green in the final few moments make plays to win the game. I want to see Amen Thompson in the final few moments make plays to win the game. And because they're playing well, a couple weeks ago they weren't, whenever I was on the other side of this, I will trade 11% of my odds to get a top 4 pick from 9.5% to 20.3%. It's very, very small. I will trade that away for the Rockets playing good basketball going into the offseason. Not that it's going to carry over, but more because of my optimism around the team.
But I hear what you're saying, but to me, the whole thing is I'll sacrifice. I'll do the exact same thing you want, but sacrifice 3 minutes of game time.
Yeah, but you can't do that. You can't be Ime Udoka and be like, here you go, last 3 minutes.
I'm not saying that
lose.
they're gonna intentionally lose, but like I would love to see them be highly competitive for 46 minutes of the game, 45 minutes of the game, and it slips away late, knowing that I'm still seeing development, I'm still seeing a quality of basketball, I'm still seeing a coaching staff that proves to me they're the right guys for the job, and I can get up to a 20% chance, a 1 in 5 shot of keeping my pick.
What does the execution of that look like?
That you're in a tight game, or you're whether you're getting your doors blown off or not. I would assume you're within single digits of every team you're playing.
No, but I'm saying like you're down the stretch. It's a tight game. What do you want Ime Udoka to do?
Oh, I'm not saying he does anything different.
You're just rooting for him.
I just want the outcome. That's what I'm rooting for.
Different, yeah, okay. I obviously I'm okay with that because I said that 2 weeks ago. But I like the winning. I like the winning right now.
Everyone should like the winning under normal circumstances, but this one has been so abnormal for so long. I get it if you want to see those wins. I just don't think at the end of the day they're going to mean a hill of beans as opposed to increasing your percentage to try and grab every straw you can to hang on to your pick.
The other thing, though, is like you are at the mercy of the lotto. Like you're increasing your odds. That doesn't necessarily guarantee those odds. And I want to see these young players get some victories. I want to see, okay, last 3 minutes against a decent team, tight game, go out and win it. 2-5-6-8, I wouldn't call growth losing every fourth quarter. I mean, to Blanker's point, not necessarily every fourth quarter, maybe maybe you win 3 out of the 10, stuff like that. But I'm to the point now, play good basketball, see what happens in the lottery. You know, hopefully you get extremely lucky. Hopefully you get extremely lucky and you land in the top 4 anyways.
Regardless, you have to. Because that's a pick, in retrospect, obviously you would love to have. But at that, from the situation and the scenario that's playing out for you, you got to be lucky.
Yeah, either no matter which way you are. I mean, if you're where you're at right now at 9.4%, you got to be extremely lucky. Even if you were to fall to the 9th worst record in the NBA, you're at 20.3%. Because I really think that's the only thing in play.
That's realistic.
Because you're 3 ahead of Utah right now. You're 6 ahead of Brooklyn, which you're not. I don't think Brooklyn's playing poorly.
And you got their pick. You're fine.
Well, I mean, in a perfect world,
you should have their pick.
No, you do have their pick. But in a perfect world, you would like to fall like if you're in favor of keeping your top 4 pick as well, and like you want them to lose games, ideally you would like to have a worse record than Brooklyn because you're getting Brooklyn's pick no matter what. Right. Whereas your pick, you have to finish in the top 4. You get better odds if you finish worse than Brooklyn.
There's no protection on
but
that
I don't
pick,
think
right?
In the no. But I don't think that there's you're 6 ahead of Brooklyn right now. I don't think that's you're not falling there.
No.
I think worst case scenario or best case scenario, however you're looking at this, the worst they can finish is with the 9th worst record in the NBA, which gives them a 20.3% chance to land in the top 4.
See, that's
right
why
now they have 11th worst, which is 9.4%.
See, that's why the worst case scenario is being a Nets fan, knowing that they're not playing better basketball and you're not going to have your own pick.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, hey, if I see this team continue to play good basketball now that they won 5 in a row, but at the end of the day, I'm rooting for them to still lose a tight game at the end, but see all the development in the good basketball, knowing there's still an outside shot I could keep my own pick.
Yeah, you're playing for the percentages there of the increase, and what is it worth? The thing is where the conversation lies. Wheezy, what are those top 4 picks doing for us though so far? Amassing talent. He says Green, Smith, Thompson are all just okay. Okay, would you rather have Green, Smith, and Thompson or not have Green?
First of all, you haven't seen nearly enough at the age of Amen Thompson in less than 1 year in the league to tell me that they're just okay. What he's shown you in a short sample size of time is a guy that's got no ceiling right now, that's got a ton of basketball ability. Green is starting to finally show you the signs of why he was drafted where he was, though I hear you that so far he's been underwhelming to what you expected when he came into the league. And Jabari is, even if that's who he is, a double-double guy that can face the basket, shoot threes, but still get you points and rebounds, he's a good, valuable piece to your puzzle.
3726, you say the increase is small, but is over double the chance that they have now. You're not a millionaire, but if they doubled your salary, you would take it. What makes you think I'm not a millionaire? And then secondly,
look at your
that's totally different.
Engagements
that's totally
on Twitter
different.
alone, you're close.
Doubling your salary versus doubling your odds to land in the top 4 of the NBA lottery, I don't think are anywhere near the same. And you're also talking about what you're losing in the process by losing. Are you losing some potential development? Are you losing potential wins down the road because these young players are learning to win? Like, there's more variables in play here. 713-780-3776. Is it time to publicly apologize to Joe George? I am. We'll see if Blankers does too. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I've been telling you for a while now that Gentle Ben is the absolute best, and make this year the year where you're making great decisions with Gentle Ben. It all starts with the finest ingredients, classic time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses their innovative process that removes the harshness that's found in most spirits. The result is unparalleled smoothness and an enjoyable drinking experience. You get all the flavor, none of the burn, and you'll love what's not in Gentle Ben, including undesirable acids. These acids take the enjoyment out of your drinks. Well, Gentle Ben gets rid of the undesirable acids so you can enjoy your drink. Gentle Ben offers vodka, gin, straight bourbon whiskey, and cask-strength bourbon. All are fantastic. All are in my rotation. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store, whichever one you go to. Pick up a bottle today. Next time you head to dinner, ask for Gentle Ben. If you're looking for plans, head to the Gentle Ben tasting room. Going to a Rockets game soon? Stop by Ben's Bar on the way to your seats. Or if you're going to an Astros game soon, stop by the Ben's Bar inside of Minute Maid Park as well. GentleBen.com to learn about their incredible story, and you can order the stuff straight off the website. Yeah, order the juice straight off of GentleBen.com. Gentle Ben, smoothest, honest.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We'll get to the Joe George maybe apology in a second. Do we want to apologize to Joe George? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Scott, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Scott?
Yeah, all right, guys. How we doing?
Doing good.
What's up, man?
So my question, I'm first transplant down here from Nebraska, and here just within the last week, Texas A&M went and grabbed Nebraska's AD, brought him down here, which that's business. But then within the next, 3-4 days, you end up with both the men's and women's basketball tournament drawings, and Nebraska and A&M play each other in both of them. Is it just me, or is it the committee trying to create stories where there don't need to be? You know, taking focus off the teams and putting it into that story?
Appreciate the call, Scott.
It's just synergy. It's synergy and the luck of the draw.
The committee's notorious for making matchups.
Yeah, you look at it on the men's side too. It's one thing to say, Scott's point, they create these opening round matchups, so there's probably a little bit more to that. But when you look at the fact that you could have the love game and the Rick Barnes game coming up, you could have Carolina play Arizona for a guy that in Love that played for Carolina last year, plays for Arizona this year. Rick Barnes could have his Tennessee team play his old team in Texas. You know they love the storylines.
Yeah, Houston A&M potential in the second round if both teams are lucky enough to win in the first round. The committee would deny it, but there's been a lot of storylines.
Would that Houston A&M game be in Dallas? No, that would still be in Memphis. Okay.
Yeah.
Because in Dallas, that would be a night. U of H shouldn't have to have a team play that close to home in the second weekend.
U of H played Auburn and Birmingham last year.
I know
in the
it.
second
That
round.
sucked.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. So it's happened before. 0974, it's time to move on from Jalen Green in the offseason. Trade him while his value spikes a little. We should have no interest giving him a max extension. Thompson and Whitmore have shown enough. What do you think about that?
I don't think that you've had anybody show you enough. Every game is another opportunity to impress, to learn, to grow, to get better. It's a shame to me that we haven't seen more of Whitmore and obviously Tari. I would have loved to have seen a lot of Tari this season so he could show the coaching staff what we've already seen and know even more that he was going to be an even bigger part of this. I've said this as soon as the trade deadline passed. I didn't need to see any more of Jeff Green and Holiday, and it's not to take anything away from those guys. All I want to see is the young players.
Yeah, I think you're going too far on not you, the texture on Jalen. Jalen's been really good as of late, and he's had a coach for the first time in his life that's teaching him how to play winning basketball. And I think we're starting to see the fruits of that labor.
And play a little tough love with him too.
Absolutely, and that's how you coach. Yep. That's how you coach a guy up. And I think we're starting to see the fruit that has been, or how am I supposed to say that? Reap what you sow. We're starting to see him reap the benefits of what has been sown.
The fruit of the labor of Udoka and his staff to put in the time and take the energy that it takes to get a kid that's been an ISO guy his entire career with just that-a-boys all over the place to learn how to be a real NBA player.
Yeah, I like what I've seen from Jalen, especially as of late. So I still want to see Jalen on this team going into next season. I want to see him after an offseason with Ime Udoka as his coach for a year to see what kind of improvements he makes. But I mean, I don't know how you watch him and don't see the talent. The talent's there. It's about consistency. It's about doing it more often. It's about trying to impact winning without just scoring, and he's doing more of that as of late. He's becoming a better passer. His defense has been there. He's making better decisions. So I'm not trading Jalen Green just yet.
No.
713-780-ESPN. So we might owe Joe George an apology. Justin Fields got traded to Pittsburgh. I had some dumb friends, you can't spell dumb without do, saying that the Bears are going to keep Justin Fields and trade the number 1 overall pick. They still believed in Fields. Well, the return on Fields was not very good. He got traded for a 6th rounder. It can turn into a 4th if Fields plays 51% of the Steelers snaps, which seems like a long shot. We made fun of Joe George for a good 2 weeks about saying that he's going to be a backup in the NFL and the Colts should trade for Justin Fields as a backup. Well, it turns out we didn't see the vision. We didn't see Joe's vision. We didn't understand Joe's frustrations, and Joe knew it better than anybody else because he's a Bears fan. He likes the White Sox and he likes the Bears. He was right. Joe was right. Justin Fields is going to be a backup. And not only is Justin Fields going to be a backup, Justin Fields is going to be a backup to Russell Wilson. So,
which is why that 51% is still on the table.
I doubt it. They're going to extend Wilson too.
I don't think they should.
I don't think they should either. But I don't think that Justin Fields is going to play 51% of the snaps unless there's injury.
I think you're going to see what Russ shows up for the first month of the season or so, and I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities because I have heard how much Pittsburgh sought to get Justin Fields and how Tomlin is a fan of his, that he could be the long-term solution. Obviously, if you trade Pickett away, you don't have a long-term answer at quarterback. If Fields learns a little something early from Russ off the field and Russ doesn't look good on the field, I think there's a legit chance that Fields could play more than half the games.
Fields learned stuff from Russell Wilson?
Off the field, I said.
What is he learning from Russell Wilson?
Just, from like studying defenses and picking up things like that. I'm not saying because I don't think Russ has got as much left in the tank as some people do.
I think the idea of Justin Fields as a starter has been eliminated.
Just for this year?
Ever. I think he might start again in the NFL, but in terms of him being somebody's future, no, never again.
If Baker Mayfield has been able to come back multiple times and get the deal he got done as a starter, I think Justin Fields is far too young to shut the door on.
Baker's way better than Justin Fields.
I don't know about way better.
Yes,
early on, Baker Mayfield. The seasons in Cleveland, Baker Mayfield was awful.
I mean, he wasn't as bad as Justin Fields.
You look at three of the last 4 games down the stretch with the Bears this last season. Justin Fields was putting up some pretty damn good numbers. To where I just think that if you find the right coaches with the right playbook and system, I think Justin Fields still has the potential that maybe we haven't tapped into before I'm ready to close the door and say he's never going to be a starter.
Justin Fields in his last how many games? Let's look at it. Let's see how good this
he had
Justin
the stinker
Fields
against
were.
the Patriots after he put 3, I think, really good games together at the end of the season.
No, they didn't play the Patriots.
It was a real close, low-scoring game, and it was terrible.
So Justin Fields didn't play for 4 straight weeks. He came back in Week 11. Week 11 against Detroit. 16 of 23, 169 yards, a touchdown. Following week against Minnesota, 27 of 37, 217 yards. Following week against Detroit, 19 of 33, 223 yards and a touchdown. At Cleveland, 19 for 40, a touchdown, 2 picks. Home for Arizona, 15 for 27, 170 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Home for Atlanta, 20 for 32, 268 yards, a touchdown. At Green Bay, final game of the year, 11 for 16, 148 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. That's not that good.
But you're excluding the rushing yards too. I mean, he had some pretty big rushing games.
He had some solid rushing games. I mean, he had 2.
There was a Thursday night he had 3 touchdowns,
60 or more. He didn't have 3 touchdowns in a game this year.
To DJ Moore, he had 2 of the 3. I thought that there was a Thursday night game that he had a big game.
That must have been before he was the start of the year. Because there was 4 games in a row he was inactive. Week 7, 8, 9, and 10. He had a 4-touchdown game against Denver in Week 4. You said late in the year.
No, I'm saying, but late in the year, I thought he put together with rushing yards and passing yards 3 pretty good games down the stretch.
He had 268 through the air, 45 on the ground versus Atlanta. This is good. Against Arizona, 170 through the air, 97 on the ground. And in the first game that he came back in a loss, 16 for 23, 169 yards through the air, 104 on the ground. Lost the game.
I mean, if you're getting 100 yards rushing a game, that's good, but I understand what you're saying about the passing. I just think that there's still potential that's untapped.
He just went for a 6th-round pick. The NFL is telling us what we should think of
but
Justin
if
Fields.
Pittsburgh thinks that
for a 6th,
they could, that they didn't give up anything, it's worth the risk that if they can, develop him. I think this was the plan with Jameis when they brought him to the Saints to kind of resurrect him and get him right. It just never happened. But I think that there's a chance it could happen with Justin Fields. You didn't give up much to get him.
I think the NFL is telling us what his value is
for now.
But
there's talent enough that I think they see to be developed.
Then you would.
I think they
more
think
than
he's
a
better than
6th.
Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett got more than Justin Fields did.
No, I'm saying I think the Steelers. Otherwise, they would have kept Kenny Pickett and let him compete with Russ and made him the backup.
But the NFL paid more for Pickett than they did for Fields.
That's fine, but what I'm saying is, all it takes is the apple of one team's eye, and if Pittsburgh really believes that there's potential to tap into there,
Let's
that
make
they
a bet.
can develop.
Let's make a bet on this.
You love these bets.
I do, because I want you to put some. I want you to put some money where your mouth's at.
I'm not afraid of it.
I know you're not afraid of it, but I want to see how serious you are about Justin Fields being good versus just playing contrarian a little bit. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, because I'm trying to figure the barometer for what.
I know that's what's tough.
That's the biggest part of it.
Yeah, the barometer is tough here. Maybe we'll kick it back.
Around.
We'll kick it around. 713-780-ESPN. Do you think Justin Fields is good? 713-780-3776. Also, when we come back, Nick Caserio forced us to retire a segment. What segment was that? And how is he being a jerk like that to us? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
This is actually an artist I know. A little cold beer. There we go.
I don't know who it is, but okay. The rodeo's over.
Zach Brown.
All right, the rodeo's
I
over.
love this song.
Okay, you and my wife would probably like
I
it.
love
Both like
this song.
I don't.
Toes in the water. This is my vacation. Toes in the water, butt on the sand, and an ice cold beer in my hand.
And no golf for you.
I don't. I
You
would.
claim to
I
love
would.
golf.
I
If
said
you love
I
golf,
never said
vacation would involve the time to be able to play.
I don't think I've ever said that. I like golf. I like golf.
No, I think
golf.
you said you love golf.
Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I say things that I don't mean. I crawfish back. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Where's Brian today? Wrong answers only. 1984. Brian is recording his wrestling podcast. I didn't realize he had one of those. Good for Brian. A little side hustle. 8437. BMAC is too busy recovering after spending his whole weekend celebrating Who Said It victory over Joel on Friday. Is that
No,
true?
we pushed 3-3. He added a 6-1. Yeah, he added a 6-1 because he was worried that with me going solo that we might go too quickly. So then he added the sixth one. I got the sixth one right, and I saved face with a push. Sorry, it was on the table. It's like a game show. I took the challenge. I won, and it's push.
Sounds like asterisk territory to me.
Too bad.
I look forward to hearing Brian's side of this story.
That's fine. He's the one that had the idea that it was his brain fart to add a sixth. I capitalized.
BMAC is out stocking up on Cheeto and Dorito bags for the March Madness tournament. That doesn't sound like a terrible idea. What's your favorite Cheeto?
I just think the extra crunchy, the
regular ones.
Yeah,
I like the jalapeno cheddar. Jalapeno cheddar are fantastic.
Like I just think one of the greatest all-world chips of all time is the baked Lay's sour cream.
Baked Lay's?
The baked Ruffles. The
Get
baked
outta
ruffle.
here.
The baked
You
ruffle.
lost your food card twice to now.
No. Cheddar, is it cheddar cheese and onion or sour cream and cheese and onion? They're fantastic.
It's not as good as the regular.
That's your opinion.
So KFC over Popeyes and baked.
Yeah, but I've really
cheddar
only had
sour
Popeyes
cream.
once. I'm not a big fried chicken guy.
I think you've lost your food card twice.
I don't
today.
think you are the judge and jury to take it away.
I have great food takes. What's your favorite Doritos?
I mean, I love Cool Ranch.
Okay, those aren't bad. I like Salsa Verde. Those are fantastic.
Yeah, I've always been a big
So
Cool
good.
Ranch guy. And again, I think the one that gets grossly underrated were the Doritos tacos. They don't.
Those are good.
Yeah, and they don't really sell those anymore.
I know that I've seen them recently, but I think they are like seasonal. For
Yeah,
some
it's kind of like the
reason. Or
McRib.
limited edition, maybe.
Yeah, because they kind of phased them out for a while, and I thought that was a mistake.
They are solid. I like the Salsa Verde a little bit more. 6181 jalapeno cheddar #1. So Branham 1, Blankers nothing for who has got the best food.
Because we got one text message.
So do we have to retire the mock draft season now? that Nick
Yeah, we talked about that on
Caserio
Friday.
made this
It's
trade?
definitely gone.
Nick Caserio made this trade. He's ruined mock drafts for us forever.
We tried to make
At
them
least for a
great for
year.
so long, and then boom.
We tried to make mock drafts great again. Nick Caserio rolls into town, trades his first round pick to Minnesota, and it's all gone. It's toast. It's just like that. We can't make mock drafts great again.
No.
Fortunately, I found a 3-round mock draft.
Oh. Okay.
we are going to retire.
So
this.
then my curiosity
We are
would
going
be
to
how
retire
deep and how do we get the extra picks in front of each pick to figure out who would be
No,
picked?
we're just going to assess what they drafted and how we'd be happy with that. We're not going to play the game anymore. He's retired it for us. Nick Caserio has flat out retired the bit for us. We'll have to wait a year to do it, which I know the Twitchers are like they're distraught.
Twitchers, by the way, voting for me on the baked ruffles and how much they like them. So easy on your votes now.
I think they're being sarcastic.
I don't.
Coog Blaze, my man J-Bo and Salsa Verde is the best Dorito.
Okay.
Cornbread's being sarcastic. You can't take cornbread seriously.
No, Tim said baked ruffles go hard. Greg said with you, Joel, love baked Lays. Sorry.
That isn't that. No, at no
Do you
point,
like Sun Chips?
At no point did they say baked Ruffles were better, though. They say they're good. Did they say they were better at any point?
Okay. Well, guys, do the comparison, Shopper.
Would you want to say what Half Nelson just said?
Which is?
What did he say? Right there, the last
I
one.
can't see it. You tell me.
Yeah, you can't see it. Baked Lays and Sun Chips are bad word.
Okay,
and
that's
it wasn't
one
a good
person's
word.
opinion.
You're putting stock in one person's
I
opinion.
had a couple. You put one in one text message that said you won. Jeremy won. Me nothing.
Well, I think I
on
have the
food
vote.
takes.
I do think I have the vote right now. You put value.
Greg says he always buys the baked.
I didn't say that they're better. He might be trying to be healthier and thinks that the baked are healthier than the fried.
You don't know. You're putting thoughts in his head.
But
That's
neither
why
do you.
He commented.
That's the point. Is neither do you. Neither do you. You're valuing things that you think back up your point while devaluing things that you think don't. And there's been more of the opposite point than the 4 points.
There has not.
Okay. 713-780-3776. Here's the Pro Football Focus 3-round mock drafts. And we're probably not going to do this very much. But how would you be happy with the return in the first 3 rounds of TJ Tampa, corner from Iowa State? He would go for number 42. At number 59, Keon Coleman, the wide receiver from Florida State. So he slips a little bit.
Yeah.
And Cooper Beebe, the guard from Kansas State, with your 3rd-round pick at 86. So Tampa, Coleman, Cooper Beebe. How do you feel of that return? Because now this is what we have to look at because he's traded out of the 1st round.
And who went at 23 that you gave up?
I didn't look, but I guess I can look real quick.
That would have just curiosity on
I'll
the
look real
overall.
quick as you assess.
I don't mind that draft haul. I think that whether it's your solution or insurance at guard, you got that. You got a corner, which you needed. We know that they're still kicking the tires on options at wide receiver, and you got that. I would be fine with that.
Yeah, the Latu. Well, I don't have to know how to pronunciate that name anymore
that's
because
right.
it'll be gone by the time the Texans pick. I like this return, actually. You get a corner who, depending on what you do with the rest of free agency, which I don't think is going to be a whole lot, whether you want Okudah to compete with TJ Tampa for that second starting job opposite of Derek Stingley, so that's fine. That's a position of need. You still get a receiver. Keon Coleman's interesting to me because he's not what I would consider like a Texans prototype because they want speed, they want separation. Right. But he's really good catching the football in traffic.
Yeah,
Maybe he can be a really good red zone target. So, that intrigues me. Keon Coleman sliding to 59. How could that not intrigue you? And then I'm a big fan of guard. Yeah. So you get Cooper Beebe, who I think is a really good football player, by the way. I saw him firsthand in the Big 12, just, maul people. This is a pretty good return.
It's a good haul. It really is. And this would basically show credence to the fact this is why Nick did what he did. The extra second adds you a haul that gets you an extra player that ends up possibly being a starter for you and or gives you the depth that you need with the question marks you have at guard. I think it would be fantastic. Now, you have to figure out if you're getting a corner that's going to be a starter from day one or a depth pick that's going to eventually grow into a starter, which means you still have to find either Okudah's your guy, but you probably still have to find another corner.
Or they compete. They compete. I would like that return. Maybe a little bit anticlimactic with what we were doing in the past, but I'd be happy with that return. Blaine said Sun Chips are amazing, loudest bag in the world, though. I don't like Sun Chips. I didn't answer the question.
Now,
I don't like Sun Chips.
My kids like them.
Really?
But yeah,
that's good.
Well, it's because mom's probably pushing them a little bit too. But
she did well.
Yeah, my kids like the Sun Chips, but they just brought home instead of regular Sun Chips, we're just but they have a cheddar cheese Sun Chip that's very good.
Really?
It's kind of nacho cheesy. It's very good.
Like when people hand them to me, I'll eat them, but I've never bought a Sun Chip in my life.
I would agree with that.
Hot Cheetos are legendary. I like Hot Cheetos. I like to put Hot Cheetos in my buttery popcorn.
Kind of spice it up.
Is that weird?
No, it's not, because you know what I like to do is, and again, because you don't really see my point of view on these
Your brilliance?
baked ruffles. Yeah, but my brilliance is you take the bottom of the bag of the crumbs and the bits and pieces of the sour cream and onion
ketchup.
No, and you put that in your popcorn.
Okay.
Over your popcorn, and that gives you the flavor and the taste of some cheese and some onion.
I'd try that.
Good.
Do you do that all in one sitting?
No, if it's like if I'm gonna go grab some popcorn and then I realize that we're kind of at the bottom the bottom of the barrel of that bag of the baked Lays, I'll crunch them up and then sprinkle it on the top.
Salsa Rio Doritos. I've never heard of those.
Never heard of them either.
Huh. I'd be interested in that. I'd try them, no doubt. Cheeto Puffs. I buy like a small bag of Cheeto Puffs once a year. I like Cheeto Puffs.
My daughters like the Cheeto Puffs. I like the original Cheetos.
I like both.
I like the crunch. I like the crunch instead of the poofiness of the puffs. But my kids love the puffs.
Yeah, you got to be in the mood. 1483. What are the chances of picking up Murphy or Sweat now? Murphy's slim to none. Like that's gone.
He gone.
Sweat's potential. Like Sweat, the possibility exists because he's like.
He's supposed to be available in the for the second round. I think you could get him in the second round.
9229, not even a Texans fan, but who's to say they don't trade back up into the first round?
Also a possibility.
I think it is possible. You just can't plan on it whenever you're like doing these mock drafts, but I do agree. Kyle says garden salsa Sun Chips are the best. I don't think the garden salsa Sun Chips will be in my top 50 chips.
I could agree.
Top 50.
I'm not even. That's not a consideration. I'd rather have plain potato chips than what that sounds like.
In fact, I might prep that and come back tomorrow and give you 50 chips that are better than Garden Sauce's Sun Chips. I can name 50.
I have not tried them, and I have no desire to.
Zapp's Voodoo. Zapp's Voodoo are good.
A lot of people love Zapp's chips.
Zapp's Jalapeno might be my favorite chip.
I'm not a big jalapeno guy, but yeah, I can understand if they are. That a lot of people love Zapp's.
Zapp's Jalapeno are fantastic. Whole grain Pringles if you like Sun Chips. Never tried whole grain Pringles. I don't mind Pringles. Pringles are fine. Fritos with Tabasco and lime juice. That sounds like a good time. All right, that's enough about chips. But we were going to talk more about food. Will-A-Bits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get with the Will-A-Bits, although I gave it away. It's going to be something food-related. Which of these foods are the best? We'll tell you later. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now I want to just share a minute or two about Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. Look, he's the best in the business at a lot of things. He does Botox, he does spa treatments, he does plastic surgery, and he's great at all those things. But I personally have experience with the NeoGraft procedure, and I can tell you what a difference maker it has been for me, because literally you get your hair back. If you have thinning or bald spots on the top of your head or in front because your forehead has become an 8 head and you don't think there's anything you can do, and the sprays and the creams and the foams and all those gimmicks just don't think that they're a solution for you, you got to check out this NeoGraft procedure. As Doc explained it to me when I had my consultation, the bottom line is you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head genetically, no matter how much you go bald in other spots. So he takes some of that hair, repurposes it where you need it most, and you see the results and you reap the benefits. I had a consultation. You can have one too. You get it for absolutely free. It normally costs $150. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com. Go see Doc and his staff. Ask the questions. Get the answers. Find out if it might be right for you like it was right for me. Bottom line is you're going to see the follicles immediately, but you're going to absolutely reap the benefits in 6 to 9 months when that hair gets longer and stronger. It's not going anywhere because he's taking it from a spot where it always stays. He told me 95 to really 99% of the follicles that he moves are going to be with you for the rest of your life. Game changer, guys. Check it out today, and you get the consultation for free. No money out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line, no commitment, just questions and answers. See if it's right for you, too. Go to 975hair.com and tell Doc Linville I sent you by, because he's the best at doing the NeoGraft.
What an enormous spin. Kind of having a food debate here. We'll get to the other one in a moment. But a lot of people are sending in their favorite chips. This is right up my wheel. I love chips.
I do too.
This is my wheelhouse, I think.
That was the show
1403.
before us.
My wheelhouse. Better than the show before us? 1403 Hot Cheetos with pickled beer salt is the best.
Sun chips are better than that.
Hot Cheetos with pickled beer salt. I've never tried that. I would. That sounds pretty good. And Takis with lime beer. I don't like the Takis.
I don't like. Yeah, you and I are both on the same page with that. Takis is too much.
I said salt is also good too. Put some inside the bag, shake it up, and it's really good, especially when you're drinking beer. Now I could see that a little bit. Salt and vinegar Lay's. I'm gonna come up with 50 chips that are better than Garden Salsa Sun chips tomorrow.
I'm telling you,
I might even come up with my top 10.
The baked Lay's, Ruffles, sour cream and cheddar, all world. Love
Andy
them.
Capp's hot fries. You like hot fries?
No.
Every now and then I'll get the hankering for some hot fries.
Really?
Every now and then. Once every 5 years, probably.
Okay.
Once every 5 years, probably. And I'll get a bag, and it'll disappoint.
Yeah, it's like it never lives up to the billing.
I would still say it's better than Garden Salsa Sun chips, though.
Okay, so pork rinds better than those?
I like pork rinds.
But my dad
I love
loved them.
pork rinds.
My
I
dad
would say I
loved
love
them. I
pork
couldn't
rinds. I like
stand them. My dad loved them.
I like pork rinds. I did keto right before I got married, and I lived off pork rinds.
Is that right?
Yeah, because pork rinds doesn't have any carbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I'm sure it's terrible for you. I'll have a heart attack when I'm 50. But this guy says flaming hot Funyuns or flaming hot Doritos.
Are you a Funyuns guy?
Love Funyuns.
Do you?
I don't like the flaming hot
I
Funyuns.
love onions, and I'm just not a big fan of Funyuns.
I don't like onions. I'm a big fan of Funyuns.
There you go.
Maybe there's correlation there. The flaming hot Doritos, not as much. Spicy nacho Doritos are pretty good.
Those are good. Those are really good.
Spicy nacho Doritos aren't bad. Zab's Crawtators are elite. I agree. Those are very good. Elite, maybe too strong. I like Zapp's a lot. Zapp's makes a good
Zapp's
chip.
is a very popular specialty chip that a lot of people love.
Big fan of. I was actually looking for Zapp's yesterday. I went to the grocery store yesterday. They were all out of the jalapeno. They had a bunch of the others, but I wanted some jalapeno. They didn't have any jalapeno. Yeah, I'm gonna come up with I'm gonna come up with 50 chips better than Garden Salsa, and I'm gonna come up with a top 10 tomorrow. I'm sure Brian will have some. You come up with your top 10 too.
Okay.
These were from the Big 12 tournament. They made a food dish for each team in the Big 12 tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So, or food or drink. It could be food or drink. So, which of these do you think are the best? 713-780-ESPN, 14 teams in the Big 12. For Baylor, they had Baylor brisket sliders, which were Dr. Pepper glazed brisket with sweet slaw on a bun. Okay.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's also got the local flavor because Dr. Pepper is in
Big
Waco.
time. Yep.
That sounds
Could
pretty
do
good.
little onions on there.
That's
make
the
it
leader
better.
in the clubhouse. I think that they might. Oh no, there's no onions. They have the sweet slaw. You like slaw on your barbecue?
I don't. I like slaw
sandwiches?
as a side, but I don't really care for it on my sandwiches.
I could take it or leave it. BYU will have Cosmo churros, caramel-filled churros topped with sweet cream drizzle, mini marshmallows, cinnamon sugar, and toffee crumble.
Doesn't sound bad, but it seems to be too much. It sounds like excessive, like sugar.
Also, sounds very San Antonio-y to me, not
I thought it would
Provo-y.
just be BYU would just be a big thing of milk.
Or I'm just going to leave that one alone. Keeping things cool with UCF, a Citronaut float, which is orange soda and vanilla ice cream.
Sounds like a dreamsicle.
Yeah,
Could
it
be
does.
okay, but I don't need that mixture.
I would have it. I think it's good. It's not my favorite.
No.
I still have Baylor leading. Cincy cheese coney, which is a jumbo hot dog, Cincinnati style chili topped with onion and cheddar cheese.
I don't know that I agree with the way Cincy does chili.
Yeah, I don't mind their chili as
But
much.
the combo sounds interesting.
Scalini chili, have you ever had that?
Skyline or
Yeah, Skyline. I was joking.
I have not had the Skyline.
I like a good chili cheese dog every now and then. So that one and Baylor's are kind of at the top of my
I think
list right
Baylor
now.
still is better than that, but that's on the list.
Fair enough. Shasta's brisket tacos. Chopped beef brisket, corn and black bean salsa, cilantro, and lime on corn tortillas.
Sounds good except for the cilantro because I'm not a cilantro guy.
Yeah.
But other than that, it sounds great.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the corn and black bean salsa.
I
on
don't mind
this.
that.
And then you have like these. I also saw a picture of it. I think they screwed it up. Like this is the way to go, but the presentation of it was not
So
fantastic.
you could have just gone with brisket tacos.
Yeah.
And probably won more people over.
I don't know if corn and black bean salsa belongs on brisket tacos. And secondly, like another point here, I don't want my chopped beef brisket on corn tortillas. I want that on a flour tortilla.
Flour. That makes sense.
I think they screwed up. You have a good chopped beef brisket.
I think they got too cute.
They screwed it up.
Yeah, just keep it.
They hipstered it.
Keep it real.
ISU green chili pork walking taco. It's green chili pork, shredded lettuce, sour cream, cheddar, and pepper jack cheese, all packed in a bag of Doritos. So it's a walking taco.
Doesn't sound great.
The walking tacos are pretty good. I'm not going to put it ahead of the Baylor's.
No.
The Big J's loaded mac and cheese.
Ooh.
Some pasta, creamy cheese sauce, house smoked pulled pork, barbecue sauce, crispy fried onions with a dash of pepper.
That sounds good.
It looks pretty good, too.
Yeah, it sounds delicious.
I'm going to go Baylor with a slight lead.
Yeah,
on
Baylor's
this
still
one.
got the advantage, and I'm a big brisket fan, but that's going to be second.
Power Cat PB&J, fried peanut butter and jelly sandwich topped with powdered sugar.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Maybe a bite, but not a full thing.
Yeah, nope.
Oklahoma onion burger, all beef patty topped with Tabasco fried onions paired with a ranch dipping sauce.
I don't need all that. If it was the burger with the onions and stuff like that, that'd be fine, but that's too much.
I think Oklahoma is known for their like onion burgers, though. I'm not a big onion guy, but they are pretty
love
good.
onions.
Have you ever had an onion burger?
No.
They're just like loaded with onions. OSU's Orange Power Pizza, top of pepperoni, sausage, ham, sweet pepper bacon, mozzarella, and cheddar cheese, and a ranch drizzle.
Doesn't sound bad.
Yeah, it doesn't look great, though.
Really?
Yeah. Cowtown loaded tots, fried tater tots, spicy queso, chopped house smoked brisket, corn and black bean salsa, and topped with horned frog purple sour cream. Makes it weird looking.
Yeah, I don't know that I need the horned frog sour cream. And here's one where I would say you had me until you started putting the corn black bean salsa on it. I don't need that, but I like the combo with the potato and the cheese, all the other stuff you got going for you. And then I think again, you got too cute.
I think so. Big Bertha loaded baked potato, piled high with chopped house smoked brisket, cheddar cheese, green onion, sour cream, butter, and barbecue sauce.
Ooh, that sounds like a winner to me.
Yeah, it's
I'll
hard
put
to mess
that
up
one
a
way
lot.
up there near the top.
Me too. The Masked Rider burger, all beef patty, cheddar cheese, fried onion rings, sweet pickled jalapenos, and Red Raider barbecue sauce.
See, I think you don't need the sauce or the jalapenos, and I'm good with that one too.
Sweet pickled jalapeno, no. I don't like barbecue sauce on my burger, and I don't want an onion ring on my burger. Mountaineer pepperoni roll, sliced pepperoni and mozzarella cheese layered into a buttered roll.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
I'm not now. If you did the old pepperoni rolls like Double Dave's used to have
so
stuff, those
good.
are fantastic.
So those are your options. Which
I
one are
think
you
it's
riding with?
Baylor and the baked potato. I think actually, I would say that I think it's a push. I think it's Baylor and the baked potato tied for first.
I'm gonna go with the baked potato. I
God,
like
it
a good
sounds
loaded
delicious
baked potato.
right
You
now.
give me some brisket and a loaded baked potato. I'm gonna go with the baked
Now,
potato.
my mom and dad, because they own their own, operated their own restaurant. My dad would do to your onion burger thing. He would do to where before he grilled the burger, he would have the onion in the burger and then top it again with sautéed onions and whatever else you want.
What's the one that they make in Minnesota where it's like what is it called? Where you stuff it with cheese?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's very popular. It's a touristy thing.
It's like the Juicy Lucy.
That's what it is.
Is it a Juicy
It's
Lucy?
the Juicy Lucy.
Have you had one of those?
I've not.
I've never had a Juicy Lucy. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, because when my dad in the neighborhood, my dad's name was Dave, and with the restaurant, he would say to the kids in the neighborhood, "You guys want Davy Burgers tonight?" And Davy Burgers had the option of the onions in the burger and on top with the cheese and all the other fixings, and he'd make some other stuff for it. But those were really popular.
I'm gonna find a place to get a Juicy Lucy. They sound fantastic. All right, what are you nominating for our car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What are your noms for the car wreck of the day? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Oso says you can get a Juicy Lucy at James Cody Island. Is it good, though? All right, what's your car wreck of the day nominee? 713-780-3776.
Okay, but Slick back, but he didn't do it right. It's not a JMC. It's James Coney Island is JCI.
Well, Oso said on the text.
Oh, okay.
What, you saw it somewhere
Someone
else?
on Twitch said you can get a Juicy Lucy at JMC, and that's not James Coney Island.
Isn't that where you watch movies? I know it's AMC, but it's closer to an AMC than it is a JCI.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
I thought it was a
JCI.
What's the I stand for?
Island.
I thought it was
Coney
I
Island.
thought it was JCG, James Coney Grill.
No, when they changed the name, they went to JCI.
I thought they went to JCG. They did James Coney Grill. Oh, you're right. It is JCI. Touche. I'll concede the defeat there. You win. James, where is, I guess that's New York, Coney Island?
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Yep.
So what do you nominate for car wreck of the day?
I've got a couple. The first one to me is, I don't know if you saw this or not, but DeAndre Ayton hasn't been playing great basketball the whole season since they made the trade and made him a max player. He's blaming it on his mattress.
I can see that.
Can you?
Yeah.
Because you are a multi-millionaire and you moved from Phoenix to Portland, and you can't tell me I believe he's blaming the first half of the season on the fact that he slept on an air mattress. You're not a rookie in this league making the bare minimum. And even still, you can find a way and the team can find you a sponsor or someone else that can find you a mattress to sleep on. Miss me with the whole quote, my body just wasn't my body. People forget the humane difference of me adjusting to everything. And that included something as routine as getting proper sleep and being comfortable waking up. I didn't have a bed for quite some time. I was on an air mattress. Figure it out.
Poor logistics. I'll give you that. But sleeping on a bad bed absolutely can
Right,
alter
but this
your
isn't
play.
a bad bed. This is an air mattress.
Air
That's
mattress,
on
bad bed.
you.
It's definitely on him.
You could find one of these sleep stores on every corner and get you a good mattress.
Bad logistics. But I agree that sleeping on a bad mattress can enhance performance.
It's a car wreck that a multimillionaire can't figure out a bed.
Yeah, but I'll say that it belongs here because of the logistics of it, though. Absolutely. I'm going to nominate Brian McDonald for not telling Austin how to handle the Mailbag Monday. It's Monday. It's in the name. It's Mailbag Monday. It's in the name.
It's very true.
So Brian gets nominated for that. Astro pitching injuries. They need to get nominated because now I think the starting rotation of injured guys is better than the starting rotation of healthy guys. Verlander, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, and now you add Jose Urquidy.
And Urquidy, yeah.
It's a pretty good rotation.
Yeah, that's not.
It's going to be on the injured list.
I got Grand Canyon University, and I don't know where you're going to sit on this one.
Yeah.
But Bryce Drew's squad was running away with the game to get the automatic bid, and one of their players decided to go breakaway, big windmill, and dunk. And kudos to, it was a Texas team they were playing, that one, when he went to go back down the floor, one of the players gave him a nice, solid forearm check. And then the guy inbounding the ball wound up like a pitcher and drilled him with the basketball. And then the coach said, our team's not shaking hands. He did still shake hands with the head coach. Bryce Drew, get your team together.
UTA.
Yeah, there you go.
It was probably a good decision that they didn't shake hands.
I could have been ugly.
It was probably
It would have been messy.
No, I didn't think he should have dunked it. I was cool with the retaliation. If you're going to dunk it, you got to be able to accept the retaliation. Fortunately, they did. They kind of did, accept. Like the guy that dunked it just kind of wore it and ran back down the floor. Okay, good. I tip my cap to that. Probably shouldn't have dunked it. But if you're gonna take a shove, you're gonna take a basketball to wherever it hit him.
He's
the
lucky
knee,
that's
maybe.
all he got.
Yeah. But
Because your
also,
season's over if you're UTA. You can go right across his jaw if you want.
But I'll tip my cap to the Grand Canyon guy for knowing that he probably shouldn't have done it. It was Bush League, and then just kind of wore the punishment. I actually respect that. Don't respect the dunk as much, but I respect that he wore the punishment because a lot of guys would go back at him. Hey, just get up the floor. Hey, you're going to win. You're going to celebrate. You're going to be dancing. That's a good one. Grady Dick and Anthony Black jersey
I saw
swap.
That. Don't tell me that wasn't planned because
that needs to be on there.
Did you see how they adjusted for the picture?
I did. They chatted a little bit.
And then they switched spots so that it made more sense in what the joke they were trying to accomplish.
Yeah, shouldn't be on here at all. They shouldn't have done that. Austin, do you have a car wreck of the day nominee?
Only I can think of is the confetti guy at the A10.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Championship.
Kevin Harlan was all over that, too. That's a good call. Kevin Harlan had the run from the drop of the confetti for like the rest of the second half. He was like the score since the drop of the confetti, because I think he was playing up the angle that it might have like,
flip-flopped it like
kind of like at Shea Stadium when they congratulated the Boston Red Sox to be the World Series champions, and then the whole Buckner thing happened. Yeah, he was playing that up like it was about to take place. 3338 says the car wreck of the day is putting Mexican dessert at BYU. The Big 12 thing that we were talking about, the churros.
Fair.
It's a good call. 8601 car wreck of the day. Blake Snell asking for $33 million a year. I don't think it's a car wreck.
No, I mean, he's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner that's still a free agent. He should be trying to get every dollar.
And the reigning Cy Young.
Right.
The reigning Cy Young. Like, he had a better year than Scherzer and Verlander. They're getting $33.3 million. Why shouldn't he get $33.3? Like, Blake Snell is a better pitcher than Verlander is right now. He's a better pitcher than Max Scherzer is right now. I don't have any problem with him commanding $33.3 million a year. And he's also doing it on a short-term deal.
Yep.
Like, he's not asking for a 5-year deal. He's saying he's willing to do a 2-year deal.
Look,
at
just because his agent, who's been known to kind of overshoot for the moon sometimes, you have a resume that says you should be making close to that.
Well, you know why they shoot for the moon?
Because you get the stars.
If you fall short, you still land among the stars.
Mm-hmm. And you keep your feet on the ground, you can still keep reaching for the stars.
I didn't know that one.
That's Casey Kasem.
Oso said Wyndham Clark's putt. It was
That was a
halfway
tough
down
one,
and halfway
man.
out. There's been some allegations that Wyndham Clark might be cheating.
I heard that too.
He did the one 2 weeks ago where he kept like tapping his wedge behind the ball, which was kind of making like the lie a little bit better.
Yeah, kind of getting a little bit of a better.
And then yesterday there was he had a drop and he was kind of like walking in the area that he was about to drop it.
To kind of mat down the grass.
Maybe matting down the grass.
Mm.
Maybe matting down the grass.
Gamesmanship or going too far.
Is you never should cheat that way. You should never go full Patrick Reed, and I think Wyndham Clark is going full Patrick Reed.
Reed is a full-blown cheater.
But is Wyndham Clark going full Patrick Reed?
I think he's kind of heading down that path.
He might be. I got one more.
Okay.
Nottingham Forest deducted 4 points for breaching the Premier League's profit and sustainability rules, which puts them in the drop zone.
Ooh.
You don't want to be dropped from the Premier League.
That could be a game changer. Yeah, you got to stay in the upper echelon, right?
Well, a club can lose no more than $133.6 million whenever you do you convert it to the U.S. dollar over a 3-year span. This might cost Nottingham Forest a spot in the Premiership.
I would be crushed if that happened, man.
That would be awful. And Glenn Davis coming up next with Soccer Matters. He'll probably be talking all about Nottingham Forest deducting 4 points for breaching the EPL's profit and sustainability rules. Hate to see it. All right, that does it for us. Great job from Austin Rodriguez producing today's show, doing all the hard work. And he did it, too, without good guidance from Brian McDonald. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Being blind doesn't always look how others may think. Stargardt disease was supposed to define me.
Retinitis pigmentosa aimed to overwhelm my family.
It tried to cut me down.
A blinding eye disease attempted to force me away from doing what I was born to do.
But it cannot stop me. I have the tools.
I will keep moving forward.
Pushing past the limits of this disability.
I know where to find support and where I can be seen.
Great vision doesn't require great sight. Innovative research, educational resources, supportive community. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is leading the charge in finding treatments and cures for blinding diseases. Make your impact today. Donate now at fightingblindness.org. A public service message from the Foundation Fighting Blindness.
Every year, more than 240,000 Hispanics attempt to end their own lives in the United States. 1 in 6 Latino high school students had serious thoughts of suicide. Experts recommend reducing access to lethal means and involving them in shared activities.